I was reborn in 2009 and was invited to participate in an emotional love observation program. As a poor student, my mission was to disguise myself as a rich man and win the sincerity of a top female guest who dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family. I became a top influencer, with fans 10 times more than those of the most popular celebrities. This is my story. Chapter 1, Encountering the Really Rich and the Pauper. This Lamborghini Reventon is a sports car temporarily loaned to you by the program team. Although we have paid third-party liability insurance and supplementary insurance for you, we still hope that you can drive carefully within these 3 months. After receiving the Lamborghini car keys handed over by the staff at the Fruit Channel counter and looking at the handsome black concept sports car in front of him, Han Haoren's mind didn't react for a moment. As an avid sports car enthusiast, although his favorite sports car is the Bugatti Veyron, Han Haoren certainly knows about the Lamborghini Reventon in front of him. The Chinese name of this car is Reventon. It is a super sports car owned by Lamborghini. The body of this sports car is designed in the style of the F-22 fighter jet. Lamborghini Reventon has a displacement of 6.5 liters, a maximum power of 650 horsepower, and a maximum torque peak of 660 Nm. With the car weighing only 1,665 kilograms, the Reventon can accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 3.3 seconds. Only 21 units of this supercar with a top speed of 350 km per hour were produced in the world, and one is in a museum. It can be said that in 2009, Lamborghini Reventon is a top supercar that can compete with Ferrari Enzo. The official price of Reventon, which was officially launched in 2008, is $1.4 million. However, the Reventon, which is limited to 20 units, is not something that ordinary people can buy if they have money. Lamborghini must select from original Lamborghini owners and professional collectors, and only the final selected people are eligible to purchase. As a result, Reventon was sold on the second-hand car market at a much higher premium than $1.4 million, and demand still exceeded supply. There is only one car of this kind in China. In Han Haoren's impression, it was originally bought by a mysterious wealthy Chinese businessman for a high premium of 20 million soft sister coins. However, at this moment, this car, which is limited to 20 units worldwide, is right in front of Han Haoren. Moreover, the staff at the fruit stand actually wanted to lend this car to Han Haoren for 3 months. Han Haoren took a few laps around the brand new Reventon that seemed to have never been driven before. My only thought is, handsome. Fruit Channel has really spent a lot of money on this program. Meet the real rich and the pauper. Han Haoren sighed. Han Haoren thought of his experience on this day, as if he was still living in a dream. This morning, Han Haoren returned from the Spring Festival of 2019 to the summer of 2009. 2009 was the year that Han Haoren experienced the most setbacks in his life and was the most unbearable year to look back on. However, at the same time, the staff of Fruit Channel also found Han Haoren and invited Han Haoren to participate in a variety show called Meeting the Real Rich and the Pauper that they invested heavily in. Although Fruit Channel is a local TV station, it has become the dominant local TV station in China with its popular variety shows such as Kuiban and Tian Tian. A few years ago, the live-action talent shows of Supergirl and Fast Man set crazy ratings records, ushered in the popularity of the whole people. And Meet the True Rich and the Pauper is a new variety show that Fruit Channel has devoted all its efforts to create. Although in Han Haoren's memory, even in 2019 Fruit Channel had not launched this variety show. However, one day after his rebirth, Han Haoren also discovered that although this world was 99% similar to the world before his rebirth, there were still some slight differences. After hearing the introduction from the staff of Fruit Channel and the executive director of this variety show, Han Haoren already knew that Meet the Real Rich and the Pauper is a love-based reality show. Participated by amateur guests. There are 4 male guests and 5 female guests in total. However, unlike reality shows for ordinary people, the 4 male guests in this variety show are all top-notch rich people in terms of personality. Every woman has the dream of marrying into a wealthy family. The main gimmick of this show is to go on a blind date with a rich man, and a match is achieved in the last episode. 4 men and 5 women have to record 12 episodes of the program in 2 months. During the period, at the end of each issue, male and female guests will choose the person they are interested in to send a love message. There will also be different dating sessions set up by the program team. In addition to the 4 male and 5 female amateur guests, the Fruit Channel will also have 6 special observers who will watch the interactions, comments, and guesses between male and female guests on the sidelines. In each episode of the program, the special observer wants to guess who each male and female guest is sending a love message to and predict the correct love connection. However, I have to say that the director of this variety show is very thoughtful and knows how to make the ratings explode. Among the 4 male guests, there are naturally real super rich people just like their status introduction. But there are also paupers who pretend to be rich. Female guests need to be careful to ensure that they do not fall in love with a pauper pretending to be rich. The special observers also need to predict who one or more paupers hidden among the real rich are through one program after another. Obviously, Han Haoren, who is now at the lowest point in his life, is naturally not a rich man. He is a pauper arranged by the program team. Chapter 2, the highest prize is 21 million. Han Haoren took Reventon's car keys and tentatively asked the executive director of the fruit stand next to him. Director, you lent me a luxury car. However, a rich second generation should have some decent clothes, right? Also, can you lend me a villa to live in? If I want to invite a female guest to your home for a date, wouldn't it be better to go to my rental house? The executive director said politely, Mr. Han Haoren, our fruit counter has prepared 2 sets of hand-customized suits and trousers for you. The brands are Hermes and Balmain. The 4 shirts are from Versace, Armenegildo Zegna, Ferragamo, and Prada. 2 ties from Balenciaga and DG. And jackets from Chanel, Fendi, Gucci. Jeans from Givenchy, Giorgio Armani. Of course there are also belts and scarves from LV and Burberry. White shoes from Monsoon and leather shoes from Dior. It can be said that these brands are the world's first-tier luxury brands. These clothes, shoes, ties and other items are worth more than 500,000 soft girl coins. They can also be regarded as things temporarily loaned to you by the program team. Besides these, there is the most precious thing. It's Patek Philippe Star Blue 6104G. After all, rich people will wear a famous watch, which is a symbol of status. This watch alone is worth more than 3 million soft sister coins. As a pauper guest specially arranged by the program team, you can obtain these rewards by completing the tasks of the program team. Throughout the entire show, your task is to use your acting skills to make the female guests believe that you are a real rich man. And in the Message of Love segment, send you a message. In the first to 11th episodes, you will be rewarded every time you receive a love message from a female guest. In any of the first 11 episodes of the program, if you get a message from a female guest, you will receive a reward of 20,000 soft sister coins. If you get a love message from 2 female guests at the same time, you will get a reward of 40,000 soft sister coins. If you receive love messages from 3 female guests at the same time, you will be rewarded with 80,000 soft girl coins. If you get 4 female guests, you will be rewarded with 160,000 soft girl coins. And if you get all 5 female guests to send you messages of love together, you will receive the super grand prize prepared by the program team. It is not 320,000 soft girl coins, but a full 1 million soft girl coins. So, for the first 11 episodes of the show, the theoretical maximum bonus you can get is 11 million soft girl coins. And the most critical issue is the 12th one, which is also the last one. The last female guest's true confession matching session. Your reward for getting a confession will be 10 times the previous one. That is to say, even if there is a female guest who chooses to confess her love to you, a pauper, you will get 200,000 soft girl coins if she wants to be matched with you. And if 5 people confess to you at the same time, you will get 10 million soft girl coins. So, in 12 episodes of the show, the highest bonus you can theoretically get will be 21 million soft girl coins. The executive director paused for a moment, then changed the topic. Of course, 21 million soft girl coins is only the theoretical maximum amount. Basically, there will never be a situation where 5 female guests confess their love to the same male guest. After all, this is an amateur love game, and the purpose of female guests participating in this show is to have the opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. So, if there are too many people pursuing a male guest, they should choose other male guests with less competition. Although you look more handsome than many celebrities, in fact you are just a pauper pretending to be rich. But the other male guests are actually rich. So, how much money you can make through our show will all depend on your acting skills. Of course, in addition to the bonus that will be given to you at the end of each issue, our program team also has additional rewards. As long as your accumulated bonuses reach 500,000, you don't need to return those brand name clothes and shoes prepared for you by the program team. When the jackpot reaches 3 million, the Patek Philippe Star Blue 6104G is yours. And if the amount of bonuses you accumulate reaches 10 million, the Lamborghini Reventon will be yours. As for the villa, with all due respect, although our program does not prohibit male and female guests from dating outside of the camera during non-recording times, as long as you have the ability, you can invite female guests to your home, even if they are on the bed, we will not interfere. However, the scenes filmed in our show do not include your home. And our program team also has a special villa that will be used for recording. So, our program team cannot provide you with things that have nothing to do with the program, such as renting a villa for you. If you really have the ability to invite female guests to bed, please go to the hotel and book a room yourself. Han Haoren nodded. If it were him before his rebirth, it would undoubtedly be very difficult for Han Haoren, a straight man with a cancerous personality, to attract the favor of a beautiful goddess-level mission. Straight men and scumbag men are simply 2 completely different species. But now, he has omniscient and omnipotent experience that is 10 years ahead of everyone else, plus a system that looks very powerful. Han Haoren is still confident about earning a supercar for free. Chapter 3, Contract Terms. Looking at the executive director of the fruit station, Han Haoren asked the last question, Director, can you tell me the detailed information of the 5 female guests? After all, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will win every battle. The director hesitated for a moment and finally said, Actually, as a matter of principle, we cannot reveal any information about the female guests to you now. For example, the information about your male guests will be kept absolutely confidential from the female guests. But since you are an actor arranged by our program team and a pauper pretending to be rich, I can reveal something to you in advance. Among the 5 female guests, one is from a dance troupe and is applying to be a student in an art college. There is a senior student in the acting department of a famous university. She is also a third-tier female star who has acted and is somewhat famous. One of them is an actuary and graduated from a prestigious foreign university. The remaining 2, one is a pastry chef and the other is a pianist. I can only reveal the information about the female guest here. However, one thing I can guarantee is that the appearance and figure of the 5 female guests are all the best among the best. They should be even more beautiful than your school's belle. After all, the truly rich are used to seeing all kinds of top-notch beauties, so their vision must be very high. So, when we select female guests, appearance and figure are the first priority. They are carefully selected from hundreds of thousands of beauties. It can be said that although the styles of the 5 female guests are different, each one's appearance can compete with that of popular female stars. Among 10,000 people, you may not be able to pick one as beautiful as them. The executive director, who looked 30 years old, patted Han Haoren on the shoulder. Han Haoren, anyway, I envy you. You really have accumulated blessings for several lifetimes to be selected by this show. These female guests, even looking at them from a distance, are things that ordinary people only dream of. But you can date and fall in love with them on the show. Oh, how I wish I could stop being this lousy executive director and be an actor playing your role. Han Haoren smiled and shook hands with the executive director, and said with a smile, Director, it's too early for you to envy me now. After I empty out the 21 million prize pool, it's not too late for you to envy me. The executive director was shocked. This actor's tone was quite serious. Although Fruit Channel's 21 million bonus is still affordable, after all, the budget and investment of this program are top-notch, and the sponsors found are also very wealthy. But to empty out the prize pool of 21 million, this can only be achieved if the 5 female guests all vote for him in every round starting from the first issue. The odds are even lower than Zheng Delato's jackpot worth hundreds of millions. In other words, this is not a matter of probability at all, but a completely impossible matter. The executive director immediately regained his composure. It was obvious that the handsome young man in front of him was joking. He took out an agreement. If there is no problem, just sign this agreement. This agreement not only contains your reward terms, but also includes a specific list and rental agreement of the brand name sports cars, watches, clothes, etc. that we will lend to you. There's also a confidentiality agreement. You do not need to bear the normal wear and tear of the sports car and the wear and tear of the clothes, but if you lose these things or resell them secretly, we have the right to ask you for compensation. Also, let me remind you. You need to remember that your biggest task in this show is to hide your identity and pretend to be a top rich man. We will send you the personal information card designed by the program team later. There are 23 pages in total, recording in detail the various character settings of the person you are pretending to be. This includes the industry your family runs, your study background, the industry you are currently engaged in, and even your fictional ex-girlfriend. You have to remember every word, everything set out in the 23 pages. Of course, as a top student from a top university like Shuemu University, I believe you can easily remember it even though 23 pages is a lot. Also, although there is no time to learn the etiquette of nobles such as table manners, knowledge of red wine, and even equestrianism and golf, you'd better have a certain understanding. You have to remember that from the first day you joined the show, you were not the Han Haoren in front of me now, but the Han Haoren in these 23 pages of character design. You participate in this show as an actor, not as yourself. Don't do it. You can't put your heart into it. I believe that with your IQ, you should know that even on the show, there is a female guest who likes you and has an affair with you. The biggest reason why they like you is because of the wealthy status we set for you. Even in the final confession session, I confess to you. When they know that you are a poor boy, they will only feel cheated and regret their choice. They will only hate you. It's impossible for them to have a happy ending with you. So, remember, never be moved by your true feelings. The program team's bonus, making money is the most important thing, right? The first principle you must abide by at all times is that before the last episode of the show is broadcast, you must not reveal your participation in this show or your true identity to anyone, not just female guests, but also friends and relatives around you. Pauper status. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to receive our bonus, but you will also be held accountable by us for violating the contract. Okay, this is the general content of the contract. Of course you can take a look at it in detail. If there is no problem, please sign the contract. The official program recording will start the day after tomorrow. Please arrive at the designated location on time according to the contract. Chapter 4, There are thousands of roads, safety comes first. Han Haoren browsed the contract carefully. As a top student at Shuemu University and a former top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province, Han Haoren, although he has never studied law, is very familiar with the terms of the contract. After reading the contract and finding no traps, Han Haoren picked up the pen and signed the contract in duplicate. After signing, Han Haoren smiled and said to the executive director, "It seems that from the day after tomorrow, I will be a scumbag." The executive director laughed and said, "Haha. Even if he is a scumbag, he is still a happy scumbag. Although you have a driver's license, I believe you are not a very experienced driver. A sports car like Lamborghini is not easy to drive. So, let me give you a piece of advice. There are thousands of roads, safety is the first priority. If they are not standardized, relatives will burst into tears. Good luck. Han Howren? Director, are you also a Reborn person? Why do you know the plot of The Wandering Earth, the most popular Lunar New Year movie in 2012? After signing the contract, Han Howren drove a Lamborghini sports car and returned to an old community in the imperial capital where he rented. Driving into the community, this stylish black Reventon caught the eyes of countless people. The return rate is 200%. Because most people, after looking back, can't help but look back again. You know, this community is one of the few urban villages in the imperial capital. The people who live there are people who don't have the money to rent better houses in the imperial capital. Either they are Beijing drifters who have not made a name for themselves, or they are students, or they are migrant workers. Almost every house in the old residential building has been rented out with more than a dozen compartments. Each tenant has less than 5 square meters of space, and the entire room can only accommodate the next bed. Since there was no other place to stay, I could only lie on the bed when I got home. As for a separate bathroom, of course there is none. A dozen tenants have to fight for a bathroom. Therefore, in such a community, a sports car actually drives into the community. This is simply something that would never be possible in dreams. You know, in this kind of community, top sports cars like villas and Lamborghinis are usually there. Even cars like Volkswagen and Toyota worth around 200,000 yuan are rarely seen. Some people even trotted after the Lamborghini Reventon, wanting to see who the owner of this car was. Under which building will you park and who will you go to? Han Howren stopped the car at the end of the building where he rented, got out of the car, and suddenly felt very embarrassed. There are many people around Han Howren. One is a female student who just came downstairs and lives next door to Han Howren. One is a middle-aged uncle who lives downstairs from Han Howren. There was also the aunt from the building next door who was passing by. There were even a few tenants from other communities running over after the car, panting. At the same time, the eyes of more than a dozen people were focused on Han Howren. Han Howren didn't know some people. But the uncle, the aunt, and the female student named Xiaolin are all Han Howren's acquaintances. Han Howren started to complain about this cheating show crew. Nima gave him a luxury car worth 20 million. Why are you so stingy about not giving me the money to rent a villa for 3 months? I drove my Lamborghini to my rented community and was spotted by a familiar neighbor. This is embarrassing enough. Fortunately, when Han Howren's acquaintances saw Han Howren getting out of the driver's seat of the car, they were shocked by doubts about life and did not speak. Han Howren knew that it would take a few seconds for them to react. What will greet you will definitely be a group of people surrounding you asking questions like beep 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 beep. However, Han Howren, who had just signed a confidentiality agreement, could not reveal all the details of the show, nor could he explain where this Lamborghini Reventon, worth tens of millions, came from. Therefore, Han Howren took advantage of the opportunity while everyone was still dumbfounded. He first nodded and said hello to the familiar people, and then quickly ran upstairs at the speed of a 100-meter sprinter. Only then did the neighbors react. Although the real owner has disappeared, passers-by gathered together. The aunt in the next building said, "That one just now, is it Xiao Han? He actually came back in a car? This car looks expensive to me, right? It's not much cheaper than those BMWs and Audis, right?" The uncle nodded and replied, "It is indeed Xiao Han. But where did he get this car? Bought it? Isn't he still a student? Where did he earn so much money?" Female college student Xiaolin is the most knowledgeable of all, and she is also the most familiar with Han Howren. I heard that brother Han was an intern at a very powerful foreign company called by Daiji. Maybe he made a lot of money, right? Originally, brother Han, a top student at Shuimu University, would be able to get ahead sooner or later. He is renting here just because his family is poor. But with his ability, he will move out here sooner or later. The uncle also echoed, "Yes. Xiao Han and us are never the same kind of people. We may have been here all our lives, and Xiao Han is destined to become a master." The aunt glared at the uncle. "What are you talking about? Xiaolin will also be a promising person in the future." The uncle looked at Xiaolin and apologized quickly. "Xiaolin, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. Your uncle is the most unpromising person. I have suffered the consequences of being uneducated." A young man running next to Han Howren's car said, "Uncle, aunt. Look at the logo on this car. If I'm not mistaken, it's a Lamborghini. The price of a Lamborghini is similar to that of a BMW or an Audi. This price is more than 10 or 20 times more expensive than a BMW. This young man is also a student. Although his family is not well off, he has a strong interest in sports cars." The uncle was dumbfounded. 20 times more expensive than a BMW? BMWs are all good cars that I can never afford to buy in my lifetime. So what kind of guinea does this have? How much does it cost? Everyone's eyes were also focused on the young man. The young man thought for a while and said, "The cheaper one is 5 to 6 million, the more expensive one is tens of millions." Suddenly, a dozen people around him also fell into silence. Chapter 5, System. Hidden Abilities. Returning to the small rental house where he lived, Han Haoren couldn't wait to call up the system. This system did not arrive late, but appeared immediately on the first day Han Haoren was reborn in 2009. A virtual but very real 3D projection appeared in front of Han Haoren's eyes. She is a 36D flesh bomb at least. She is wearing a uniform but has a very pure and lovely face. What was directly transmitted to Han Haoren's eardrums from the void was a pleasant female voice, "Welcome, Master." The corners of Han Haoren's mouth raised. There is also a panel next to the 36D uniform beauty. Han Haoren has roughly studied the words and numbers on this panel before. Name, Han Haoren. Sex, male. Age, 21. Level, LV.1. Attributes. Strength, 6. Speed, 5. Stamina, 6. Intelligence, 10. Charisma, 9. Eloquence, 7. Leadership, 6. Creativity, 9. Collaboration, 6. Business sense, 5. Stress resistance, 7. Retrograde force, 7. Lucky, 3. The average level for normal adults is 5. Hidden ability, 10 times attribute bonus. Number of remaining draws, bronze level draws X 5 times. Han Haoren already understands that the system has digitized itself. The average level of a normal adult is 5, which means that apart from being lucky, his other attributes are higher than those of a normal person. Especially the intelligence of 10, which is twice that of ordinary people. However, attributes that are far superior to ordinary people don't mean anything. Han Haoren knew that in the life before his rebirth, he had abilities far beyond those of ordinary people, but he still accomplished nothing. Maybe what I lack is always that little bit of luck. But now, everything is different. After obtaining the system, Han Haoren has been busy communicating with the staff of Fruit Channel about the program Meet the Real Rich and the Pauper. But now, he has time to study the system carefully. System, what is the hidden ability of this panel? Han Haoren thought silently in his heart, communicating with the 36D system lady. As Han Haoren expected, he soon heard the answer. Master, hidden abilities are special abilities that can be triggered when the owner meets special conditions. Master now only has one hidden ability, 10 times attribute bonus, but you can get more hidden abilities by completing tasks in the future. Also, by completing specific gold level and above tasks, you may not only obtain hidden abilities, but also have the opportunity to activate hidden attributes. The sound of the system is very sweet, which makes Han Haoren feel very happy. Han Haoren continued to ask, "So, what are the special conditions? Can you give an example?" Han Haoren understands the meaning of tenfold attribute bonus. For example, your current intelligence attribute value is 10 points. So the tenfold bonus is 100 points. Han Haoren knew that with his IQ, he could get the top spot among hundreds of thousands of candidates in a province. A top university like Nashuamu University ranks first by far ahead of others in every exam, so it is definitely top-notch. If your own intelligence value is 10, and you use this as a reference, then even if Einstein is reincarnated, his intelligence value will not exceed 15. So with an intelligence value of 100 points, that is 6 times more than Einstein, a being that can easily crush any human being. Maybe, with 100 points of intelligence, you can solve Goldbox conjecture as easily as you can by completing a multiple-choice question in your final exam? However, Han Haoren also noticed what the system said. Special conditions must be met in order for hidden abilities to be activated. Therefore, Han Haoren wanted to find out what this so-called special condition is, and are there any tips or rules? Unexpectedly, the system replied, "Master, I have no comment on this question. The master must explore all this by himself." Han Haoren also expected that this is a problem, and the system really can't answer it. Taking a step back, Han Haoren asked again, "So, can you explain what this bronze level lottery is?" Soon the pleasant voice of the system sounded, "Master, the bronze level lottery you have now is the initial reward I gave you first. You only need to say the word lottery to me to start the lottery. And there are many rewards, such as bonus attribute points, many master level skills, or high-tech items and technologies that are ahead of the world. After the 5 bronze level draws are drawn, you need to meet specific conditions to obtain new draws. The easiest way to get draws is to make money. Whenever the owner earns 1 million cash for himself through normal and legal means, he will get a chance to win a bronze level lottery. And when you earn more than 20 million in cash, that is, after you get 20 bronze level draws, your level will increase. After you upgrade to LV.2, you need to earn an additional 10 million in cash to get a silver level lottery opportunity. Similarly, after obtaining 20 silver level draws, your level will be upgraded to LV.3. Similarly, at LV.3 level, every time you earn 100 million in cash, you can get a gold level lottery opportunity. After a total of 20 gold level lottery draws, the level will be upgraded to LV.4. and so on. At level LV.4, for every billion in cash earned, you can get a black gold level lottery opportunity. After accumulating 20 black gold level lottery draws, your level will be upgraded to LV.5. The levels above the black gold level are Excellence, Transcendence, Palace. The highest level is LV.7. Every time you earn 1 trillion in cash, you can get a Hall level lottery opportunity. Of course, this system has analyzed the world's richest man in the world where the master lives. Even the richest person in the world will find it difficult to earn 1 trillion soft girl coins in his lifetime. In other words, the probability of reaching the highest level, LV.7, is 0%, which is almost negligible. Chapter 6, Lottery. Practical Rewards. Han Haoran asked, System, I have a question. What is the difference between the bronze level lottery and the palace level lottery? 1 million and 1 trillion, the gap is huge. The system replied in an Uonuo voice, as the level increases, the prizes in the lottery will be more generous. In the black gold level lottery, you will be able to draw many very cherished skills and items. For example, it is possible to obtain the technology of instantaneous space travel that is unbelievable in the master world, the magic medicine that can keep you young and immortal, the ability to destroy the world, and even recreate the world. Eternal youth and immortality? Sounds very tempting. However, Han Haoran knew that there should be no chance of getting such a good thing in the bronze level lottery that he was given by the system. With the number of draws, of course you have to draw them. Han Haoran did not hesitate and said to the system, System, I have decided to draw a lottery now. I want to use up all 5 bronze level draws. System, good master. A turntable appeared in Han Haoran's mind, which was densely divided into at least hundreds of equal parts. The turntable began to rotate. The master chooses to draw bronze level draws 5 times in a row. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for winning the top female star Zhang Hanxiao's original Inner One. Han Haoran's face turned dark. She knew that Zhang Hanxiao was a first-line female star and the object of countless boys' dreams. But are the prizes selected by the system so unreliable? Ding! Congratulations to the master for acquiring Beethoven's piano skills. Han Haoran is quite satisfied with this reward. After all, he is about to participate in the show Meet the Rich and the Pauper, and the piano can still attract girls. It's a pity that this world that is 99% similar to Han Haoran's before his rebirth also contains Beethoven and all of Beethoven's famous piano music. So Han Haoran can't show off by pretending that Moonlight is his own creation. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for obtaining MasterChef level cooking skills, direction, Cantonese, Sichuan and French cuisine. The smile on Han Haoran's face became even brighter. Han Haoran heard from the director of Fruit Channel that male and female guests will have a villa that belongs to them. They will also live in the villa for a certain period of time. And naturally, cooking is also a daily thing. You can't order takeout on a show like this, right? A man who can cook is undoubtedly a plus. Ding! Congratulations to the master for acquiring master-level singing skills, direction, pop, hip-hop. Han Haoran is very satisfied. Boys who sing well are very attractive. Ding! Congratulations to the master for acquiring master-level painting skills, direction, sketching, oil painting, special painting. Although I don't know what the special painting is. However, musical talent is coupled with artistic talent. It sounds very versatile. Han Haoran found that most of the 5 bronze-level draws in the system were helpful for him to participate in the program Meet the Real Rich and the Pauper. If this was not a coincidence but a deliberate arrangement by the system, Han Haoran would believe it. However, what Han Haoran didn't know was the first reward. What does Zhang Hanxiao's original taste have to do with this show? Han Haoran felt that it would be useless if he wanted the original flavor. Could it be sold to Zhang Hanxiao's fans? Indeed, although Han Haoran doesn't like this thing, there must be many YY Zhang Hanxiao who are willing to spend a lot of money to buy this thing. For Han Haoran, whose total money now does not exceed 3 digits, this is a lot of money. But a very crucial point. Even if Han Haoran obtained this original flavor, he couldn't prove that this was Zhang Hanxiao's original flavor. So in the final analysis, Han Haoran felt that the first prize among the 5 draws was a bit of a trap. However, Han Haoran was very satisfied with being able to draw what he wanted 4 times out of 5 times. He even wondered if his poor luck attribute value of 3 had improved a lot today. After Han Haoran drew the prize, he opened the laptop he bought from the second-hand market and was at least 5 or 6 years old and went online to search for news. What he wants to know is the difference between this world and the world before his rebirth. After all, Han Haoran would not be willing to live an ordinary life again. For those who framed Han Haoran in his previous life, Han Haoran will definitely repay his flaws. What Han Haoran failed to accomplish in his previous life, Han Haoran will definitely achieve in this life. And all of this is closely related to the major events that will happen in the next 10 years in Han Haoran's memory. However, the bad news is that Han Haoran discovered that his rebirth brought a butterfly effect to the world. There are many things that have changed slightly, such as the show that he is going to participate in, and there is no posterity at all. What Han Haoran wants to do is to completely summarize all the changes and avoid potential risks. After surfing the internet until early in the morning, Han Haoran lay in bed and fell asleep. The next day, Han Haoran received an outfit from the Fruit Channel program team, including the Patek Philippe Starry Sky Blue 6104G worth 3 million, which was also worn by Han Haoran. Han Haoran spent another day as an internet addict. At night, he set an alarm clock early and went to sleep, because the next morning was the scheduled reporting time for the program Meet the Real Rich and the Pauper. Chapter 7, Program Recording Begins. Early the next morning, Han Haoran picked out a white Prada shirt from the clothes lent to him by the show crew. Han Haoran knew that for the first recording, he had to dress formally to conform to the identity that the program team had preset for him. Han Haoran put on the most formal Balmain black suit and trousers, put on black leather shoes from Dior and a tie from Balenciaga. Finally, Han Haoran put the Patek Philippe Starry Sky Blue 6104G worth more than 3 million on his wrist. Taking a look at himself in the mirror, Han Haoran realized that his entire outfit was worth over 3 million. Unfortunately, none of these belonged to Han Haoran himself. After going downstairs and driving the Lamborghini Reventon lent to him by the program crew, Han Haoran arrived at the location designated by the program crew. This is a villa prepared by the mid-levels program team. As soon as he drove into the courtyard of the villa, Han Haoran realized that the camera had been filming him for at least 3 days. And outside this villa, there are no fewer than dozens of staff working at the fruit counter. This is the team that produces a variety show. Although on camera, there are only 5 women, 4 men and 9 people in this program Meet the Real Rich and the Pauper. However, there may be over 100 members of the production team working behind the scenes on this show. Han Haoran had a good eye, and he realized that the camera pointed at him had already started filming. This shows that the show has already started at this moment. No wonder the show crew wanted to lend me a Lamborghini Reventon. It turns out that the scene where I drive into the villa has to be filmed. Han Haoran thought to himself. From the moment he got out of the sports car, Han Haoran entered the state, and his whole temperament completely changed. It was as if he himself was a handsome young man from a noble family. Han Haoran smiled and walked up to the executive director who was familiar with him and asked, "Director, has filming started yet? What should I do next?" The executive director is very satisfied with Han Haoran's current aura. He also understood a little bit why the chief director and the TV station leaders chose a finance major from Shuimu University instead of an acting major from 2 film and television schools in the imperial capital to play the role of a fake rich man. Han Haoran's acting skills are really incredible. The aura and demeanor of a rich young man are completely brought to life. No different than a professional actor. If he hadn't signed an actor agreement with Han Haoran, and if he hadn't known about Han Haoran's family situation, the executive director would have felt that Han Haoran himself came from a wealthy family. The executive director even felt that Han Haoran's aura now looks more like a rich second generation than the number 3 male guest who participated in the show, the real son of a billionaire. The executive director who is responsible for connecting with all male guests naturally knows the background of male guest number 3. This can be said to be the top rich second generation in China. The program team really put a lot of effort into inviting him to participate in this show. When his true identity is revealed at the end of the show, it will definitely be the biggest breaking point of the show. The executive director smiled and pointed to the way into the villa. "Please enter the villa and wait. Other male and female guests will arrive one after another. Except for the 3 designated restrooms with signs, all rooms in this villa have cameras. You should pay special attention to the bathroom next to the living room, which also has a camera. It is used to record the scenes of female guests removing and applying makeup. So please do not take off clothes or wash up or use the toilet in bathrooms that do not have special markings. Male guest number 1, welcome to Meet the Real Rich and the Pauper. The 3-month romantic journey starts from this moment." Han Haoran heard this and walked towards the villa. In a studio not far from the villa, there was a team of fruit station staff carrying long guns and short cannons, and they also started recording at the same time. In the middle of this studio, there is a large long table. There were 6 people sitting on the chairs next to the long table. Now the focus of the 6 people's attention is on the large LED screen in the studio. What is happening on this screen is the scene of Han Haoran entering the villa. These 6 people are the 6 special observers of the program. If a reality show is entirely performed by the 9 male and female guests themselves, it will definitely have no variety show effect. Therefore, the 6 special observers play the role of being on the outside, observing every move of the male and female guests all the time, and having a God's perspective. Of course, observers don't know who the rich are and who the paupers are. On the contrary, their task is to predict the heartbeat connections of male and female guests and deduce which one or several of them are the real pauper. Among the 6 people, the guest sitting at the main seat closest to the screen started the CUE process while Han Haoran entered the previously empty villa and was alone in a daze. Looking at the camera facing him alone, the guest in an open-collared evening dress said, "Welcome, viewers, to watch our Fruit TV program Meet the Really Rich and the Pauper. This is a reality show on love observation created by Fruit TV with a lot of money. Just like the name of our variety show, there are male guests with high net worth, and female guests who either hope to marry into a wealthy family, or hope to have a vigorous love affair and meet the person they are destined to be. They will stage a love reality show in the next 2 months. Of course, this show may not be so innocent and beautiful. Because the male guests on this show have one or more actors who, in order to win bonuses, pretend to be identities and deceive the feelings of the female guests. How will this 2-month story develop? I'm really looking forward to it. I am your special observer Zhang Hanxiao. I am an actor and a singer. In this show, I am the host and a member of the special observers. Now, would you like to ask our other special observers to introduce themselves? Chapter 8, Love Observer. It would be a surprise if Han Haorun were in this studio. Because 2 days ago, the first person drawn in the Han Haorun lottery was the female star Zhang Hanxiao Wei Niniai. Zhang Hanxiao can be said to be one of the top actresses in China's entertainment industry. Known for his hot body and straightforward personality. Fruit Channel paid a lot of money to hire her as a love observer to increase the popularity and traffic of the show. Sitting on the right side of Zhang Hanxiao was a bald man in his 30s. He introduced himself to the camera. Hello everyone, my name is Louis Jia. I'm a writer and a trainer. I am the founder of Chinese personality color research. I will use my personality color theory to determine the connection between love and find out the actors who are disguising their identities. To Louis Jia's right is a young beauty wearing a cute pink dress. If Zhang Hanxiao gives people the impression of sexy and hot, this little beauty is fresh and cute. Hello everyone, my name is Song Shanchan. I am a violinist. I think that being a love observer requires careful observation. And the artist's way of thinking may bring different perspectives to everyone. Song Shanchan's voice is very pleasant. Opposite Song Shanchan was a brightly dressed beauty in a red coat and skirt. Hello everyone, my name is Ouyang Mi. Like Sister Hanxiao, I am also an actor. Everyone who knows me knows that I am a very direct person, so when I participate in this show, I am not good at reasoning or anything like that. I can only use my intuition. To Ouyang Mi's left-hand side is a gentleman wearing a suit and wearing glasses. Hello everyone, I am Luo Zhenhao, and I am an expert in micro-expressions. I should be considered a companion with Mr. Louis Jia. I will use logic and observation of subtle expressions to deduce who is rich and who is pauper. To the left of Luo Zhenhao, opposite Zhang Hanxiao, was a beautiful woman wearing a white top and black skirt. A pair of beautiful legs very straight. My name is Zhang Man, and I am a cartoonist. The 6 love observers all introduced themselves. As the host, Zhang Hanxiao said, among the 6 of us, there are professional psychologists, actors, cartoonists, and musicians. As love observers, what we are responsible for in each episode is observation and judgment. Luo Zhenhao interjected, to explain it simply, if the guests are participants in the game, we are the commentators. We are responsible for the offsite. Zhang Hanxiao nodded, okay, our number 1 male guest Han Haorun has entered the villa. We will not disclose the occupations and backgrounds of the male and female guests until the 2nd episode. Of course, if the male guest is the actor who hides his identity, all the information disclosed will be forged. The 2 boys here are experts in psychology. Can you judge whether Han Haorun, the number 1 male guest, is an actor? Or is he really a young and promising rich man? Louis Jia said in a loud voice, although I don't know this male guest, I can make a preliminary analysis based on his aura when he walked into the villa and his demeanor in front of the camera. According to my judgment, the number 1 male guest should be a person with a yellow personality. The deep-seated driving force of this type of people comes from the realization and completion of goals. They generally have forward-looking and leadership skills, and usually have a strong sense of responsibility, decision-making ability, and self-confidence. So, I think this male guest, although he looks young, is very likely to be an excellent leader. It is unlikely that he is an actor. Luo Zhenhao also echoed, I agree too. Because there are no other guests in the villa at this time. Han Haorun was the first to arrive. If he is an actor, there is no need for him to do it when no one is around. He should be at the most relaxed state of mind and the stage where he can relax the most easily. To put it in your actor's jargon, there is no need for him to get into the role so quickly. So, I think this state is his true state. And everyone, we are observing carefully now. Even if Han Haorun is sitting alone, he is sitting upright. Including the expression between his eyebrows at all times. This state is the state of a superior person. So, I think there is a 99% chance that Han Haorun is a real rich man. The only thing that makes me have some doubts about the 1% is that this Han Haorun is too young and looks like he has just graduated. Zhang Hanxiao said, being young and having money are not in conflict. It's possible that he comes from a wealthy family. It's possible that he didn't start from scratch, but is a rich second generation. Ouyang Mi smiled and said, my gut feeling is that Han Haorun might be an actor. How can any ordinary person be so handsome? Most of the male celebrities I have worked with are not that handsome. Chapter 9, What looks familiar is her 8 years later. Louis Jia retorted, Miss Ouyang, I don't think you are judging based on intuition or sixth sense. You're just looking at your face. Why are the handsome ones the actors? I can say that there are scientific statistics that show that the genes of the offspring of wealthy people are inherently better than those of ordinary people. Moreover, when they were growing up, they received the best education and developed unique temperaments and personalities. I think the number one male guest is the real rich man. Zhang Man also said, oh Yangmi, I wonder if you noticed the car Han Haoren just came in to drive? Lamborghini, and it's not one of those ordinary models. The suit and trousers worn by Han Haoren are the latest styles from Bulma in 2009. Money may not be able to buy these things. So, I think it is very unlikely that he is an actor. Unless the director team deliberately equipped the actors with sports cars and costumes. But the cost is too high. While Ouyang was arguing with several love observers, there was finally movement outside the villa. A beautiful woman with a slim figure, wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, got out of a taxi with a smile and approached the villa. Observers who were still arguing about whether Han Haoren was an actor immediately stopped talking about it. The girl's name was displayed on the screen in the studio where the 6 people were, Ri Xiaodi. Ouyang couldn't help but praise Ri Xiaodi. She is so beautiful. Zhang Hanqiao also sighed, looking at the collagen on her face, I think she is still a student. Definitely not 20 years old. Such a beautiful woman is rare in the entertainment industry. Song Shanshan joked, I think after watching the number one male guest and the number one female guest, I think our program, at least in terms of appearance, can be pleasing to the eye. The director team signaled Ri Xiaodi to enter the villa. Han Haoren sat facing the door, which was the position he chose the first time he entered the villa. Seeing Ri Xiaodi push the door open, Han Haoren also stood up. Han Haoren stretched out his hand very gentlemanly, hello. When Ri Xiaodi looked up, he was a little shocked by Han Haoren's appearance. Why are there such handsome people among the rich? Isn't this more handsome than celebrities? However, the moment Han Haoren stretched out his hand, Ri Xiaodi recovered from his surprise and quickly shook hands with Han Haoren, hello. Nice to meet you. When Han Haoren held Ri Xiaodi's hand, he felt that her hand was soft, slippery, and had a good touch. Reluctantly letting go of his hand, Han Haoren looked at Ri Xiaodi. Ri Xiaodi has a pair of clear and bright black pupils and curved eyebrows. The long eyelashes trembled slightly, the fair and flawless skin showed a faint red color, and the thin lips were as delicate as roses. The most important thing is that Ri Xiaodi not only looks stunning, but also has a very good figure. Her fair and slender long legs, even though she was wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, perfectly outlined her beautiful figure. Excellent. 9 points. Han Haoren had already given Ri Xiaodi a good score in his heart. But the more Han Haoren looked at Ri Xiaodi, the more he felt that this little beauty looked familiar. Han Haoren sat back where he originally sat. Ri Xiaodi, whether intentionally or not, sat opposite Han Haoren. Han Haoren said with a smile, although the program team said that no information related to identity, occupation and background can be revealed today. But names, interests and hobbies should be introduced, right? My name is Han Haoren. Ri Xiaodi smiled and said, my name is Ri Xiaodi. You can call me Xiaodi. Han Haoren was shocked when he heard Ri Xiaodi's name. The entire mouth opened into an O shape. Ri Xiaodi? Are you that Ri Xiaodi? Han Haoren blurted out, completely unaware that what he said was not a complete sentence that others could understand. Ri Xiaodi looked at Han Haoren with some confusion, what is that Ri Xiaodi? Han Haoren also found that his speech was incoherent. This was really because he was too surprised when he heard Ri Xiaodi's name. Ri Xiaodi, before his rebirth in 2019, was one of the most popular emerging actors in the entertainment industry. Although there are no classic representative works, Ri Xiaodi is sought after by countless fans just because of her appearance and figure. However, Ri Xiaodi probably became famous after joining Ouyang Finishing Studio in 2015 or 2016. Her boss and best friend Ouyang took Ri Xiaodi to star in several dramas, which made Ri Xiaodi popular. Ri Xiaodi really became famous and became a first-line traffic actress because she appeared in a super traffic variety show in 2017 and formed a CP with a traffic male star who returned from South Korea. Now in 2009, although Ri Xiaodi, who was probably still underage, has not fully grown up, she still has the charming look of the top female star in later generations. Han Haoren was sighing in his heart at this time, no wonder he thought she looked familiar when he saw this little beauty at first sight. It turns out that the person I am familiar with is her 8 years later. Chapter 10, Analysis by Micro-Expression Experts. The Studio of Fruit Channel. Micro-expression expert Luo Zhenhao suddenly raised his voice and said, have you noticed the details just mentioned? Male guest number 1 just said something incoherent, are you the hot guy? I don't understand what this sentence means. And, there is another detail. When Ri Xiaodi introduced himself, Han Haoren opened his mouth in surprise. This expression is so obvious that even people who don't understand micro-expressions can see that it is obviously a surprised expression with the mouth wide open. It seems that he was very surprised when he heard Ri Xiaodi's name. But I don't understand? Why was he so surprised when he heard Ri Xiaodi's name? Ouyang analyzed, maybe it's because Ri Xiaodi looks so good? Luo Zhenhao shook his head, the first time Han Haoren saw Ri Xiaodi, he didn't show any special expression. Even before Ri Xiaodi introduced himself, I carefully observed Han Haoren, and there was no fluctuation in his expression. Generally speaking, when men see such a stunning beauty, they will show admiration or a nymphomaniac expression. But Han Haoren didn't. Instead, it was Ri Xiaodi. The moment she saw Han Haoren, she was obviously stunned. She was blinking nonstop, and her natural hands grasped the pockets of her jeans. In the micro-expression, this is obviously a somewhat excited and nervous reaction to the person meeting for the first time. If I were to restore Xiaoti's state of mind at that time, I think what she was thinking at that time was wow. The male guest in front of me is so handsome. I'm so excited. But looking at Han Haoren, his demeanor has always been natural, relaxed and calm. Maybe it's because of his status. There are many top beauties of this level around him. Maybe it's his self-cultivation that allows him to remain calm about everything. In short, when the two met for the first time, Han Haoren's reaction was not as big as that of Ri Xiaoti. And Han Haoren's abnormality appeared the moment he heard Ri Xiaoti introduce his name. Luigi smoothed things over and said, yes, Han Haoren's reaction is indeed very strange. Maybe he has heard the name Ri Xiaoti from others before. Maybe there are other reasons. But we are just observers, and we can't go up to Han Haoren and ask him why he had this abnormal reaction. So, let's continue watching. And this reaction actually has little to do with the entire show. At least, it won't affect my judgment on Han Haoren's identity. Zhang Hanxiao also smiled and said, yes, this may be an irrelevant and strange reaction. Perhaps when the show is officially aired, this section including the discussion we just had will be cut. However, through Teacher Luo's analysis just now, we can know that one thing is that when we first met, Ri Xiaoti obviously had a crush on Han Haoren. Of course, I don't know if Ri Xiaoti is the kind of person who falls in love at first sight. I don't know if that little spark just now was a reaction of love at first sight. But one thing I know is that the female guests on this show, like me, all admire the appearance of the number one male guest Han Haoren. Han Haoren and Ri Xiaoti chatted all the time. Due to the restrictions of the program team, they cannot reveal too much personal information, such as occupation, age and so on. Ri Xiaoti looked at Han Haoren and asked, can I ask what your usual hobbies are? There shouldn't be any rules from the program team not to ask this question, right? Han Haoren smiled and replied, probably not. I have many hobbies, including music and art. I also like to specialize in cooking. By the way, I also taught myself a little psychology. Han Haoren in the previous life, although he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination and had a full IQ. But when he was a child, he spent all his energy on studying. After all, the belief of poor people is to study hard and get into a good university to change their lives. As graduation approached, Han Haoren experienced the biggest setback in his life, and he was busy starting a business and working hard after that. Therefore, whether it is music, art, or cooking, Han Haoren knows nothing about it. However, after Han Haoren passed the system and drew a lot of skills through lottery, he can now have many hobbies. In other words, it's not just a hobby. According to the system's explanation, the definition of master level is that even if you are engaged in this industry, you are the top 1% of the industry. As for psychology, it was Han Haoren's hobby that came up with an idea. As a science student, a top student majoring in finance, Han Haoren understands advanced mathematics, but has never studied psychology at all. Ri Xiaoti looked at Han Haoren with a smile, you are really versatile. I know some musical instruments. We can talk some other time. Chapter 11, Han Haoren's rank is very high. After listening to the conversation between Han Haoren and Ri Xiaoti, Ouyangmi said in the studio, music, art, cooking, and psychology. If what Han Haoren said is not a lie, then his hobbies are really quite extensive. Woolen cloth. Luigi analyzed, if you are born in a well-educated aristocratic family. In addition to etiquette, music and art can be said to be compulsory courses. But there is such a thing as cooking skills. Of course there are rich people who like to cook for themselves, and for girls, a boy who can cook is definitely a plus. I analyzed that this may be the reason why Han Haoren said that he likes cooking. Of course, Han Haoren just said that his hobbies are music, art, and cooking. He didn't say how good he was. My hobby is singing. But when I usually go to KTV, my friends won't hand over the microphone to me. As for psychology, we have two observers here who are experts in psychology. When Han Haoren showed off his psychology expertise on the show, we could tell at a glance whether he really understood it or pretended to understand it. Of course, I think what Han Haoren said about psychology is nothing more than tarot cards, horoscopes, rising signs, and the like. Strictly speaking, this is not a type of psychology. But it is still good to use them to pick up girls. Song Shanshan analyzed, if Han Haoren plays any instrument on the show, I will know his level as soon as I hear it. As a violinist who won an international award for adult performance at the age of 15. Known as a child prodigy in the music industry in the past 100 years, China's Fritz Kreisler, among young musicians, he is the most likely to reach the highest level. Song Shanshan has some experience in all musical instruments. Not to mention the violin. Even if it is cello, saxophone, clarinet, piano, or even folk music such as Ero and Guzheng, Song Shanshan can know the level of the player just by listening to a piece. Zhang Man also laughed and said, the hobbies of this male guest number one are really interesting, and they all hit our observers' heads. Although I am a cartoonist, I am also specialized in oil painting, sketching, and even Chinese painting. I just don't know if this Han Haoren will draw live in the show. Unlike the male and female guests, who are mostly amateurs, the 6 members of the observation group are all leaders in their respective fields and stars with a certain degree of attention. And Zhang Man is the most famous among the 6 except Zhang Hanxiao. In fact, Zhang Man's fanbase is larger than that of the talented and beautiful musician Song Shanshan and Ouyang Mi, a rising star in the entertainment industry who has appeared in many popular TV series. Zhang Man is known as a leading figure in the Chinese comics industry. Zhang Man's comic book Chongyu has a total sales volume of over 100 million, and has been adapted into animation, movies, and TV series. It can be said that it is not flattering by the Chinese media. But people in the industry all over the world agree that the popularity of Chongyu has reached the level of popular works of Marvel and DC, as well as the most popular comics of Japan's Shueisha and Kodansha. Coupled with the fact that she is a top beauty, Zhang Man's number of fans is no less than that of popular first-line celebrities. Zhang Hanxiao said with a smile, "If there is no chance, our program team can still create opportunities." I feel a little sorry for this male guest number 1 now. Because when he revealed that he had so many hobbies and talents, the director team would not let him go. Han Haoran didn't know that the Love Observation Group was talking about him. Han Haoran is chatting with Ri Xiaodi. After the initial unfamiliarity, the two quickly became familiar with each other. Hot Xiaodi has cute dimples when she smiles. She just looked at Han Haoran with a smile and asked gently, "Han Haoran, you said you are good at psychology. Then you can know what I am thinking." Han Haoran smiled, "Xiaodi, psychology is not mind reading. I do know what you're thinking, though." Ri Xiaodi opened his mouth in curiosity. "Oh? Is that so? Then what do you think I'm thinking about now?" Han Haoran's smile was a little sly, "You must be thinking of me now." Ri Xiaodi didn't expect that Han Haoran would answer like this. As if he was asking the question seriously, Han Haoran started flirting. All of a sudden, Ri Xiaodi felt that her face became very hot. Zhang Hanxiao said with emotion, "Our number 1 male guest is very good at flirting. This rank is relatively high. As for female guest number 1, you can tell by her age that she has little social experience. I have a hunch that the little sister Ri Xiaodi will be captured by Han Haoran soon." Luijia also agreed, "Have you noticed that Han Haoran just called Ri Xiaodi Xiaodi instead of her full name? Although Ri Xiaodi said when she introduced herself, you can call her Xiaodi. But, generally speaking, nicknames like Xiaodi should only be used when the relationship has reached a certain level and we are very friendly. For example, Ouyang Mi, would you mind if I call you Mimi?" Ouyang Mi told the truth directly, "I don't mind." Luijia continued, but within 10 minutes of seeing Ri Xiaodi, Han Haoran started calling her by this affectionate nickname. And Ri Xiaodi also readily accepted his call. It can be seen that Han Haoran's rank is very high. Chapter 12, Psychology is not fortune-telling, but it is more accurate than fortune-telling. Ri Xiaodi blushed and said, "I didn't miss you. You're not very good at psychology." Han Haoran looked at Ri Xiaodi with a smile, "Whatever you say is what it is. But seriously, psychology is a subject that can infer a target's personality, preferences, and way of thinking by looking at colors. To put it simply, it's almost like fortune-telling. It's just that most of the fortune-tellers you see today are lies, and psychology is a science." Ri Xiaodi suddenly became interested again, "So, Han Haoran, we have been chatting for so long. How much do you know about me now?" Studio. Luijia expressed his disagreement with Han Haoran's interpretation of psychology. Psychology is a science that studies human psychological phenomena and the mental functions and behavioral activities affected by them. Psychology includes 2 major fields, basic psychology and applied psychology. Its research involves many fields such as perception, cognition, emotion, thinking, personality, behavioral habits, interpersonal relationships, and social relationships. The scope of this subject is very broad. My personality and color studies, and teacher Luo's micro-expression studies, both fall within the scope of psychology. This is so different from fortune-telling. So I don't agree with Han Haoran's statement. I don't think he really understands psychology. Luo Zhenhao defended Han Haoran. At this time, Han Haoran was obviously chatting with the opposite sex he just met. He was not giving a lecture in class. So, although his definition of psychology was inaccurate, he successfully attracted Ri Xiaodi's attention. At this point, I think Han Haoran is successful. However, Ri Xiaodi also asked Han Haoran a difficult question now. She asked Han Haoran if he could have a certain understanding of her through psychology. That's a difficult question to answer. Because Han Haoran and Ri Xiaodi met for only 10 minutes. Even if you are a professional psychologist, or teacher Luijia, we cannot understand a person through the most basic conversation in such a short period of time. Ouyang Mi asked with a smile, "So the 2 teachers think that Han Haoran will be exposed this time?" Although Ri Xiaodi has a good impression of Han Haoran now. But if Han Haoran doesn't answer this question well, maybe the good impression will change. Ri Xiaodi will think that Han Haoran is a frivolous person who loves to brag and show off but has no real talent. Han Haoran looked at Ri Xiaodi with a smile. "Before returning to your question, I want to take a look at your poem, okay?" Ri Xiaodi thought for a moment, nodded shyly, came to Han Haoran's side, and handed his hand to Han Haoran. Han Haoran held Ri Xiaodi's hand. Under the shouts of getting started, palm reading is not psychology, and this Han Haoran is just trying to pick up girls in the studio. Observers. Han Haoran let go of Ri Xiaoti's hand. Ri Xiaoti returned to the position opposite Han Haoran. Han Haoran looked into Ri Xiaoti's eyes and said, although I can probably guess your occupation and age. But it seems that the program team won't let us talk about this now. Then let me talk about other things. From your appearance and your accent, although it's not obvious, I think you are from northern Xinjiang, right? Ri Xiaoti opened his eyes wide in surprise. How do you know? I am indeed from northern Xinjiang, and I am from the Uyghur ethnic group. Han Haoran ignored Ri Xiaoti's surprised look and continued, your character should be smart and cute, sometimes a little willful, but very serious. Although you don't seem to talk much now, I think in reality you should be more interesting and outgoing, with a desire for romance in your heart, and curiosity about everything. You like to do exciting things. So, you are a Gemini, right? Ri Xiaoti stared at Han Haoran, and her heart began to beat wildly. Han Haoran's analysis of her character is alright. Although she was a bit reluctant to let go at the beginning in the show, Ri Xiaoti is indeed an outgoing person, and the other personality traits mentioned by Han Haoran also completely match her. As for Geminis, Ri Xiaoti's birthday is June 3rd, so she is indeed a Gemini. Han Haoran continued, you should have studied ballet, right? So you have a good body shape and temperament. Have you ever learned folk dance? Your favorite colors should be black, white and pink. You don't seem to like flowers very much. Do you prefer cacti to flowers? Finally, I guess you must have a good appetite and eat more than the average person. What I said are all correct, right? After Han Haoran finished his analysis, Ri Xiaoti was stunned. Not a word could come out. Chapter 13, Song Xinran's Show of Goodwill. Luigi frowned. Ri Xiaoti does look a bit like an ethnic minority. It is indeed possible that he is from southern Xinjiang. But Han Haoran said that Ri Xiaoti is a Gemini, and also pointed out Ri Xiaoti's character. But to be honest, I don't know how Han Haoran judged it. At least I couldn't analyze Ri Xiaoti through observing Ri Xiaoti. These characters of D. Then, the color I like is a bit ridiculous. Ri Xiaoti is wearing a white t-shirt and blue denim shorts. So if Han Haoran says that Ri Xiaoti likes white, it is reasonable. After all, when a female guest participates in a program like this, there is a high possibility that she will come wearing her favorite clothes. But Han Haoran named 3 colors in one go. Ri Xiaoti likes black and pink. I don't know how he analyzed it. As for liking cacti and having a big appetite, that's nonsense. Not to mention that psychology can't judge so many things, neither can fortune tellers. But looking at Ri Xiaoti's expression, I feel something is wrong. Because Ri Xiaoti's expression tells me that Han Haoran seems to be right. Luo Zhenhao also added, indeed, Ri Xiaoti's expression now is easy to analyze. It's the kind of expression where Han Haoran hit the mark, so she was very shocked and thinking, how do you know me so well, thought. So, based on Ri Xiaoti's expression, I think most of what Han Haoran said is correct. Zhang Hanxiao spotted a tall female guest slowly approaching with a suitcase on the big screen in the studio. Oh. The third guest has arrived. She looks so beautiful. The third guest is also a female guest. She looked 23 or 24 years old, had fair skin, big eyes, and was wearing a red dress. She slowly walked towards the main entrance of the villa. Oh, Yangmi said, the number 1 female guest, Ri Xiaoti, looks like that kind of youthful, beautiful, very young beauty. And this one looks very intellectual, but he is also very beautiful. Zhang Hanxiao nodded and said, I secretly tell everyone a secret told to me by the program team. The appearance, talents, and personalities of all 5 female guests were selected based on the personal preferences of the real rich among the male guests. It is said that the program team carefully selected 5 people from tens of thousands of people. So, the appearance of the female guests must be very high. These are the most beautiful beauties in China. After all, rich and talented male guests have very high standards. Ri Xiaoti has not yet recovered from the shock, and has not had time to ask Han Haoran why he knows everything about him so well. Psychology, is it really that magical? Just when Ri Xiaoti was still confused, the door of the villa was pushed open again. Han Haoran and Ri Xiaoti saw the new female guest coming in and quickly greeted them warmly. The name of this elegant beauty is Song Xinran. Han Haoran took a look at Song Xinran's appearance. Song Xinran looked very beautiful. Even with hot little D, May, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum each have their own strengths. However, in Han Haoran's impression, there is no star named Song Xinran in later generations. This person should be a pure vegetarian hired by the program team. Compared to Ri Xiaoti's restraint, Song Xinran was more relaxed and generous. She sat next to Ri Xiaoti and quickly found a topic to chat with Ri Xiaoti and Han Haoran. Luo Zhenhao analyzed, Song Xinran's character seems to be the kind of person who is very sophisticated and empathetic. She can quickly break the ice with strangers and have a smooth conversation. I think, purely based on my personal experience, this kind of person is more likely to be favored by wealthy male guests. Oh, Yangmi disagreed, expert Luo, you are an expert in micro-expressions. You understand psychology very well, but I don't think you understand men and women. I think most men look at faces and figures. As for personality, hobbies and outlook on life, they keep saying that these are important, but in fact they are not important at all. This time, Luigi stood on Oyangmi's side, the so-called eating and drinking of men and women. Don't talk about falling in love, getting married, and having children for the rest of your life. Even if you make friends, this is a world where you only look at your appearance. Good-looking women can quickly gain the favor of the opposite sex and close the distance quickly. This is also the reason why sales of luxury cars and real estate, flight attendants on airplanes, and even salespersons in luxury stores are all beautiful women. In service industries, a person's appearance is very important. Beautiful women are more pleasing to the eye. Zhang Hanshao looked at Luo Zhenhao and asked, "You said that Ri Xiaodi had a crush on Han Haoren at the first sight. What about the second female guest Song Xinran?" When Han Haoren and Song Xinran met for the first time, neither of them had any special reaction. Is it true that these two people don't call? Luo Zhenhao smiled and said, "That's wrong. In my observation, Song Xinran and Han Haoren have a clear liking for her. It's just that she can control her emotions." The first thing I noticed was the bright smile Song Xinran showed to Han Haoren. This state was completely different from when she greeted Ri Xiaodi. Also, Song Xinran chose the position. Although it seems that she is sitting next to Han Xiaodi, this position is the easiest among all positions to meet Han Haoren's eyes. As long as Han Haoren looks towards the door, he will look in the direction where Song Xinran is now. So, what I can conclude is that Song Xinran secretly showed favor to Han Haoren the first minute he entered the villa. Whether it's the smile that belongs to Han Haoren or the choice of seats, Song Xinran is already taking action. Chapter 14, maybe a love triangle is about to happen. Han Haoren chatted with Song Xinran and Ri Xiaodi for a while. Han Haoren felt that both Song Xinran and Ri Xiaodi seemed to be interested in him. Needless to say, Song Xinran was an outgoing person who would bring the topic to Han Haoren intentionally or unintentionally, without caring much about Han Haoren's appearance. Although he couldn't ask questions about his age, occupation, etc., Song Xinran asked him everything else about Han Haoren. What impressed Han Haoren the most was that Song Xinran suddenly stared at him and asked, "Han Haoren, do you believe in the existence of love at first sight?" Han Haoren felt the clear heat of admiration in Song Xinran's eyes. "I believe in love at first sight." Han Haoren answered without hesitation. Ri Xiaodi also changed from his previous shy personality. After Song Xinran entered the villa, Ri Xiaodi seemed to have a competitor and became more proactive. Ri Xiaodi will intervene in the conversation between Song Xinran and Han Haoren from time to time, attracting Han Haoren's attention. "Han Haoren, you and I are destined to be together. I also believe in love at first sight." It was obviously a conversation between Song Xinran and Han Haoren, but Ri Xiaodi intervened. Watching Song Xinran and Ri Xiaodi fighting openly and secretly, Han Haoren knew that at this time he had to break the somewhat delicate situation. Although the triangle is one of the most stable structures in geometry, but the triangle relationship is not so difficult. Han Haoren stood up first and looked at the seat between Ri Xiaodi and Song Xinran with a smile. "Should we visit this villa first? After all, we are going to live in this villa for a long time." Han Haoren read the rules set by the program team when he signed the contract. The female guests must live in this villa during the 2 months of recording the show. All the female guests have temporarily settled in the imperial capital. For the recording of the program, they may go to work or do their own things during the day. In the evening, I have to go back to the romantic cabin prepared by this program team, instead of going back to my original home. As for the male guest, because the setting of the male guest is super rich. How could a truly rich man do nothing for 2 months and live in a villa arranged by the program team just to record a variety show? Therefore, male guests have so-called privileges. Under special circumstances, they do not have to return to the villa at night. Of course, on certain nights, like the nights when messages of love are sent, they have to be together in the romantic cabin. If there are no special circumstances, the program team still requires both male and female guests to stay in the villa. In this way, men and women will have more interactions, and the program team will be able to obtain more material. Neither Ri Xiaodi nor Song Xinran would refuse Han Haoren's proposal. The three of them got up together and began to visit the villa. This villa is divided into 3 floors. Han Haoren and the others were on the first floor just now. There was a large living room with a very unique decoration. It was not the splendor of the nouveau riche, but it was very elegant. Han Haoren and the others had just sat on the chairs at the dining table. The chair is made of mahogany, which is certainly much more expensive than the IKEA chairs. Walking a little further inside, there is a row of black cowhide sofas. Han Haoren estimated that if they were closer together, 9 people could sit. Opposite the sofa is a super large LCD TV of at least 100 inches. In 2009, only rich families could afford it. On one side of the living room is a large kitchen. Stove, super large upright refrigerator, range hood, and all kinds of kitchen utensils. There is a bar on the other side of the living room. There is also a wine cabinet on the bar, which is filled with red wine. When we got near the stairs leading to the second floor, the director reminded us that there was a camera lens in the bathroom. Han Haoren took the lead to walk to the second floor. Ri Xiaodi suddenly quickened his pace and walked side by side with Han Haoren. Song Shinran pouted and followed behind alone. Song Shinran didn't expect that Ri Xiaodi, a weak-looking little sister, would have to stand side by side with Han Haoren to demonstrate to her even when she went upstairs. Of course, Song Shinran never thought about giving in. She is a person who strongly believes in love at first sight, and the first time she saw Han Haoren, Song Shinran felt that this was her destiny. Needless to say, the male guests on this show are all rich. Even if Han Haoren is an ordinary person and an actor pretending to be a rich man, Song Shinran decided to let fire fight the fire. When participating in this show, at least her mentality is not to marry into a rich family or anything, she just wants to have a beautiful encounter. Even if you are deceived on the show, so what if you confess your love to someone pretending to be a rich man? For Song Shinran, if you like someone, you should do whatever you want. Song Shinran looked at the backs of Ri Xiaodi and Han Haoren walking upstairs side by side, and a fighting spirit ignited in her heart. Although Ri Xiaodi's appearance and figure are top-notch, Song Shinran is confident that she is not a vegetarian. Isn't it just competition? She's ready. Off-site studio. Luo Xinhao said, everyone pay attention to the way Song Shinran looks at the backs of Han Haoren and Ri Xiaodi. This look is very interesting. This is a fighting look. It's like a look declaring war. So, why did Song Shinran look like this at this time? No doubt it was because she saw Han Haoren and Ri Xiaodi walking side by side. And let's recall the scene just now. Originally, Han Haoren was walking in the front alone, while Ri Xiaodi and Song Shinran were almost side by side. However, Ri Xiaodi suddenly accelerated his pace and walked side by side with Han Haoren. Then when going upstairs, Ri Xiaodi continued to maintain the same pace and cadence as Han Haoren. This is obviously a very deliberate act. Ri Xiaodi wanted to walk side by side with Han Haoren. And seeing this scene, Song Shinran was obviously unhappy. We can find from the small details in the expressions and movements of the two girls that both female guests have a crush on Han Haoren at the same time. Perhaps a love triangle will begin at this moment. Chapter 15, Reasonable Speculation, 3 Men and 5 Women? Oh Yang Mi also expressed her opinion with a smile, although I haven't seen the subsequent male guests yet. But the number one male guest, Han Haoren, is so perfect. He is every girl or every woman's heartthrob. I believe no one can resist the charm of Han Haoren. So, I completely understand the current reactions of Ri Xiaodi and Song Shinran. In daily life, the men they meet, even if they are barely as good-looking as Han Haoren, of course I think it is very, very difficult to satisfy this. These boys are basically students. But Han Haoren is different, he is a super rich man. Such good looks, such a figure, so gentle and elegant, the temperament of a handsome gentleman, coupled with a wealthy or rich second-generation background. I am Song Shinran or Ri Xiaodi, and I will also have a good impression of Han Haoren. Luijia analyzed, indeed, there is a law in psychology that the first impression is crucial for the future interaction between two strangers. Obviously, both girls had a very good first impression of Han Haoren. So even if I didn't see other guests appear, I could already complete the connection of love for the first two female guests. Tonight, both of them will vote for Han Haoren. Because within one day, I don't think anything will happen that will cause a huge reversal in their mood. What we need to focus on observing and analyzing now is Han Haoren. He must have felt that the two female guests have a good impression of him. But Han Haoren doesn't express his feelings clearly now. Who does he like more? This is what I'm most curious about right now. The three of them arrived on the second floor. There is a home theater on the second floor and an activity room. In the activity room, there is a pool table and a table tennis table. In the home theater, there is a set of audio equipment that looks very professional and expensive, and a huge screen that is larger than the TV downstairs. At the same time, there are 4 pairs of love sofas in this room that are obviously for 2 people to sit on. There are also 2 separate rows of cinema-like seats. On the other side of the second floor is the girls' room. There are 2 rooms for girls. One room has 2 beds and the other has 3 beds. The design style of the girls' room is pink and cute. The girl's heart suddenly exploded. There is a restroom in the middle of the 2 rooms with a sign saying no camera equipment inside. Han Haoren knew that this bathroom was one of the few private places in the villa. You can have some private conversations. Maybe so. Do something indescribable in it? The 3rd floor is the room for male guests. Compared with the girls' rooms, the male guests' room has a different design style. Han Haoren paid special attention to it. There were 3 rooms that could be opened on the 3rd floor, and each room only had a single bed. Ri Xiaodi couldn't help but said, "Wow. You boys have separate rooms." Han Haoren looked at Ha Xiaodi with a smile, "How is it? Are you envious?" Ri Xiaodi shook his head, "No. I like our girls' room very much." Song Shinran interrupted, "Han Haoren, have you noticed that there are 3 rooms on the 3rd floor and 5 beds on the 2nd floor? Does this mean that there are 5 female guests on this show, but only 3 male guests? Also, we just saw a room that was locked and could not be pushed open. What would be the situation in that room?" Han Haoren was a little surprised. Because on the day he signed the contract, Han Haoren clearly remembered that the executive director told him that this show would have 4 men, 5 women, and 9 guests. Perhaps, because I am an actor on the show, I knew this detail in advance. Perhaps for these female guests, they knew nothing about the number of guests. However, Song Shinran's analysis also makes some sense. There are 3 rooms and 3 beds, so where will the remaining male guests live? Ri Xiaodi pouted and said, I thought the number of female guests and male guests should be the same. It turns out it's different. Studio. Zhang Hanxiao sighed, I found that the second female guest Song Shinran has a relatively high EQ and IQ. She is also very observant. She passed the inside of the room and judged the ratio of male and female guests by the number of beds. Although I don't know how many male and female guests there are, Song Shinran's analysis makes sense. If the ratio is really 3 to 5, then this show will be very interesting. This means that there will definitely be more than 2 female guests pursuing the same male guest. On the contrary, there must be female guests who cannot get the message of love during the connection of love session. Louis Jia said, although I don't know if I can say something like this on such a show. If it's not suitable for broadcast, the director can help me cut it. Actually, the ratio of male and female guests is the same as the society we live in. Rich people, or successful people, will be pursued by many people. There is obviously a huge gap between the proportion of ordinary people who fall in love with beautiful women and the proportion of billionaires who fall in love with beauties. In this show, real rich people are scarce items. The relationship between male and female guests may have been unequal from the beginning due to the setting of the program's rules. Chapter 16, Strange People. Han Haoren, Ri Xiaodi, and Song Shinran were studying outside the locked room while only this mysterious room in the 3-story villa was locked. When they heard a movement downstairs at the same time. There should be guests coming. Ri Xiaodi said with a smile. Han Haoren nodded, then let's go down and meet the new guests? Guess, is it a male guest or a female guest coming now? Ri Xiaodi guessed casually, I think it's a male guest, right? Song Shinran said with a smile, actually, it doesn't matter to me whether the guest is male or female. In the studio, Louis Jia said again, pay attention to Song Shinran's words. It is obvious that Song Shinran is hinting at the number 1 male guest Han Haoren again. It doesn't matter whether a male guest or a female guest comes next. What does this mean? Song Shinran is telling Han Haoren tactfully that after seeing you, I have no interest in the remaining male guests. I will always only care about you, so no one else is important. Looking at Ri Xiaodi, I guess she is very young. Although this answer is just her unconscious answer. But obviously, this answer is not as clever as Song Shinran's. This time, it was Ri Xiaodi who rushed downstairs side by side with Han Haoren. Song Shinran did not show any obvious expression of unhappiness this time. The 3 of them walked downstairs and saw a male guest wearing a beige windbreaker and casual trousers. Although this male guest's hair and other features have been carefully designed, his face is completely different from Han Haoren's. If Han Haoren is the kind of handsome guy who has little fans staring at him when he walks on the street. This male guest looks a bit like an old man with an uncle's temperament. He doesn't look very handsome, but if you look at him for a long time, he still has a unique taste. Han Haoren estimated the age of the guest opposite him and estimated that he was in his early 30s. Han Haoren first stepped forward to shake hands with the male guest. Hello, I am Han Haoren. Hello, my name is Li Feng. After shaking hands with Han Haoren and greeting the 2 female guests, Li Feng sat on his chair and remained silent. Han Haoren walked to the kitchen that was integrated with the living room, and first poured himself a glass of water. Then Han Haoren asked, do you need something to drink? Coffee or hot water? Ri Xiaodi chuckled and said, hot water, thank you. Song Shinran was not to be outdone, thank you for your hard work. I want a cup of hot water, thank you. However, Li Feng unexpectedly said, I'm not thirsty now. Thank you. In the studio, the 6 observers also began to discuss the new guests. Song Shanshan analyzed, it seems that the second male guest Li Feng is the type who talks very little. Except for saying hello, he didn't take the initiative to say a word. Luo Zhenhao also said, indeed, and when we observed Li Feng's sitting posture, he was a little reserved. It means that he is a little nervous. However, the male guest invited to this show should not be someone who would be reserved on such occasions. They are the proud sons of heaven and rich people. They are examples of successful men. And they should also be used to drinking parties, or more confirmed social situations. There's no reason to be cautious because of a dating show like this. Zhang Man smiled, so, our micro-expression expert thinks that the second guest Li Feng is very likely to be an actor? Luo Zhenhao shook his head, no, I don't think so. If he was an actor, he would have behaved like this from the beginning of the show, so wouldn't he be exposed all at once? I don't think the show team would hire such an actor, right? However, the behavior of the second male guest Li Feng is very abnormal. And I feel that his behavior will not win the favor of female guests number 1 and number 2 at all. After all, with this comparison, anyone will like Han Haoren. Louis Jia also took up the topic, yes, and did you pay attention when Han Haoren asked the 3 guests if they wanted to drink something? Ri Xiaodi and Song Shinran both asked politely for a drink of water, and also said thank you to Han. But Li Feng refused directly. Everyone, think about it personally, if we are in this situation. Faced with a stranger, but it is a stranger who will definitely need to be in contact for a period of time in the future, and kindly wants to help you pour a glass of water. Will you choose to refuse? I don't think so. So, Li Feng is really strange. Well, I want to ask the four ladies here, each of you should be the type that many successful, handsome, and caring men are chasing. The number 1 male guest, Han Haoren, and the number 2 male guest, Li Feng. Which type do you prefer? Chapter 17, Techniques in Language. Oh, Yang Mi was the first to raise her hand and answer. Although I doubt Han Haoren is an actor, I have never concealed my love for Han Haoren from the beginning of the show. So, of course it's Han Haoren. Zhang Hanshao also smiled and said, I am also a superficial woman, until I don't get to know the two of them deeply. Just looking at the face and personality, of course I like Han Haoren. Zhang Man also immediately said, currently, I prefer Han Haoren. If I were a female guest in this romantic cabin, I would start a conversation with Han Haoren through our common hobbies. For example, if Han Haoren says he likes art, I will get closer to Han Haoren by talking about Chinese painting or oil painting. Song Shanshan saw everyone's eyes focused on her and said quickly, 4-0, I choose Han Haoren. With the polls over, observers once again turned their attention to the romantic cabin. Han Haoren poured a glass of water for both Ri Xiaodi and Song Xinran, and then sat down at his original position with his own water. When Han Haoren poured water, Ri Xiaodi felt that the space where she, Song Xinran, and Li Feng were about to freeze. No one spoke, and the scene was very awkward. Fortunately, after Han Haoren sat down, he naturally found a topic. Li Feng rarely intervenes in topics. Although there are 4 people now, the scene is similar to the time when there were 3 people. It's all Hot Xiaodi, Song Xinran, and Han Haoren chatting. But perhaps with the presence of the 4th person, the tit-for-tat atmosphere between Ri Xiaodi and Song Xinran disappeared. Before long, Han Haoren heard the sound of the suitcase's wheels dragging on the floor again. The door of the villa was pushed open, and Han Haoren saw another 9-point beauty. The beauty was wearing a beige sweater, a black skirt and black stockings. The heels of the high-heeled shoes on her feet were at least 7 centimeters, making Su Siyu, who was not short, even taller than 175 centimeters. Generally speaking, Su Siyu's entire look is a bit sexy and mature. However, Han Haoren looked at her appearance and felt that although this beauty dressed more sexy, she should be younger than Song Xinran in terms of age. Everyone smiled and greeted the new female guest. This maturely dressed beauty unexpectedly had a baby voice. Hello everyone, my name is Su Siyu. Nice to meet you all. This kind of voice is different from Ri Xiaodi's voice, which is sweet and crisp because of her young age. Su Siyu's voice is very sweet, the kind of voice that can make people's whole body tingle with just one mouthful. Han Haoren was a little curious. He didn't know whether her original voice was like this or whether she was pretending to be it. However, the combination of this baby voice and the mature appearance left a deep impression on Han Haoren. Compared to Ri Xiaodi's youthfulness, Song Xinran is down-to-earth and generous. Su Siyu seemed a little cold. After the 5 people sat down, Su Siyu was the least talkative among the other 4 except Li Feng. Su Siyu rarely takes the initiative to intervene in topics. Only when Han Haoren can bring the topic to Su Siyu will join the conversation. Of course, the indifferent Uncle Li Feng belongs to others who talk to him. He will also reply depending on his mood, and even choose to ignore people. So gradually, even Song Xinran, who knew the world, stopped talking to Li Feng. After chatting for a while, Han Haoren noticed that Su Siyu's eyes drifted towards the cup that Ri Xiaodi picked up to drink water from. So Han Haoren proactively looked at Su Siyu and asked, let's have something to drink. Do you want water or coffee? Su Siyu originally planned to find some water by herself, but she didn't expect Han Haoren to be so gentlemanly and quickly said in a cooing voice, water will be fine. Thank you. Louis Jia looked at several observers with a smile and said, have you noticed what Han Haoren did just now? Actually, it's not the first time. I noticed it before when Han Haoren helped the other 2 female guests pour water. The exact words Han Haoren just said were, do you want water or coffee, not are you thirsty? Do you want something to drink, ? We can appreciate the difference by comparing the 2 statements. What if Han Haoren directly asked, do you want something to drink? Generally speaking, a female guest who was new to Han Haoren might politely refuse and answer no. But just now Han Haoren only gave Su Siyu 2 choices, water or coffee. Although it seemed that the other party had a choice, he made the choice within the range he set. Of course, on today's occasion, it doesn't mean much. However, when it comes to the real relationship between boys and girls, Han Haoren's character, who is good at negotiation and persuasion, will have an advantage. We assume another situation, such as the stage when a boy invites a girl on a date. The first one is basically what ordinary boys would say, do we want to go shopping today / do we want to go to the movies / do we want to go to an amusement park? If a girl doesn't like him very much, she may reject him for various reasons. But if we use the context and expressions that Han Haoren just said, we ask, are we going to have dinner together or go to a movie together? As long as the girl is not very disgusted with the boy can successfully invite the girl on a date. The choice he gives the girl is nothing more than whether to eat or watch a movie later. For boys, whether it's eating or watching a movie, it's all in line with his wishes. Oh Yang Mi looked at Louis Jia with a smile and said, I really didn't pay attention to such details before. It seems that the popular male guest among us all also knows how to pick up girls. Chapter 18, Complex of Contradictions. Zhang Hanxiao chuckled at the other observers and said, everyone, female guest number 3 is also on stage. Two experts in psychology and micro-expressions, can you analyze whether Su Siyu, the third female guest, has feelings for Han Haoren? Luo Xinhao scratched his head, Su Siyu talks very little now, and she has fewer abnormal micro-expressions. So it is difficult for me to judge. But I noticed Su Siyu's facial expression when she took the water handed over by Han Haoren, and the smile on Han Haoren's face. From the analysis of this smile, I think Su Siyu has a crush on Han Haoren. At least Su Siyu's attitude towards Han Haoren is different from that towards another male guest Li Feng. Of course, her affection for Han Haoren is obviously not as obvious as that shown by Song Xinran and Ri Xiaodi. This may be related to her personality, which is quiet and introverted. It's also possible that she also noticed Song Xinran and Ri Xiaodi's affection for Han Haoren, so she felt that there would be a lot of competition from Han Haoren, so she wanted to see other male guests. Lok Yijia agreed with Luo Xinhao's view, the third female guest, Su Siyu, is obviously a person with blue personality in personality color theory. Their character traits can be summed up in a few words, reserved, restrained, and deeply emotional. They are not good at expressing their needs directly. They are used to expressing their needs tactfully, and think that the other party must know it well. There are also many times when they simply do not express it. People with this kind of personality live in their own world, and it is difficult for outsiders to get into their hearts. People with blue personality will definitely not fall in love at first sight. Their delicacy and consideration will not be open to most people, and the deepest things in their hearts will not be easily revealed to others. It's very difficult to judge the emotional direction of this kind of person. So I'm not sure whether she has a crush on Han Haoren. Zhang Hanxiao concluded, indeed, I also have a hunch that Su Siyu's emotional line should be the most troublesome for us in the next show. She seems to be the type of person who is used to hiding her feelings and not revealing her true inner thoughts. But fortunately, at least so far in the show, it has not happened that all the female guests like the number one male guest Han Haoren, and then they are crazy about being favored. Then, if according to Song Xinran's previous analysis, this show has 5 female guests and 3 male guests. There are still 2 female guests and 1 male guest who did not appear. What kind of people could they be? Han Haoren noticed that the 3 female guests were sitting opposite him. Ri Xiaodi is directly opposite, while Song Xinran and Su Siyu are on the left and right. Looking at the 3 beauties who were 9 or above, Han Haoren also felt a little pleased. Han Haoren was very impressed by the 3 female guests. Let's not talk about Ri Xiaodi, a popular actress in the entertainment industry in later generations. Nowadays, Ri Xiaodi, who is young and has not yet entered the big divat of the entertainment industry, is even more fresh and cute. Being able to sit with such a future big star, and even feel the admiring look that Ri Xiaodi casts on him, Han Haoren has a sense of accomplishment. The second female guest, Song Xinran, also admired Han Haoren for her generous personality and intellectual and decent conversation. Han Haoren felt that talking to Song Xinran would make him relaxed and happy. And Han Haoren found that he and Song Xinran were very close to each other. Although he couldn't talk about topics related to his career or background, Han Haoren discovered during casual chat that he and Song Xinran had many similar hobbies. Although female guest number 3 Su Siyu is very quiet and doesn't talk much, Han Haoren thinks this beauty is also very interesting. Her dress is very mature and sexy. Not everyone can control black stockings. But Su Siyu wore this outfit in a seductive way. But Su Siyu's personality is completely different from her appearance, she is particularly introverted. Han Haoren himself concluded that Su Siyu belongs to the kind of nightclub dress, but has a personality that makes her blush when talking to the opposite sex. This contrast is really big. It actually appears in the same person. Coupled with Su Siyu's baby voice, Han Haoren really feels that Su Siyu is really a very strange and contradictory synthesis. Reminiscent of the careers of the 5 female guests previously revealed by the executive director. Let's not talk about Ri Xiaodi, he must be what the executive director said, a student from a dance troupe who was applying for an art college. Han Haoren originally knew that Ri Xiaodi, a big star in later generations, studied dance before his debut and even joined a local dance troupe. Through talking with Song Xinran, Han Haoren can know that Song Xinran is a very sensitive and logical person. Must be a science student. Therefore, Han Haoren can roughly confirm that Song Xinran should be an actuary. It is said that she graduated from a prestigious foreign university, and Han Haoren was curious about which school she went to. As for Su Siyu, third-tier female star Han Haoren can be ruled out. Among the pianist and pastry chef, Han Haoren speculated that Su Siyu is at least 70% likely to be a pianist. After all, musicians and artists have more delicate minds, and people who are immersed in their own world will be more reserved. If you call me watery, I will never admit it. I think all the plots so far are necessary. The pace is a bit slow. But writing about women in the first 3 chapters is not my style, and I couldn't write it. If they say I am slow to renew, I humbly admit it and refuse to repent. Because the editor specifically told me about the rhythm of updating public chapters. Before it is put on the shelves, if the growth in the number of collectors is not too ideal, it cannot be updated quickly, otherwise it will be miserable to put it on the shelves. Besides, I have a lot of words in each chapter, basically 2,000 words. Even if it is a guaranteed 3 chapters, it is more words than most authors who write 4 chapters. In fact, every book in Feilu is the same. Even the books with good scores are mostly updated like this before they are put on the shelves, and they will be updated after they are put on the shelves. Only those popular books with thousands of collections a day can have the confidence to update the public chapters. But my collection is not even 1/3 of what others have. If you want to subscribe after it is put on the shelves, my updates will definitely satisfy everyone. Subscriptions and updates go hand in hand. Only when people watch it can we have the motivation to update like crazy, right? In the end, there was not a single reward today, which is so pitiful. Does anyone have pity on the author who doesn't go out to play during weekends? He may not have time to watch the NBA All-Star game tomorrow. He has to work hard to code. Can he give me a reward? $1 is fine. Chapter 19, Even the Iceberg Will Melt. Han Haoren felt that the atmosphere in the room had become a little subtle again. Han Haoren, Ri Xiaodi and Song Xinran, the 3 male and female guests who entered the villa first, formed a circle and chatted. But Li Feng and Su Siyu were very silent. Even Song Xinran and Han Haoren seemed to open the topic to them and lead them to join in the chat. Su Siyu was okay and could chat politely. Li Feng has always been very cold. Han Haoren is a little curious about Li Feng's character. Knowing his identity, Han Haoren is more likely to know that Li Feng is a rich man. But for such a boring person, why would the program team choose such a person to participate in the show? You must know that it is difficult for such people to create program effects. Is it really hard to find real rich people? Finally, not long after, the awkward atmosphere was broken. The door of the villa was pushed open again. This time it was a female guest. She wore a black knee-length chiffon skirt and had an incomparably beautiful face. The white and tender skin, the cherry red lips, and the watery eyes seem to be talking. She is not tall, she looks half a head shorter than the 168-inch hot Xiaodi, but her legs are still white and slender. The proportions of the entire body are very coordinated. Han Haoren is already used to the setting that all female guests are extremely beautiful women, so he is not too surprised by the appearance of this female guest. After all, there are so many beauties in China, and it is not that unbelievable that 5 of them are found at the fruit stand. As soon as this beauty walked in, she was not as shy as Ri Xiaodi or Su Siyu. She took the initiative to walk to Song Xinran, who was closest to him and facing the door. "Hello, my name is Qi Yuhan." Qi Yuhan just walked in front of everyone, shook hands and said hello one by one. When Han Haoren and Qi Yuhan shook hands, Qi Yuhan's body leaned forward slightly. Han Haoren looked up and down, and happened to see Qi Yuhan's slightly exposed ditch. Big, big, big. This is Han Haoren's impression. At the same time, because the two were close to each other, Han Haoren smelled a good smell on Qi Yuhan. I just don't know which perfume the list asked about, or the scent of Qi Yuhan itself. From Qi Yuhan's gesture of asking everyone to shake hands, Han Haoren realized that this female guest should be a very sociable character. Maybe her emotional intelligence is even higher than Song Xinran's. Qi Yuhan sat down next to the 3 girls. As the number of people in the room increased, Han Haoren found that everyone spoke less and less. It's not just Li Feng and Su Siyu who are boring gourds. For a moment, even Ri Xiaodi and Song Xinran didn't know what to say. This is also normal. After all, when 2 people are alone, it is easy to chat together if they like each other. If there are 3 people, if they want to take care of each other, they must choose a topic that interests all 3 of them. And the more people there are, the harder it is for so many people to chat together. However, it has to be said that Han Haoren found Qi Yuhan to be a very capable person in driving conversations. Not only did she shake everyone's hand, she talked to everyone. Even though Li Feng gave up talking to the 3 female guests, he was the one Qi Yuhan talked to the most. Li Feng, who originally rarely spoke, became a little more talkative due to Qi Yuhan's tireless efforts. Zhang Hanshao said happily, "I think I have caught the signal of Li Feng's heartbeat. He obviously has a crush on female guest number 4 Qi Yuhan. I feel like he said much more in these 5 minutes than when he entered the villa until Qi Yuhan came in." Lui Jia expressed that he had a different opinion. "I can't say that now. Maybe it's because Qi Yuhan is too enthusiastic." Song Xinran and Ri Xiaodi both tried to talk to Li Feng. But because Li Feng didn't respond, they gave up. And the key point is that before Li Feng came, Ri Xiaodi and Song Xinran were already attracted to Han Haoren. Their original target was Han Haoren. They talked to Li Feng just out of politeness. And Li Feng's lack of response was exactly what they wanted to happen. Their inner thought was that Li Feng didn't want to talk to them, so they isolated Li Feng more calmly and only chatted with Han Haoren. But this female guest number 4, Qi Yuhan, is different. We can all conclude now that this female guest has a high emotional intelligence, is very good at observing faces, and has strong communication skills. She should be a person with a red personality color. These people are genuine, proactive, expressive, and infectious. Very, very outgoing. A person with this kind of personality can actually quickly open up the atmosphere and chat with anyone. So, Li Feng started responding to Qi Yuhan and started chatting with Qi Yuhan, possibly because of Qi Yuhan's character. Look at such a beautiful lady, so enthusiastic and good at chatting, even icebergs will melt. Chapter 20, The National Husband Appears. When the 6 guests were chatting in 2 waves, the door of the villa was pushed open again. Han Haoren has been counting the time in his mind. Before, every guest arrived with a gap of 20 to 30 minutes. However, this time, less than 10 minutes passed before female guest number 4 arrived. An ordinary t-shirt, a pair of sports shorts, and slippers. Such a young man, whose dressing style did not match the other guests in the villa, pushed the door open and walked in from outside the villa. Song Xinran frowned slightly. Qi Yuhan also showed a slightly surprised look. Han Haoren was shocked. If it were said that Han Haoren only realized who Ri Xiaodi was after she introduced herself and said her name. The male guest who walked into the villa, Han Haoren recognized who he was the first time he saw him. He has an arrogant personality and loves to quarrel with others, but because he is rich, most people praise him for his straightforwardness. He likes internet celebrities and changes girlfriends several times a year, but because he is rich, beauties are still proud to be his new girlfriend. He is not a star, but he has been in more hits and headlines than a star. The national husband of later generations, Wang Songsong. Amateur guests. Rich man. Love reality show. Many beautiful guests. Han Haoren scratched his head. He should have expected it. How could Wang Songsong's character be missed in such a show? Wang Songsong's own net worth may be only a few hundred million or more than $1 billion. But if you include the huge family property he will inherit, it is not a small amount. Wang Songsong's father was once the richest man in China. But Han Haoren is also very surprised. An internet celebrity like Principal Wang is not an amateur. Who in the whole of China doesn't recognize him? It's clear that he is a real rich man. In theory, this show should not invite such a talent, because his identity was exposed on the first day of the show. Moreover, if the program team invites someone of Wang Songsong's level, wouldn't it be a disaster for other male guests? No matter how young and promising a person is, it's hard to compare with the rich second generation like Wang Songsong, right? Once Wang Songsong appears, how can others play? Soon, Han Haoren noticed the expressions of other female guests looking at Wang Songsong. There is disgust, and surprise. But there is no such expression as when you see a super rich second generation and your eyes sparkle. Han Haoren thought for a while and finally realized something in his heart. I have overlooked a very important point. It is now 2009. If we say that in 2019, few people in China will not know Wang Songsong. But in 2009, Wang Songsong was still an unknown person. Now in 2009, Weibo has just been launched. The game League of Legends is not even online. Today, there is no esports industry in China, and the IG team has not yet been established. At this time, Principal Wang had not yet used Weibo as a platform to show off his power and become a top internet celebrity. Even Principal Wang is not Principal Wang now, and he has not yet entered the esports industry. Therefore, it is only reasonable for the 4 female guests to look at Wang Songsong's expressions. Although this is a love reality variety show. But the director team also reminded everyone to attend in formal attire. And Wang Songsong came here wearing big pants and slippers, which was unconventional, and he would indeed be disliked by all the female guests. If one knew Wang Songsong's net worth, this kind of behavior would be called real and informal. However, when the female guest did not know Wang Songsong's net worth. Even though I knew that this young man might be a young and promising rich man with a lot of income, I still felt that Wang Songsong's dress was a bit impolite and disrespectful to them. As Han Haoren speculated, Wang Songsong was indeed an unknown figure at this time. Born in 1988, he was just 21 years old and graduated from UCL, the famous University College London. Wang Songsong was sent abroad since he was a child. He attended elementary school in Singapore and middle school and university in Eagle Country. Even now that he has graduated from college, he is a mysterious figure in Yida Group, and many people have never seen him. But this is normal. In China, in fact, most of the rich second generation were unknown before they formally entered their elders' companies and took up positions. For example, Han Haoren is the most famous father of Ma Yanma in China in later generations. While everyone calls Ma Yan daddy, few people know that Ma Yan really has a daughter, and she is already an adult. There's a reason the top billionaires don't reveal information about their offspring until they reach adulthood. One is that he hopes his offspring can grow up like normal people, and the other is that he is afraid that someone will kidnap him. At this time, Wang Songsong had just taken a sum of 500 million soft sister coins from his father and established his own investment company. At this time, even most of Yida's senior executives did not know Wang Songsong's identity, let alone an ordinary person. Wang Songsong was very moved when he heard about this program on Fruit Channel from a second-generation rich friend, and took the initiative to contact the top management of Fruit Channel. The head of the program team of Fruit Channel repeatedly verified Wang Songsong's identity and confirmed who Wang Songsong's father was, and he sent an invitation letter to Wang Songsong without hesitation. After the identity is revealed, Wang Songsong's identity is a big gimmick. Chapter 21, Han Haoren's Goal. Wang Songsong saw the clothes of other people in the villa, especially Han Haoren and Li Feng, and realized that there was something wrong with his own clothes. Wang Songsong didn't do it deliberately when he came in dressed like this. It's just that the executive director who was responsible for connecting with him didn't tell him to wear formal clothes. Otherwise, he would have had several sets of formal suits while studying abroad in Eagle Country. Chi Yuhan's surprised expression flashed across her face, and she quickly greeted Wang Songsong. And all the guests in the villa also knew Wang Songsong's name. After Wang Songsong sat down, Ri Xiaodi and Song Xinran still chose to chat with Han Haoren. Chi Yuhan also started chatting with Wang Songsong. Louis Jia looked at the two separated circles in the villa and commented, "The dress of male guest number 3 is a bit unusual." He seemed to be dressed like he was at home. And he didn't care that there were so many cameras pointed at him. From this point of view, I can analyze that Wang Songsong is a person who goes his own way and doesn't care what others think. So, I think that even though he is dressed like this, he is probably a very rich second generation. In Wang Songsong's eyes, how he wears something is his own business. As long as he is comfortable, he doesn't care about other people's feelings. Luo Zhenhao also agreed. The moment Wang Songsong entered the door and saw the eyes of other guests, his expression also changed slightly. This shows that he realized that what he was wearing today seemed a little inappropriate. But soon, he looked calm again, which shows that he is not a person who will be swayed by others. Such a person has a very strong aura. Zhang Hanshao concluded, so our two psychology experts believe that Wang Songsong is also a rich man and not an actor. However, according to everyone's analysis, Han Haoren is a rich man and Li Feng is also a rich man. So, which male guest is the pauper pretending to be a rich man? Luo Zhenhao said, actually, the show has just started, so we can't tell who is the actor pretending to be a rich man, which is normal. I believe that as time goes by, sooner or later, no matter how good the actor is, he will reveal his clues. Oh, Yang Mi changed the topic. According to the rules of the show, in the first few episodes, we only guessed the love connection. We only need to determine who the male and female guests like the most and which opposite sex they will send a love message to. So we don't have to discuss who is the real rich man and who is the fake one now. We can discuss this later. What I want to say is that with the number of guests in this villa, there are more and more guests. On the contrary, the scene at this time became a bit boring. Everyone is talking politely about some things that are not there. It's been a long time since we've seen Ri Xiaodi or Song Xinran show signs of love for Han Haoren. Louis Jia quickly explained with his professional knowledge, this phenomenon is inevitable. You know, although humans are social animals, the relationship between men and women will only heat up rapidly when they are alone. And in public, in front of so many people, unless it's a boyfriend or girlfriend or a couple who have officially established a relationship, they will openly talk about it. Generally, everyone will be very considerate of others. Most people will not send out ambiguous signals when a group of people are together. Because they are afraid of being discovered by others. So, as there are more and more male and female guests in this villa, it is indeed difficult for us to see the scenes we are looking forward to happening. I'm looking forward to it now. When the male and female guests arrive, everyone will disperse after getting to know each other. A couple who has feelings for each other will make transitions and look for opportunities to chat alone. This is the time to be able to analyze the spark of love. And now, I think everyone can take a nap and get some rest. Han Haoren discovered that in this villa, he was the only one who knew Wang Songsong's identity. However, Han Haoren did not want to get close to this national husband. No matter how poor and dark the past life was, Han Haoren never deliberately tried to please anyone. In Han Haoren's eyes, Wang Songsong is just his competitor who won a bonus of 21 million. Han Haoren's goal has always been to get unanimous votes. After all, according to the contract he signed, in each round, if he gets 4 votes, he can only get 160,000 soft girl coins. The full vote is 1 million soft sister coins. The difference is just 1 vote, and the benefits of getting a full vote once are more than the benefits of getting 4 votes 5 times. This is a very simple arithmetic problem. Chapter 22, Accumulating Wealth in 10 Days. Although 160,000 soft girl coins are already a lot for the now penniless Han Haoren. But Han Haoren, who wanted to accumulate wealth quickly after his rebirth, had to raise startup funds as soon as possible. Han Haoren doesn't remember the lottery numbers. Although he remembers the scores of important games in recent World Cups and European Cups, there were no major events in 2009. Bitcoin is still unknown at all, and it will take at least 5 years for its value to skyrocket. Han Haoren, a financial professional, naturally knows that stocks will rise dozens or even hundreds of times in the next few years. Han Haoren also knows that the futures market and commodity futures have fluctuated over the past few years. The closest opportunity to make money in the futures market is, by coincidence, just 10 days from now. However, whether it is the stock market or the futures market, a certain amount of principal is required. If you only have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars, you can barely open an account at the 4 major futures exchanges, and you won't be able to make any splash at all. It costs about 100,000 renminbi to trade one stock index futures. To do commodity futures, you will need at least 2,000 to 3,000 renminbi per hand. If you only have a principal of 100,000 yuan, you won't be able to make much money even with 20 times the leverage. However, 10 days later, the fluctuation in the futures market was the most profitable opportunity in the 3 years from 2009 to 2012 that Han Haoren could reap the greatest benefits. With the butterfly effect brought about by Han Haoren's rebirth, crude oil, gold, and several commodity futures opportunities that were originally profitable in Han Haoren's memory have now become extremely risky. However, Han Haoren, who has been observing the data and fluctuations from the day of his rebirth to the present, concluded. The fluctuation 10 days later will definitely happen again like history. Han Haoren knew that he had to seize this wave. After this, it will be difficult to have such a great opportunity again. Therefore, within 10 days, Han Haoren needs to accumulate his principal as much as possible. Han Haoren wants to get unanimous votes for another reason. Because of the system. When he earns 1 million in cash, he will get a chance to enter the bronze level lottery. And with unanimous votes, Han Haoren can earn just 1 million. Of the 5 previous lucky draw opportunities, I have yet to receive Zhang Hanxiao's original flavor except for the Han Haoren. Other rewards are very practical. And Han Haoren also tried it, and there were bugs in his masterful painting skills and singing skills. It can be said that Han Haoren, who didn't like singing much at first, is now a professional singer. Han Haoren believes that if he participates in any show such as Fast Man Now, he can reach the finals. Bronze level rewards are so awesome. What about silver? What about gold? So today Han Haoren is eager for more lottery opportunities and more rewards. Han Haoren felt relieved. If there were no surprises, the votes of the 2 new female guests Ri Xiaodi and Song Xinran would definitely be voted for him. But the 2 female guests who came in later, Siyu and Qi Yuhan, and Han Haoren were not sure. Quickly getting Ri Xiaodi and Song Xinran interested in him was a good thing, but not entirely a good thing. The other female guests had noticed that Ri Xiaodi and Song Xinran were chatting with him as if they were vying for favor. This not only gave Han Haoren no chance to interact with other female guests during this period. Moreover, Han Haoren also knew that both Su Siyu and Qi Yuhan already knew that they were very popular. Will they turn to other male guests because they have been favored by too many female guests? This is something Han Haoren doesn't know clearly. However, Han Haoren felt that the current 2 male guests did not pose much threat to him for the time being. No matter how rich Principal Wang is in this show, he did not make a good first impression on the female guests as soon as he appeared on the show. And Han Haoren understands Wang Songsong's character. This kind of character will not be very popular with girls without the aura of being the son of the richest man. Li Feng is too aloof. Generally speaking, a person with such a personality can easily become a single dog. No matter how good this kind of person is, it is impossible for most girls to break through his defenses, get into his heart, and see his shining points. Han Haoren decided to wait until the guests arrived to see if there was any free time to spend time alone with other unfamiliar female guests. Although attracting the favor of 5 female guests is a hellish task. But Han Haoren must try to complete it. Han Haoren chatted casually while thinking about things. Soon, the people in the villa were pushed away again. A girl with a cute smile walked in. The female guest looked to be 23 or 24 years old. She was wearing a white backless suspender skirt, which showed off her perfect figure and temperament. Her face is full of gentleness, she has 2 small dimples when she smiles, and the faintly visible little tiger teeth add to her cuteness. Just like when he first saw Wang Songsong, Han Haoren also recognized who the female guest was at first sight. Obviously, she is the 3rd-tier female star who has acted and is somewhat famous as mentioned by the executive director. Tong Yaya. Han Haoren also knew that Tong Yaya, who finished filming a TV series called Palace a few years after graduating from the Imperial Academy of Drama, was no longer a 3rd-tier female star. She is definitely a top female star in China. Han Haoren didn't expect that in a show that he thought would be just amateurs and low-profile stars, there would actually be 2 future big stars. Chapter 23, Privilege and Catfish. Tong Yaya had just entered the venue and put her suitcase aside. Before Tong Yaya could introduce herself, the on-site PD responsible for Meet the Real Rich and the Pauper walked up to everyone. Although it is a love observation variety show where the guests perform most of the time, the program team still needs to control the show at necessary times. The on-site PD said to many guests who had been sitting in the villa for a long time, "Everyone, our 3 male guests and 5 female guests have all arrived. In the following link, you can formally introduce yourself to everyone. Of course, due to the rules of the program, you are not allowed to disclose information about your career, age, education, etc. background yet. In the next 2 months, you 2 will get along with each other day and night. After everyone introduces themselves, the flow of our program, before the final message of love is sent, is only the dinner part. At other times, everyone can move around freely. Let me introduce to you now the dinner segment. In principle, this program requires 2 guests, 1 male and 1 female, to prepare dinner for everyone every day. Female guests will prepare dinner in the order of 5 people, and the female guest who is responsible for preparing dinner every day can invite male guests to assist, and the 2 of them will complete the dinner preparation process together. The male guests have a special privilege. They can refuse the female guest's invitation to prepare dinner together. In this case, the female guest can only prepare dinner for everyone alone. Of course, this behavior is very ungentlemanly, so I suggest that male guests use this privilege with caution. When the director team mentioned this rule, Su Siyu and Chi Yuhan frowned at the same time. From the number of 5 female guests and 3 male guests, the female guests have to share 2 rooms, and the male guests have separate rooms. The current privileges of male guests and the rules of this show are inherently unfair. Male guests have special privileges. Although the selling point of this show is that the male guests are all leaders in various industries in their careers and are rich. But since they agreed to be on this show, their female guests didn't come to this show simply because they wanted to marry into a wealthy family, or just to attract good people. After all, with the influence of Fruit Channel, hundreds of millions of viewers may watch this program when it is broadcast. Fishing for Kaisi in front of hundreds of millions of viewers, and even his own relatives and friends. No one would do such a stupid thing, right? Every female guest who participates in the show is here for a sincere encounter. Chi Yuhan feels that her appearance, abilities, and even background are also very good. It can be said that she feels that she should be a good match for the male guests. But the process design of this show is so unfair. Although Song Shinran is also somewhat dissatisfied with this kind of male privilege. But this emotion passed quickly. Song Shinran looked at Han Haoren triumphantly. When she visited the villa before, her prediction of the number of male and female guests based on the number of beds was correct. Han Haoren saw Song Shinran's gaze and deliberately smiled and gave Song Shinran a thumbs-up gesture. Song Shinran smiled brightly. She had been paying attention to Han Haoren and saw Han Haoren's gestures. She was very happy when she received Han Haoren's praise. Although Han Haoren still interacts with Song Shinran on the surface. But he started to think in his heart. Something is wrong. Han Haoren clearly remembered that the executive director told him that this show would have 4 men, 5 women, and 5 guests, whether he deliberately revealed it or let it slip. But why did the last male guest not wait, and now the on-site PD said that all the guests had arrived? Could it be that the last male guest who was scheduled to come unexpectedly failed to make the appointment? Han Haoren thought of the locked room on the 3rd floor that could not be opened. Han Haoren thought of another possibility. Could it be that this 4th male guest will suddenly make his debut one day in the future? Catfish effect. This male guest will, at some point, be like a catfish being put into a water full of sardines. To break all the existing circumstances and muddy the waters? However, Han Haoren knows that in this kind of program, the person who appears later will get everyone's attention the moment he appears. But the guests who appeared later were relatively disadvantaged. Because before that, other people were already familiar with each other and even had a good impression of each other. Strangers who join suddenly can easily be isolated by everyone. Of course, this isolation is not intentional. However, when people develop their own comfort zone, they will be very reluctant to destroy it. If this mysterious person who appears later is not a person with outstanding emotional intelligence, IQ, appearance, and a very high rank, it's very possible that he won't be that catfish and may become cannon fodder instead. Chapter 24, The Magic That Makes Others Fall in Love with Him. After the on-site PD left, Tong Yaya smiled and stood in a position where everyone could see. It looks like I'm the last one to come. Then let me introduce myself to everyone first. My name is Tong Yaya, I am Leo. I come from northern Xinjiang and am a member of the Shibwa ethnic minority. Height 16 centimeters, blood type A. It seems that there are many other things that cannot be revealed, so I will introduce them to you later. Finally, I like to study cooking recently. If you don't mind, I will cook today's dinner for you. You can also try my cooking. Rishodi smiled and looked at Tong Yaya. You look like you know how to cook. Unlike me, who only know how to eat. I envy people who can cook. Han Haoren looked at Tong Yaya with a smile and said, I think you look familiar. I seem to have seen you somewhere? Tong Yaya was a little nervous. At this time, she cannot introduce her profession, so she cannot reveal the information that she is an actor. This guy, who looks the youngest and most handsome among the 3 male guests, thinks he looks familiar. Has he watched the TV series he starred in? However, several of the dramas he starred in were not released or were not very popular. And she placed the 3rd and 4th female roles with very few roles. Tong Yaya felt that no one would know her as an unknown actress, right? Tong Yaya smiled nervously at Han Haoren but did not answer. Luijia from the studio began to analyze. I think you look familiar. This is a sentence that can bring strangers closer together. So I don't think the male guest number 1, Han Haoren, really knows or has met the female guest number 5, Tong Yaya. This is just a way for him, a high-ranking person, to get closer to the female guests. Both Zhang Hanxiao and Ouyang Mi have much higher status than Tong Yaya. They also don't know Tong Yaya, who is relatively unknown in the entertainment industry. Therefore, Zhang Hanxiao also smiled and agreed with Lu Yijia's statement. I also think this is Han Haoren's pickup routine. Han Haoren is really good at flirting. Moreover, I found that it is difficult for me to judge who the 5 female guests Han Haoren likes the most. Although it seems that the relationship between Ri Xiaodi and Han Haoren is heating up the fastest. But, this is also because Ri Xiaodi and Han Haoran were the first to enter the house, and they had nearly half an hour alone. Zhang Man also nodded. Obviously, Ri Xiaodi likes Han Haoran. But I really can't tell who Han Haoran likes. After Tong Yaya finished the introduction, Ri Xiaodi volunteered and stood up. Hello everyone, my name is Ri Xiaodi. Ri Xiaodi kept staring at Han Haoran. What a coincidence, I am also from northern Xinjiang. I am also a minority, but I am Uyghur. I'm 168 centimeters tall, Gemini. Your favorite colors are black, white and pink. I love raising cacti. Although I'm not very good at cooking, I like to eat and I have a good appetite, so you don't have to worry about not being able to finish the meal. I can take care of everything you can't eat. Studio. Before Ri Xiaodi finished speaking, Luo Zhenhao opened his mouth in surprise, pretending to be a fool. Lu Jia also stood up from the chair and touched his bald head without saying anything. The two actors, Zhang Hanqiao and Ou Yangmi, could no longer control their expressions. Ou Yangmi grabbed her hair hard and didn't even realize that her hair was messed up. Song Shanshan and Zhang Man also had incredible expressions. Ri Xiaodi introduced herself. It's exactly the same as what Han Haoran said before. It's just a retelling of what Han Haoran said. After Ri Xiaodi finished speaking, Lu Jia finally couldn't help but said, all hits. Han Haoran said before, regarding Xiaodi's hometown, constellation, and favorite color. Even cactus eats a lot. All these judgments are correct. I feel that I should no longer be an expert in psychology. Compared with Han Haoran, I really feel inferior. I think I should go back and study hard. Let Han Haoran sit in my position and help everyone analyze psychological issues. Ou Yangmi said with a smile, although my intuition tells me that Han Haoran is the actor. But I have to give thumbs up to the show team. Where did you find such a perfect actor? Han Haoran is simply the template for every girl's dream lover, okay? He is handsome, has a good figure, can speak, can chat, and has so many skills. If I were in Ri Xiaodi's position now, I wouldn't be able to resist the charm of Han Haoran. I think Han Haoran is so magical. People can't help but fall in love with his magic. Luo Zhenhao thought for a long time before saying, when Han Haoran said that his hobby was psychology, most of us were skeptical. We think he may just know a little about zodiac signs. However, a person can decipher so much detailed information from a stranger through just 20 minutes of contact. This is something that can only be accomplished by the most top masters of psychology, those experts who have specialized in psychology for decades. However, I thought of another possibility. Chapter 25, A More Modest Answer. Luo Zhenhao saw that everyone was looking at him. So he continued, do you remember, when Han Haoran and Ri Xiaodi first met, after Ri Xiaodi introduced her name, did we find that very strange scene? Han Haoran said, you are the hot Xiaodi. Does this mean that there is a possibility that Han Haoran knew Ri Xiaodi before? Han Haoran said Tong Yaya looked familiar, which was his pickup routine. However, there must be a reason and a story for the phrase you are the hot boy that came out of his mouth. Observer while discussing Han Haoran. Qi Yuan began to introduce herself. Hello everyone, my name is Qi Yuan. I think a girl's height and weight are all secrets. Constellation, I don't want to talk about it yet. I can't say the rest now. So, everyone just remembers my name. Han Haoran looked at Qi Yuan with interest. She felt that the self-introduction lines prepared by this girl who was very good at communication were also very special. Although it means nothing is said, it is very interesting. In this case, everyone will remember her name. Moreover, in this kind of self-introduction between strangers, unless you are very interested in a person, who will remember your blood type and hobbies. Being able to remember names is already very impressive. Song Xinran also stood up after Qi Yuan finished speaking. My name is Song Xinran. 169 centimeters, Aries. I believe in love at first sight. Han Haoran smiled. Song Xinran's last words were directed at him. Han Haoran still remembers that when there were only 3 people in the villa, Song Xinran once asked herself whether she believed in love at first sight. After Han Haoran said yes, before he had time to ask Song Xinran the same question, he was interrupted by Ri Xiaodi. I also believe in love at first sight. Of course Han Haoran knew that Song Xinran's words at this time were Song Xinran's response to him. It's not just Han Haoran who realizes this. Ri Xiaodi also seemed to realize it, looking at Song Xinran solemnly and thoughtfully. The somewhat shy Su Siyu is the only female guest who has not yet been introduced. Under everyone's gaze, Su Siyu stood up and said, my name is Su Siyu. Han Haoran was not surprised at all by Su Siyu's self-introduction. There is really nothing else to say about Su Siyu's character. After the female guest introduced herself, Wang Songsong was the first to stand up. I feel that the further you get to the back, the easier it will be for the female guests to introduce themselves. My name is Wang Songsong. My hobby is playing games. I am a very straightforward and real person. I am happy to meet you all. After Wang Songsong's introduction, Han Haoran said again the lines he first said when introducing himself to Ri Xiaodi. My name is Han Haoran, and my hobbies are music, art and cooking. Han Haoran deliberately stopped talking about psychology. Although Han Haoren met Ri Xiaodi, Tang Yaya and Wang Songtsong on the first day, he knew them very well. But others, including Song Xinran, Su Siyu and Qi Yuhan, and the indifferent male guest Li Feng. Except for their occupations, which were vaguely revealed by the executive director, Han Haoren does not know any other information about these people at the moment. After Han Haoren finished speaking, Su Siyu, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly said, "Do you like music? So do you have any musical instruments that you are good at? Or do you just like singing?" Ri Xiaodi and Song Xinran were also very interested in Su Siyu's question. The two looked at Han Haoren with interest, waiting for Han Haoren's answer. As soon as Su Siyu opened her mouth, Han Haoren confirmed his judgment on her career. This beauty who is introverted but has a hot figure, and is not shy about showing off her figure, must be the pianist mentioned by the executive director. It was only for this reason that Su Siyu suddenly asked after hearing that her hobby was music. Han Haoren looked at Su Siyu and answered truthfully, "Piano. I can play the piano." After Su Siyu heard Han Haoren say that he could play the piano, he became curious about Han Haoren. Su Siyu asked, "Oh? Do you usually play the piano when you are free, or have you reached a professional level? Have you ever participated in a piano grade assessment?" When he first heard this question, Han Haoren was a little hesitant and didn't know how to answer. Su Siyu, who seemed a little introverted, suddenly became a little aggressive. Could it be said that the level of his piano is that of Beethoven? In that bronze level lottery, Han Haoren got 3 master level skills, and the skills also included different directions. For example, master level cooking includes Cantonese, Sichuan and French cuisine. But the piano is Beethoven's piano skills. In Han Haoren's view, Beethoven's piano skills are obviously one level, or even several levels, better than ordinary master level piano skills. Han Haoren was analyzing at that time if the 3 master level skills were the normal level rewards for the bronze level lottery. Drawing Zhang Hanxiu's original flavor was a real surprise. And Beethoven's piano skills are definitely an explosion of character. It is possible that this is normal gold, or even a reward that can only be drawn in higher level draws. Master level skills, according to the system explanation, are the top level of professional level. So maybe Beethoven's piano skills can really be restored. After thinking for a moment, Han Haoren decided to be more modest. "I did not take the piano exam. But I feel that my level should be higher than 99% of the pianists in the world." Chapter 26, The Frustration of the National Husband. After Han Haoren finished speaking, Su Siyu frowned. A level higher than 99% of the pianists in the world? This tone is really loud. Su Siyu noticed Han Haoren's wording. What Han Haoren said is that his level is better than 99% of pianists, not 99% of people who play piano. Pianist means, at least, a professional person. Only those who take piano performance as their profession are qualified to be called pianists. In Su Siyu's heart, even those piano students and even teachers who teach others to learn piano are not worthy of the title of pianist. Only masters who can hold piano concerts in the concert hall are qualified to be called pianists. If Han Haoren said that he was better than 99% of people who play the piano, Su Siyu would only think that Han Haoren was bragging, showing off, and exaggerating. However, Han Haoren said that his level is better than 99% of pianists. This is not arrogant. In Su Siyu's view, this is an insult to the profession of pianist. An amateur piano player who has never even passed a certificate and does not look like he has played in front of a professional audience says that his level is better than that of professional pianists. He was still 99% a pianist, which made Su Siyu instantly feel a little disgusted with Han Haoren. Because Han Haoren's seemingly careless words insulted what Su Siyu loved most. Not only Su Siyu, but also Song Shanshan, who originally had a good impression of Han Haoren outside the court, frowned. Because of this sentence, my view of Han Haoren has changed. Although Su Siyu is a bit introverted, she is also a very direct person. Regardless of the atmosphere, she looked at Han Haoren and said, "There is a piano in the living room of this villa. Can you let me know what the level of pianists who exceed 99% is like?" The attentive Song Xinran immediately noticed the hostility towards Han Haoren in Su Siyu's tone. Although Song Xinran herself felt that Han Haoren was bragging a bit when she said this, it was also a bit abnormal for Su Siyu to react so strongly. What Song Xinran didn't know was that the reason why Su Siyu was a little extreme was because Su Siyu was also a pianist himself. Song Xinran, who noticed the subtle atmosphere, smoothed things over and said, "Han Haoren, I also want to hear you play the piano." But now everyone is still introducing themselves. In the evening, after dinner, we can all listen carefully. Han Haoren also realized that his very humble words aroused Su Siyu's disgust. However, Han Haoren has no regrets. Being low-key and humble is not his character. And Han Haoren himself also has high-profile capital. Song Xinran gave Han Haoren a step down. In the evening, she naturally wouldn't mention playing the piano again. If Han Haoren was bragging when he said that he was very good at piano, then just let the matter go. Song Xinran changed the subject very thoughtfully and said, "By the way, Han Haoren, you said you also like art. Then you must be good at painting. Can you draw a portrait of each of our 5 female guests?" Han Haoren replied calmly, "I don't draw people easily, and I have never painted anyone's portrait. But if. I mean if. If I really like someone, I will draw it for her. Although Han Haoran politely rejected his request, Song Shinran was not angry at all. Han Haoran, I look forward to the day you draw me pictures. After Song Shinran finished speaking, Ri Xiaodi suddenly felt a little at a loss. Ji Yuhan, Tan Yaya and Su Siyu all felt the meaning of this sentence. This Song Shinran is too brave. Tan Yaya thought to herself. Wang Songsong also looked at Han Haoran curiously. He was the second to last one to enter. Wang Songsong knew nothing about everything that had happened before. However, according to the introduction of the program team, even the first people to come to this villa did not come for too long, right? Why does Song Shinran have this attitude towards Han Haoran? This confession must have been obvious to him. Wang Songsong was immediately very curious about Han Haoran. Simply looking at appearance and figure, Song Shinran is Wang Songsong's favorite girl among the five. But after all, I just came to this villa, and there are so many people together. Wang Songsong, young Master Wang, had not yet figured out how to strike up a conversation with Song Shinran, but this girl, whom he had a crush on, directly confessed his love to another male guest. This made Wang Songsong stunned. It's as if he hasn't reached the starting line yet. Han Haoran held the female guest's hand and reached the finish line. Although Wang Songsong was a little disappointed. But there are not too many negative emotions. Song Shinran was just the person he liked the most, and was not his target. And this show has just begun. Wang Songsong felt that if he was really interested in Song Shinran, he would just pursue her. He has climbed a lot of corners, not to mention the likes of Song Shinran and Han Haoran. He can't even be considered poaching, right? But Wang Songsong is still curious, how did Han Haoran attract Song Shinran in such a short period of time? Is it really because he looks handsome? For the first time in his life, Wang Songsong felt a little frustrated. He touched his face and felt that he looked good too. Ji Yuhan felt that if things continued like this, the atmosphere between the few of them would become more and more subtle. He quickly looked at Li Feng and said, Li Feng, you are the only one who has not introduced yourself. Li Feng stood up, still expressionless, didn't you introduce me to me? My name is Li Feng. Introduction completed. This introduction is exactly the same as Su Siyu's. Chapter 27, Invitation to Help the Cook. After everyone had finished their introductions, Tang Yaya smiled and said to the guests, it's getting late now. If you don't have any objections, how about I prepare dinner for you today? Ri Xiaodi was the first to raise his hand in agreement, okay. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. The other female guests did not express any objection. Although Song Shinran also wanted to show off her cooking skills in front of Han Haoran. But it was Tang Yaya who spoke first, so Song Shinran couldn't say much. Is it possible to say, no, I want to cook with Han Haoran? Ji Yuhan looked at Tang Yaya and said, you can choose a male guest to cook with you. Who would you choose? With Tang Yaya's cooking skills, one person is actually enough. However, it is the rule of the program for male and female guests to cooperate, and Tang Yaya also wants to take advantage of the opportunity of cooking together to get in touch with the male guests. Although what I was thinking about was cooking with Han Haoran. However, Tang Yaya was too embarrassed to show it too obviously. So Tang Yaya asked with a smile, among the three gentlemen, is anyone willing to help me cook together? Han Haoran's expression was calm and his heart showed no fluctuations. Wang Songsong's eyes looked to the other side, in the direction of Song Shinran. Li Feng was the most decisive and shook his head directly. Suddenly Tang Yaya felt very wronged. She had the feeling of being rejected by three male guests at the same time. Ji Yuhan saw Tang Yaya's expression and quickly smoothed things over, you asked this, I am the male guest. Even if I want to help you cook, I will not say it out of shyness. Let's do this, yeah, just choose a boy. Tang Yaya smiled and looked in the direction of Han Haoran. Han Haoran, can you help me cook together? I remember you said that your hobby is cooking, and I really want to learn from you. Han Haoran's original plan was not to take the initiative or refuse. Tang Yaya directly named her, and Han Haoran couldn't refuse anymore, so he nodded. Song Shinran was a little jealous in her heart. If she had been more proactive, she would be the one preparing dinner with Han Haoran today, right? Ri Xiaodi didn't think as much as Song Shinran did, and said happily, I have a good meal today. Although Su Siyu remained silent, she paid careful attention to Han Haoran. Hearing that Han Haoran was going to cook, Su Siyu decided to observe secretly. After all, when Han Haoran mentioned hobbies just now, cooking was also one of them. Su Siyu was very curious, can Han Haoran cook? If Han Haoran can't cook at all, then Han Haoran must be bragging when he says he can play the piano. Studio. Zhang Hanxiao smiled and said to the camera, our 8 guests, 3 men and 5 women, have already gathered. We also saw several signals during the self-introduction session just now. For example, Song Shinran's confession to Han Haoran was so sweet that it made her snore. Oh, Yang Mi agreed, yes. Han Haoran said that he only draws pictures for people he likes, and Song Shinran said that she looks forward to Han Haoran drawing her pictures one day. Song Shinran is too brave and direct. It's me. I don't dare to express my love to Song Shinran so directly. Luo Xinhao said, what you girls pay attention to is the romance between Song Xinran and Han Haoren. However, I noticed a detail when Song Xinran said these words. The micro-expression of male guest number 3. Wang Songsong curled his lips and frowned. After a few seconds, he returned to his previous expression. This detail is very important. I think we can analyze the emotional line of male guest number 3 from this detail. He was very fond of Song Xinran in front of him. Therefore, after Song Xinran expressed his love so straightforwardly, he had those reactions and expressions that could not suppress his inner emotions. Lui Jia also said, I agree with this. At the same time, I think everyone can clearly feel the attitude of female guest number 3 Su Siyu towards Han Haoren through the period just now. After everyone had finished their introductions, Tang Yaya smiled and said to the guests, it's getting late now. If you don't have any objections, how about I prepare dinner for you today? Ri Xiaodi was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Okay. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. The other female guests did not express any objection. Although Song Xinran also wanted to show off her cooking skills in front of Han Haoren. But it was Tang Yaya who spoke first, so Song Xinran couldn't say much. Is it possible to say, no, I want to cook with Han Haoren? Qi Yuhan looked at Tang Yaya and said, you can choose a male guest to cook with you. Who would you choose? With Tang Yaya's cooking skills, one person is actually enough. However, it is the rule of the program for male and female guests to cooperate, and Tang Yaya also wants to take advantage of the opportunity of cooking together to get in touch with the male guests. Although what I was thinking about was cooking with Han Haoren. However, Tang Yaya was too embarrassed to show it too obviously. So Tang Yaya asked with a smile, among the three gentlemen, is anyone willing to help me cook together? Han Haoren's expression was calm and his heart showed no fluctuations. Wang Songsong's eyes looked to the other side, in the direction of Song Xinran. Li Feng was the most decisive and shook his head directly. Suddenly Tang Yaya felt very wronged. She had the feeling of being rejected by three male guests at the same time. Qi Yuhan saw Tang Yaya's expression and quickly smoothed things over. You ask this, I am the male guest. Even if I want to help you cook, I will not say it out of shyness. Let's do this, ya, just choose a boy. Tang Yaya smiled and looked in the direction of Han Haoren. Han Haoren, can you help me cook together? I remember you said that your hobby is cooking, and I really want to learn from you. Han Haoren's original plan was not to take the initiative or refuse. Tang Yaya directly named her, and Han Haoren couldn't refuse anymore, so he nodded. Song Xinran was a little jealous in her heart. If she had been more proactive, she would be the one preparing dinner with Han Haoren today, right? Ri Xiaodi didn't think as much as Song Xinran did, and said happily, I have a good meal today. Although Su Siyu remained silent, she paid careful attention to Han Haoren. Hearing that Han Haoren was going to cook, Su Siyu decided to observe secretly. After all, when Han Haoren mentioned hobbies just now, cooking was also one of them. Su Siyu was very curious, can Han Haoren cook? If Han Haoren can't cook at all, then Han Haoren must be bragging when he says he can play the piano. Studio. Zhang Hanxiao smiled and said to the camera, our 8 guests, 3 men and 5 women, have already gathered. We also saw several signals during the self-introduction session just now. For example, Song Xinran's confession to Han Haoren was so sweet that it made her snore. Oh, Yang Mi agreed, yes. Han Haoren said that he only draws pictures for people he likes, and Song Xinran said that she looks forward to Han Haoren drawing her pictures one day. Song Xinran is too brave and direct. It's me. I don't dare to express my love to Song Xinran so directly. Luo Xinhao said, what you girls pay attention to is the romance between Song Xinran and Han Haoren. However, I noticed a detail when Song Xinran said these words. The micro-expression of male guest number 3. Wang Songsong curled his lips and frowned. After a few seconds, he returned to his previous expression. This detail is very important. I think we can analyze the emotional line of male guest number 3 from this detail. He was very fond of Song Xinran in front of him. Therefore, after Song Xinran expressed his love so straightforwardly, he had those reactions and expressions that could not suppress his inner emotions. Lui Jia also said, I agree with this. At the same time, I think everyone can clearly feel the attitude of female guest number 3 Su Siyu towards Han Haoren through the period just now. It's different from the fact that female guest number 1 and number 2 have a clear liking for Han Haoren. After Han Haoren said something that sounded like exaggeration to us, my level is higher than 99% of the world's pianists, Su Siyu became visibly unhappy. Her expression changed in an instant. Anyone could detect her unhappiness. At this time, Song Shanshan, who was standing aside, suddenly said, this. I think I know the reason why Su Siyu is unhappy. But that's a reason I can't say now. Oh, Yang Mi was a little curious, why can't you say it now? Although we have to compete with each other to guess the love connections of male and female guests, the previous episodes were all team battles, right? We should cooperate with each other. Lui Jia smiled and explained, I think this should be related to Su Siyu's career. Su Siyu used to show no interest in any topic discussed by the guests and did not want to participate in the discussion. However, when Han Haoren was talking about music, Su Siyu suddenly spoke. This shows that Su Siyu must be very fond of music, and she should even be a pianist herself, right? That's why, as a pianist, she felt that Han Haoren's boastful words were offensive to her. Song Shanshan, you actually know Su Siyu, right? Song Shanshan smiled noncommittally and said, sorry. I can't answer this question at the moment. Different from the fact that female guest number 1 and number 2 have a clear liking for Han Haoren. After Han Haoren said something that sounded like exaggeration to us, my level is higher than 99% of the world's pianists, Su Siyu became visibly unhappy. Her expression changed in an instant. Anyone could detect her unhappiness. At this time, Song Shanshan, who was standing aside, suddenly said, this. I think I know the reason why Su Siyu is unhappy. But that's a reason I can't say now. Yang was a little curious, why can't you say it now? Although we have to compete with each other to guess the love connections of male and female guests, the previous episodes were all team battles, right? We should cooperate with each other. Luigi smiled and explained, I think this should be related to Su Siyu's career. Su Siyu used to show no interest in any topic discussed by the guests and did not want to participate in the discussion. However, when Han Haoren was talking about music, Su Siyu suddenly spoke. This shows that Su Siyu must be very fond of music, and she should even be a pianist herself, right? That's why, as a pianist, she felt that Han Haoren's boastful words were offensive to her. Song Shanshan, you actually know Su Siyu, right? Song Shanshan smiled noncommittally and said, sorry. I can't answer this question at the moment. Chapter 28, Bronze will lead the king to higher points. As the host, Zhang Hanqiao suddenly looked at the chief director at the scene. Chief director, I have a few questions to ask. Is that okay? The chief director was a little surprised. You observers were just chatting, but why did CUE suddenly come to the director? However, Zhang Hanqiao's status forced the director to politely say, okay. Zhang Hanqiao asked with a delicate smile, I want to know 2 questions. The first question is, do these male and female guests know the existence of our 6 love observers? Is it possible that the male and female guests already know each other? The chief director shook his head, they don't know the existence of love observers. And we have also done careful background checks and verifications. There is no connection between the male and female guests. Zhang Hanqiao nodded, then the second question. In addition to watching in front of the screen, do we have the opportunity to meet the male and female guests in person? The face-to-face kind. The chief director nodded, although this may be a bit of a spoiler. But my answer is yes. You will meet the male and female guests. But it is far from time yet. Yang Mi's eyes suddenly lit up, really? We can also meet the male guests? Zhang Hanqiao looked at Yang Mi with a smile and joked, Mimi, why are you so excited all of a sudden? Are you so eager to have an in-depth communication with Han Haoren face-to-face? Yang Mi also realized that her reaction was too real and it was inappropriate for her fans to see it like this. Yang Mi responded quickly, I want to meet Han Haoren. However, I want to reveal his true identity as an actor in front of Han Haoren. Moreover, he is so handsome and his acting skills are so good. I think he is very suitable to truly develop in the entertainment industry and become a real actor. Luigi also said, we also want to meet this number 1 male guest. I want to ask how he deduced so much information about Ri Xiaodi. Although Han Haoren has only shown his skills, but based on this, I can confirm that he is definitely a master in psychology. Luo Shenhao also agreed, that being said, I am also looking forward to chatting with Han Haoren. Let's communicate and learn from each other. Song Shanshan smiled and said, I think you two are abnormal. There are so many beautiful female guests, and you don't want to talk. You 2 grown men, what is there to talk about with Han Haoren? Can't you give Han Haoren to us? I really want to talk about music and life with Han Haoren. The premise is that Han Haoren does not brag and he does understand music. Tong Yaya opened the refrigerator. I found that the program team was really attentive and prepared a lot of ingredients for them. Tong Yaya took a quick look at the ingredients in the refrigerator and decided what to make. Looking at Han Haoren beside her, Tong Yada didn't really hope that Han Haoren could be of much help. Tong Yada can cook for 8 people, 5 of whom are girls, by herself. Han Haoren, it's not long until dinner time. Let's make it simple together and make some light and appetizing dishes. Then I'll cook 2 or 3 meat dishes. Do you think that's okay? Han Haoren nodded, is there anything I can do to help? Tong Yada thought for a moment, is it okay to wash and chop vegetables? Han Haoren smiled and replied, it's a small case. Originally, a chef's skill was not just about final cooking. From food preparation to knife skills, and even final presentation, these are all skills that top chefs must master. And Han Haoren, who has learned master-level cooking skills, naturally mastered all the things a top chef would learn. Tong Yaya planned to make a cucumber scrambled egg dish, so she asked Han Haoren to help her wash the vegetables and cut the cucumbers. And Tong Yaya herself also picked up a kitchen knife to chop onions. For novice cooks, onions are not easy to cut. Onions in particular have a pungent taste when cut. So Tong Yaya planned to cut the onions first and let Han Haoren cut the cucumbers. In short, everyone first prepares the ingredients and prepares the dishes, and finally starts the cooking. Tong Yaya skillfully chopped onions. Ding, ding, dang. The extremely rhythmic sound of the kitchen knife hitting the chopping board was heard. Tong Yaya turned back curiously, and everyone was shocked. Tong Yaya only saw the kitchen knife prepared by the program crew flying in Han Haoren's hand. This knife skill. Tong Yaya has only been seen on TV. And in just a few seconds, the cucumber was neatly cut into slices. This posture. Such an attitude. Such a smooth operation. Tong Yaya felt that Han Haoren at this time was not only very skilled and professional, but also extremely handsome. Tong Yaya could no longer care about the onions in her hands and couldn't help but walk to Han Haoren. Because Tong Yaya said that it is best to cut cucumbers thinner. Therefore, every slice of Han Haoren's cucumber is cut very thinly, and most importantly, every slice is cut very evenly, with exactly the same thickness. It's like it was cut by a machine. Looking at Han Haoren's movements, Tong Yaya still didn't know that Han Haoren was an extremely skilled player. Tong Yaya is an actress, and cooking is just her hobby. And as a third-tier star with little popularity, Tong Yaya has to cook for herself in order to save money. After seeing Han Haoren's knife skills, Tong Yaya didn't know that Han Haoren is definitely a great chef. This kind of knife skills can only be acquired by top chefs after more than 10 years of practice. Seeing Han Haoren's unusually young face, Tong Yaya even wondered if Han Haoren had to cut thousands of cucumbers for more than 10 hours every day to develop such knife skills. Tong Yaya's pretty face turned slightly red as she thought that she had always wanted such a chef to help her. It's like he is a bronze and wants to lead the king to score points. What a shameless boast. Chapter 29, It's like seeing a monster. Han Haoren saw Tong Yaya staring at him and asked, "The cucumbers are cut, is there anything else I can help with?" Tong Yaya stuck out her tongue. He showed a very cute expression. "Han Haoren, stop teasing me. You must be a top chef, right? Are you the kind of owner of a super popular restaurant that earns tens of thousands a day? Your knife skills, I thought they were only shown in TV dramas. Such knife skills don't exist in reality. When I saw you, I realized that reality is even more magical than TV dramas." Han Haoren was amused by Tong Yaya's adoring eyes. His cooking skills are just masterclass. There is still a certain gap between him and the god of cooking level. In reality, although there are not many chefs who can reach this level, they are definitely not unique. Chefs who can reach the level of chefs in Michelin restaurants should have master-level cooking skills. In the culinary world, there are mountains beyond the mountains, and there are people above the mountains. Of course, Han Haoren's cooking skills are definitely at a level that everyone looks up to in China. In China, for every cuisine, the number of chefs who can reach the master level must be in the single digits. Even in the whole of China, there are no more than 20 chefs who can reach the master level. Han Haoren smiled and joked, "Yeah, you praise me too much. Actually, I only know how to chop vegetables. I have been chopping vegetables since I was sensible, but I have never cooked a spoon. Yeah, if you have anything else to cut, I'll cut it for you." Tong Yaya was stunned at first, and then she read the smile from Han Haoren's expression. Dafang Tong Yaya smiled and said, "Han Haoren, are you kidding me? You must be a great chef. With a chef like you, why should I overestimate my ability and say I want to cook? I don't dare to show my shame at all now. From now on, you are the chef, and I will help you. If you want me to do anything, just call me at any time." Han Haoren smiled and said, "To be honest, cooking is just my hobby. But today is the first day that we all meet. In order to start dinner earlier, I decided to follow your advice. But just this once. You know, a chef should have the airs of a chef. I don't just cook for anyone." Tong Yaya nodded wildly like a chicken pecking at rice. "The chef is counting on you." Han Haoren opened the refrigerator and took a look at the ingredients. "Yaya, do you like Cantonese food?" Cantonese, Sichuan and French are the three cuisines Han Haoren specializes in. Cantonese cuisine and Sichuan cuisine are the top 3 among the 8 major Chinese cuisines. French cuisine has always been hailed as the best among all countries in the world. The ingredients in the refrigerator today are definitely not suitable for cooking. Sichuan food is spicier. Han Haoren cannot ensure that every guest can eat spicy food. Therefore, Cantonese food has become Han Haoren's first choice. Tong Yaya continued to nod crazily, "I like it. I like whatever you do." Han Haoren looked at Tong Yaya and asked, "Yaya, I remember that you northern Xinjiang people don't eat pork? Then I'll make more beef, sheep, chicken, etc. for this meal." Tong Yaya only introduced where she was from when I introduced her. Unexpectedly, Han Haoren remembered it right away. Although Tong Yaya does not believe in Islam, she can actually eat pork. However, Tong Yaya was still very touched by Han Haoren's attentiveness. Han Haoren took out the white radish from the refrigerator and placed it on the cutting board. Under Tong Yaya's curious eyes, Han Haoren picked up the kitchen knife he originally used to cut cucumbers. After thinking about it, he took the kitchen knife Tong Yaya used before in his left hand. Tong Yaya's eyes widened, wondering what Han Haoren wanted to do with 2 kitchen knives. Han Haoren certainly felt Tong Yaya's eager gaze. Of course what he wants to do now is to show off his skills. Han Haoren grabbed the kitchen knife with his right hand and slapped it on the table, and the white radish on the chopping board flew into the air. Han Haoren then swung his two knives, each drawing a gorgeous curve, dividing the white radish into pieces like a painting in the air. Tong Yaya's mouth that couldn't be closed immediately opened wider. If just now, when Han Haoren cut cucumbers, Tong Yaya felt that there really was someone with such good knife skills in this world. Now Tong Yaya's feeling is just shocked. The cut radish slices swished down. Han Haoren put down the kitchen knife and picked up a plate next to him. The sliced radish slices falling from the sky fell onto the plate one by one. Tong Yaya looked at Han Haoren with eyes filled with obsession. No woman can resist a man who can cook. Han Haoren didn't pause at all. After preparing the dishes, add oil to the pot and start cooking. For the next half hour, Tong Yaya's eyes showed shock again and again. White cut chicken. Soy sauce steamed pork ribs. Steamed beef brisket with radish. Pan-fried fuyang egg. Boiled shrimp. Dry fried beef liver. Pineapple sweet and sour pork. Chimney cabbage. Fried sansi. One delicious dish after another comes out of the pot. And Tong Yaya, who had always said that she would obey Han Haoren's orders, the only thing she did was to take the dishes that Han Haoren had put out of the pot and plate them to the side, and put the lid on to keep them warm. Finally, the fish head and tofu soup was the first to be cooked but the last to be finished. Han Haoren stretched and said, "It's done." At this time, Tong Yaya looked at Han Haoren as if she was seeing a monster. Chapter 30, The Secret Between the Two of Us. While Tong Yaya and Han Haoren were preparing dinner, other male and female guests went up to the second floor. Came to the recreation room. They started to get together and chat. Gradually, several people formed a pair. Wang Songsong found an opportunity to play billiards with Yu Songsinren. Although I knew Song Xinran's fondness for Han Haoren, I also felt that the other female guests were also good-looking. But young Master Wang is not a person who gives up easily. Ri Xiaodi stayed on the second floor for more than half an hour and couldn't sit still. Even when chatting with other guests, Ri Xiaodi's mind is always thinking about Han Haoren. Ri Xiaodi wants to know why Han Haoren knows him so well. Due to Song Xinran's entrance, Ri Xiaodi never asked the questions he was holding back. And with more and more guests, Ri Xiaodi never had the chance to chat with Han Haoren alone. But Ri Xiaodi has been feeling very unhappy in her heart. Ri Xiaodi really wanted to find an opportunity to ask Han Haoren why Han Haoren knew his personality and preferences in such detail. Why does Han Haoren's psychology even know that he likes cacti? Finally, Ri Xiaodi pretended to go downstairs to make coffee, ended the conversation with Qi Yuhan, and walked downstairs. When Ri Xiaodi came downstairs, Han Haoren had just finished the last dish and leisurely picked up a cup of coffee that Tong Yaya had just made for him to taste. Tong Yaya, the helping cook, is responsible for washing the pots. Ri Xiaodi went downstairs, and his eyes naturally focused on Han Haoren first. Seeing Han Haoren and seeing herself, Ri Xiaodi was a little shy, but still smiled at Han Haoren. Han Haoren also nodded and said hello to Ri Xiaodi. Ri Xiaodi didn't dare to talk to Han Haoren directly, so he walked up to Tong Yaya who was working hard to wash the pot. "Sister Yaya, do you need any help?" Tong Yaya quickly shook her head, "No need. You can go about your business." Ri Xiaodi thought Tong Yaya was being polite and said, "Sister Yaya, although I'm not very good at cooking, I'm still very good at cutting vegetables and washing dishes. How about I help you wash the pot, and you can take the time to continue cooking?" Ri Xiaodi saw Han Haoren standing aside drinking coffee leisurely like an uncle, and thought Han Haoren was unwilling to help. So Ri Xiaodi wants to help Tong Yaya on behalf of Han Haoren. Think of it as helping Tong Yaya on behalf of Han Haoren. And this way, she also has a chance to stay with Han Haoren. Even if there is no chance to whisper with Han Haoren alone, it is still good to just look at Han Haoren. Naturally, Tong Yaya would not let Ri Xiaodi help wash the pot. Are you kidding me? Han Haoren finished cooking a table of dishes. And what did she do for more than half an hour? Cut an onion in half. A few plates were brought. Washing the pot is the only thing Tong Yaya can do now, which makes him feel that he has some sense of participation in the process of preparing dinner. If Ri Xiaodi helps, Tong Yaya really has done nothing. Tong Yaya looked at the enthusiastic Ri Xiaodi beside her and said, "Xiaodi, actually our dinner is almost ready. There's really nothing I need help with. Can you go upstairs and tell everyone to come down for dinner in 10 minutes? Ri Xiaodi's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. "You can get everything done in such a short time? It's less than an hour, right? Sister Ya, you are so amazing." Tong Yaya was a little embarrassed to be praised by Ri Xiaodi. She knew that she was not great at all. Today's dinner can be said to be all cooked by Han Haoren. However, when Han Haoren was cooking, he told Tong Yaya to pretend that all the dishes were cooked by herself. At that time, Tong Yaya was very puzzled and asked Han Haoren why. Han Haoren said in a matter-of-fact tone, "The reason is very simple. If you tell others that I cooked this meal, wouldn't it mean that all the female guests in the future will ask me to cook dinner for them? In this case, wouldn't it mean that I have become the cook of this villa, responsible for helping everyone cook? I don't cook easily. This time, it's a special situation. When Ri Xiaodi heard that dinner was done and it was time to start eating, he consciously walked to the second floor without making any coffee. Just now because Han Haoran had to help with cooking, Ri Xiaodi couldn't find a chance to chat with Han Haoran. Ri Xiaodi believed that after dinner, he could always create an opportunity to chat with Han Haoran alone. Although he wasn't hungry, Ri Xiaodi couldn't wait to start eating quickly. Ri Xiaodi walked upstairs, and Tong Yaya just finished cleaning all the kitchen utensils. Tong Yaya looked at Han Haoran and confirmed again, Han Haoran, you really don't want me to tell everyone that you actually cooked this meal? Han Haoran nodded vigorously, of course. It's a secret between the two of us. Tong Yaya's pretty face, which was originally very outgoing, once again had a faint blush. Previously, Han Haoran said that helping her cook this time was a special situation and he did not want to help other female guests cook. Isn't this Han Haoran's differential treatment of himself? Now Han Haoran said that this matter is a secret between the two of them. Tong Yaya couldn't help but think about it. Tong Yaya found that the scene when Han Haoran was just cooking had been deeply reflected in her mind, and she might not forget it for a long, long time. Chapter 31, Meeting an Absolutely Perfect Man. Studio. From the moment Han Haoran started cooking, the expressions on all the female observers' faces were different. Ouyangmi said with a smile, boys who can cook are really handsome. What's more, Han Haoran is very handsome. This is simply the perfect man. I am so envious of these female guests. Zhang Hanxiao found that she was also fascinated by Han Haoran, such a perfect person, even if he is penniless, I am willing to fall in love with him. What's more, it's not easy to make money just with this cooking skill. You can go to any high-end restaurant and become a chef, right? Jiang Man joked, you two are popular stars and actors. Countless boys regard you as their dream lovers. Falling in love will affect your popularity. I'm different. I draw comics. And among my fans, there are many girls. So, let me take on the task of conquering Han Haoran. Luijia curled her lips, don't even think about it. You are just an observer. Even if this show really has time for observers and guests to interact, it may not be your turn to interact with Han Haoran. Zhang Hanxiao pouted with a very cute expression, the program team won't let me date Han Haoran. I won't record this show. You can find another host and observer. Luo Zhenhao also smiled and said, after watching the live broadcast for nearly a day, I feel that this show has 8 guests, 3 men and 5 women. But Han Haoran is the absolute protagonist. The other 7 people are all meant to complement Han Haoran's supporting roles. Song Shanshan also said, I think the name of this show should be changed. Don't call it Meet the Really Rich and the Pauper. Change its name to Meet an Absolutely Perfect Man. Luijia finished joking and began to analyze seriously. When Han Haoran said that his hobbies were cooking, music, art, and psychology, the first feeling of most people here was the same as mine, and they didn't believe it. But today, after Han Haoran showed off his cooking and psychology skills, we found that Han Haoran was really not bragging. This level is no longer a simple hobby or good at it. This is definitely professional, and he is also considered the best in the profession. So, Han Haoran still has 2 hobbies that he has not shown yet, art and music. Do you think Han Haoran's 2 hobbies are as amazing as cooking and psychology? Han Haoran once said that his piano playing level is higher than 99% of pianists. Could this sentence not be a joke, but a fact? As the world-recognized 100-year music prodigy Song Shanshan said, if 1 hour ago, I would have thought that Han Haoran said that his piano playing level is higher than 99% of pianists. Those words are definitely bragging. Even if Han Haoran really knows how to play the piano, I think his statement that he is better than 99% of pianists is too exaggerated. But now, I have an inexplicable hunch in my heart that what Han Haoran said may really be the truth. I am very much looking forward to Han Haoran being able to perform at a level that exceeds 99% of pianists as he said. Because if it is really at this level, you can still break into a house even in the world. Seeing what Song Shanshan said, Zhang Man also said, I also look forward to Han Haoran being able to show his talent in art in the show. Director team, can you help us make arrangements? For example, on a certain day, arrange the first painting competition of Encountering the True Rich and the Pauper? Luijia smiled and said, let's get back to business. From the beginning of the show, Ri Xiaodi and Song Xinran quickly fell in love with Han Haoran. It seems that another female guest is about to fall in love with Han Haoran. A man who can cook is very attractive. There is no doubt about it. Even our 4 observers repeatedly said that they fell in love with Han Haoran, who knows how to cook. Then, Tong Yaya, who was watching Han Haoran cooking next to Han Haoran, is undoubtedly the first to bear the brunt and the one most likely to be captured by Han Haoran's charm. Besides, Han Haoran is helping Tong Yaya cook. This meaning is even more unusual. And in the past half hour, through the way Tong Yaya looked at Han Haoran, and the shy, ambiguous and happy expressions on Tong Yaya's face many times, I can conclude that Tong Yaya's feelings towards Han Haoran, the good impression, is already overwhelming. So tonight, there is no doubt that Han Haoran will be a big winner. At least, Han Haoran can get 3 out of 5 votes. Song Shanshan smiled and agreed, I told you, this program is called Meeting an Absolutely Perfect Man. Han Haoren deserves these 3 votes. I also want to say that Han Haoren got more than 3 votes today because I also voted for Han Haoren. Luigia looked at Song Shanshan like a fool. Please. You are not a female guest, how can you vote? However, after a few seconds, Luigia felt as if he was the fool. Oh Yang Mi, 1 more vote for Han Haoren. Zheng Hanxiao, add 2. Zhang Man, add 3. Congratulations to the first male guest Han Haoren, who got 7 votes. Luo Zhenhao? His reaction was the same as Luigia's. What the hell is this? Are these observers, who seem eager to get into the TV screen right away, crazy? Chapter 32, The Ultimate Delicacy in the World. 8 guests sat at the dining table in the living room. The dinner table was already filled with dinner that Han Haoren had just prepared. At the same time, Tong Yaya also thoughtfully took out the red wine and drinks and put them into the cups. The positions of the 8 people are also very mysterious. Because Uncle Han Haoren was the first person to sit down with coffee. After notifying all the guests that dinner was ready, Ri Xiaodi, who was the first to go downstairs, immediately sat on the left side of Han Haoren. Song Xinran also decisively chose the position to the right of Han Haoren. Wang Songsong, who went downstairs with Song Xinran, naturally saw Song Xinran eagerly seizing the spot. Wang Songsong, who was very depressed, still chose to sit on the right side of Song Xinran. After Tong Yaya prepared red wine and drinks for everyone, she came back and found that there were people on both sides of Han Haoren, so she had no choice but to sit opposite Han Haoren. The most sociable Qi Yuhan picked up the red wine in his hand and said to everyone, let's all have a drink first. This is the first day we all get to know each other. I hope that in the days to come, we can all become closer and become important people in each other's lives. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses. Cheers. Seeing everyone's eyes on her, Tong Ya, who was mistaken by everyone as the chef this time, could only say, everyone, let's start dinner. Okay. Ri Xiaodi was the first to eagerly pick up the chopsticks in his hand and pinched the fried sansi in front of him. Fried sansi is a dish found in most of the 8 major Chinese cuisines. As the name suggests, this dish is a combination of 3 brightly colored cuisines, and the chef decides what to pair with it. Han Haoren is paired with shredded pork, dried tofu, and carrots. Of course, the shredded pork is not pork, but shredded chicken. When Ri Xiaodi saw the dish in front of him, with its flawless knife skills and exquisite art-like presentation, he couldn't help but have an appetite. It's just that no one took down their chopsticks before, and Ri Xiaodi could only drool on the side. When the meal officially started, Ri Xiaodi couldn't wait to pick up a chopstick and put it in his mouth. A fusion of delicious flavors that excites your taste buds. Ri Xiaodi couldn't help but praise, it's so delicious. Sister Ya, you are so awesome. I have never eaten such delicious stir-fried sansi. I really want to eat your cooking every day. If you are a man, I will marry you. While Ri Xiaodi couldn't help but marvel, Song Xinran was also attracted by the rich aroma overflowing in front of her. The ultimate fish flavor, accompanied by a light fragrance. Head bean soup. Song Xinran couldn't help but take a spoonful. The color is bright and it looks clear and transparent without any unnecessary impurities. The strong fish aroma is mixed with the fragrance of various ingredients, and every trace of it is extremely delicious. Song Xinran's eyes widened, and she felt refreshed all over her body. The tofu melted in her mouth like white snow. The delicious food that made Song Xinran unbelievable and amazed was like a flash flood, overwhelming her taste buds in an instant. Song Xinran's face showed an expression of satisfaction and happiness. It's so delicious that I want to cry. Qi Yuhan looked at the chimney cabbage in front of her. The golden and jade-colored cabbage heart is surrounded by the clear soup, and the shrimps are dotted in it, which looks very appetizing. Qi Yuhan did not choose to pick up the vegetables, but took a mouthful of soup and put it in her mouth. Looking at himself, Qi Yuhan also had an incredible look in his eyes. Fresh. When the clear soup enters her mouth, the extremely fresh flavor bursts out. With a shocked expression, Qi Yuhan picked up the cabbage. Qi Yuhan's eyes widened again, and the expression on his face was stiff for a long time. Qi Yuhan himself has come into contact with many top chefs, even Michelin chefs. However, Qi Yuhan has never eaten such delicious cabbage. Qi Yuhan had never even imagined that such an ordinary cabbage could be made so delicious. I envy you so much. Qi Yuhan looked at Tong Yaya and praised sincerely, you are so good-looking and your cooking is so delicious. I think all men will fall in love with you. I feel like I won't receive any messages of love today. It's obvious that all the male guests will vote for you. As everyone began to taste the food on the table, Tong Yaya suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. Even the taciturn Li Feng and Su Siyu. They couldn't help but praise Tong Yaya's cooking skills. Wang Songsong was also staring at Tong Yaya, and he had begun to consider whether to change the target of the strategy. Shift the focus of flirting with girls from Song Xinran to Tong Yaya. Not to mention Tong Yaya's perfect temperament and beautiful figure. Just Tong Yaya's cooking skills made Wang Songsong feel that she was the perfect girlfriend and wife in his mind. If he had such a wife who cooked 3 delicious meals for him every day, he would be the happiest man in the world. Naturally, Tong Yaya also tasted her own cooking skills. He was also shocked by the deliciousness of Han Haoran's food. Although I had some expectations, Han Haoran's food must be delicious. However, when the food actually entered her mouth, Tang Yaya still felt that she had underestimated how delicious it was. Hearing everyone's praise for herself, Tang Yaya felt more and more embarrassed. She felt very uncomfortable inside. There is no way she can cook such delicious food. At this time, Tang Yaya was very confused. She really wanted to tell everyone the truth. All these dishes were made by Han Haoran. But Tang Yaya always remembered the agreement between Han Haoran and her. Tang Yaya doesn't want to violate this agreement. Chapter 33, I must definitely marry you. Don't talk about Tang Yaya. Han Haoran himself was shocked by his cooking skills. It turns out that the food I cooked is so delicious. But this is just a master-level skill. It is a high-end product that can be drawn through a bronze-level lottery. If the master's cooking skills are so awesome. So Han Haoran determined in his heart what effect the highest level award he had won, Beethoven's piano skills, would achieve. Studio. Luo Xinhao sighed, maybe I can understand why the four beauties around me are so obsessed with Han Haoran. While watching Han Haoran make delicious meals one after another, I was still thinking that maybe Han Haoran just has good knife skills, good cooking skills, and beautiful presentation. Perhaps these foods are not as delicious as imagined? However, seeing the expressions on each of the 8 guests, I can't wait to rush into that villa and taste how delicious Han Haoran's food is. This kind of satisfied expression is definitely the expression when you eat the most delicious food in the world. Ouyang also raised her hand, looked at the chief director and said, Chief Director. After work today, you originally said you would invite us to a Michelin restaurant for a feast. Can we change places and go directly to this villa? Even if you eat their leftovers. Zhang Hanqiao agreed, Director, I think the date for the meeting between the observers and the male and female guests can be moved forward a little earlier. After all, only through face-to-face contact can we better analyze their emotional lines and determine who is the actor pretending to be rich. It's better to choose a different day than to hit it. How about we go to the villa together today? Anyway, this villa is also in the imperial capital. Counting the traffic jam, we can get there before midnight. Zhang Man said with a smile, although I think the dishes prepared by Han Haoran will soon be snatched up by the guests like a storm, leaving nothing left. But I don't want to go to a Michelin restaurant to eat. I also want to go to this mysterious love shack. Seeing the expectant looks in the observer's eyes, the chief director shook his head decisively. Are you kidding me? Are big-name celebrities with huge popularity great? China's best-selling cartoonist is great? The most famous violinist in China is amazing? Is this the reason for you to change the program's flow settings at will? As Zhang Man expected, although the food cooked by Han Haoran weighed more than 8 people. Moreover, there were 5 female guests in the villa who originally said they should not eat too much dinner if they wanted to lose weight. However, Han Haoran himself was not full, but found that all the dishes had been taken away, and there was nothing left. The main force in grabbing food is neither Wang Songsong nor Li Feng. These two still want to maintain the gentlemanly demeanor of rich men in front of so many cameras. Those who were desperately grabbing food were the 5 female guests who had repeatedly said they wanted to lose weight. Especially Ri Xiaodi, as she introduced herself, she eats really fast and a lot. Han Haoran estimated that at least a quarter of the dishes fell into Ri Xiaodi's stomach. Looking at the empty plates on the table, Ri Xiaodi patted his belly with satisfaction, barely 60% full. Then, Ri Xiaodi looked at Tang Yaya with concern, Sister Yaya. Can you teach me how to cook? Although I'm stupid, it would be great if I could learn 1/10 of your cooking skills. Alas! I wish you were a man, so I would definitely marry you. During the entire meal, Tang Yaya felt so embarrassed when she heard everyone's compliments. And after hearing Ri Xiaodi repeatedly saying that she wanted to marry her, Tang Yaya suddenly felt a sense of crisis. She secretly glanced at Han Haoran with her peripheral vision. This meal was actually cooked by Han Haoran. So, the person Ri Xiaodi wants to marry is actually Han Haoran. Isn't he his competitor? Tang Yaya made up her mind not to tell everyone the fact that Han Haoran cooked this meal. Although Tang Yaya doesn't feel that she is in love with Han Haoran now. But Tang Yaya knew that Han Haoran was the first member of the opposite sex that she had a crush on in her more than 20 years of life. Although she is in the entertainment industry, Tang Yaya still stubbornly maintains her innocence. She still retains her precious first time, and has never even been in love before. But now, Tang Yaya felt that she had a pounding feeling. Tang Yaya didn't know how this sudden feeling of love came about. Maybe it was because of this meal. Maybe it's because of a look. Maybe it's because of the agreement between the two of them. After dinner, Song Xinran, Su Xiu and Shi Yuhan immediately took the initiative to clean up and wash the dishes. Wang Songsong and Li Feng also rushed over to help. I saw that the dishwashing team had occupied the sink, which was obviously a surplus manpower. Ri Xiaodi did not step forward to help, but pulled Han Haoran aside. Chapter 34, Fell Again. Han Haoran followed Ri Xiaodi to the second floor. Since most of the guests were packed up on the first floor, there were only two people, Han Haoran and Ri Xiaodi, on the second floor. Han Haoran looked at Hot Xiaodi with a smile. Ri Xiaodi finally couldn't restrain her inner curiosity and asked the question she had been holding back for a long time. Han Haoran, why do you know everything about me so well? Is it really because of psychology? Is psychology so magical? Han Haoran looked at Ri Xiaodi with a smile, of course. Psychology is a very magical science. Do you want me to explain it to you in detail? Ri Xiaodi nodded quickly. Looked at Han Haoran expectantly. Han Haoran smiled and said, but this is my unique secret, and no one else knows it. Just telling you this, am I suffering too much? Unless. Ri Xiaodi looked at Han Haoran's pretense and was very anxious. Unless what? Han Haoran said, I have suffered so much, so do you also want to give me some compensation, or some reward? Ri Xiaodi said hesitantly, what reward? How about I sing a song for you? Han Haoran shook his head, singing a song is not enough. Ri Xiaodi pouted and patted Han Haoran's hand, then what reward do you want? Han Haoran looked at Ri Xiaodi with a smile, I haven't thought of it yet. Otherwise, if you owe it first, I will tell you when I think of it. But when I make a request, you must abide by your promise and don't cheat. Ri Xiaodi nodded without thinking, okay? I promise you. Han Haoran looked at Ri Xiaodi slyly, you just agreed? What if my request is that you become my girlfriend? What if I want to kidnap you? Hearing that Han Haoran said that she wanted to be his girlfriend, Ri Xiaodi showed a shy expression on her face. Of course I won't agree to such an excessive request. Anyway, tell me first. Han Haoran deliberately showed a hesitant expression, why did I have a premonition that you would regret it? Ri Xiaodi pouted and said coquettishly, I can't do it. Hurry up and say it. Zhang Hanxiao watched the interaction between Han Haoran and Ri Xiaodi and couldn't help but said, this scene makes me feel a bit like a young couple. Very nice. Although Luo Zhenhao is a psychologist, he is also a straight man. Compared with this, I am more anxious to know Han Haoran's answer. How did he infer that information through psychology? Han Haoran made it to the sofa. Ri Xiaodi sat next to Han Haoran. Han Haoran did not try to be too pretentious, but patiently explained, actually, it's very easy to analyze everything. It's just psychology at its simplest. Hearing this, Louis Jia, who had just been drinking water, couldn't help but spit out the water in his mouth. He picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and coughed. Is it easy to analyze everything? How easy it is. He has studied psychology for so many years and feels that it is incredible to do all this. He may not be able to do this in his life. Han Haoran said it was easy. Are you going to give him, the founder and first person of character and color science, some face? Louis Jia just said, Han Haoran, this is not psychology, it is magic. Han Haoran immediately said that this is just simple psychology. Isn't this a slap in the face? Ta Louis Jia was originally going to rely on this variety show with popular stars as observers and the Ace of Fruit channel to build his reputation. But when Han Haoran came here, he felt that his signature was going to be lost here. He really died before he left the battlefield. Luo Zhenhao's reaction was not as big as that of Louis Jia, but he still stared at the big screen with bated breath without blinking. Han Haoran looked at Ri Xiaodi's face and explained with a smile, the first time I saw you, I thought you were very beautiful. I have only seen such a beautiful woman like you on TV. Ri Xiaodi lowered her head in embarrassment. She suddenly didn't dare to look into Han Haoran's eyes. Han Haoran continued, but the female stars you and I see on TV all look different. I have a friend from northern Xinjiang. Although she is not as good looking as you, her temperament is similar to yours. So I think you are from northern Xinjiang. This part of the horoscope. Your personality is that of a standard Gemini. This is so obvious and easy to judge. I said you studied ballet. Because of your body shape and temperament, your legs are very long and straight, and your body proportions are very good, just like a ballet dancer. One of my favorite actresses is Audrey Hepburn. And the first time I saw you, I thought you had the temperament of Audrey Hepburn. And Audrey Hepburn studied ballet. So I guess that you have studied ballet, because only people who study ballet have such a unique temperament. And I guess it will be easier if you have learned folk dance. Ethnic minorities, especially girls from northern Xinjiang, will all learn some folk dance, right? Zhang Hanxiao couldn't help but sigh, how is Han Haoran explaining analytical psychology? You're obviously just praising someone. The first time I saw you, I thought you were very beautiful, you have the temperament of Audrey Hepburn. Audrey Hepburn. How I wish someone would praise me for looking like Audrey Hepburn. Look at Hot Xiaodi's shy little expression. It's obvious that she has fallen for it again. Chapter 35, I have a pair of clairvoyant eyes. Han Haoran continued, I guess your favorite colors are black, white and pink. Because you're wearing a white t-shirt. I think when you come to the show, you always come wearing your favorite clothes, right? So you like white. As for black and pink. Seeing Han Haoran's sudden betrayal, Ri Xiaodi quickly asked, what's going on with the black and pink? I'm not wearing black and pink today. Han Haoren and Ri Xiaodi looked at each other, staring directly into Ri Xiaodi's eyes. Actually, I have a pair of see-through eyes. I can see through your t-shirt and jeans and see the underwear you're wearing underneath. It's actually lace. Xiaodi, you are quite interesting. Ri Xiaodi's face, which was only slightly red at first, suddenly turned red. So shy. If Han Haoren can see through his coat, there is no reason why he can't see through his underwear. Doesn't it mean that he has seen everything? Ri Xiaodi thought carefully about what kind of underwear she was wearing this morning. Ah. It seems like I'm really wearing pink and black? Han Haoren was surprised when he saw Ri Xiaodi's face. With this look on his face, could it be that all the nonsense he was talking about was totally wrong? While Ri Xiaodi was frowning and thinking, Han Haoren said with a smile, Xiaodi, are you stupid? I was kidding. How is it possible that someone in this world can really see through things? Why have you been thinking seriously for so long? Is it possible that I really guessed it right? What you're wearing underneath is really black and pink. Or is it lace? Seeing Han Haoren's narrow eyes, Ri Xiaodi glared at Han Haoren fiercely. Han Haoren said seriously, I guess the reason why you like black is very simple. Because most people who like white will also like black. After all, black and white. Although these two colors are two extremes, they are the most harmonious, unified, and easiest to match. Pink is easier. That girl doesn't like pink? Ri Xiaodi nodded thoughtfully, okay. It's easy to guess the constellation and color if you can. How do you know I like cacti? And how do you know I eat a lot? Do I look fat? Han Haoren grabbed Ri Xiaodi's hand. Ri Xiaodi's heart was beating wildly and she was at a loss. She didn't know why Han Haoren suddenly grabbed her hand, but she didn't break away from Han Haoren. Han Haoren smiled and straightened Ri Xiaodi's nervously bent fingers. Look at your ring finger, right here. There is a small wound. This must be the wound caused by the cactus, right? But you are so stupid. Who would touch a cactus without any trouble? Hot Xiaodi opened his mouth wide. Han Haoren is right. This was the exact wound she received from a cactus a few days ago. However, Ri Xiaodi still said stubbornly, but cacti are not the only things with thorns. Roses also have thorns. Han Haoren felt that it was amazing that he could come up with so many messy things. When shaking hands, I was able to notice Ri Xiaodi's wounds. I was really careful. If I try to carefully analyze and explain the difference between the wounds caused by roses and cactus, I will really go crazy. He's not a botanist. How does Han Haoren know whether Ri Xiaodi was pricked by a rose or a cactus? Han Haoren knew that Ri Xiaodi liked cactus, and even knew about Ri Xiaodi's preferences because she accidentally read a report about Ri Xiaodi. Han Haoren, whose intelligence is rated as high as 10 by the system, has had a photographic memory since he was a child. Even if he is reborn after one life, Han Haoren will still remember all the information he has absorbed in the future. Although he is not a fan of Ri Xiaodi, Han Haoren happened to remember the information about Ri Xiaodi. Han Haoren looked at Ri Xiaodi's expression and knew he had guessed it right. Ri Xiaodi's wound was caused by a cactus. So, Han Haoren said confidently, I said a cactus is a cactus. You know best whether you were pricked by a cactus. Finally, I said you have a big appetite. It was just a wild guess. Because after all, I personally like girls who love to eat and have a good appetite, so I can make delicious food for her myself. But I just saw you devouring your food at the dinner table. I think it's obvious that I guessed it right too. Ri Xiaodi heard Han Haoren say that he likes girls who love to eat, and the blush that had just faded on his face came back. Is this a confession? Han Haoren, I really want to try your cooking. No matter how terrible it is, I will eat it without any leftover. Han Haoren smiled and said, why do you say that the food I cook will be unpalatable? What if I'm a chef? After Ri Xiaodi ate Tong Yaya's food today, he decided that there is no one in the world who can cook better than Tong Yaya. After hearing Han Haoren's complaint, Ri Xiaodi quickly explained, I was just making a metaphor. I still believe in my heart that you are a great chef. I think the food you cook can be as delicious as Sister Yaya. Anyway, I really want to try your cooking. Han Haoren couldn't help but feel a little funny when he heard Ri Xiaodi's explanation. Ri Xiaodi said that he believed that the food he cooked was as delicious as Tong Yaya's. Isn't this right? Today's dinner was originally made by myself. Chapter 36, The First Heartbeat. In the studio, two psychologists, Luijia and Luo Zhenhao, looked deep in thought. After a while, Luijia sighed and said, although when Han Haoren explains the entire process of reasoning and analysis, we will feel that it is nothing more than that, not that mysterious. However, through careful observation and careful and bold inference, we finally determined this information. It can be said that Han Haoren is indeed a master of psychology. Know that psychology is not mind reading, psychology is a science. It is to use scientific methods, professional observation methods and inference logic to guess the other party's behavioral logic. I think Han Haoren is very good. Even if he majors in psychology at the top universities, Han Haoren is qualified to be a professor. Luo Zhenhao also echoed, from the conversation between Han Haoren and Ri Xiaodi just now, I can also see that Han Haoren's ability to read and analyze the subtle expressions of the other party in the conversation is not inferior to mine. For example, when Ri Xiaodi said roses also have thorns with an obviously arrogant expression, Han Haoren judged from Ri Xiaodi's micro-expression that Ri Xiaodi was pricked by a cactus. And Han Haoren's sentence, "You can't really be wearing black and pink, are you?" was also because Han Haoren captured it. Ri Xiaodi was remembering, and she had a slightly panicked expression. The expression that Ri Xiaodi had at that time was obviously the expression that a person would have when their secret was exposed. This expression that only stayed on her face for a few tenths of a second was also captured by Han Haoren. I feel that Han Haoren is more suitable for this observer position than me. Zhang Hanshao smiled and said to Luo Zhenao, "If Han Haoren becomes an observer, what else can be interesting about this show?" I think it would be better for Han Haoren to be the male guest. Ouyangmi quickly expressed her objection. "Sister Hanshao, I hope Han Haoren can be an observer, so that he can be closer to us. This way he is not on the screen, but in front of us. I can also exchange contact information with Han Haoren. I really want to have Han Haoren's contact information. There is no such charming man around me." Ouyangmi suddenly turned her head to the chief director. "Chief director, can you send me Han Haoren's mobile phone number privately?" Zhang Man also raised his hand. "I also want Han Haoren's contact information. In exchange, I can waive the notice fee for this issue." The observers joked for a while, and Zhang Hanshao, as the host, officially said, "The first episode of the program is almost coming to an end. The director just told me that he decided to call this first episode the first heartbeat. The guests are meeting each other for the first time. They are still strangers to each other. Before 10 p.m., the guests will return to their rooms, and then the male and female guests will send their messages of love for the first time. When key information such as their careers, ages, educational backgrounds, and families are not disclosed, the choice of male and female guests is purely based on the first impression. I will now formally introduce the rules for sending love messages. Male and female guests can only choose one person of the opposite sex to send a message of love. The length of the love message must be limited to one text message. Of course, you can send a word or an emoticon. At 10 o'clock, after everyone's love messages have been broadcast, the guests will receive the love messages sent to them. And the love messages they received were sent anonymously. Therefore, the male and female guests did not know who sent them the love messages. They can only speculate based on the content of the love message who sent it to them. And who sends a love message to whom can only be seen by our 6 observers. The task of our observers is to guess who the 8 guests have sent their messages to complete the connection of love before the results are announced. The challenge will be considered successful only if all connections are correct. And those who succeed in the challenge will receive an emblem of glory. Until the last episode of the program, the guest who has received the most glory emblem and correctly judged who that actor is the glory observer of this season's Meet the Really Rich and the Pauper. Based on the final number of emblems of glory he obtains, this observer can receive generous rewards from sponsors. In the first period, we are a team battle. That is, everyone completes the connection of love together. If the judgment is correct, everyone will get the emblem of glory. If we fail, we will all record this period in vain. Okay, after introducing the rules, let's finally turn our attention to the big screen. Let's see if there will be a new story and a new heartbeat at the last moment of today. Chapter 37, The Choice of the Male Protagonist? Ri Xiaodi was a little melancholy. Her chance to be alone with Han Haoren didn't last long as the light bulbs came upstairs one after another. The male and female guests gathered in the entertainment room again. What was different from last time was that Han Haoren was obviously surrounded by many female guests. Song Xinran, Tong Yaya and even Qi Yuan also joined in from time to time. Su Siyu kept looking in the direction of Han Haoren, and she kept remembering that Han Haoren said that his piano skills were higher than 99% of pianists. However, Su Siyu, who had regained her composure, also knew that at this time, even if Han Haoren didn't mention it, she couldn't forcefully drag Han Haoren downstairs to the piano and let Han Haoren play a piano piece to test his level, right? She wanted to speak several times, but Su Siyu, who was reserved, did not say anything. She just looked at Han Haoren with murderous eyes from time to time. Han Haoren naturally noticed Su Siyu's gaze. Although Han Haoren doesn't mind showing off his skills, if Su Siyu doesn't mention it, Han Haoren can't take the initiative to ask everyone to go downstairs and listen to me playing the piano, right? This is such a loss of points. Moreover, Han Haoren is already 80% sure that he can get Su Siyu's vote tonight. Qi Yuan invited Han Haoren to play billiards for a while. As the time to send the message of love drew closer, the guests returned to the room one after another. For the guests, recording this program will not and cannot delay their original work. Most people have to get up early to go to work tomorrow and complete their duties. Even though they are hot for Xiaodi and Song Xinran, they still have a lot to say to Han Haoren. But seeing Han Haoren always surrounded by a group of people, they lost their original interest. What they look forward to is the opportunity to be alone. Instead of everyone getting together. Han Haoren also returned to his single room. This room is quite large and elegantly decorated. The only thing that makes Han Haoren a little unhappy is the camera in the room. Of course, Han Haoran also asked the program team that after the message of love recording is completed, the guests can cover the camera with a cloth before going to bed. Therefore, the guests can still retain the last bit of privacy. The guests returned to the room one after another, and the observers in the studio began to discuss the connection of love. Zhang Hanshao spoke first. Let's discuss the female guests first. Let's connect the simple ones first. Ri Xiaodi voted for Han Haoran, Song Xinran voted for Han Haoran, and Tong Yaya voted for Han Haoran. There is no doubt about these three lines, right? No one expressed any objection. Yang Mi just added, although the third male guest Wang Song seems to like Song Xinran very much, he also created an opportunity to be alone with Song Xinran. However, Song Xinran's performance was too obvious. She only paid attention to one person at all times, and that person was Han Haoran. It shows that my Han Haoran charm is really great. Zhang Hanshao teased, Nini, when did Han Haoran become yours? So, there are two more lines. I think these two lines are a little difficult. First of all, who will Su Siyu vote for? Luigi analyzed, I only know that there is a high probability that Su Siyu will not vote for Han Haoran. The reason is still the obvious look of disgust shown by Su Siyu when Han Haoran said that his piano level was higher than 99% of professional pianists. Perhaps Han Haoran just said something carelessly. Even if we analyze it now, Han Haoran may still be telling the truth. But Su Siyu doesn't think so. She obviously misunderstood and thought Han Haoran was a bit arrogant. It's a pity that we didn't wait for Han Haoran to play the piano tonight. So, this misunderstanding will remain at least tonight. The question now is, there are two male guests. Who will Su Siyu vote for? She has always been quiet and revealed too little information. Zhang Hanshao suggested, let's vote. The minority obeys the majority. In the end, with an approval rate of 4:2, Zhang Hanshao connected Su Siyu's line to Wang Song. Zhang Hanshao said, the last female guest who was not connected is Qi Yuhan. Who she would send the message to, I'm equally confused about. Luo Zhenhao said, it is true that Qi Yuhan and Su Siyu both have the word rain in their names, but their personalities are two extremes. If Su Siyu didn't have much communication with the three male guests, Qi Yuhan is on the contrary. She has contact with all three male guests. Even the most popular male guest Han Haoran, Qi Yuhan actually found an opportunity to invite him to play billiards. But I personally think Qi Yuhan will vote for Li Feng. Because Qi Yuhan can obviously feel that Wang Song has a special affection for Song Xinran. And there is too much competition pressure from Han Haoran. In itself, the interaction between Qi Yuhan and Li Feng is very good. Qi Yuhan is the only person with whom Li Feng will take the initiative to contact and find topics to chat with. Everyone discussed for a while, and finally Zhang Hanshao made the final decision, we have decided. It is decided that it is Li Feng. Analyzing the connection between the male guests, Wang Song will still send it to Song Xinran, and Li Feng will naturally send it to Qi Yuhan. There should be no doubt about this, right? No one objected, and Zhang Hanshao continued to connect the two lines. Finally, Zhang Hanshao looked at everyone and asked, now comes the most critical question. This is also the question I'm most curious about. The absolute male protagonist of our show this time, the much anticipated Han Haoran, which girl does he like most? Who will Han Haoran send the message of love to? Chapter 38, Thinking About the Future. Who Han Haoran would send a love message to was the one that the 6 observers discussed the longest and had the most disagreements about. 2 psychologists, Luo Zhenhao and Luigi, unanimously said that Han Haoran would be given to Ri Xiaodi. Because Ri Xiaodi is the female guest with whom Han Haoran interacts the most alone. There have been more than one ambiguous moments between Han Haoran and Ri Xiaodi. Luo Zhenhao even explained the law of attraction to prove that while Ri Xiaodi was attracted to Han Haoran was also attracted to this cute little girl. Zhang Man and Zhang Hanshao felt that Han Haoran would choose Song Xinran. Because Song Xinran is the female guest who expresses her love for Han Haoran most directly and bravely. She believes that for this bravery, Han Haoran should also send a message of love to Song Xinran. Otherwise, this would hurt Song Xinran's heart too much. Song Shanchan thinks Han Haoran will vote for Su Siyu. Even Song Shanchan analyzed that Han Haoran would arrogantly say that his piano skills were higher than 99% of pianists, just to attract Su Siyu's attention, although the final result seemed to be self-defeating. Yang Mi thought that Han Haoran would vote for Tong Yaya, who cooked a meal with him. The reason is, intuition. And Yang Mi thought some of the interactions between the two during the cooking process were very sweet. Zhang Hanshao stroked his forehead helplessly. The current votes are Ri Xiaodi 2, Song Xinran 2, Su Siyu 1, Tong Yaya 1. It's still a tie vote. I'm very curious. It's obvious that Han Haoran will only choose between Ri Xiaodi and Song Xinran. What kind of crazy logic do you insist on saying about Su Siyu and Tong Yaya? Yang Mi smiled, it's not logic, it's a woman's sixth sense. Zhang Hanshao looked at Yang Mi and said, but if we are like this, we will never reach a conclusion through discussion. We have been arguing for half an hour. I want to finish the connection quickly and see the result. I won't try to convince the 2 psychologists anymore. But Mimi, I want to try to win your vote and let this debate have a final result. First of all, it's true that Tong Yaya likes Han Haoren, but I didn't find that Han Haoren has any special affection for Tong Yaya. At least, I don't see it right now. And Mini, I don't think anyone will run to vote for Tong Yaya. So in order for us to have a final discussion result, you should make a choice between Song Xinran and Ri Xiaodi. Ouyang Mi agreed with Zhang Hanxiao's statement. They are just observers from the sidelines. What's the point of arguing about each other's opinions for so long? It doesn't mean that no matter what they choose, Han Haoren will really vote like this. After thinking for a while, Ouyang Mi said, Sister Hanxiao, this time, I am on your side. I changed my vote to Song Xinran. Staying in the room, Han Haoren found that he suddenly entered a quiet space from a noisy room full of people talking to him. Only at this time can Han Haoren think quietly and think about his own things. Han Haoren sorted out his recent situation and recalled what he would have experienced in his original life in the next 10 years. If the 4 words thinking about the future are corrected by a Chinese teacher, they will think that this is a wrong sentence. However, for Han Haoren today, there is no more accurate word than this word. Although he has just been reborn, the situation of the second Han Haoren at the moment of his rebirth has not changed. 1 week ago, Han Haoren experienced the biggest setback in his life. Han Haoren, who was interning at McKinsey, was fired even after he had received a formal offer of employment in advance. In later generations, Han Haoren found out many years after the incident that it was Chen Yuzhou, his classmate at Shuimu University, who had framed him as an intern at McKinsey through connections. When Han Haoren was an intern, Su Fei, his direct supervisor, received 500,000 hard work fees from Chen Yuzhou and deliberately designed a seamless conspiracy that left Han Haoren unable to defend himself. When Han Haoren was about to end his internship, he was notified by McKinsey to the entire industry for violating the confidentiality agreement and deliberately leaking key client information. This was a serious violation of professional ethics. In the financial industry, such an announcement means the end of a person's career in the financial industry. No matter it is Wall Street in the United States or the financial street of the imperial capital, no company will hire employees who seriously violate professional ethics. Not to mention interns like Han Haoren who have not yet entered the financial threshold. Even the bosses of top investment banks, securities firms, and consulting firms at the CEO and partner levels, the once famous darlings of the financial industry, will be shut out by the entire industry as long as they are reported for violating professional ethics. After Han Haoren was expelled from McKinsey, during his final year at Shuimu University, he suddenly became the object of contempt for many people. The original Han Haoren was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. With full grade points in all major courses at the university, coupled with his handsome appearance, he is undoubtedly a man of the hour at Shuimu University. However, after what happened, Han Haoren fell directly from the top of the clouds. He lost his national-level scholarship and also lost the qualification to be evaluated as the best graduate of Shuimu University. All these honors were taken by Chen Yuzhou, who was firmly suppressed by Han Haoren from his freshman to junior years. Han Haoren graduated from the finance major of Shuimu University's best school of economics and management with the best results in the history of Shuimu University. But he could never enter the financial industry. Chapter 39, The First Small Goal, 100 million in 10 days. After graduation, Han Haoren, who was unable to engage in industries related to his major, began to teach himself programming. He founded an internet technology company. He accurately judged the rising trend of the internet industry. However, Han Haoren, who came from a poor family with no background or foundation, also experienced a tragic failure in the blue ocean of the internet. It is Han Haoren's goal to develop an operating system that belongs to the Chinese people and can replace Windows. But looking back from the perspective of Han Haoren in 2019, the goal that Han Haoren set when he started his business in 2010 was wrong from the beginning. Any elite team, or even a Fortune 500 technology company, that wants to compete head-on with Microsoft is just trying to shake the tree. For Han Haoren's small team, developing an operating system is too difficult. Microsoft's investment in Windows R&D over the past decade is astronomical. This is the current version of the Windows operating system. And Microsoft has not stopped investing in the research and development of the Windows operating system, because this system is the foundation of Microsoft's market value of hundreds of billions of dollars. Han Haoren has never given up on developing a Chinese operating system. With just a team of several people, Han Haoren has pushed the overall progress to 50%. Unfortunately, subsequent research and development requires a huge amount of funds. Without gaining favor from any investors, Han Haoren's team had to find other ways to raise funds. While developing the operating system, Han Haoren and his team developed a perfect search engine. In terms of algorithm, this search engine is innovative. Han Haoren believes that this engine can redefine the pattern of search websites. If Xiaodu switches to using this search engine for development, it may allow Xiaodu to enter the world and grab share from Google in the European and American markets. When Han Haoren contacted Xiaodu and wanted to sell this perfect search engine algorithm to boss Li Yanhong, he was rejected by Xiaodu's senior manager in charge of business cooperation without even meeting Li Yanhong. Han Haoren still remembers what the senior manager of Xiaodu said. Xiaodu now doesn't need an engine that allows users to search for what they want to search more accurately. The improved algorithm of your search engine cannot bring any profit to Xiaodu and cannot create any value. So it is worthless. In anger, Han Haoren decided to launch his own search engine Jianjia. But it is obvious that without capital support and lagging behind Xiaodu for nearly 10 years, it is impossible for Jianjia to compete with Xiaodu for users. In 2019, when everyone opens Xiaodu and searches for any keyword, the content at the top will always be the content of the bidding search. Countless people have even been deceived by clicking on those bidding web pages in front of Xiaodu pages. And no one cares about the search engine Jianjia, which is better than Xiaodu and even Google. Its developer, Han Haoren, was impoverished. The development progress of the Chinese operating system Longting is also stuck at 50%. The funds in the company's accounts were not enough to pay the salaries of the team members, and Han Haoren himself was also tortured by illness. When it was possible that the death of the poor number one scholar would hit the headlines in a few days, Han Haoren found that he was reborn and returned to the past. Han Haoren, who has been reborn, has also undergone a transformation in his character. Han Haoren in his previous life was passionate, but stubborn and did not know how to adapt. And the repeated failures caused Han Haoren himself to completely lose his original edge. However, failure is also the mother of success. The failures in his previous life gave Han Haoren countless valuable experiences. Today, Han Haoren is extremely confident. He is confident that he can change the world with his own abilities. In his previous life, Han Haoren failed whether he was promoting the Jianjia search engine or developing the Longting operating system. But in this life, everything is different. In Han Haoren's mind, densely packed words, lines, and numbers have spread out. In the past few days, Han Haoren has made new plans for the next 10 years. And with the advantage of 10 years of foresight, coupled with the system, Han Haoren is confident that every small goal, short-term goal, long-term goal, and final vision can be achieved. Han Haoren's short-term goal is to earn 100 million within 10 days. Yes, not 1 million or 2 million, but 100 million. This is what Han Haoren must achieve. In Han Haoren's vision, a capital of 100 million is the basis for making a little splash in the futures market. This is the lower limit on the amount of capital required. To use high leverage, you must have huge financial support. Several million, for ordinary people, may be money that cannot be earned in a lifetime. But with several million, it is impossible to find suitable funds in the futures market. Without capital allocation and leverage, even if all funds are invested in the futures market, even if we take advantage of the decade of absence, we can at most increase our income tenfold. Gain tenfold in a few days. Even for top traders, this is beyond their reach. Even if the market is very good, if they can achieve a rate of return that doubles a year, they are at the top of the industry. But for Han Haoren, this is not enough. 1 million doubled 10 times, still only 10 million. 10 million is still too little for Han Haoren. As a top student majoring in finance at Shuimu University, Han Haoren knew that 100 million was just the basic threshold for him to enter an exciting game where he could make hundreds of millions in 1 second, or lose all 100 million in 1 second. Only by accumulating 100 million in cash, Han Haoren will be able to obtain the maximum benefit from the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity 10 days later. Chapter 40, The Result of the Connection of Love. Just when Han Haoren is planning his life, the clock finally reached 10 o'clock. Even Han Haoren, who had been very calm from the moment he entered the villa, had certain fluctuations in his heart. Although I have at least 90% certainty in my heart. However, until the results are announced, everything is uncertain. The phone on Han Haoren's desk began to vibrate. Your cooking is delicious. The first message of love. Han Haoren smiled. Although it was anonymous, looking at the content, Han Haoren knew that this message came from Tong Yaya. Everyone else thought that this dinner was cooked by Tong Yaya. Only Tong Yaya herself knows that the real chef is Han Haoren. I'm looking forward to eating the food you cooked for me. Han Haoren received the second message before he turned off Tong Yaya's message. This was obviously sent by Ri Xiaodi. Han Haoren put down his phone. Less than 10 seconds later, his phone vibrated again. Han Haoren picked up the phone. I look forward to the day you draw me a picture. At a glance, you can tell that this message of love comes from Song Xinran. This is what Song Xinran said to Han Haoren before in front of all the guests present. Han Haoren didn't put down his phone. In the eyes of 6 observers, he could only get 3 votes. However, Han Haoren's own prediction was 5 votes. Han Haoren didn't wait long. Nice to meet you. I look forward to creating more memories with you in the future. The fourth text message. Zhang Hanxiao in the studio opened his mouth in surprise, which meant that their prediction had failed. Han Haoren still didn't put down his phone, but kept track of the time silently. I want to discuss your piano playing skills with you tomorrow. Han Haoren's mouth finally showed a bright smile. This message must have come from Su Siyu, and the previous one was sent by Qi Yuhan. Han Haoren knew that there were no mistakes in his analysis and judgment of Su Siyu and Qi Yuhan. As expected, these two people also sent messages of love to themselves. Especially here with Su Siyu, Han Haoren knew that as long as he played a piano piece, Su Siyu would not be able to win the vote. However, Han Haoren did not do this. Because Han Haoren has long realized that his boastful words before were his own words. When Su Siyu asked her about her piano skills, she should have just laughed it off. Han Haoren sorted out what happened today. He found that he, who had just been reborn and was full of energy, sometimes couldn't control his emotions. Many subconscious practices are not optimal solutions. This is related to the sudden change in mentality between two lives. However, it is always a good thing to be able to detect problems in your mentality early. Now in this show, there are some small mistakes that can be made up for. For example, Su Siyu's vote. But in the crisis-ridden futures market, if you are not careful, you will be doomed. Han Haoren didn't want to show too much of his talent among all the guests on the first day of the show. This is also the main reason why Han Haoren asked Tong Yaha to keep it secret and not to say that he was the chef who completed tonight's dinner. In a crowd, being too bright is not necessarily a good thing. This is the life sentiment of Han Haoren, the most dazzling person in Shuimu University from the moment he enrolled. Han Haoren even believed that if he hadn't been so sharp, Chen Yuzhou wouldn't have tried every possible means to frame him. Although he is not a low-key character, in the program Meet the Real Rich and the Pauper, Han Haoren's plan is to keep a low profile for a few days. Han Haoren was thinking during dinner, how can he get the vote for Su Siyu, who currently has a bad impression of him, without showing off his piano skills? And soon, Han Haoren figured it out. After analyzing Su Siyu's character and behavioral logic, Han Haoren was sure that he didn't need to do anything deliberately. As long as you do nothing and don't say a word to Su Siyu after dinner, you can get Su Siyu's love message. And the result was just as Han Haoren expected. Other rooms in the love shack. Wang Songsong scratched his head depressedly. Although he had expected this for a long time, his mood was still a little low at this time. Tong Yaya and Song Shinran, who chose to live in the same room together, looked at each other. They all read disappointment on each other's faces. A bright smile appeared on Ri Xiaoti's face. After watching this scene, the picture on the big screen in the studio disappeared and the screen went dark. Zhang Hanqiao let out a long sigh, and then said, the first choice of male and female guests. There are absolute winners. But there are also losers. Although it was the first time they met, the good impression they have now is not necessarily like, let alone love. But we can see that many ambiguous seeds have been planted. This time in the prediction of connection of love, we made 3 mistakes. A line through which Han Haoren sends a message of love. There are 2 more lines, which are messages sent to Han Haoren. Although we like Han Haoren very much, this time we really fell in love with Han Haoren. Everyone, please share your thoughts. All 5 female guests chose to send love messages to Han Haoren. This is something we couldn't have predicted before. Why is this so? Have we still underestimated Han Haoren's charm? Luijia touched his bald head and said, it's not that we underestimated Han Haoren. Rather, our discussion just now ignored many important details. Let's review the game. First, Han Haoren sent it to Ri Xiaoti. Luo Zhenhao and I always thought it was a done deal. But you beauties are too emotional. You don't analyze Han Haoren's heart rationally. The reason why Han Haoren voted for Ri Xiaoti, I made it very clear before. Law of attraction, among the 5 female guests Han Haoren chatted with, Ri Xiaoti was the most in-depth chat. Han Haoren sent countless ambiguous signals, which shows that Han Haoren himself has a good impression of Ri Xiaoti. Chapter 41, The Reason for the Connection. Zhang Hanqiao looked at Luijia and admitted generously, Han Haoren's emotional line is indeed because we are too emotional. Han Haoren chose Ri Xiaoti, which is reasonable and the most normal. It's because we thought too complicatedly. However, I still can't understand Qi Yuhan and Su Siyu's message of love even now. Can we ask 2 observers who understand psychology to analyze it? Luijia smiled and said, don't I plan to analyze it immediately? First of all, Qi Yuhan's connection. From the moment Qi Yuhan stepped into this villa, we knew that Qi Yuhan was a social butterfly. She interacted with the 3 male guests. She even maintained a good relationship with the other female guests. It can be said that Qi Yuhan is the most proactive person in this villa to build a network of contacts. In contrast, our most popular Han Haoren, he is not very proactive. Including establishing a relationship with Song Shinran, including helping Tong Yaya cook, including finally playing billiards with Qi Yuhan, he was always the passive one. The only 2 times Han Haoren took the initiative were against Ri Xiaoti. That's why I said, Han Haoren's line is very easy to connect, it must be Hot Xiaoti. Ouyangmi smiled and said, Teacher Lu, you are off topic again. We know Han Haoren's connection, and we were wrong. However, even if the line is connected correctly, the end result will still be the same. We just want to know now why Qi Yuhan and Su Siyu also voted for Han Haoren. Luijia took a sip of water and replied, people with Qi Yuhan's personality have one obvious characteristic. Feisty and competitive. Qi Yuhan believes that among the 5 female guests, she is the one who is best at communicating with the male guests and establishing a good relationship. Qi Yuhan even regards himself as a leader of this villa, someone who guides the atmosphere. For such a confident and even arrogant person, do you think Chi Yuhan will choose to do the next best thing because of our previous analysis and because Han Haoren is too popular and choose to send love messages to other uncompetitive male guests? Just to complete the connection pairing? Song Shanchan nodded and said, I understand a little bit. Chi Yuhan believes that she is the most popular among the 5 female guests, so she must also choose a most popular male guest to match her, so that it matches her identity. So, Chi Yuhan voted for Han Haoren. Because Han Haoren is obviously the most popular male guest. Lu Yijia nodded, yes, you are right. What's more, don't you think that Chi Yuhan's favorite person is Han Haoren? So it makes sense for her to send a message to Han Haoren. Yangmi suddenly understood and nodded, so, Teacher Lu. Chi Yuhan sent a message to Han Haoren, we can understand it now. But what about Su Siyu? Why did she send a message to Han Haoren? Aren't all our previous analyses based on the fact that Su Siyu has a slight dislike for Han Haoren? Could it be that our inference and analysis were wrong from the very beginning? Su Siyu doesn't hate Han Haoren, but likes Han Haoren? Luijia shook his head, our previous analysis was correct. The expressions Su Siyu showed several times were too obvious. There is no way there is anything wrong with this. So the question is, why did Su Siyu send a message of love to Han Haoren even though he clearly had feelings of disgust towards Han Haoren? The reason is very simple when I think about it now. You can see the content of the message Su Siyu sent, I want to discuss piano playing skills with you tomorrow. Although our link is called the connection of love. Although this text message is called a love message, in fact it is not true that you only have to fall in love with someone before you can send a message. Even if Han Haoren and Ri Xiaodi sent each other messages, they had feelings for each other. But this can't be said to fall in love so quickly, right? They are just people who met each other for the first time today. The mistake we made when we just analyzed it was that we misunderstood the flow of this program in the literal sense of the message of love. Actually, this is just a simple text messaging session. The difference is that due to program restrictions, you can only choose one person to send text messages to. And why did Su Siyu send it to Han Haoren? Because she happened to have something to say to Han Haoren. She is an introvert and extremely passive person. She was embarrassed to say the words in the text message to Han Haoren's face. And she really wanted to compete with Han Haoren on piano skills. In other words, she wanted to see if Han Haoren was really as good at piano as he said. Su Siyu held this sentence back all night and did not dare to say it to Han Haoren in person. She didn't know how to speak and couldn't muster the courage. So she wanted to say it through text messages. This is why Su Siyu chose to send a message of love. It's not complicated at all, right? Chapter 42, Psychology Experts Feel Shuddering. Luo Xinhao quoted Lu Yijia as saying, Teacher Li's analysis is consistent with my thoughts. In this world, there are extremely extroverted people like Chi Yuhan, and there are introverted and shy people like Su Siyu. Some people may think it's an exaggeration. But there are some people, let alone a confession. They will hesitate for a long time whether to speak even in an ordinary conversation, and they may not dare to really express it. Sometimes, they don't dare to express it clearly to their relatives and friends, let alone strangers they meet on the first day. And Su Siyu has such a personality. But there is a very interesting topic I'm working on right now. It's introverted and shy people who are online or in a situation that is not face-to-face. They are often able to do things that they would never do face-to-face. Some people have completely different personalities online and in real life. This can be explained using many psychological terms, but due to time issues, I will not expand on it for the time being. Su Siyu didn't dare to say these words in front of Han Haoren, so she chose to express it by sending text messages. Although the sender is anonymous, Su Siyu knows that Han Haoren can know from the text message content that this message was sent to him by her. Zhang Hanqiu's puzzled expression finally disappeared, I understand. So, everything makes sense. Zhang Hanqiu originally wanted to record a spoken word broadcast at the end of the first episode, and the recording of this episode could be ended. Unexpectedly, Luo Xinhao continued to speak, I have analyzed the motivations of the male and female guests to connect. I also observed a very important point, I must say it. That's probably the highlight of this show. Teacher Lu Yijia, I don't know if you have noticed it. However, my occupational disease is observing everyone's micro-expressions. And the person I observed the most was Han Haoren. Just now, after Han Haoren received the 5th text message, which was Su Siyu's love message, Han Haoren showed a smile. I saw the smile on Han Haoren 3 times throughout the day today. I named him Han Haoren Smile. Luo Xinhao paused for a moment, and then said, the important point is coming soon. This smile, as well as Han Haoren's demeanor and expression at that time, if translated into words, it is, I knew it would be like this. Yes, after receiving 5 love messages, that is, after knowing that he had won the favor of all the female guests, Han Haoren did not show any surprised expression. His expression, his smile, that Han Haoren smile told me that Han Haoren himself had anticipated everything. Han Haoren has long known that the 5 female guests will vote for him, and he takes this as a matter of course. It is not worthy of surprise or celebration. Yangmi opened her mouth again, so? When we six observers looked at everything from God's perspective, we ended up connecting three wrong lines. And Han Haoren himself in this game is supposed to be a fan of the authorities, but he easily anticipated everything that would happen? Luo Jinhao said seriously, although I don't want to admit it, I am 90% sure that this is the fact. Don't forget, Han Haoren's psychology level is higher than mine. He is definitely a master. Han Haoren has long expected that the 5 female guests will vote for him. Although I don't know all Han Haoren's previous actions. Whether everything he did was inducing the last 5 female guests to choose to vote for him. I don't dare to think too much about this hypothesis. Because when I think about it carefully, I feel a creepy and shuddering feeling. So, I will rule out for the time being the possibility that Han Haoren was planning the layout from the moment he entered the villa, and finally formed the current result. However, what I can confirm is that Su Siyu's vote is for Han Haoren, and Chi Yuhan's vote is for Han Haoren. These two results are things that Han Haoren has determined and expected in advance. In this show, Han Haoren's rank is not only higher than other male and female guests. His rank is also higher than the observers sitting here, looking at them from God's perspective. I have never seen anyone like Han Haoren in my life. So, I would like to thank the program team for inviting me to be an observer. Maybe after the recording of the program Meet the Real Rich and the Pauper is completed, I can write a special report on Han Haoren. Luijia, who had been silent and thinking for a long time, finally said, I agree with teacher Luo Jinhao's analysis. Han Haoren is awesome. Really awesome. I've always believed that there can't be perfect people in the world. But from what we have observed today, Han Haoren is a terrifyingly perfect person. I can't wait until tomorrow so I can find out Han Haoren's age, occupation and identity. I'm very curious about what kind of person he is. Chapter 43, 1 million arrives. Luo Jinhao and Luijia both looked very serious. Zhang Hanxiao smiled as she prepared for a close-up shot of herself and said, okay. With the reveal of the connection of love. Our program Meet the Real Rich and the Pauper has also come to an end. The next episode of the program will be even more exciting. Because in the next issue, the careers of the male and female guests will be revealed. Especially the male guests, we know that they are elites in various industries, so they have huge wealth. But I think a lot of people are curious, what do they do? In the next issue, everything will be revealed. Including their age, occupation, income, educational background, etc., which is the most important information in real blind dates. The excitement doesn't stop there. The next episode of Connection of Love will be slightly different from today. The next issue will not be about sending anonymous messages to the other party. However, the next issue of Connection of Love is even more important. Because it will determine the pairing of our male and female guests on their first date. Yes, this weekend. We're going to win the first date on Meet the Rich and the Pampered. Today, we just had a simple contact and got to know each other's names. Tomorrow, everyone will have a deeper understanding of each other's careers and ages. Then, dating is undoubtedly a way to quickly heat up the relationship between men and women. If the number one male guest Han Haoren is obviously the absolute protagonist of the show. The 5 female guests unanimously voted for Han Haoren for the first time. And starting from the next issue, will this situation change? Li Feng and Wang Songsong, 2 male guests who did not receive a single love message today, will they get a turnaround after their career information is made public? All this will be revealed in the next issue. Finished recording the show. The 6 observers had a dinner with the chief director and several people in charge of the program as scheduled. At the dinner table, everyone was talking about Han Haoren. Ouyang Mi adopted a coquettish tactic towards the chief director. Chief director, just do your best and satisfy my curiosity. Tell me what kind of person Han Haoren is. Otherwise I won't be able to sleep today. I have dark circles under my eyes during tomorrow's recording, which makes me look bad on camera. This will affect the ratings. The straight male director was unmoved. It's okay, our show has a very professional post-production process. He used to make movies. Let alone cover up the dark circles, I can even change your hair. Ouyang Mi. Ouyang Mi was speechless. Why can such a straight man be the chief director? If it weren't for Han Haoren on this show, she wouldn't want to record it anymore. Turn off the cameras in the room. Han Haoren took out his laptop bought from the second-hand market and started to get busy. For opportunities in the futures market 10 days later, Han Haoren must analyze a lot of data every day. Different from stock trading, it is enough to understand curve charts, what K-lines and moving averages are, and what indicator technical analysis methods are. The most important thing about stocks is the big trend and inside information. And futures are too complicated. There is a 28/20ths rule in the futures market. Only 20% of people make profits and 80% of people lose money. The real money made from futures is 20% of the 20% profit. And those who have made profits are all the most professional institutions with hundreds of billions of funds, as well as the world's top financial giants. If you don't have capital, don't play futures. This is common knowledge in the financial world. Ordinary retail investors, entering the futures market, only have the possibility of being swallowed up by predators and going bankrupt. All the predators are playing games, and the money they make is the money of retail investors. It can be said that the risks in the futures market are much higher than those in the stock market. If you are not careful, you will lose everything. As for Han Haoren, he had to be fully prepared to compete in such a terrifying market with top institutions with funds thousands of times larger than his own. Even though, Han Haoren has the advantage of being a reborn person that no one else in the world has. Han Haoren knew that he could not waste time, let alone take it lightly. Did 2 hours of homework? Han Haoren suddenly received a text message on his mobile phone. It's not a love message from the female guest but a text message from the bank. Users whose number ends in 3512, your Huaxiao Bank savings card will receive funds of 1 million won Mei currency. The current balance is 1,054.73 soft sister coins. Congratulations, you have been upgraded to a 5-star VIP user of our bank and can enjoy VIP rights. 1 million. Han Haoren knew that the bonus promised by the program team of Meet the Real Rich and the Pauper had arrived. Although the previous executive director communicated with Han Haoren, he also said that the bonuses would be distributed after the end of each period. But Han Haoren didn't expect the money to come so quickly. It's night now. It can be seen that the fruit counter has a lot of energy, and it can transfer money in real time even during off-duty hours. Chapter 44, Ways to Maximize Income. Han Haoren was very moved. You know, before receiving this million, the balance of his bank card was 54.73 soft sister coins. It can be said that we are almost at the end of our rope. Although 1 million is only 1% of Han Haoren's small goal of 100 million, Han Haoren is still very happy. At least, everything was going according to plan. With a thought, Han Haoren opened the system. Since 1 million has been transferred to his account. Doesn't that mean that I finally earned my first million in life? In this way, you will have the opportunity to win a bronze-level lottery as rewarded by the system. Han Haoren opened his personal panel. Name, Han Haoren. Sex, male. Age, 21. Level, LV.1. Attributes. Strength, 6. Speed, 5. Stamina, 6. Intelligence, 10. Charisma, 9. Eloquence, 7. Leadership, 6. Creativity, 9. Collaboration, 6. Business sense, 5. Stress resistance, 7. Retrograde force, 7. Lucky, 3. The average level for normal adults is 5. Skill. Painting techniques, directions, drawing, oil painting, special painting. Singing techniques, direction, pop, hip-hop. Cooking, direction, Cantonese, Sichuan and French cuisine. Beethoven's piano techniques. Hidden ability, 10 times attribute bonus. Number of remaining draws, bronze level draws x1. Han Haoren smiled. Sure enough. The system is very bad. Han Haoren did not actively log into the system, and the system would not prompt him. He won a bronze level lottery. With the number of draws, Han Haoren will naturally not leave it unused. Anyway, the system didn't say there was any guaranteed discount for 10 draws in a row. You can quickly improve your abilities through lottery, so naturally the sooner you use it, the better. Ding! Congratulations to the owner, you have been selected to a special state and activated a hidden ability, a 10-fold attribute bonus. Master, please choose an ability with a 10-fold attribute bonus within 60 seconds. Based on the master's current level, the 10-fold attribute bonus time is 3 minutes. Han Haoren? What's the situation? When he first got the system, Han Haoren was still wondering how he could use the 10-fold attribute bonus skill that seemed to come with the system. Unexpectedly, everything happened so suddenly. Han Haoren is a Chinese character with a capital name. What the hell? Han Haoren's original expectation was to think about whether he could find another master-level skill to use, such as psychology. In this case, Han Haoren won't worry about boasting about his awesomeness and not being able to smooth things over. Han Haoren discovered that the skills drawn by the system are really useful in the program Meet the Real Rich and the Pauper. He felt that even if he couldn't take psychology, it would be good to learn other musical instruments, or learn skills such as dancing, tea ceremony, and equestrianism. But what the hell is activating hidden abilities 10 times attribute bonus? Now in the middle of the night, Han Haoren doesn't need any 10-fold attribute bonus. According to the system introduction, the 10-fold attribute bonus time is 3 minutes. This is not an ability that can permanently increase attributes, but has a time limit. But Han Haoren has no idea that under the current situation, even if his attributes are increased 10 times in 3 minutes, what's the use? Is it possible that he could increase his power tenfold and beat up Ching Yuzhou, who framed him and caused him to be fired from McKinsey? Han Haoren read an article that the maximum punching force of an average man is 100 kilograms. As for heavyweight boxers such as former boxing champion Tyson, the impact of his heavy punches at his peak was about 450 kilograms, and the maximum could reach 600 kilograms. Calculated this way, even the strength of the world boxing champion is only 6 times that of ordinary people. According to the calculation that a normal person's strength is 5 Tyson's maximum strength at his peak was 5 times 6, which is 30. Han Haoran's original power is 6, multiplied by 10 times, that's 60. In other words, theoretically speaking, Han Haoran's punch is twice as powerful as Tyson's. This is the power that can knock out any professional boxer with one punch. Even ordinary people will be beaten to death by such a heavy punch weighing 1,200 kilograms, which is 2,400 kilograms. With a tenfold increase in strength, Han Haoran is confident that he can defeat anyone, even an active instructor of the special forces. Of course, this is purely a matter of hand-to-hand combat. However, now Han Haoran will definitely not be able to reach Chen Yuzhou's location within 3 minutes. Although tomorrow, Shuimu University will have a course on statistics of information for advancement and employment, most of the senior students who are doing internships will return to school. But this is also a matter of tomorrow. Today's Han Haoran has no goal of revenge. And in today's society governed by the rule of law, beating someone to death requires their own life. Even if Chen Yuzhou is right in front of Han Haoran will not choose the stupidest method of revenge, which is force. Han Haoran frowned. What he was thinking about was how to maximize his profits. Chapter 45, 10 times attribute bonus. Han Haoran knows in his heart that it is obvious that even a tenfold increase in strength, speed, endurance, intelligence, charm, eloquence, leadership, creativity, collaboration, business acumen, stress resistance and retrograde power will not have the same effect on him. It's not too big either. What he needs now is a lucky bonus. Han Haoran's original luck attribute was not high, only 3, but even if the base number was not high, after a tenfold increase, it was still 6 times that of a normal person. What is the concept of being 6 times as lucky as a normal person? In Han Haoran's estimation, this means that when Han Haoran enters the casino, he will definitely make a lot of money. If you buy a lottery ticket, you are not just 6 times more likely to win than ordinary people. But it is almost guaranteed that you will win the prize, even the grand prize has a very high probability. This is also easy to understand. If it is a lottery based solely on luck, then the winner will be the person with the best luck at that time, that is, the person with the highest luck value. And 6 times as lucky as normal people, Han Haoran is the person with the highest luck. Of course, these must be based on a premise. In the casino, Han Haoran must play a game of probability and luck. For example, blackjack, stud-in god of gamblers, or Texas Hold'em, the most popular game in American casinos, are not purely luck-based games, but rely on psychology and calculation. He may not win guaranteed. And if he wants to win the lottery, Han Haoran must also confirm that there is no shady secrets in the lottery draw. The casino was suddenly passed by Han Haoran. The nearest legal casino that Han Haoran knew was in Macau. And in 3 minutes, let alone go to Macau. Even if there is a casino next to the villa, Han Haoran can't make it. As for buying lottery tickets, Han Haoran is not sure that the so-called welfare lottery is completely fair and just. Especially when Han Haoran double buys a lot of bets, draining the prize pool of the welfare lottery center. Han Haoran felt that even if he knew and memorized the winning lottery numbers on a certain day before he was reincarnated, he would have to buy dozens or even hundreds of those winning numbers. Maybe by then, the lottery numbers will change. Of course, the most critical point now is that even the welfare lottery is completely fair and there is no black box operation. In 3 minutes, Han Haoran didn't have time to run from the Showcrew's villa to the nearest welfare lottery point. And at this time, the outlets should also be closed, right? In 2009, although there were smartphones, there were also laptops in front of us. But because China's lottery is actually a state-controlled project, there is no app or website that can quickly buy lottery tickets online. To buy lottery tickets, you can only go to welfare lottery or sports lottery outlets. Han Haoran frowned and thought deeply, what should he do at this time? 3 minutes are still counting down. Han Haoran is almost certain that if he doesn't make a choice within 3 minutes, this tenfold attribute bonus reward should be invalidated. Frowning Han Haoran suddenly had an idea. In the past few days, Han Haoran has collected information about this world and analyzed the world before he traveled to 2009, when the world was different from today. Han Haoran once discovered a point. In this world in 2009, although Sina Weibo was launched as scheduled. However, in order to promote the event, Weibo officials launched a strange event that was absolutely not available in the original world, the Super Lottery. The draw date for the Super Lottery is just 1 day later. That is tomorrow at noon. Weibo Lottery for Maserati. A certain treasure cleared 1 million shopping carts. Koi of the year. These popular terms of 2019 once again flooded into Han Haoran's mind. Han Haoran also recalled that in 2018, national husband Wang Tsongtsong, who is now in the next room, celebrated the team's championship win by drawing a mobile phone case and giving away an iPhone. Now in 2009, the official lottery on Weibo is currently the hottest topic among people across the country. Han Haoran knows that his rebirth has brought a bit of a butterfly effect to the world. For example, this lottery on Weibo. However, the former Han Haoran believed that there was no connection between this lottery and himself. In fact, Han Haoran didn't even repost the lottery post on Weibo. After all, Han Haoran, who came from 2019, knows. Even the winners of the welfare lottery may be played by actors from the welfare lottery center. How could there be no shady secrets in Weibo's lottery? Even if there is no shady story, so many people want to be the luckiest person. The chance of winning is definitely lower than the lottery. Although one day ago, Han Haoren thought this lottery was nonsense and just a gimmick. But now, everything is different. Han Haoren quickly opened the laptop in front of him and logged into Sina's Weibo page. Chapter 46, the most correct way to open? Han Haoren searched the official Weibo of Sina Weibo and found the Weibo lottery page. At the same time, the 60-second timer in front of Han Haoren was about to pass. I choose to add the lucky attribute. Han Haoren said to the system in his heart. Congratulations, master. Hidden ability, 10 times attribute bonus activated. Luck attribute multiplied by 10. At the same time as the system's voice fell, Han Haoren discovered that on his character panel, the lucky attribute had indeed changed to 30. Han Haoren didn't hesitate. After reading the lottery rules, he skillfully arranged a package of forwarding, commenting, liking, and following. Han Haoren is a little regretful that this is 2009 and the Weibo lottery has not become popular at all. Except for the lottery on Sina's official Weibo, there are no other lottery activities on Weibo. Therefore, there is no other lottery or anything that can be forwarded by the way. Therefore, the opportunity of my 3 minutes of lucky bonus time is equivalent to a waste of 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Han Haoren didn't think about what he should do in the next 2 minutes or so. Online gambling? This has not become popular in China now. Although there are indeed gambling websites outside Europe and the United States, it took more than 2 minutes for Han Haoren to register an account and link a bank card. Helpless Han Haoren could only browse the detailed information of this Weibo lottery. This lottery is Sina's official first lottery event, and the purpose is to attract more people to register on Weibo. Therefore, the rewards are quite generous. 99,999 yuan in cash, plus a spot to attend the Weibo Star Charity Gala. This is an official reward provided by Sina Weibo. In addition, Weibo has also teamed up with many Chinese companies to sponsor prizes, making the prize pool very attractive. Gree sponsors the latest air conditioner. Skyworth sponsors a new 52-inch color TV. Lenovo gave away the most high-end mobile phones and ThinkPads. Chow Tai Fook sponsored gold pendants and necklaces. The most valuable reward is a diamond ring sponsored by China's largest jewelry brand, worth 100,000. Other manufacturers sponsored items such as watches, refrigerators, furniture, kitchenware, clothes, sneakers, food, and more. For the sponsors, they naturally gave their latest and best products to Sina for free for the lottery without hesitation. They know the recent traffic and publicity intensity of Sina Weibo. In order to promote Weibo, Sina burned hundreds of millions in promotion expenses in just a few months. Sina paid a considerable fee and invited more than half of the top celebrities in the entertainment industry to open Weibo. Coupled with the promotion and advertising of online platforms, TV ads and traditional paper media, Sina is burning money like crazy. As another big trick to attract users to register on Weibo, the Super Lottery will undoubtedly attract a lot of attention. It stands to reason that most eagle-eyed sponsors know that even if they pay advertising fees, they have to join Weibo's list of lottery sponsors. Participating in such a high-profile event is a good advertisement for their brands. As a result, the number of sponsor companies for Weibo's Super Lottery quickly exceeded 30. In the Weibo promotion, the total value of all prizes exceeded 600,000. Prizes worth more than 600,000 yuan, nearly 100,000 yuan in cash, plus an invitation to Weibo Star Charity Night including round-trip air tickets and accommodation. And these prizes, worth nearly 1 million in total, all belong to one person. Although these rewards worth nearly 1 million are coveted rewards for ordinary people. But for Han Haoren, it's no longer enough. Not to mention his small goal is 100 million in 10 days. Even if he just received 5 love messages, Han Haoren made 1 million in seconds, and it was still in cash. And these sponsors' prizes, even if they are worth nearly 1 million, still have to take time to be sold before they can be realized, right? Han Haoren now doesn't want to waste time on this. In 2009, when lottery activities had not yet become popular, this Super Lottery event naturally attracted the attention of countless Chinese people. After all, even if they know that the probability is very low, everyone always participates in the lottery with the idea that they are the only lucky one. In more than a month from the moment Weibo announced the Super Lottery event, the number of new registrations on Weibo has exceeded 10 million. Weibo showed that the effective number of people participating in the Super Lottery also reached 3 million. The so-called effective number of people refers to Weibo accounts that have passed Weibo's real name identity verification. This prevents one person from opening many small accounts for lottery draws. Seeing the number of people participating in the lottery, Han Haoren raised his chin again. 1 in 3 million chance. Will Lady Luck favor a person like me whose luck attributes have increased tenfold? Even if I was really drawn, the income would not meet my expectations. Han Haoren was a little hesitant. Did he not use the most correct way to activate the 10 times attribute bonus this time? Chapter 47, Additional Reward, Draw a Villa. Han Haoren refreshed the page. He discovered that the official Sina Weibo had forwarded this super lottery a few seconds ago. The forwarded content made Han Haoren's eyes light up. Announcement: since the super lottery was announced, it has not only attracted the enthusiasm of many Weibo users, but also many sponsors of domestic brands that Sina had not contacted before expressed their desire to join the event. Here, we are excited to announce that in addition to the original prizes, we will add prizes for the following 11 sponsors. New Oriental provides lifelong training courses. Phoenix Bicycle. A Geely British TX4 Classic business car. Vank provides a villa in Wanjing Mansion in the imperial capital. The value of the prize pool has increased from 1 million to over 10 million. In addition, winners don't have to worry about taxes. Sina will bear the unexpected income tax for your winnings this time. The lottery drawing time remains unchanged, it will be drawn at 9 o'clock tomorrow evening. I wish everyone good luck. The previous additional prizes are considered useless to Han Haoren. New Oriental? Free lessons for life? Han Haoren is not interested in learning English or learning to cook. But the last two grand prizes surprised Han Haoren. Geely's commercial vehicles may be worth 200,000 to 300,000. Of course, for Han Haoren, who owns a Lamborghini Reventon, he doesn't like Geely's business cars. Although, the Lamborghini was only lent to me by the show crew. However, in one episode of the show, Han Haoren's bonus exceeded the bonus amount and reached 500,000. According to the contract, all brand-name clothes and shoes have been purchased by Han Haoren. Although Lamborghini's requirements are relatively high, Han Haoren still has some confidence in earning a Lamborghini Reventon for free. Han Haoren didn't pay much attention to the additional prize of the Geely British TX4 Classic business car. What worries Han Haoren the most is the last additional prize. Vank's villa is not worth hundreds of thousands of soft girl coins. The villas in the imperial capital are extremely valuable. Although it is now 2009, housing prices have not experienced the explosive growth that they did later. But the price of a villa in the imperial capital is at least several million, right? It might even be worth tens of millions. Han Haoren searched his memories about future generations. Even in 1912, there was no prize as valuable as a villa on Weibo, right? The house and car were actually taken out, but Han Haoren didn't know whether the rewards were finally realized. However, Sina's official Weibo activities add to Vank's reputation. Han Haoren believes that the rewards of this lottery will definitely be realized in the end. What Han Haoren can't figure out is that Vank's Mr. Wang doesn't know what kind of PY deal he has with Sina. It is not painful for others to buy a refrigerator, color TV, etc., but Mr. Wang of Vank would actually think of being so generous as to buy a villa. And Sina officials are not empty-handed but have invested a lot of money. You must know that the tax on such unexpected income from a lottery is not low. According to China's tax, it is 20% of the value of the unexpected income. Therefore, according to Weibo officials, if the prizes are worth a total of 10 million, they must help the winner bear 2 million in taxes and fees. This is no small sum of money. Although he didn't know what the quarrel between Sina and Vank was, Han Haoren knew one thing. After the news was announced, for the next night, the focus of the people across the country was undoubtedly on Weibo and Vank. Maybe Weibo's number of new user registrations in a single day will set another record. 3 minutes passed. Han Haoren discovered that the luck attribute on his panel had changed to 3 again. Although the increase in rewards means that more people will definitely be attracted to participate in the lottery. Perhaps, by the time the lottery is drawn, the number of people participating in the lottery will be far more than 3 million, and may even exceed 5 million. But Han Haoren has greater confidence in whether he can be drawn. The reason is also very simple. Weibo official announced the additional reward during the 3 minutes when Han Haoren activated the 10 times luck bonus. Han Haoren speculated that the fact that he was completing the steps of forwarding the lottery and staying on the lottery page on Weibo was related to the announcement of the new prize list on Weibo. In other words, it is very likely that I participated in the event, and my tenfold lucky bonus added so many prizes and a house to Weibo's prize pool. In this case, this proves that Han Haoren's previous speculation is completely correct. When you are 10 times lucky, you can draw any big prize you want. A lucky number that is 6 times higher than that of a normal person not only increases his winning rate by 6 times, but also makes him very likely to truly become the only luckiest person. So it should be obvious who the final winner is. Prizes worth nearly 1 million are just an appetizer. However, a villa in the imperial capital, whose current market price may exceed 10 million and will be worth hundreds of millions in the future, is still very attractive to Han Haoren. Time gradually reached late at night. Thinking about going back to Shuimu University tomorrow morning, Han Haoren closed his laptop. As Han Haoren went to bed and turned off the lights, all the lights in the love shack went out. Chapter 48, I hope I can have your breakfast every morning in the future. The next morning. Since he didn't have to go back to school too early, Han Haoren had a good night's sleep. Opening his eyes, Han Haoren looked at the time 8:40. Han Haoren got up and dressed completely. When he went downstairs, he found that no one was in Li Feng's room. But Wang Songsong's door was still closed. Han Haoran thought, a young master like Wang Songsong would not wake up until noon if he didn't have anything important to do. After all, at his father's level, he can make money even while lying down. When he walked downstairs, Han Haoran didn't see Song Shinran and Ri Xiaodi, but he met Tong Yaya. Tong Yaya, wearing a loose t-shirt, smiled when she saw Han Haoran coming downstairs. At this time, there were only Han Haoran and Tong Yaya in the living room. So, Tong Yaya said to Han Haoran without any scruples, "Chef, you worked hard yesterday. I made breakfast, although my cooking skills are definitely far different from yours. But if you're in a hurry to get out, how about some of the breakfast I made?" Han Haoran smiled and nodded, "You are so considerate. I originally thought I would go out hungry. Since you offered to cook for everyone yesterday, I know you must be the type of a good wife and mother." Tong Yaya was a little embarrassed when Han Haoran said, "Actually, no. I was really embarrassed yesterday. Although the other guests didn't know it, the people on the show were definitely laughing at me. Knowing your cooking skills, I would never be so shameless." Tong Yaya made omelets, pancakes, sandwiches, and porridge. Han Haoran ate with gusto. Tong Yaya's cooking skills are quite good, at least to Han Haoran who is used to eating in canteens and fast food restaurants. These breakfasts are very delicious. Tong Yaya has already finished her breakfast, but since she hasn't received any drama now, she actually doesn't have much going on these days. Tong Yaya just sat aside and watched Han Haoran finish breakfast quietly. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, Han Haoran said to Tong Yaya sincerely, "The breakfast you made is delicious. It would be great if I could have breakfast cooked by you every morning from now on." Tong Yaya's pretty face turned slightly red. Han Haoran said these two sentences, partly as a courtesy, and partly because he really hopes to have someone on this show who can make breakfast for him. Although he has master-level cooking skills, Han Haoran still finds it troublesome to cook by himself. If he didn't cook it himself, Han Haoran would definitely not take the initiative to cook. Knowing that he would be here with all the guests for 2 months, Han Haoran naturally hoped that there would be someone dedicated to making breakfast. However, Tong Yaya was somewhat mistaken. Han Haoran's original intention was that in the next 2 months, when they all lived together, Tong Yaya could make breakfast for him. However, Tong Yaya regards this future as the rest of her life. Tong Yaya thought Han Haoran meant that she could make breakfast for him for the rest of her life. Who can make breakfast for a man for a lifetime? She is undoubtedly this man's wife. Although Tong Yaya was a little shy, subconsciously, she felt that it was a very happy thing for her to cook breakfast for Han Haoran for the rest of her life. Because it is morning now, and most of the guests are not in the villa in the morning and noon. So 6 observers are not at work yet. Of course, when they meet in the studio and officially start their recording, they will see the highlights edited by the program team. Therefore, although the camera faithfully recorded an ambiguous scene that the 6 observers expected to see. But it hasn't attracted any shouts from the 6 people yet. Han Haoran didn't realize his speech problem. He looked at the time and saw that it was time to set off. After going upstairs to get his bag, Han Haoran walked out of the villa. The black Lamborghini drove towards Shuimu University. Before his rebirth, Han Haoran was still resistant to returning to school after being expelled from Mackenzie. After all, Han Haoran's expulsion from Mackenzie has spread throughout the school. However, having just earned 1 million last night, Han Haoran's mentality was already very peaceful. His previous experience at Mackenzie was just a small twist in his life. Of course, although he went out in a Lamborghini, Han Haoran did not lend himself the show crew, or put on those luxury clothes that should be considered gifts to him now. The Patek Philippe was also placed in the room of the villa by Han Haoran. Obviously, facing most of his classmates who are very normal and treat him well, Han Haoran does not want to show off by wearing brand-name clothes and watches. Just like in previous years, Han Haoran never shied away from wearing shabby clothes to school. And it is very difficult to explain why I suddenly have all this when I am at the bottom of my life. Han Haoran wore the most ordinary clothes, the clothes he usually wore. But anyone who is familiar with Han Haoran can notice that although he wears the same set of clothes, Han Haoran's energy and demeanor at this time are completely different from those a few days ago. Chapter 49, Within half a year, you will lose everything you own. Shuimu University. Han Haoran greeted his classmates naturally, as if his expulsion from Mackenzie never happened. Until, Chen Yuzhou appeared in front of Han Haoran. Han Haoran, I admit that your IQ is indeed very high. You are the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province, and you can maintain a perfect score of 4.0 in the past 3 years at Shuimu University, a top 2 prestigious school in China. However, I still want to share with you a very valuable life experience. When you step out of campus and enter this society, IQ and academic performance are no longer important. It's all about connections, background, and money. That's how I got into Morgan Stanley and you blew your first internship. This is actually the first time Han Haoran has met Chen Yuzhou after his rebirth. But Han Haoran felt that Chen Yuzhou in front of him was still as annoying as he remembered. Chen Yuzhou was able to enter Morgan Stanley purely because of his family background. And Han Haoran was fired from Mackenzie not because of Chen Yuzhou. Chen Yuzhou in the previous life has always been the target of Han Haoran's revenge. But now, Han Haoran only feels that Chen Yuzhou jumping in front of him is like a tiny flea. Don't talk about Chen Yuzhou. Han Haoren is confident that even if he is Li Yanhong, given time, he can compete with him. Even for Xiaodu, which is now China's top internet company, Han Haoren has plans to prevent it from becoming the bee and bat for future generations. Chen Yuzhou was a little confused and a little angry when he looked at Han Haoren, who completely ignored him and was aloof. Given the current situation between the two of them, it is obvious that he should be the one who is arrogant. He spent a lot of effort and a lot of money to finally get Han Haoren fired from McKinsey, and completely cut off Han Haoren's future career in the financial industry. Chen Yuzhou naturally knew that after being reported to the entire industry for violating professional ethics, no formal large company in the financial field would recruit Han Haoren. Unless Han Haoren starts his own company, he will not pass the interview with any company in the finance-related industry. However, Han Haoren, who was framed by himself and fell into the current situation, shouldn't he be hysterical at this time? However, at this time, Han Haoren did not show the look that Chen Yuzhou expected at all. At this time, Han Haoren was still extremely confident, as usual. The demeanor exuded by Han Haoren is still the same aloof demeanor that has made Chen Yuzhou hate him since his freshman year. This made Chen Yuzhou completely lose the pleasure of mocking Han Haoren. Chen Yuzhou felt that even if Han Haoren retorted hysterically, quarreled with him or even started fighting, it would be better than the current situation. Now Han Haoren's reaction is somewhat beyond Chen Yuzhou's expectations. Chen Yuzhou had a feeling that Han Haoren didn't care at all about his dismissal from McKinsey. But this is not reasonable. Chen Yuzhou's depression also reached its peak. So, after making up his mind, Chen Yuzhou stared into Han Haoren's eyes and said, "Han Haoren, I don't understand. Why can you still laugh at this time? Okay, let me tell you another secret. Su Fei is my friend." Seeing Han Haoren's eyes, Chen Yuzhou finally looked at himself squarely, and the smile on Chen Yuzhou's face became even stronger. Although he told Han Haoren about his framing of Han Haoren, Chen Yuzhou was not afraid of Han Haoren's revenge at all. Chen Yuzhou was not afraid that Han Haoren will use force because of excitement. On the contrary, Chen Yuzhou was quite looking forward to this happening. If at this time, Han Haoren takes action against himself and uses violence, Chen Yuzhou believes that with his father's relationship, Han Haoren can be punished a lot. In this way, Han Haoren will not only be unable to enter the financial industry for the rest of his life, but he may not even be able to obtain a diploma from Shuimu University. What surprised Chen Yuzhou was that he didn't even see anger or hatred on Han Haoren's face at this time. It was as if Han Haoren didn't want to waste any time with him. Han Haoren said to Chen Yuzhou calmly, "Chen Yuzhou, my time is limited, so I will keep the story short. I heard that your father is engaged in real estate. Is he worth tens of billions? You have an uncle who is the president of the bank? You also have a beautiful girlfriend who is a sophomore at the drama school next door?" Chen Yuzhou smiled and nodded. What Han Haoren said about Chen Yuzhou's family background is no secret. It is precisely because of this that Chen Yuzhou has always believed that he is superior to most of his classmates. Chen Yuzhou also believes that after graduating from Shuimu University, his future will be bright. Chen Yuzhou smiled and said, "Han Haoren, you are absolutely right. My family owns a real estate company with tens of billions of assets. But you are just an orphan. I've been superior to you since I was born. I will be able to join Morgan Stanley after graduation, and when I have accumulated contacts and experience, I will inherit my father's company. My goal is to become the richest man in China within 10 years. And you have been destined to be a loser since you were born." Looking at Chen Yuzhou, who was beeping in front of him, Han Haoren couldn't help but interrupt Chen Yuzhou. "I know that you have been hating me since the first day of enrollment. I also know that the reason why you hate me is that deep down in your heart, you also think that I am better than you. The father of the chairman with a net worth of tens of billions. The uncle of the bank president. And a beautiful girlfriend. Do any of these things you have been showing off have anything to do with you? It's just that you had a good life and gave birth to a good child. But I'm sorry, your luck ends here. Let's make a bet. Within half a year, you'll lose everything you own." Chapter 50, System Task Released. After saying this, Han Haoren ignored Chen Yuzhou. Because he suddenly heard the sound of the system. The system mission Revenge of the Rich Second Generation is released. Task difficulty, silver level. It is the traditional virtue of the Chinese nation to be true to one's word and repay anyone's flaws. In the face of repeated provocations from my opponents, I can't bear it anymore. There is no need to bear it any longer. Mission objectives: 1. Bankrupt the real estate company of Chen Yuzhou's father, Chen Ting. 2. Let Chen Yuzhou's uncle Chen Xiao step down from the position of president of Zhongnan Bank head office. 3. Let Chen Yuzhou's girlfriend Gu Xiaoyu leave Chen Yuzhou. Mission period, half a year. Task rewards, lottery draws for excellence and above, as well as other hidden rewards. Han Haoren immediately started thinking. The emergence of this system task must not be a coincidence. It must be related to the bet he made with Chen Yuzhou just now. Han Haoren told Chen Yuzhou that within half a year, Chen Yuzhou would lose everything he owned. The system then releases the task. Although I don't know about other hidden rewards, the system doesn't say there will be any punishment for failing to complete the task. For this task, Han Haoren decided to try his best to complete it. The simple lottery of excellence and above made Han Haoren very excited. You know, according to the system, when the system level reaches LV.5, Han Haoren can only get one excellent level lottery chance for every 10 billion in cash earned. And if you are lucky enough to draw a prize of excellence or above, the conditions for obtaining a lottery of excellence or above are even more stringent. Even the 10 billion required for the excellent level lottery is not so easy to earn. It's 100 times more than Han Haoren's small goal of 100 million. You must know that in 2009, the richest Chinese man, Mr. Li Jiaqing of Xinjiang, was worth 150 billion yuan. The world's richest man, Microsoft chairman Gates, is also worth $40 billion. The equivalent of soft sister coins is more than 300 billion. 10 billion. It's a huge sum of money for the world. You know, Chen Yuzhou's father's real estate company is only known as tens of billions of assets. For real estate companies, the cash flow from tens of billions of assets is not much. They accumulated such huge assets only by mortgaging the original real estate, and then continued to buy land and build buildings. In fact, tens of billions of assets also represent tens of billions of liabilities. Such a company with assets of tens of billions may only have a few hundred million or even less cash flow. However, most real estate companies have good relationships with the government and banks, which allows them to obtain a steady stream of loans, so the capital chain will not be broken. So you can imagine how difficult it is to make 10 billion. And those who earn 10 billion can obtain the privileges of the excellent lottery, which can be obtained directly through tasks. For Han Haoren, very attractive. Not to mention the attractive system rewards, simply letting Chen Yuzhou lose everything is what Han Haoren has in mind. In Han Haoren's opinion, it is not difficult for him to complete this task now. Not to mention that I have a system. Even with his ability to predict what will happen in the future, Han Haoren is confident enough to complete this task. The only difficulty may be that the time limit of half a year is a bit tight. After all, it is not easy to collapse a real estate company with assets of over 10 billion within half a year. To get the president of a bank head office to step down, special means must be used. However, when the system assigns tasks, there is a sentence that is very consistent with Han Haoren's thoughts. Every defect must be reported is Han Haoren's character. Even in his previous life, Han Haoren, who had been experiencing failure, had this kind of character. Any favor must be repaid. But whoever offends Han Haoren will definitely kill his whole family. In his previous life, Chen Yuzhou did not become the richest man in the world as he wished. On the contrary, Chen Yuzhou's life is even worse than Han Haoren. His father, Chen Ting, was imprisoned for bribery and embezzlement of assets. Because the chairman was arrested, the capital chain was broken, and the company worth tens of billions collapsed in an instant. And Chen Yuzhou also lost everything he originally owned. The reason for everything is that Han Haoren spent 5 years collecting information, and finally sent a report to major media around the world and distributed it to all social platforms. Even Han Haoren in his previous life was able to make Chen Yuzhou lose everything through 5 years of forbearance. In this life, it will be 100 times easier to achieve all this. Han Haoren said nothing, while Chen Yuzhou angrily turned on the mocking mode again. But Han Haoren had no interest in listening to what Chen Yuzhou had to say anymore. He closed the laptop on the table, put on his backpack, stood up and prepared to walk out of the classroom. The moment Han Haoren stood up, a nice voice came from behind him. Han Haoren. Wait for me. Chapter 51, The Sudden Favor of the School Bell. Of course, Han Haoren is very familiar with this voice. He's Zi Yuan. The school beauty of Shuimu University's School of Finance, she is an absolute goddess-level figure with both talent and beauty. Han Haoren knew that Zi Yuan had already joined Bank of China International even though he had not officially graduated. 6 years later, Zi Yuan has become the most famous beauty trader in China, and even appeared on the cover of Fortune magazine. The relationship between Han Haoren and Zi Yuan in the previous life was not very good. Of course, it was also at that time that Han Haoren's subconscious was at work. He felt that he and Zi Yuan, who came from a good family, was smart and beautiful, were from different worlds. Even at a Shuimu University alumni meeting long after graduation, Zi Yuan proposed to invest in Han Haoren's startup company, but Han Haoren flatly refused. It can be said. Zi Yuan is Han Haoren's class, the most perfect goddess at Shuimu University. Han Haoren turned his head and saw Zi Yuan trotting in front of him, carrying Chanel's satchel. School beauty Zi Yuan is wearing a white shirt and a black skirt today. Although she is not wearing stockings, Zi Yuan has straight long legs like a model and does not need to wear stockings to outline her legs. The iconic oval face, the small and tall nose, and the skin that is whiter than snow and can be broken by a blow. She was like a snowy plum, standing in a quiet valley. Compared with her, all the other beauties in the entire finance academy pale in comparison. At least 1/3 of the male students at Shuimu University admire Zi Yuan. Everyone thinks that whoever can be favored by such an alluring beauty will be worth a lifetime. Of course, none of these huge admirers of Zi Yuan successfully pursued Zi Yuan. There are very few opportunities to even talk to Zi Yuan. Because Zi Yuan was trotting over, she was still a little out of breath. The tight shirt couldn't cover her at all. He Ziyuan appeared next to Han Haoren, which caused gossip among the whole class. Everyone's attention was focused on Han Haoren and He Ziyuan. And the poor Chen Yuzhou on the side became the background. Originally, Han Haoren and He Ziyuan, a top student who had always been ranked first in the grade, and a school beauty with excellent academic performance, were the focus of everyone's attention. However, after more than 3 years of college, Han Haoren and He Ziyuan didn't have much interaction. Han Haoren looked at He Ziyuan and asked, "Ziyuan, what do you want from me?" He Ziyuan knew that Han Haoren had been hiding from everyone since he was fired from McKinsey. Han Haoren wouldn't even show up at Shuimu University unless the school stipulates that he must come this time. He Ziyuan expected that the blow Han Haoren suffered should be very big. But now, He Ziyuan found Han Haoren looking at her with a smile, as if nothing happened. He Ziyuan smiled and said to Han Haoren, "Are you leaving? We happen to be on the way, let's go together? Drop by?" Han Haoren was a little surprised. He Ziyuan didn't even know where he was going, so why did he go with him? Now his residence is the villa at the Fruit Terrace. Moreover, there is a Lamborghini temporarily belonging to Han Haoren parked in the parking lot 500 meters outside Shuimu University. Chen Yuzhou on the side was also stunned. Chen Yuzhou naturally admires He Ziyuan. So at this moment, He Ziyuan's attitude towards Han Haoren made Chen Yuzhou itchy with hatred. Chen Yuzhou couldn't understand, how could Han Haoren, a loser who was fired from McKinsey, be able to win the favor of He Ziyuan? As a top second-generation rich man, Chen Yuzhou knew the background of He Ziyuan's family, and it could be said that he was someone their family had to look up to. After knowing He Ziyuan's background, Chen Yuzhou had already given up on using special means to obtain He Ziyuan. Usually in the class, He Ziyuan has a kind of orchid-like temperament, so it is difficult for both boys and girls to get close to He Ziyuan. So Chen Yuzhou didn't know who He Ziyuan had a particularly good relationship with and became friends. In Chen Yuzhou's eyes, goddesses like He Ziyuan are destined to be passers-by in the lives of all students majoring in finance at Shuimu University, and are just beautiful memories for everyone. He Ziyuan took the initiative to talk to someone. This was the first time in several years. Although Han Haoren didn't know what medicine He Ziyuan was selling in the gourd, he caught Chen Yuzhou's hostile gaze from the corner of his eyes. Han Haoren is willing to do anything that can make Chen Yuzhou angry. Han Haoren thought and took He Ziyuan's hand. At this moment, Chen Yuzhou's face turned pale. Han Haoren, a loser, actually held the hand of his goddess. But despite being angry, Chen Yuzhou still had the attitude of watching a show. How could He Ziyuan's hand be so easy to hold? Chen Yuzhou felt that the next moment, He Ziyuan would throw away Han Haoren's hand and slap Han Haoren. And all the objects of He Ziyuan's admiration will also become passionate and beat up Han Haoren who molested the school belle. Even the people of He Ziyuan's family, knowing that Han Haoren dared to treat He Ziyuan lightly, might just make Han Haoren disappear from the world. However, things did not go as Chen Yuzhou hoped. What happened next broke the hearts of Chen Yuzhou and the male classmate who now admired He Ziyuan in the class. Although He Ziyuan's face turned a little red, she did not let go of Han Haoren's hand. Instead, he naturally locked hands with Han Haoren. Under the murderous looks of all the boys in the class, Han Haoren took He Ziyuan's hand and walked out of the classroom. Chapter 52, The Hidden Rich Woman. After walking out of the classroom, walking down the stairs, and reaching the campus corridor, Han Haoren let go of He Ziyuan's little hand. Although holding He Ziyuan's little hand feels very good, Han Haoren and He Ziyuan are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Han Haoren suddenly took He Ziyuan's hand just to stimulate Chen Yuzhou. At that time, Han Haoren just had a sixth sense that he would not be rejected if he held He Ziyuan's hand. And in the end, it was just as Han Haoren expected. He Ziyuan carefully sorted out his words, and then asked, "Han Haoren, how are you feeling now? In my opinion, with your talent and ability, it's their loss if McKinsey doesn't want you. No matter where you are, you will develop well." McKinsey? What is McKinsey? Can a graduate earn 1 million after working hard at McKinsey for 1 year? Han Haoren spent 1 day yesterday and made 1 million. Looking at the school beauty comforting him, Han Haoren couldn't help but want to tease her. However, I have now been notified by the entire industry for leaking client information. Not only McKinsey, but all investment banks, securities firms, funds, consulting companies, and even firms in the financial industry will no longer want me. He Ziyuan's beautiful eyes darkened. Indeed, she also knew that it would be impossible for Han Haoren to find any job in the financial industry now. Top students who graduated from the finance major of the best university in China cannot enter the financial industry. This kind of blow is unbearable for anyone. He Ziyuan comforted her without sincerity. The financial industry is just like that. Now the internet industry is developing so fast, and there are some cutting-edge industries. These industries are all opportunities. I believe in you, no matter what you do, you will succeed. Han Haoren saw He Ziyuan trying to comfort herself and couldn't bear to tease her anymore. "Ziyuan, I know you want to comfort me, but you don't have to do this. I already have a plan for my future. As you said, no matter what I do, I will succeed." Han Haoren is telling the truth. Han Haoren's plan is very detailed. According to Han Haoren's plan, it is only a matter of time before he becomes the richest man in the world. He Ziyuan still doesn't believe it, although she can't see the look of frustration or annoyance on Han Haoren's face now. But can Han Haoren recover so quickly after suffering such a huge blow? He Ziyuan thought for a while and then said, Han Haoren, let's do this. We will graduate soon. Let's find a place and have a few drinks. Although alcohol is not a good thing, it can help relieve mood and reduce stress. Get drunk and tomorrow will be a new day. Han Haoren is a little confused. Does he Ziyuan, the school beauty, care too much about him? Drink together? You must know that neither Han Haoren nor he Ziyuan had eaten alone before. But Han Haoren also knew that he was at the lowest point in his life at this time and had nothing to gain. He Ziyuan is acting like this now because he cares about himself. Han Haoren looked at he Ziyuan with a smile and said, drinking? The two of us? Let's forget it. I'm a little afraid of what will happen to us after drinking and having sex. He Ziyuan blushed, I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Let's buy some wine and drink it at my house. Han Haoren carried a box of Budweiser beer and followed he Ziyuan to her home in the imperial capital. Arriving at he Ziyuan's home, Han Haoren was shocked. He Ziyuan's home is a villa, and the location is very good, on the third ring road of the imperial capital. Such a villa is much more luxurious than the love hut prepared by the fruit station for male and female guests. And the location is much better than the villa in Fruit Terrace. In fact, the villa at Fruit Terrace is pretty good. At least top officials like Wang Tsomtsom are used to living here. When Han Haoren saw this villa, he estimated the conditions of he Ziyuan's family. In his previous life and before his rebirth, Han Haoren didn't know that he Ziyuan came from such a wealthy family. Han Haoren estimated that the market price of a villa like this, even in 2009, would have started at 20 million. In 10 years it will be simply astronomical. Even $200 million can't stop it. More expensive than any Thomson brand. He Ziyuan returned home, went to the kitchen to cook some side dishes, took out 2 bottles of red wine from the wine cellar, and started drinking with Han Haoren. When opening the wine, Han Haoren paid special attention to the brand. Although Han Haoren failed to start a business in his previous life, Han Haoren still studied red wine because he often appeared in business occasions and cocktail parties to solicit sponsorships. Romani Conti, although it was not a good year like 1999, was a hit. However, the price of a bottle is at least tens of thousands, or even 100,000. Looking at Romani Conti, Han Haoren immediately despised the fruit stand. Han Haoren has seen the wine cabinets in the villa. The most expensive one is the Chateau Lafite Grand Cru wine. The price is much cheaper than Conti. Han Haoren skillfully opened a bottle of red wine worth tens of thousands of dollars, just like opening a bottle of beer at a barbecue stall. He poured the red wine into the decanter, and then picked up 2 bottles of Budweiser beer he just bought at 711. Conti still needs to be decanted for a while, so let's not waste the beer I just bought. Chapter 53, Flowers bloom and must be broken. He Ziyuan looked at Han Haoren. She didn't look like a rich lady at all. She directly picked up the beer bottle and put it to her mouth and took a big sip. Han Haoren, let's chat. The two chatted about college life, their ideals, and their future. After 3 rounds of drinking, he Ziyuan's originally fair face became slightly tipsy and red, becoming extremely attractive. Han Haoren and he Ziyuan were originally sitting side by side on the sofa. He Ziyuan suddenly turned his head and pressed his whole body into Han Haoren's arms. Han Haoren, do you know? I like you. Han Haoren stared at he Ziyuan, and he noticed that there were stars in he Ziyuan's eyes. Han Haoren was slightly stunned. He Ziyuan liked him? How can this be? He is a poor boy, and he Ziyuan is a wealthy daughter with a 3-ring villa at home. The two of them usually have nothing in common. And he Ziyuan must not know about Han Haoren's rebirth or the changes that have happened to Han Haoren in the past few days. Han Haoren is a little confused. Is this because of the 10-fold luck bonus? Or is it because he Ziyuan has always had love for herself? In any case, Han Haoren felt that everything was like a dream. But although I can't understand why, it is a beautiful thing for the school beauty to confess her love to herself. Flowers are ready to be broken when they bloom, but don't wait to break branches when there are no flowers left. Han Haoren hugged he Ziyuan into his arms without any hesitation. The temperature in the room rose suddenly. He Ziyuan's entire face turned red. As if to ease the embarrassment, he Ziyuan picked up the red wine glass. Han Haoren, let's have another drink. Han Haoren was about to persuade he Ziyuan not to drink too much wine or drink too fast. He Ziyuan had already drank a whole glass of Romani Conti. Then, he Ziyuan fell straight on the sofa. Han Haoren shook his head. He knew that he Ziyuan was completely drunk at this time. Han Haoren gently picked up he Ziyuan and carried her into the bedroom. Looking at he Ziyuan lying cutely on the bed, Han Haoren helped he Ziyuan take off her shoes. He Ziyuan's feet are very small, and her white feet are very cute. Han Haoren said that even if he wanted he Ziyuan at this time, he could easily succeed. However, Han Haoren had no interest in picking up corpses in either life. Even if he knew that he Ziyuan liked him. However, if two people want to have an intimate relationship, is it better for them to be sober? Han Haoren decided not to be so anxious. Although He Ziyuan on the bed was very attractive at this time. However, it's not time to pick yet. Anyway, Han Haoren was very sure that He Ziyuan would definitely become his woman, so he was not in a hurry. He felt that he still had to wait for a more suitable occasion, so that he could leave the best memories for both of them. Looking at the drunk He Ziyuan, Han Haoren checked the time. I didn't expect that so much time had passed since I drank with He Ziyuan. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And Han Haoren still needs to return to Shuimu University, and then drive the Lamborghini parked near Shuimu University back to the Love Shack. The director team notified all the guests yesterday to ask everyone to go home early. Because in the evening, there will be an important identity disclosure session. Moreover, the director team also notified Han Haoren to prepare 2 gifts for the female guests. Therefore, Han Haoren cannot stay in He Ziyuan's villa. Han Haoren, who was about to leave, suddenly felt that there seemed to be something left unfinished. It turns out that He Ziyuan is quite girlish. Of course, the focus of Han Haoren's implementation at this time is still on He Ziyuan. It's not good to sleep in a skirt. The bed will be dirty. Han Haoren covered He Ziyuan with a quilt and left He Ziyuan's villa. Han Haoren estimated the time. He Ziyuan's villa is not far from Shuimu University. Counting the time spent picking out gifts, he alone was able to return to the villa before 6 o'clock as agreed by the program team. Today it is said that the female guest in charge of cooking is Chi Yuhan. As for whether Chi Yuhan can find a male guest to help him, it has nothing to do with Han Haoren. Anyway, when Chi Yuhan needs to start preparing dinner, Han Haoren is not in the villa. By the time Han Haoren returned to the villa, it was almost time for dinner. Then complete all the processes for today and end the recording of the program from 9 to 10 o'clock. And 9 o'clock in the evening also happens to be the time for the lottery draw on Weibo. Han Haoren suddenly felt that he seemed busier today than yesterday. Chapter 54, The Two Most Pitiful People Today. Back at the villa, Han Haoren found that he was the last person to arrive. He arrived just a few minutes before the time set by the program crew. Han Haoren went back to his room and put on the clothes the program team bought for him, put on his Patek Philippe watch, and went downstairs. As Han Haoren expected, Chi Yuhan had already prepared dinner. The arrival of Han Haoren means that dinner can start right away. Ri Xiaodi saw Han Haoren changing clothes and going downstairs and posted, "Han Haoren, what did you do all day today? Are you happy today?" Han Haoren naturally couldn't tell Ri Xiaodi what he had done. Could it be that he went to the villa of a beautiful school beauty to drink, and then almost fell asleep with the school beauty? It would be strange if Ri Xiaodi is not jealous. Han Haoren then smiled and said, "Work hard to make money by moving bricks. I just saw you, which is the happiest moment of my day." Ri Xiaodi blushed. Tong Yaya, who happened to be passing by, heard Han Haoren's words and felt sad. Tong Yaya did not receive a text message yesterday, so she knew very well that Han Haoren did not send a love message to herself. As for who Han Haoren sent it to, Tong Yana thinks 90% of the time it is Ri Xiaodi. But by chance, she heard Han Haoren's loving words to Ri Xiaodi, and Tong Yaya was very jealous. How she hoped that Han Haoren said these words to herself. Tong Yaya smelled the scent of Han Haoren. "Han Haoren, you have been drinking. Then why did you come back just now? Did you drive? It's not safe to drive after drinking." Han Haoren actually didn't drink too much. He has an amazing amount of alcohol. This amount is simply a small amount. And He Ziyuan can't drink, so Han Haoren doesn't have room to show off. After walking to Shuimu University, Han Haoren's drunkenness was completely gone, so he drove back by himself. Han Haoren smiled and looked at Tong Yaya, "Thank you for your concern. But I just drank a little, so it's okay." In the studio, 6 observers have finished watching today's highlights and are now catching up with the progress and watching the live broadcast. As celebrities, they naturally do not watch live broadcasts all the time. They can take a rest during boring periods. However, the program team will later edit the program so that 6 observers watch the live broadcast in real time. Zhang Hanchao sighed, "The unanimous view among our observers is that during breakfast, Tong Yaya's words to Han Haoren, 'It would be great if I could have breakfast cooked by you every morning,' were wrong. And now Han Haoren's love words to Ri Xiaodi were overheard by Tong Yaya. It must be really hard on her right now. I feel very sorry for Tong Yaya now." Oh, Yang Mi also sighed, "There is nothing we can do about this. Who makes Han Haoren so popular? However, I know that Tong Yaya is also a very brave person who actively pursues her own happiness. So, I don't think Tong Yaya will give up and admit defeat, let alone help others. I look forward to the subsequent reversal. Ri Xiaodi, Song Xinran, and Tong Yaya. I'm looking forward to seeing the overt and covert fights between these 3. Song Shanchan changed the subject and said, "Let's not talk about Han Haoren, the most popular and sought-after male guest in the room. I feel very sorry for female guest number 4 Chi Yuhan. We were still analyzing yesterday. Chi Yuhan believed that she had become the most popular figure in the villa and the leader of the atmosphere. Turns out today it's time for her to prepare dinner. Han Haoren has not come back. The two male guests, Wang Songsong and Li Feng, seemed to have a good chat with Qi Yuhan yesterday. Today, they did not hesitate at all and refused Qi Yuhan's request to prepare dinner with them. Louis Jia nodded. I'm a little confused now about what the male guest Li Feng is thinking. He even sent a love message to Qi Yuhan yesterday. It means that he at least has a good impression of Qi Yuhan. Today, Qi Yuhan was the first to invite him to help her prepare dinner together. What a great opportunity for two people to get along and enhance their mutual affection. This Li Feng actually chose to refuse. Rather than Han Haoren, I want to know more now. What does Li Feng do? It doesn't matter if a man is introverted. Some girls just like this kind of personality and think he is so honest. But I think Li Feng's character is a bit abnormal, right? Why would he refuse an invitation from a girl he has a crush on? He doesn't know that Qi Yuhan just wants to accompany her while she cooks. He doesn't really need Li Feng to do anything. Li Feng just needs to stand aside and chat while Qi Yuhan cooks. But, he actually refused categorically. How did a man with such emotional intelligence become a rich man? Zhang Hanshao concluded, perhaps everyone knows what is going to happen next. They all ate this meal very quickly. Qi Yuhan and Tong Yaya, these are the two people we observers feel are the most pitiable today so far. What occupation will they have? What occupation will Han Haoren have that we are most concerned about? It will be revealed soon. I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 55, Business is busy, speed up the process. After finishing the meal, washing the dishes and clearing the table, all the guests gathered on the sofa in the living room. Everyone knows what the next step is. Everyone's occupation and age will be disclosed. The director on site also explained the rules to everyone at the end. According to female guest number 1 to female guest number 5. Then the order from male guest number 3 to male guest number 1 will proceed. When it is a guest's turn to reveal their identity, other guests can express their opinions or directly guess their occupation. Knowing that someone has guessed correctly, or is close, the guests can reveal their profession on their own. On the large screen TV, a detailed introduction to the guest prepared by the program team will also be projected. Everyone looked at Ri Xiaodi. Everyone speculated about Ri Xiaodi's career. Han Haoren was a little anxious. These guests are somewhat unreliable. What are you guessing about? Surprisingly, no one is close to the answer. Han Haoren looked at the Patek Philippe in his hand. Although the guests had already controlled their meal and ate it very quickly. But with the washing of dishes and tidying up, it still took a while. The time now is already 7:30 in the evening. There is only 1.5 hours left before the Weibo lottery draw. Han Haoren felt that he needed to speed up the process. After all, if as expected, the lucky winner of the super lottery on Weibo is himself. Han Haoren still has a lot to do in the future. Xiaodi, you probably don't have a job yet. Rather than saying you're unemployed, let's say you're a quasi-college student preparing to take exams for an art college? Han Haoren was very grateful to the executive director for making him very clear about the careers of all the female guests. The other guests who were originally guessing nurse, singer, and kindergarten teacher were stunned. Tong Yaya looked at Ri Xiaodi and said, no way? Quasi-college student? Is Xiaodi's sister so young? When Ri Xiaodi heard Han Haoren tell the correct answer, a bright smile appeared on his lips. You guessed it right. Han Haoren heard the deep meaning in Ri Xiaodi's words. You really understand me. Luo Xinhao said to other observers, actually, Ri Xiaodi's identity is relatively difficult to guess. Guess a student, Ri Xiaodi has not been admitted to the school yet. Strictly speaking, he is not a student. If we let other guests continue to guess, they might not be able to guess even after dark. But Han Haoren is indeed Han Haoren, this master of psychology, and he did not disappoint us. Han Haoren's answer is very accurate and accurate. Yang Mi nodded in agreement. My female intuition tells me that Han Haoren can easily guess everyone's career information. Louis Jia smiled and said, it is true. In fact, the occupations of most of the female guests are not difficult to guess. I can guess a few of them. Don't mention Han Haoren. In my opinion, the occupations of the two female guests are more difficult to guess. Let's see if Han Haoren can guess correctly. Qi Yuhan said to everyone, then let's guess the age of Sister Ri Xiaodi. You haven't gone to college yet, so you must be very young. I guess 18? Ri Xiaodi shook his head, but kept looking at Han Haoren. Han Haoren knew what Ri Xiaodi meant and wanted to guess. So, Han Haoren said calmly, it should be 17, right? I think you were born in the year of the monkey, born in 1992, Gemini, and your birthday is around Children's Day? June 3rd? Wang Songsong sat on the sofa and complained, can you guess how old you are? There's no need to tell me your birthday and date of birth, right? How can you possibly guess it with such details? Ri Xiaodi nodded happily. Han Haoren. How do you know everything? How do you know I was born on June 3rd? I have never disclosed these things to you. Wang Songsong was slapped in the face instantly? Is this okay? Isn't Ri Xiaodi supporter of Han Haoren? Does Han Haoren mean what he says? Can you guess the birthday? At this time, Ri Xiaoti's personal information appeared on the TV screen. Ri Xiaoti, 17 years old. Graduated from the high school affiliated to Beijing Art Institute, majoring in dance performance. Former dancer of Northern Xinjiang Song and Dance Ensemble. The third prize at the provincial level in the first ethnic minority new song competition in Anlin Province. I am now preparing to apply for the Imperial Conservatory of Music. Tong Yada couldn't help but sigh. Xiaoti, I didn't expect you to be so much younger than me. And you and I are quite destined. When you meet the female guests, you have to start chatting. Han Haoran, who had a tight schedule today, took the initiative to take control of the process. Okay. Let's guess again what the second female guest Song Xinran does. Let me take a guess first. Song Xinran, I think you must be a science student. You must also be a top student. I guess you are engaged in work related to numbers, so you should be an actuary, right? Wang Songsong had just been slapped in the face and had not recovered his composure. But when it comes to Song Xinran, Wang Songsong will naturally not remain silent. As soon as Han Haoran finished speaking, Wang Songsong hurriedly retorted, Song Xinran is an actuary? From the looks of it, it's absolutely impossible. Song Xinran is so temperamental, she must be a student of art. Chapter 56, this is probably a prank show, 1/15. After Wang Songsong finished speaking, Song Xinran said politely, I thought you would guess for a long time. I didn't expect that my profession was guessed at the beginning. Han Haoran, how did you guess that I was an actuary? When I chatted with you, we talked about finance and futures. Why didn't you guess that I was a consultant or a trader? Wang Songsong? Is the second wave of light speed slap in the face? You said that Song Xinran has a temperamental temperament, but you are flattering him again? What a farking actuary. Although Wang Songsong studied philosophy, his alma mater, UCL, is a very famous business school. Wang Songsong also knows what kind of profession an actuary is. Actuary is a commercial profession that deals with financial risks. Actuaries are professionals who analyze risks and quantify their financial impact. The professional knowledge they need to possess is very high, such as mathematics, statistics, economics, finance, and financial management. It can be said that actuary is a profession with very high threshold. The status and income of actuaries are no lower than those of senior analysts in investment banks. Wang Songsong can be considered to have had individual contact and chat with Song Xinran. Although in Wang Songsong's view, the charm he exerted for a long time was a unilateral signal to release his goodwill, and did not receive the slightest response from Song Xinran. But Wang Songsong felt that he should at least know Song Xinran a little bit. It's because she is the kind of girl who has a good artistic temperament. Actuary? How is that possible? Although Wang Songsong's investment company has been fully established. But there are still no professional, full-time actuaries. Because it is very difficult to recruit very powerful and professional actuaries, the demand in the talent market is definitely outstripping supply. Even though Wang Songsong's company has 500 million in funds, 500 million is relatively small among investment companies. An investment company with a level of 500 million cannot afford 10 full-time actuaries. This shows how powerful professional actuaries are. Wang Songsong also consulted an actuary for industry risk analysis. Wang Songsong knows that 99% of actuaries in this industry are men. After all, men are naturally more sensitive to numbers and statistics than women. Actuaries' requirements for numbers and professional knowledge exclude most women. In Wang Songsong's mind, even if there are female actuaries, they probably look similar to the class beauties in computer engineering majoring in funny posts on the internet. But I didn't expect that a super intellectual beauty like Song Xinran would be engaged in a profession like an actuary. Han Haoran didn't care about Wang Songsong's depression. He directly guessed, Xinran, I guess you are 24 years old. After all, it is not enough just to graduate from college to be able to pass the actuary exam and officially engage in the profession of actuary. Song Xinran opened her mouth in surprise, then nodded and said, You are right again. Song Xinran's personal information appeared on the TV screen. There are a lot more words than at the time of Ri Xiaoti. Song Xinran, 24 years old. Graduated from Shuimu University. Majoring in mathematics and minoring in statistics. Graduated from Harvard Business School with an MBA. Minor in actuarial science. Goldman Sachs Asset Management Department, Senior Actuary. Won the highest level scholarship at Shuimu University and the highest dean level scholarship at Harvard Business School. Chinese Certified Public Accountant, Certified Actuary, Chartered Financial Analyst, CFA, AICPA. Seeing Song Xinran's titles, Wang Songsong was stunned. Darn it, it's so raw. 25 years old, graduated with an MBA, passed so many professional exams, and still works in the asset management department of Goldman Sachs. This is definitely a rising star in the financial world, a proud man of heaven. The future is limitless. Wang Songsong, who originally graduated from UCL, still has a sense of superiority about his academic qualifications. After all, when asked by others, Wang Songsong would usually not say that his major is philosophy. The UCL brand is still very loud. But compared with Shuimu University and Harvard University, the two top universities in China and the United States, UCL is just a younger brother. I remembered that I was slapped twice in the face within 10 minutes. Wang Songsong began to doubt his life. This show is not a love-type reality show, right? Is this a prank show? The other male and female guests are actually actors, accompanying them to prank themselves, right? Wang Songsong still can't believe it. How could Song Xinran be an actuary? In the studio, Luo Zhenhao explained to other observers in the audience, Song Xinran's academic qualifications. It really suddenly made me awe. What surprised me the most was her title. Chinese Certified Public Accountant, Certified Actuary, Chartered Financial Analyst, FIECPA. The four most difficult professional examinations in China are the Judicial Examination, the Actuary Examination, the Chartered Financial Analyst Examination and the Certified Public Accountant Examination. And Song Xinran actually passed 3 out of 4 exams in different fields. You must know that these exams and obtaining each certificate are a long process. You must pass exams in many subjects. Most people may not be able to pass all subjects even if they take 3 to 4 years. In the United States, there are CFA Chartered Financial Analyst and AICPA American Certified Public Accountant. These are also the most valuable certificates in business and are very difficult to obtain. However, Song Xinran passed them all. What surprises me most is Song Xinran's age. She is only 24 years old. The average person, at the age of 24, shouldn't have just graduated from a master's degree, right? Even a master's degree has not graduated yet. However, an MBA, especially an MBA from Harvard University, is much more valuable than any other major at a top university. And Song Xinran has already reached the position of senior actuary at Goldman Sachs, the world's top investment bank. This position is not a position that fresh graduates can take. I speculate that to be able to get this position, Song Xinran has worked at Goldman Sachs for at least 3 years. Song Shanshan couldn't help but praise. I have to say that the announcement of Song Xinran's information is the most shocking point for me today. She is really amazing. It's on the shelves. Please order all of it. Please automatically subscribe to She. Chapter 57, Super Perfect Woman, 2/15. Ri Xiaodi was very surprised when he saw Song Xinran's message projected on the TV. Suddenly, Ri Xiaodi felt a sense of crisis. Since yesterday, Ri Xiaodi has known that Song Xinran also likes Han Haoren. Therefore, even though the relationship between the two is not bad, Ri Xiaodi already regards Song Xinran as a big competitor. Last night, Ri Xiaodi was very happy and received a message of love from Han Haoren. However, today when the information about myself and Song Xinran was released. In comparison, the gap is too big, right? Ri Xiaodi discovered that compared with Song Xinran, who was still taking exams and had not been admitted to any university, there was a huge difference between her and Song Xinran's resume, which was so outstanding that it seemed unreal. Looking at Song Xinran, Ri Xiaodi felt a little ashamed of herself. Ri Xiaodi is a little worried, will Han Haoren be 4'7" and fall in love with Song Xinran, who is much better than him? Qi Yuhan was also shocked by Song Xinran's resume. Song Xinran, with your resume, if we didn't know it was you. With a resume like this, it's more than enough to be a male guest on this show, right? You are definitely a very successful business elite, a rich little woman who can make millions a month by relying on your own abilities. Song Xinran smiled and said, 1 million per month? I don't earn that much. In order to show off his knowledge, Wang Songsong said quickly, I also know a lot about the actuary profession. For the position of senior actuary, the annual salary should be at the level of 4 million to 6 million. The average annual salary is about 400,000. Ri Xiaodi said in surprise, wow. That's a lot. Song Xinran looked at Wang Songsong with a smile and said, Mr. Wang, your so-called understanding may be about actuaries in insurance institutions, or actuaries who specialize in providing consulting services to institutional clients. Their annual salary is indeed between 4 million and 6 million. But our senior actuaries at Goldman Sachs may have higher annual salaries. Ri Xiaodi said innocently, so Sister Song Xinran's income is higher than 1 million? Haha, I'm just telling you, Wang Songsong himself said that Sister Song Xinran is definitely not an actuary. Now she acts like she knows a lot about this industry. It's unreasonable for celebrities. Wang Songsong? Not only did he show off his failure, he was also criticized? Wang Songsong felt that he must have had a mental disorder before to participate in this show. Han Haoren looked at Song Xinran and said, you are 24 years old, but you can graduate from Harvard MBA and achieve the position of senior actuary at Goldman Sachs. I have a general understanding of Goldman Sachs. Their internal promotion system is very strict. If you have not reached the necessary working years, your position will not be promoted. So, you graduated from Harvard MBA at the age of 21? So, at what age did you graduate from Shuimu? Song Xinran looked at Han Haoren with a smile and explained, I just skipped a few levels when I was studying. Why? In Shuimu, it took me 2 years to complete the 4-year course. I did not graduate early from the Harvard MBA program. After all, in the MBA program, in addition to learning knowledge, you can also build your own network. However, when I was at Harvard, I took the CFA exam to level .2. Also passed the AICPA. Song Shinran smiled and told everything, as if describing a very common thing. Yang finally couldn't help but complain. Originally, I thought Song Shinran's persistent feelings for Han Haoran were nothing. 1 inch. After all, not all true love can be exchanged for the other person's true love. Han Haoran likes hot shouty. I feel sorry for Song Shinran. However, after knowing Song Shinran's background, I suddenly wanted to scold Han Haoran. Such an excellent girl likes you. And she's so proactive. But you don't respond at all. Is this still a man? Han Haoran. You are so cruel. Zhang Hanxiao explained for Han Haoran. Mimi, you really can't blame Han Haoran. Actually, there are a few details that I wonder if you noticed. While eating, Han Haoran would take the initiative to move the chair out for Song Shinran. Han Haoran will make coffee for Song Shinran, and will also find topics to chat with Song Shinran from time to time. I think Han Haoran still takes the initiative to treat Song Shinran well. But, in this show, the two of them have only known each other for more than a day. How else do you ask Han Haoran to respond? Besides, we all know that Han Haoran received unanimous votes on the first day. The female guest who likes Han Haoran is not the only one who likes Zhengrong Shinran. What do you think Han Haoran can do? Cut himself into 5 parts? Zhang Man said with a smile. I heard from Sister Hanxiao that in the next episode, the date will begin. Although I don't know the detailed rules. I'm really looking forward to seeing the team of Han Haoran and Song Shinran go on a date. Louis Zhao was a little strange. I feel like the beauty observers on the scene, you all sided with Song Shinran and Han Haoran's polyamorous relationship? Can a girl like Song Shinran really be favored by people of the same sex? By the way, the same goes for yesterday's vote. You insisted on giving Han Haoran's love connection to Song Shinran. Don't you think that the female guest that Han Haoran likes the most in this villa is Ri Xiaodi? Yang dared to speak and said bluntly, compared to 0.2 Hot Xiaodi, of course I like Song Shinran. Ri Xiaodi is just a little sister. Maybe she gave Han Haoran a sense of protection. But I think an intellectual, beautiful and talented woman like Song Shinran is more suitable for Han Haoran. Love hot. Han Haoran began to act as a host. He thought the other guests were too ink. Tonight, Han Haoran had a feeling that he would be very busy. Not just because of the Weibo lottery. Han Haoran estimated that at this time, He Zhidong, who was drunk before, should have woken up, right? After all, so much time has passed. It's time to wake up if you're hungry. What if He Ziyuan woke up and sent a message to herself, but she didn't reply because she was recording a program? That would be a bit bad. Han Haoran was afraid that He Ziyuan would misunderstand him and ran away. Chapter 58, Su Siyu has a big background, 3/15. If Han Haoran saw the clip of Yang Mi commenting on Ri Xiaodi like this, he would probably feel aggrieved for Ri Xiaodi. Yang Mi, you will be Ri Xiaodi's good boss and best friend from now on. Why did you side with someone else? Han Haoran looked at Ri Xiaodi, who was hesitant, and also slightly guessed Ri Xiaodi's mood. Maybe she thinks she is useless compared to Song Shinran? But Han Haoran knows that in a few years, Ri Xiaodi will transform from a little girl with low self-esteem to a shining star who is sought after by countless people. But maybe now his rebirth has caused many different changes in the world. Take Ri Xiaodi for example, will she still enter the entertainment industry? If you really let Ri Xiaodi become your own woman, will Han Haoran still let Ri Xiaodi enter the entertainment industry and make her debut? It shouldn't happen anymore, right? However, what Han Haoran wants to do at this time is to end this guessing identity link as soon as possible. Han Haoran looked at Su Siyu. Does anyone want to guess what Su Siyu does? If you don't guess, I will. Tanya 31 smiled and shook her head. I won't guess anymore. I want to know if you can guess what Su Siyu does. Although Wang Songsong said nothing, he kept paying attention to Han Haoran. In Wang Songsong's previous life experience, although the identity of his Yida Xiaodong family has not been disclosed, he has undoubtedly always been the focus of everyone. No matter what occasion, Wang Songsong is a figure surrounded by countless people. But when it came to this show, Wang Songsong found that his limelight was completely stolen by Han Haoran. It's not just Song Shinran who likes Han Haoran. It seems that all the female guests have a special favor for Han Haoran. This made Wang Songsong a little unhappy. But Wang Songsong also knows that Han Haoran is a really capable person. Wang Songsong, who has been taught by his father to be kind to others since childhood, will not act rashly without knowing the details of Han Haoran. Although Wang Songsong is the young boss of Yida. However, there are still many people in this world that he cannot afford to offend. And through more than a day of observation, Wang Songsong also felt Han Haoran is no weaker than himself in terms of knowledge, cultivation, tolerance, and background. Naturally, such a person cannot be messed with. Wang Songsong looked at Su Siyu and Han Haoran. Although he knew not to provoke Han Haoran, Wang Songsong was still curious. Could Han Haoran guess Su Siyu's identity? After all, Han Haoran guessed the identity of Ri Xiaodi, the reserve college student, in the first 2 times. He also judged the profession of an actuary, which was very different from Song Shinran himself. Wang Songsong felt that it was difficult to guess the occupation of Su Siyu, who was introverted and had not said a few words to other guests. There are no effective clues or information at all. But maybe, Han Haoren can really guess Su Siyu's career? Han Haoren also found that after he guessed the identities of Ri Xiaodi and Song Xinran in one go, the other guests gave up on the verbal guessing session. Everyone is focusing on themselves. However, this is exactly what Han Haoren intended. This saves time and trouble. Han Haoren looked at everyone and asked for the last time, "You don't guess? Then I will guess." Observer Zhang Hanxiao couldn't help laughing. When I heard Han Haoren's tone, I felt like Han Haoren was saying, "If you don't guess, then I will announce the correct answer." Lui Jie smiled and said, "The correct answer is indeed announced. Su Siyu's identity is so easy to guess. Even we can guess it. Not to mention the psychology master Han Haoren." Han Haoren looked at Su Siyu and said, "Siyu, I apologize for what I said yesterday, my level should be higher than 99% of the pianists in the world. That was not my intention. So I'm sorry. You should be a musician, probably a pianist." Su Siyu nodded, "You guessed it right. I accept your apology. But I still want to spar with you." Judging from Su Siyu's tone, there was no forgiving attitude at all. Song Xinran suddenly realized. Finally, I know why Su Siyu was so abnormal yesterday. Han Haoren smiled helplessly. Shi Yuhan didn't know the results of yesterday's female guest voting. But knowing the reason why Su Siyu always had a bad attitude toward Han Haoren, Shi Yuhan couldn't help but laugh. It turns out that Han Haoren is not liked by all the female guests. You see, isn't it just because of one word that separated a room? Han Haoren looked at Shi Yuhan, who was looking at him gloatingly. "Why are you laughing? I've already guessed her occupation. It's up to you to guess her age, right?" Shi Yuhan blindly fooled a 23-year-old and actually got it right. Su Siyu's information appeared on the TV screen again. Su Siyu. 23 years old. Graduated from Berklee College of Music in Composition. Pianist. First prize in the Chopin International Piano Competition. Winner of the Tchaikovsky International Music Competition. Gold medal at the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. First prize, Leeds International Piano Competition. 837 Hot Xiaodi's children couldn't help but admire them when they saw the resumes of each female guest. I just saw Song Xinran's resume, and now I see Su Siyu's resume. You know, Ri Xiaodi has studied piano, so she knows how amazing these titles Su Siyu has won. Sister Siyu, you are so awesome. I haven't even reached level 10 in piano yet, and you already won the first prize in the Chopin International Piano Competition. I also heard that a Chinese American won the first prize in the 2005 Chopin International Piano Competition. However, this mysterious winner did not accept any interviews. He also disappeared after that. I didn't expect that the winner would be you. You know what? I have always been your idol. No. I'm too nervous. You have always been my idol. Although Ri Xiaodi has no intention of becoming a professional pianist, he was very excited when he learned that a Chinese American won the first prize in the Chopin International Piano Competition. Li Feng looked at Su Siyu and said, "No wonder you look familiar to me. I should have seen your name in a report. It's not a Chinese newspaper, it seems to be a foreign newspaper. And there are no photos." Su Siyu just nodded and said nothing. Chapter 59, A Rare Genius, 4/15. In the studio, the 6 observers also let out a burst of admiration. Oh, Yangni said, "Su Siyu is indeed a pianist as we expected. It's just that Su Siyu's background seems a bit big. Shan, you have known Su Siyu for a long time, right? You didn't say anything yesterday, probably just for this moment. You can finally talk about it now, right?" Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Song Shanshan also said, "Of course I know Su Siyu. The first time I saw her, I was shocked. I didn't expect that she, who was so introverted and low-key, would come to participate in a variety show on such a TV station. I even suspect that the fruit stand kidnapped her." Zhang Hanxiao looked at Song Shanshan and said, "Although we all know a little about the Chopin International Piano Competition and the Tchaikovsky International Music Competition. But of course you, a very famous musical talent all over the world, know these competitions better and understand Su Siyu better. Please introduce Su Siyu to us." Song Shanshan smiled and said, "Of course I know Su Siyu. Because she is the most gifted and talented musician I have ever seen in my life. Actually, in our classical music circle, Su Siyu's reputation is more prestigious than mine. Because her strength and talent are better than mine. If she hadn't been so low-key, never giving interviews to the media or giving concerts, I think she would have been a world-famous pianist." Zhang Man looked at Song Shanshan with some surprise. "So, Su Siyu is more powerful than you? But, this is impossible. You are the one that the world's media calls a prodigy who has not been seen in the music industry for 100 years. Are you too humble?" Song Shanshan explained with a smile, "It's not that I'm being modest, it's that what I said is the truth. If I am a prodigy who has not been seen in music for 100 years, the nickname given to Su Siyu in our circle is a genius who is not seen in music for 100 years. But, Su Siyu is really too low-key. Even though she won the grand prize of the 4 most famous piano competitions in the world, she achieved an honor that no other pianist in the world has achieved. But she has never been interviewed by anyone else. After the Chopin International Piano Competition, she at least left a name of her own. The following Tchaikovsky International Music Competition, Van Cliburn International Piano Competition, and Leeds International Piano Competition. She won the highest award, but she signed a confidentiality agreement with the organizer, so that the organizer would not make her name public. So, except for people in our circle, most people have never even heard of Su Siyu's name. However, she is the first person in human history to win the 4 major international piano competitions at the same time. Until now, I still haven't figured out why Su Siyu would come to participate in such a variety show. If I have the opportunity to meet the guest, I will definitely ask her in person. Zhang Hanxiao was obviously shocked by Song Shanshan's words. She thought that Su Siyu had a big background. But she didn't expect that it was that big. How powerful must a musical talent that makes Song Shanshan feel inferior to her? Zhang Hanxiao looked at Song Shanshan and asked the question she wanted to ask the most, Shanshan. My question may be a little offensive. But the media said that you are the most promising musician in China and can become a palace-level musician. If it is true as you say, if Su Siyu is so talented and gifted, wouldn't it mean that she has more hope of becoming a palace-level musician than you? Song Shanshan sighed and then explained, theoretically yes. If based on the level of playing, Su Siyu will definitely be able to enter the hall-level threshold earlier than me. However, in order to become a palace-level musician, in addition to musical skills, there are many other important standards that need to be met. The first step is to complete 100 individual concert performances in 12 of the world's most professional and largest music concert halls. And palace-level musicians have an obligation to contribute to the promotion of classical music. Each hall-level musician must regularly launch tours and lectures around the world, and participate in promotional activities organized by the World Classical Music Association. These are not things Su Siyu wants to do. For example, I have completed 77 concerts that meet the standards of the World Classical Music Association. But Su Siyu has never held any concerts. Not even 10. In recent years, apart from participating in competitions, she has been practicing by herself. But she has never appeared in public. Even in our classical music community, musicians who have not reached our level may not necessarily know Su Siyu. Oh, Yang Mi sighed, Su Siyu is really a mysterious person. Why would such a person choose to show up and participate in our program? I think that for a person at Su Siyu's age who has achieved such an achievement, if she wants to be famous, she can achieve fame and fortune very easily. So, meeting a rich man and marrying into a rich family may be the dream of many women, but I, Zhao, am sure that this is definitely not Su Siyu's dream. In this era, if she really becomes a palace-level musician, she can easily earn money that many people can't earn in their lifetime through concerts, endorsements, and various activities. She can become rich herself. Song Shanshan also said, perhaps Su Siyu and I belong to 2 different types of people. Siyu, apart from improving her musical attainments and realm, has no other pursuit of fame and fortune because she is afraid of being disturbed. Fame and wealth are nothing more than dirt to her. That's why she can be so focused, and she can achieve such excellent musical attainments at such an age. But I am different. I have been pursuing music since I was 4 years old. From the moment I started to achieve some success, I set a goal. I want to become a palace-level musician. Chapter 60, you are basically colluding together. 5/15. Song Shanshan knew that several cameras were now focused on her. The observers also looked at themselves. Song Shanshan continued, you know, although we have many outstanding musicians in China, there have never been any palace-level musicians in hundreds of years. Many foreigners feel that China, a big country like ours, will never be able to produce palace-level musicians. After all, pianos, violins, guitars, these instruments are all foreign instruments. As for the pipa, arrow and guzheng, China's national musical instruments, not only are they not popular around the world, but they are about to be gradually lost even in China. Everyone knows that I am a violinist. But I also love China's national musical instruments. The goal I have been working hard for now is to become a palace-level violinist and change the world's view that China does not have a good musician. Then, we will use our palace-level influence to promote China's national musical instruments. And Su Siyu seems to be taking a different path. Although our goals are the same. She doesn't think about anything commercial at all, and she doesn't want to be famous at all. She has been concentrating on improving herself. That's why she was able to make such amazing breakthroughs and achievements. Louis Jia didn't speak for a long time, and then he suddenly said, 900, but, I really don't think that Su Siyu, who has such a character as you said, will come back to participate in such a program. Did her personality suddenly change in a special way? She came to participate in this show. What's the special purpose? Song Shanshan said with firm eyes, although I don't know why Su Siyu appears on this show. But what I want to say is that Su Siyu, a simple and kind-hearted person, will never have any special purpose. She is the purest-hearted person I have ever met. Song Shanchan looked at the chief director. Director, can we meet with the guests now? I want to talk to Su Siyu in person. Although the chief director kept a warm smile on his face, his attitude was still firm. No. Zhang Hanqiao suggested, Shanchan, you must actually do it in person. Do you have Su Siyu's contact information? The director team doesn't let us meet the guests now. We just go through our own private methods. Oh, Yang Mi also nodded crazily, yes. Yes. By the way, ask Han Haoran out too. The chief director said with a straight face, please the 6 observers abide by the rules of the program and do not meet with the guests in private. Looking at Zhang Hanqiao who stared at him with beautiful eyes, the chief director compromised and said. This situation is special. Song Shanchan, you can call Su Siyu when she is resting alone. But you can't reveal that you are an observer and you are recording the program Meet the Real Rich and the Pauper. Why? Zhang Hanqiao was finally a little satisfied and put away his threatening gaze. Although Han Haoran has acquired Beethoven's piano skills, he is not an insider in the classical music circle after all. Han Haoran didn't know that Su Siyu's title was so amazing. He thought that Su Siyu belonged to the 99% of pianists whose level was not as good as his own. That's why I was so excited yesterday, and I still hold a grudge to this day. Han Haoran looked at Chi Yuhan. Okay, does anyone want to guess Chi Yuhan's identity? No one spoke. Chi Yuhan looked at Han Haoran with a smile. With you here, we don't dare to act casually. I'm afraid that we have been guessing for a long time, and we are far away from the answer, and you guessed it right again. It would make us look stupid. So, you better guess first. Before Chi Yuhan could finish speaking, Han Haoran said without hesitation, you are a pastry chef. Chi Yuhan's whole face was covered with question marks in big letters. She never talked to Han Haoran about anything about her career. How could Han Haoran even guess that he was a pastry chef? Isn't this amazing? Chi Yuhan looked at Han Haoran with some indifference. She was originally very angry and talked a lot, but she couldn't say anything for a while. Han Haoran smiled and looked at Chi Yuhan. Looking at your expression, I know I guessed it right. Luijiao scratched his bald head vigorously. Impossible. Even if Han Haoran is a master of psychology, Han Haoran can guess from Ri Xiaoti's age that she may not have gone to college yet. He was able to guess that Song Xinran was an actuary through the financial topics that Song Xinran chatted with him yesterday. Even Su Siyu is a pianist, which is also very judgmental for Han Haoran. But how did Han Haoran guess the identity of Chi Yuhan's pastry chef? Chi Yuhan originally had very little communication with Han Haoran. Moreover, as a pastry chef, even though I, as a god, have been watching the chat between Chi Yuhan and other male guests, I can't even guess it. How did Han Haoran, who only had a few opportunities to communicate with Chi Yuhan, figure it out? Oh, Yang Mi looked at the chief director and asked, Director? It's not your fault, is it? Han Haoran is the actor you invited, and you deliberately told Han Haoran all the information about the female guest. You are basically colluding together. I have to say that Oh Yang Mi's sixth sense is very accurate. The chief director said categorically, even if it is an actor pretending to be a rich man, we will not reveal any information to him, including the identity of the female guest. Please do not question the professionalism of our directing team. Next to the chief director, the executive director who leaked the vague information about the female guest to Han Haoran immediately broke into a cold sweat. At that time, he didn't think too much and just told the information he knew about the female guest. Anyway, in his opinion, Han Haoran belongs to his own people. And after understanding Han Haoran's situation and growth experience, the executive director quite likes Han Haoran. He felt that if he didn't tell it, and Han Haoran didn't tell it, no one would know. But the executive director didn't expect that Han Haoran would be so powerful. Not only did she remember all the information he said, but she also completely matched the corresponding female guests from the few words he said. At this time, the executive director naturally could not admit his mistake and said that he had revealed the information to Han Haoran. Otherwise, he will be unemployed in a few minutes. The chief director just said how professional the directing team is. The executive director could only stand aside in a cold sweat. He felt very regretful at this moment. Why did he talk so much in the first place? Just sign the agreement with Han Haoran as normal. Why are you talking so much? The executive director prayed in his heart, could Han Haoran keep a low profile for the next time? Never make any more shocking statements. Don't reveal anything. His little heart couldn't handle this. Chapter 61, Young Master Wang is quick thinking and changes his goals, 6/15. Song Xinran guessed Chi Yuhan's age correctly. 24 years old, exactly the same as Song Xinran. Chi Yuhan's information appeared on the TV screen. Chi Yuhan. 24 years old. Patissier. Founder of the chain brand Meet Happiness. Currently, Meet Happiness has 32 stores across China. The owner of a company with 32 stores, although this title is also very powerful, it did not arouse much discussion among the 6 observers. After all, Song Shinran and Su Siyu had brought them too many surprises before. Soon, the process also moved towards the last female guest, Tong Yaya. Tong Yaya looked directly at Han Haoran and asked, Han Haoran, please guess my occupation. You guessed correctly the occupations of the first 4 female guests. If you guessed mine wrong, then I would be very angry. Tong Yaya threatened. Han Haoran looked at Tong Yaya confidently and said, do you still need to guess your identity? Looking at Tong Yaya who looked confused, Han Haoran explained, I knew your identity the first time I saw you. At that time, didn't I tell you that you looked familiar? Because I saw you on TV. Big star. Tong Yaya's mentality suddenly quickened. Except for her relatives and friends, no one knows that she is a star or an actor. Tong Yaya, who has not yet graduated from the acting academy, has taken on many roles, but they are all very important roles. Generally speaking, even if someone has watched this TV series, they will not remember her as an insignificant actor. However, what Tong Yaya didn't expect was that Han Haoran remembered her and recognized her at a glance. Moreover, Han Haoran also said that he was a big star, which made Tong Yaya ashamed. Find yourself being the center of attention. Even Wang Songsong and Li Feng stared at her, and Tong Yaya quickly explained, I'm not a big star. I am a student at an acting academy. I have appeared in a few plays, but they were all supporting roles without much role. Wang Songsong showed his original expression. When Han Haoran said that Tong Yaya was a big star, Wang Songsong was shocked. How could he not recognize Wang Songsong, such a beautiful and elegant star? It turned out to be a little-known third-tier actor. Wang Songsong became more active. Song Shinran seems to really like Han Haoran. Wang Songsong tried for a day and found that he couldn't pry Han Haoran's corner at all. Therefore, Wang Songsong also had the intention to change the strategy target immediately. Wang Songsong was waiting for the professional identities of the 5 female guests to be revealed this time, so he changed his target. Among the autistic pianist, the little girl fascinated by Han Haoran, the senior actuary, the dessert shop owner and the third-tier actress. Wang Songming obviously has a special preference for actresses. Moreover, Tong Yaya's top-notch cooking skills yesterday made Wang Songsong very attracted to her. Although yesterday, Tong Yaya chose Han Haoran to help cook. But Wang Songsong also observed the interaction between Tong Yaya and Han Haoran. It was ordinary, not much special. This makes Wang Songsong think that today's Tong Yaya probably doesn't have a male jichen that he is convinced he likes. Therefore, when Wang Songsong heard about Tong Yaya's identity, he planned to change the target of the strategy. In Wang Songsong's view, those third-tier female stars or internet celebrities who are not popular are the best targets. Because they want to be popular. For a third-tier female star to become famous, she must find someone to support her. Either a big-name director or a third-tier actor. Of course, no matter whether it is a big-name director or a first-line actor, there is no employer to help. As for Wang Songsong, his family has plenty of money. It is still possible to invest in a movie or several TV series. Wang Songsong can also quickly smooth various relationships in the entertainment industry. After all, Yida Group's main business is real estate. Yida also owns more than 1/5 of China's movie theater lines, which makes every large entertainment company want to curry favor with Yida Group. If we say that when he was still studying, Wang Songsong's identity had not yet been made public. But now, Wang Songsong can gradually start to inherit the family business, and his father recently wants to arrange Wang Songsong to Yida's board of directors. What it means to be on the board. The meaning of Xiaodong's succession is very obvious. Therefore, Wang Songsong is very confident that it will not be difficult for him to play Tong Yaya, an unknown actor with no background. However, Wang Songsong, who is now full of confidence, does not know who the message of love that happened to the female guest yesterday was given to. Little did he know that Tong Yaya actually already had a crush on her. And the target is still Han Haoran. Soon, everyone guessed silly Yaya's age correctly. After all, there are just a few numbers, and you can always guess them correctly if you tell them all. Tong Yaya's information was displayed on the screen. Tong Yaya. 25 years old. Actor. Currently studying in the 4th year of drama school. He used to be a dancer in Beijiang Song and Dance Troupe / Huaxia Song and Dance Troupe. 3rd prize in performance by Beijiang Song and Dance Troupe. Military parade to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China, Outstanding Contribution Award. 1st runner-up in the Miss Northern Xinjiang Beauty Contest. Gold medal in the National Film and Television New Talent Selection Competition. Wang Songsong looked at Tong Yaya's resume. A smile appeared. Cabaret actor. Miss Beauty Pageant. Gold award in Film and Television Newcomer Selection Contest. Plus perfect cooking skills. This is very much in line with Wang Songsong's favorite tone. Ri Xiaodi also looked at Tong Yaya in surprise. Sister Yaya, you also worked in the Beijiang Song and Dance Troupe. Tong Yaya smiled and nodded. That's why when I saw your information, I said we were destined. But there is a big age difference between us. So when you joined the song and dance troupe, I should have already come to the imperial capital to develop, so I have never met before. After all the identities of the female guests were announced, Shi Yuhan looked at Han Haoran with a smile. Han Haoran, you must be a fortune teller. Otherwise, how can you guess it accurately? Han Haoran smiled and said nothing, and Ri Xiaodi answered for Han Haoran, Sister Yuhan, Han Haoran is not a fortune teller. He is a master of psychology. Ri Xiaodi discovered that among the 5 guests, he was the youngest. Tong Yaya is 7 years older than me. Therefore, Ri Xiaodi naturally added sister to the title of each female guest. Han Haoran didn't want the female guests to start chatting, so he said, the identities of the female guests have been revealed. Now let's seize the time and reveal the identity of the male guests. Chapter 62, Annual Income 500 million, 7/15. Tong Yaya looked at Han Haoran with a smile. Han Haoran, I feel like you are very anxious. Is there something important to do later? Ri Xiaodi also smiled and said, when I mentioned this, I remembered it. I have something to do later. Today is the time for Weibo's super lottery draw. I want to stay in front of the computer and see if the luckiest person in China is me. I became rich overnight, all because of this. Tong Yaya said with a smile, Sister Xiaodi is really cute. There is a lottery with 0 chance, but I still have to watch it in front of the computer. Then Tong Yaya looked at Han Haoran, but, Han Haoran, I believe your business must be very important, so let's speed up the process. Han Haoran looked at Tong Yaya, wondering whether he should praise her for being sensible. For 4-3 Han Haoran looked at Wang Songson. Wang Songson, I feel like you have just graduated, right? The industry I am engaged in is investment? Of course, even though he said this, in Han Haoran's heart, Wang Songson's career is the rich second generation. It's just that Wang Songson's life is relatively good, and he is considered a leader among the rich second generation. Wang Songsong smiled bitterly and said, that's right. But if a man guessed my identity, I couldn't be happy at all. This part is really boring. The TV screen displayed Wang Songsong's information. Wang Songsong. 21 years old. Graduated in philosophy from University College London. Chairman of an investment company. Annual income, 500 million. Note, due to the setting of the program, their professional information needs to be kept confidential, so the specific company names will not be displayed. Wang Songsong was a little proud when he saw his identity revealed. Annual income, 500 million. Bull or not? Awesome or not? Although he cannot reveal his identity as a young master Yida, Wang Songsong feels that once his annual salary reaches 500 million, there will be no male guests worthy of being called his rivals on this show. After all, Wang Songsong, as the top person in China's rich second-generation circle, certainly knows that there are few rich second-generation people in the country who are richer than himself. With an annual income of 500 million, Wang Songsong doesn't think he is talking nonsense. This year is his first year after graduation, and his father gave him 500 million pocket money to invest. Isn't this an annual income of 500 million? The goods are genuine and guaranteed to be replaced if they are fake. Income. Who stipulates that pocket money given by family is not income? Wang Songsong, who was so proud, couldn't be happy all of a sudden. Because he found that neither his new target Tong Yaya nor his original target Song Xinran had any special reaction to his annual income. The other 3 female guests also had no expressions. Wang Songsong is a little depressed. Didn't these female guests see the line annual income 500 million? Annual income of 500 million is very tricky, okay? Naturally, Wang Songsong pointed to the line annual income 500 million on the TV screen and asked the female guest to read it. He originally wanted to say a few words, but Han Haoran suddenly said, okay. The next one to reveal is Li Feng's identity. Wang Songsong? Brother. I haven't finished speaking yet, brother. Why did you interrupt my only chance to show off? Han Haoran didn't know Wang Songsong's inner fluctuations. He just knew that the process would be over soon and he would get off work. To be honest, it's hard to guess Li Feng's identity. Because I haven't spoken to him much. But his personality is a bit like someone who works in IT. Li Feng nodded and said, you are right. The introduction of male guests is relatively simple compared to female guests. Li Feng, 29 years old. Founder and chairman of IT company. The company has received Series C financing and is preparing to be listed on the Hong Kong stock market. Annual income 18 million. When Wang Songsong saw Li Feng's annual income, he knew that this guy was no match for him. 18 million. Many of Yida's senior executives earn more than this. Moreover, Li Feng's character is also very strange. Compared with himself, he is not competitive at all. He is completely a cannon fodder. It has to be said that Wang Songsong was very inflated after announcing his identity and annual income. He treated Li Feng as cannon fodder, but did not realize a painful fact. Last night, He Tzu Weifeng had 0 votes. In the eyes of the female guests, he and Li Feng are actually on the same level. Wang Songsong focused all his attention on Han Haoran. Wang Songsong knew that this young man was a very powerful person. Almost perfect. Wang Songsong thinks that he is inferior to Han Haoran in terms of appearance, emotional intelligence, and talent. Therefore, Wang Songsong felt that he could only suppress Han Haoren because of his family background. Wang Songsong waited for the moment when Han Haoren's identity was revealed. It was time to guess Han Haoren's identity. The female guests, who had been silent for a long time, once again started talking about it. They are very interested in who Han Haoren is. Ri Xiaodi raised his hand first and answered like a student, Han Haoren, I guess you are a psychology expert. Han Haoren shook his head. I said, psychology is my hobby. Qi Yuan guessed, are you in real estate? Han Haoren still shook his head. Song Xinran smiled and said, Han Haoren, I guess you are in the financial industry. I chatted with you yesterday for 5.5 days, and I found that your knowledge and insights in finance are very outstanding. A layman cannot explain these skills, so you are definitely an expert. I guess you also work in an investment bank? Or a fund company or a securities company? I haven't seen you at Goldman Sachs. Let me guess which company you are at. Morgan Stanley? Deutsche Bank? Merrill Lynch? Lehman Brothers? Boston Consulting Group? McKinsey? Han Haoren didn't expect that Song Xinran could really guess McKinsey. But it's normal. There are only a few giant companies in the financial industry. However, the Han Haoren at this time was not the Han Haoren who was fired from McKinsey. He has memorized all the 23 pages of personal information card, and he wants to play the role in the information card. Chapter 63, Han Haoren's Super Fantasy Character, 8/15. Han Haoren smiled and said to Song Xinran, you guessed a little bit right. Let's continue guessing? Ri Xiaodi began to talk about the professions he knew, civil servant? Accountant? Fitness coach? Lawyer? Judge? Cameraman? Magician? Tailor? Stylist? Host? Director? Screenwriter? Writer? Doctor? Pilot? Navigator? Sniper? Spy? Killer? I've said so much, there must be one who can guess it right, right? Han Haoren discovered that several of the professions that Ri Xiaodi guessed at first were considered normal professions. But practitioners in these professions are not considered rich, right? Starting from navigator, the style of painting is a bit wrong. Who is the last spy and killer? Would any spies or killers show up in a show like this? Han Haoren smiled and looked at Ha Xiaodi. Xiaodi, your imagination is really rich. But why don't you guess that I am a magician? Ri Xiaodi is still very innocent 31 man, so? Han Haoren, you are a magician? Wow! Is there really a profession of magician in this world? Seeing Ri Xiaodi like this, even Su Siu, who was quietly sitting aside, couldn't help but smile. Tong Yaya stroked Ri Xiaodi's hair and said with a smile, of course not. He is playing tricks on you. Han Haoren glanced around at the other guests, and then said, my occupation is difficult to guess. So let's just watch the TV screen. The director team, please announce the answer. On-site PD? Are you from the show team, or am I? Who has the final say regarding the process? Why do you, a male guest, instruct me, the PD, to do things? However, the on-site PD still put Han Haoren's information on the TV projection. Han Haoren. 24 years old. Graduated from Shuimu University with a major in finance. Graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, in computer engineering. Philosopher, poet, music producer, screenwriter, producer. Consultant, lawyer, angel investor in high-tech industry. Creative director of 4A advertising company. Independent director of the world's top 500 IT companies. Partner of the world's leading venture capital firm, Venture Capital. Vice president of the world's leading private equity investment company, Private Equity. Annual income, confidential. Seeing Han Haoren's resume, Wang Songsong's face straightened. At 24 years old, he is only 3 years older than Wang Songsong. But with so many titles, he is obviously a step above him as the chairman of Wang Songsong Investment Company, Limited. As the top college in the United States, MIT has a higher international reputation than Oxford and Cambridge, let alone UCL, which Wang Songsong wants to show off. Wang Songsong thought he came to this show. He is highly educated. But what I didn't expect was that a female scholar from Harvard Business School came first. Another male guest who graduated from MIT appeared, and his UCL was completely compared. The only one Wang Songsong thinks he can beat Han Haoren is the annual salary. Han Haoren's annual income is actually confidential. This also made Wang Songsong extremely depressed. Wang Songsong saw Han Haoren's string of titles, and while envious, he also made a decision. Wang Songsong decided to give himself some titles and make himself as famous as Han Haoren. For example, Wang Songsong plans to ask his father Wan Yida to quickly arrange a director position for him on Yida's board of directors. This is equivalent to title +1. By the way, foreign esports has become more popular recently. You can also set up an esports team by yourself, with a title +2. Open an entertainment company and sign some artists, which can not only make you money but also relieve your boredom. Title +3. Wang Songsong began to plan what he would do in the future. Inspired by Han Haoren, Wang Songsong made up his mind not to be an ordinary rich second generation. I want to be a rich second generation person who has many titles and involves different fields. When I say it, I will appear to be very powerful and have outstanding achievements in all aspects. Song Shinran looked at Han Haoren with a smile and said, "No wonder I think you are very popular. We are both alumni of Shuimu University. It's a pity that when we were in school, I was in the mathematics department and didn't like to socialize, so I didn't get to know each other. You call me a genius, but you are 24 years old and also graduated from MIT. You must have skipped many levels when you were studying, right? And I just passed a lot of certificates. And you actually have so many titles. Partner of a venture capital company, vice president of a private equity investment company, these positions are much higher than me, a senior actuary. I may struggle for 5, 10, or even 20 years, but still not reach the position of vice president." Han Haoren's face didn't turn red, and his heart didn't beat. He kept smiling at Song Shinran. It's as if he is not an intern who was fired from 860 McKinsey, but is really a partner of a top venture capital firm and the vice president of a private equity investment company. When he got the 23 pages of character designs prepared by the program team, Han Haoren was dumbfounded. Doesn't the program team have to be so deceitful? Isn't this deceiving persona too fake? How could there be such a perfect person in this world? Even at the age of 24, being the vice president of the world's top private equity investment company is exactly like the character set up in a novel and TV series. Vice president, not deputy director, let alone deputy manager. Which company's vice president is not in his 40s or 50s? But also, philosopher, poet, music producer, screenwriter, producer, consultant, lawyer, creative director, independent director of IT company. Isn't this span too big? How can anyone span so many industries? Don't say 24 years old. Even if you are 240 years old, a normal person would not have the ability to enter so many professional fields, right? However, after 2 days of mental construction, Han Haoren has now completely transformed himself into this character. At this time, Han Haoren was very confident. There are such incredible and amazing people in this world, and this amazing person is Han Haoren himself. Chapter 64, The Genius Who Changed the World, 9/15. Ji Yuan also smiled and asked Han Haoren, I have a question, why is your annual income kept secret? Han Haoren pondered and began to emotionally express the answer he had prepared, because in many industries I am involved in, the income is not fixed, and the specific figures are confidential. For example, private equity, such as venture capital. I can't tell the salary in this area in public. Workers. After all, this is a variety show on Fruit Channel, which may be watched by hundreds of millions of people. I can't announce my income to so many people. Song Shinran immediately spoke up to help Han Haoren prove it, because I am also engaged in finance-related professions, I can prove it. It is true that a lot of our income is actually linked to the profitability of our customers. These are uncertain and are also the privacy of the industry. Ri Xiaodi looked at Song Shinran and asked, Sister Shinran, you said your annual salary is more than 600,000. You also said that your level is not at the same level as Han Haoren. Wouldn't that mean that his annual salary is more than twice yours? Song Shinran couldn't help but laugh, twice? Xiao Di. You underestimate our financial industry too much, because you underestimate Han Haoren. The vice president is the highest level in the entire company, second only to the president. His income, just the income of a vice president of a private equity investment company, should be more than 100 times that of mine. Ri Xiaodi counted on his fingers, 100 times? Isn't that 60 million? Song Shinran smiled and said, it must be more than 60 million. Moreover, if the two companies are at the same level, partners in venture capital firms actually earn more than vice presidents in private equity firms. After all, the partner himself is the boss, and all the profits earned by the venture capital firm belong to him. I conservatively estimate that Han Haoren's annual income will not be less than 500 million. Wang Songsong, who was just eating and planning his future career development, was shot for no reason. 500 million? Isn't this my annual income? Is this intentional by Song Shinran? Just to imply that Han Haoren's income is more than hers? Wang Songsong was a little depressed. It's okay for you, Song Shinran, to praise Han Haoren, why bother involving me? I, Wang Songsong, don't want to lose face? However, Wang Songsong knew after looking at Han Haoren's resume that he was definitely a top second-generation rich man. At the age of 24, he became a partner of a venture capital company and a vice president of a private equity investment company. Obviously, this is a position that you can never reach by relying solely on your own efforts. This kind of position is just like Wang Songsong becoming a director of Yida and then serving as vice president. Obviously, this is a rich second generation who has taken over the family business. However, there are not many world-class private equity investment companies and venture capital companies in China. Wang Songsong frowned and began to speculate on Han Haoren's background. Studio. Zhang Hanxiao was so surprised that she couldn't open her mouth from ear to ear. She couldn't help but sigh. Can such a perfect person really exist in this world? He has top cooking skills, is talented, and understands psychology. 24 years old, with so many titles. Philosopher, poet, music producer, screenwriter, producer, consultant, lawyer, creative director, independent director, partner, vice president. The novels are not so exaggerated, right? Ouyangmi said with a smile. So, I said on the first day, Han Haoren must be cast by the team to play the role. There is no such perfect man in this world. So, this background is just a character design. This is too fake. Zhang Man disagreed, even if these characters are fake. But let's look at Han Haoren himself. His performance in the past 2 days, isn't he already a perfect man? Luija frowned and said, although I don't want to believe that such a perfect person exists in this world. But have you ever thought about a question? If Han Haoren is an actor hired by the show team, then why did the show team compile such nonsense information for Han Haoren? Wouldn't it be better to be more normal and not too suspicious? Also, the background of Han Haoren is that he is a philosopher, poet and consultant. This can also explain why Han Haoren can see people so accurately. This is not something that psychology experts can explain. This is actually closely related to the different industries and backgrounds Han Haoren is engaged in. So, this is my personal opinion. Even though it sounds ridiculous. But maybe there is such a perfect person in this world? Luo Xinhao also analyzed, I still support teacher Li's point of view. Let's just talk about what is revealed before us. Psychology and cooking. All of these are levels that ordinary people who are immersed in this industry may not reach in a lifetime. But Han Haoren has achieved such high attainments at such a young age. This shows that Han Haoren is a genius. And we also saw the chat process between Rome Shinran and Han Haoren. Who is Song Shinran? She is a genius. She is an elite in the financial world, the top existence. Maybe Song Shinran's current position is not high level, but as a Harvard Business School MBA graduate, her knowledge is definitely far beyond that of ordinary financial practitioners. But Song Shinran said that during the chat, she learned a lot from Han Haoren, Liamo, and asked for a lot of advice. What does this mean? It means that Han Haoren's experience and attainments in the financial field exceed Song Shinran's. The positions of partners in venture capital companies and vice presidents of private equity investment companies can explain all this. 11. Seeing that everyone was analyzing enthusiastically, Zhang Man also said, in fact, it is very simple to distinguish everything. Han Haoren said that he also has hobbies in music and art. We just need to let Han Haoren show his skills in this area to prove everything. If a person is talented in all aspects. Perhaps, at the age of 24, it is incredible to achieve outstanding achievements in so many different career fields, but it is not impossible. Perhaps, we in China have just produced such a genius who will definitely shock the world and change the world structure in the future? Chapter 65, Rules for Deciding on a First Date, October 15th. Han Haoren raised his hand and glanced at his watch, 8:45. He took out his cell phone again, but Zi Yuan had not called or texted him yet. There are still 15 minutes left, and it's time for the Weibo lottery draw. Han Haoren is already looking forward to the moment when he becomes the luckiest person in China. Although these Weibo rewards, apart from the villa, Han Haoren doesn't think too highly of them. However, the identity of the luckiest man in China is closely related to Han Haoren's next plan and deployment. It is also closely related to the small goal of making 100 million in 10 days. The PD at the scene ran over and began to announce the final process of the evening. There is only one last process left today. But it is also the most important part of today. This will determine how the male and female guests will be paired up for the secret date at the weekend. When Hot Shouty heard about the secret date, she stared at Han Haoren. She really wants to date Han Haoren. Because of their age, Song Shinran and Tong Yaya were not as obvious as Ri Shouty. But their intentional or unintentional glances were also noticed by the keen Han Haoren. Han Haoren sighed inwardly. Being liked by so many people is really a happy trouble. What if the director team allows them to choose only one female guest, like sending a message of love? The PD continued to explain, male guests, are you ready for the gifts our 823 director team asked you to prepare before? Wang Songsong said with a smile, I've been ready for a long time. Li Feng also nodded. Han Haoren pointed upstairs and said that the gifts he had just gone to the mall to pick out in the afternoon were upstairs. If it were yesterday, Han Haoren would definitely ask the executive director who is responsible for connecting with him and knows his identity if the money for gifts can be advanced 10 times in advance. After all, before yesterday, Han Haoren's total net worth did not exceed 100 yuan. But now that he has received 1 million from the fruit counter in his bank card, Han Haoren is still willing to buy gifts for the female guests. And Han Haoren thought of it, and the director team asked him to buy 2 different gifts. Does this mean that he is going to date 2 female guests? After all, there are now 3 men and 5 women. Excluding the situation where the director team has a bad intention to pair up 2 female guests for a date, there may indeed be a situation where one male guest goes on a date with multiple female guests. The PD saw the three male guests answering in the affirmative and continued, the male guests will return to the room later and hand the gifts to the director team. Your recording is over for today and you can move around freely. As for female guests, who you are going to date, depends on your choice. The process of message of love happening in this issue has also changed. First of all, everyone does not need to send messages to each other today. Even the male guests do not need to participate in this session. As for female guests, our director team will call you to a secret room alone and ask you for the name of the person you want to date. You can choose two male guests and rank them as your first and second choice respectively. And your first choice is the person you send a love message to. Of course, because no messages will occur, the male guests are completely unaware of your choice. So, you can tell us from the bottom of your heart without any scruples who you most want to date. Chi Yuhan looked at the PD at the scene and asked, PD, since the male guests will not know our choice, what is the meaning of our choice? Naturally, PD would not talk to Chi Yuhan, nor would there be any love observers outside the court. PD then explained, your choice is related to the matching of subsequent dates. After everyone has made their choices, they will enter the gift selection process. We will put the gifts selected by the male guests on the table in the entertainment room. And you will enter the entertainment room at the same time and choose a gift that you think is the person you want to date. Of course, not everyone can choose the gift they like. The order in which our female guests choose gifts is determined by drawing lots. The first one to choose, of course you can choose anything. The last person has no choice at all and can only choose the last remaining gift. Then, comes the most critical link. We will not announce which male guest the gift you choose belongs to. But we will tell the female guest separately the result of the match. Is it a success? Or a failure? If the gift you choose is given by the male guest of your first choice and second choice, the match is successful. Otherwise, the pairing will fail. For those who are successfully matched, our director team will communicate with the male guest and then tell the female guest the time and place of your date. You are not allowed to discuss relevant issues in private. Therefore, only when the female guest goes to the agreed meeting place on the date, the male and female guests will know the status of their respective matches. Song Shinran quickly discovered the problem, so, PD, pairing failure may occur? The on-site PD nodded, of course, if the gift you choose belongs to the male guest you did not choose, then naturally the pairing will fail. Your date will be ruined. Song Shinran continued to ask, but it's wrong. We have 5 female guests, but only 3 male guests. Are the numbers unequal? The PD at the scene showed a pleased look, your observation is very careful. Yes, the number of male and female guests is not equal. So, we have special rules set up. In yesterday's voting, there was a male guest who received the most love messages. He chose 2 gifts. So, theoretically, he has 2 dates. If all the female guests who selected his gift selected him as the first or second pick. Among the 5 gifts, there is another gift chosen by our director team. So, female guests, you need to pray that the gift you choose is not the gift chosen by our director team. Because the female guest who chose this gift, no matter who your first or second choice was, you have lost the opportunity to date. Okay, these are the rules. Do you have any other questions? Han Haoren discovered that in fact, this link has little to do with him. He can't even choose who he dates. This is exactly what Han Haoren meant. The female guest also understood the rules and said there was no problem. After the PD left, Song Shinran smiled and said to everyone, it seems that not everyone can date the person they want to date with this secret date. There will even be a female guest who doesn't have a date. Chi Yuhan also sighed, I don't like this rule at all. Han Haoren looked at the time again. 8:55. So, Han Haoren prepared to go upstairs. Before Han Haoren could go upstairs, Su Siyu, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, it's still early now. I made an agreement with Han Haoren yesterday to discuss piano skills with him today. Are you interested in listening? Chapter 66, Su Siyu's invitation to discuss, 11/15. Hearing that Su Siyu suddenly see you eat him, Han Haoren was in a very confused mood at the moment. Han Haoren? Little sister, when did I make an appointment with you? It was obviously you who sent me a message unilaterally. But I didn't agree. Ri Xiaodi was the first to applaud, okay. Great. Sister Siyu is a professional pianist, and she has won so many awards, so her level must be very high. Although I have practiced piano since I was a child, my level is far behind yours. I also want to learn from you. Song Shinran also looked at Han Haoren with a smile, Han Haoren, I also want to hear you play the piano. Although Chi Yuhan and Tong Yaya didn't speak, they both looked at Han Haoren with smiles. Han Haoren knew that he could not escape this disaster. As for the lottery on Weibo. Anyway, regardless of whether he is in front of the computer or not, this prize will be drawn. Then you'll see if you're feeling better again. So Han Haoren smiled and nodded, since everyone is so interested, let's discuss it. But as promised, I have something to do later, so I will just play one piece of piano music and go upstairs. Han Haoren has already started searching for piano scores in his heart. Which piano piece is shorter? Susiyu sat in front of the Yamaha piano specially prepared by the program team. Then I'll go first. Yamaha is a very famous piano brand. The piano in the program has a market price of more than 100,000 yuan coins, which is considered a professional-level piano. Of course, the piano brand Susiyu uses most often is not Yamaha, but Steinway. But for a piano master of Susiyu's level, no matter what kind of piano she uses, it will not affect her level. Among the guests, except for Han Haoren, Ri Xiaodi, who knows the piano the most, his eyes lit up. Wow! Today I'm going to hear the pianist who won the first prize in the Chopin International Piano Competition play the piano. I get to hear my idol play the piano. I'm going to call my sister who asked me to learn piano later to show off. There is a reason why Susiyu chose to play first. Because she wanted Han Haoren to see what a real pianist is, what a professional is, and the level of the top piano masters in the world. Maybe Ri Xiaodi only knows that the first prize in the Chopin International Piano Competition is very impressive. But she didn't fully understand how awesome this first prize was. The Chopin International Piano Competition is held every 5 years, and every time the best pianists in the world sign up to participate. The first prize is the highest honor in this competition, and not every winner of the competition can win the first prize. In fact, before Susiyu, the title of first prize had been vacant for 4 times, which is a full 20 years. For the Chopin International Piano Competition organizing committee, unable to select the best talent, they would rather leave the first prize vacant. However, Susiyu was unanimously recognized by all the judges, that is, the palace-level musicians, and won the first prize. This happened 4 years ago. In the past 4 years, Susiyu's piano attainments have improved every year. Susiyu doesn't know how good Han Haoren is. But Susiyu's piano attainments indeed exceed 99% of the pianists in the world. In fact, except for a few over 50 or even 70-year-old pianists, there are palace-level pianists at the level of honorary vice president of the World Classical Music Association. Susiyu is known as the pianist who is closest to the palace-level. However, because Susiyu does not give solo concerts or participate in any association activities, even if her technical level reaches the palace level, she cannot obtain the title of palace level. But if it's just about piano skills and level, it can be said that in China, Susiyu's piano level is the best. Among hundreds of thousands of pianists in the world, Susiyu's level ranks in the top 10, or even the top 5. Therefore, strictly speaking, Susiyu is not the 99% pianist who is not as good as him, as Han Haoren said. Susiyu's level is higher than 99.99% of the pianists in the world. It can be said that it is one of a kind. Susiyu thinks. If Han Haoren himself is not good enough, he will feel timid after listening to his own performance. After all, Susiyu's level of piano playing skills are very different from those of ordinary pianists. Even a layman who doesn't know piano can hear the obvious difference. Although at this time, I no longer have the same aversion to Han Haoren as before. But Susiyu still wants to defend the dignity of a pianist in front of the camera and the audience who will watch this program in the future. Professional standards are professional standards. It's not just an amateur who can claim that he plays better than a professional. Although Susiyu felt that she and Han Haoren seem to be bullying the smaller ones. However, Susiyu is the kind of person who will never change what he decides in his heart. It is precisely this character trait that allowed Susiyu to achieve today's achievements. Susiyu adjusted her mood and started playing. Susiyu's outfit today is not as sexy as yesterday. However, Susiyu, wearing a white evening dress that looks like a wedding dress, is sitting next to the piano and still exudes a stunning temperament. Han Haoren looked at Susiyu, who was calmly entering the mood, and had to admit that even Susiyu seemed to have a problem with him. But today Susiyu is really beautiful. Continuous Adagio, C-sharp minor, 2/2 time. From the beginning of Susiyu's performance, Han Haoren knew the music Susiyu was going to play. Not just Han Haoren, but also Xiaodi. Even Song Xinran, 2YY and Wang Songsong bet on the name of the song Susiyu was playing. Because this piano piece is so famous. The original name of the piano piece, Piano Sonata No. 14 in C-sharp minor, may not be known to Wang Songsong, Tong Yaya, and others. But the other name of this piano piece, Moonlight Sonata, is very familiar to everyone. Chapter 67, The Charm of Classical Music, 12/15. Han Haoren smiled the moment he heard Susiyu play this Moonlight Sonata. If Susiyu plays other piano music, Han Haoren will still have difficulty choosing, not knowing which piano music to play in response. However, Susiyu actually chose this piano music. Isn't this just right in the crosshairs of Han Haoren? Moonlight Sonata, a masterpiece composed in 1801. This piano piece is almost the most famous piano piece in the world. Piano lovers don't need to mention it. Even those who don't understand piano cannot fail to hear the melody of this piano music. The original author of this world-famous song is none other than Ludwig van Beethoven. Studio. As a talented musical woman among the 6 observers, Song Shanshan is naturally responsible for the important task of interpretation. 670, I think no one has heard of this song, right? Piano Sonata No. 14 in C-sharp minor, or, in other words, Moonlight Sonata. This piano piece was composed by Beethoven in 1801 and dedicated to the object of his passion at the time, Giulietta Guicciardini. This is definitely a masterpiece that will be handed down from generation to generation. Every pianist will practice this piano piece if there is a chance. As for such a piece of music, although every pianist can play it, the level will be different. Su Siyu is praised by pianists as the pianist who is closest to the palace level in terms of skill and strength. Her performance is completely different from that of ordinary pianists. There is no audience for this piano music, let's listen quietly. Luo Zhenhao hesitated again and again, but couldn't help but said, "I'm sorry. I interrupted everyone's listening to this masterclass piano piece. It's just that I discovered a phenomenon. I'm not happy if I don't vomit." When Han Haoren heard Su Siyu start playing, he had an expression on his face for half a second. It's a smile, the smile we named before, Han Haoren's smile, thought. It seems that Han Haoren is not shocked by Su Siyu's playing skills. It seems. This smile makes me feel that Han Haoren is sure to win this competition. However, Song Shanshan has said several times before that Su Siyu's piano level is the best in China and the top 10 in the world. Except for true palace-level pianists, no one has a higher level than Su Siyu. But I'm curious. If Han Haoren was a piano master, he should have known Su Siyu's strength when Su Siyu played the first syllable. Why does he still have such a confident expression on his face? Zhang Hanshao said with a smile, just pretend that you are an outsider. So, maybe Han Haoren is not a great piano player? Maybe he is like me. He only knows that Su Siyu plays very well, but he can't tell how high Su Siyu's level is? Luijia analyzed, I don't think that is the case. I am a piano amateur. But I just listened for such a short period of time, and I can tell that Su Siyu's level is much better than the level of the pianists who played in front of the piano in the Western restaurant before me. It's not like Han Haoren can't hear it. Even if he can't hear it, looking at Ri Xiaoti's fascinated expression now, Han Haoren should know how good Su Siyu's playing ability is. In short, I also feel that there is something strange about it. But it doesn't matter. When the time comes, when it is Han Haoren's turn to play the piano, all the doubts will be revealed. Now, let's just listen to Su Siyu's playing quietly. Moonlight Sonata is divided into 3 movements. The first movement is the most famous. The first movement is nearly 6 minutes long, the second movement is about 2 minutes, and the third movement is about 5.5 minutes, a total of about 14 minutes. It meets Han Haoren's requirement that the performance time of the song be relatively short. The name Moonlight Sonata was not chosen by Beethoven. It was because the German poet and music critic Ludwig Leerstable said after listening to this piece, listening to the first movement of this piece reminded me of Lake Lucerne in Switzerland and the waves on the lake. The rippling bright moonlight. Then, the record publisher gave the sonata the name Moonlight and it passed down. It can be seen that Su Siyu studied this piano piece with great concentration. She vividly expressed the melancholy and poignancy contained in Beethoven's piano music. The last syllable falls. The originally silent villa burst into thunderous applause. Not only all the guests, but also the staff of the program team present applauded Su Siyu crazily. Ri Xiaoti's eyes were already very wet, and a few crystal tears fell from Ri Xiaoti's beautiful eyes. If we say that Su Siyu's performance only makes some people feel that it sounds good and wonderful. Ri Xiaoti, who has studied piano for many years, completely entered the artistic conception expressed by Su Siyu. So Ri Xiaoti, who was moved by the piano music, couldn't hold it back and cried. Su Siyu bowed politely to everyone, then walked up to Han Haoren with a smile. Han Haoren, it's your turn. The 6 observers listened to the piano music quietly. Luijia couldn't help but said, I suggest the program team not to edit, but to release the complete piano music. Although 10 minutes is a bit long. But I think that such a beautiful piano piece must be presented to the audience in its entirety. 4.5 of Song Shanshan had said before that Su Siyu was very good and ranked number 1 in China. I still wouldn't believe it. But after listening to this piano music, I believe it. Song Shanshan also agreed, even in our circle, it is very rare for most pianists to hear Su Siyu's performance. She rarely played piano in public. I feel that after Su Siyu finished playing, I no longer need to use professional terms to comment and praise. I believe that everyone who listens to this piano music carefully can hear what it means to be close to the palace level. It can evoke everyone's memories and stimulate everyone's emotions. This is palace level. This is also the charm of classical music. Chapter 68, Su Siyu's shock. Infinitely close to the palace level? 13/15. Zhang Hanshao looked at Song Shanshan and said, I'm a little worried about our perfect leading actor, Han Haoren. I think most people would not dare to sit at the piano again after Su Siyu played such a perfect piano piece, right? Because what he has to face is a very direct comparison. The listeners can easily hear the difference. Han Haoren is under too much pressure now. This feeling is like a football player competing with Messi on the same field. Luo Zhenhao analyzed, I haven't seen any anxiety or worry on Han Haoren's face yet. He's quite calm. However, we 6 observers have been waiting for a long time for Han Haoren to show off his piano skills. This wish is finally coming true. Song Shanchan, what level do you think Han Haoran will be? Song Shanchan smiled and said, my prediction? What I am looking forward to is that Han Haoran's level may really be as good as 99% of pianists. Although he is still weaker than Su Siyu. But such strength can not only resolve Su Siyu's hostility, but also make Su Siyu look at him with admiration. After all, Han Haoran is not a professional pianist, but if an amateur can be better than a professional pianist, it is already very impressive. Of course, only 31 is my highest expectation. It is possible that Han Haoran is really an amateur-level player. In this case, not only Su Siyu will not have any good impression of Han Haoran. In the eyes of other female guests, the impression points of Han Haoran will also be reduced. Han Haoran saw Su Siyu's eyes looking at him. Moonlight. Beethoven. Today I finally know the strength of the first prize winner in the Chopin International Piano Competition. Su Siyu smiled and replied, thank you for the compliment. I have finished playing and I also want to see your ability. Which piano piece do you want to play? Han Haoran said to Su Siyu calmly, then I will also play Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. An expression of surprise appeared on Su Siyu's originally calm face. After he performed the Moonlight Sonata at 90% of his level, Han Haoran actually said that he also wanted to perform the Moonlight Sonata? Doesn't Han Haoran know that playing the same piece of music is the easiest to compare and the easiest to see the difference? Su Siyu originally thought that if Han Haoran had a certain level, he would choose a sad and lyrical song like Moonlight Sonata. Han Haoran should choose an exciting and cheerful piano song. In this way, the contrast between the two styles of music is huge. Therefore, even if Han Haoran did not express and interpret the emotions he expressed while playing Moonlight Sonata, as long as Han Haoran completes a piano piece completely, laymen will feel that Han Haoran plays it well. In this way, ordinary people can't hear the obvious gap between the two people's levels. But Han Haoran also played Moonlight Sonata? The same piano piece, played by two people, is the most intuitive comparison. Is Han Haoran really not afraid of embarrassment at all? Song Shanchan was also very surprised. Han Haoran actually chose to play Moonlight Sonata? I find that I can't understand Han Haoran. If I were Han Haoran, I would have 999 other choices, and I would never choose to play Moonlight Sonata again. Oh, Yang Mi smiled and said, maybe Han Haoran thinks he is better than Su Siyu? Song Shanchan shook her head firmly, it's impossible. In this world, there are indeed palace-level pianists with higher piano skills than Su Siyu. But Han Haoran is obviously not one of them. I think Han Haoran is a bit overestimating his abilities by doing this. Su Siyu looked at Han Haoran with an indifferent expression. In Su Siyu's heart, if Han Haoran is more low-key and humble at this time, he will give Han Haoran a step down when the time comes. Even if Han Haoran's playing level is not satisfactory, she will not expose it to his face. However, Yu Haoran actually said that he wanted to play Moonlight Sonata. In Su Siyu's view, this is a refusal to admit one's mistakes and a provocation. Since Han Haoran has such an attitude, Su Siyu doesn't mind giving Han Haoran a few harsh reviews when the time comes. Ri Xiaodi also looked at Han Haoran slightly nervously. As someone who has studied piano since childhood, she can naturally recognize Su Siyu's level. And Han Haoran wants to play Moonlight Sonata at this time. Isn't this looking for death? Ri Xiaodi couldn't help but worry about Han Haoran. Wang Songsong crossed his arms and looked at Han Haoran with a look of excitement. Wang Songsong felt that Han Haoran was obviously going to screw up this time. And obviously, if Han Haoran messes up, all the female guests' impression points of him will drop. Then Wang Songsong will become the most popular person in this show and everyone will focus on it. Han Haoran ignored the change in Su Siyu's expression. The lottery time on Weibo has now passed. Han Haoran felt that he should hurry up. Han Haoran walked to the piano calmly and sat down. He didn't spend 2 or 3 minutes adjusting his emotions like Su Siyu did. Nor did he open the music score that Su Siyu had not opened. Because the moment Han Haoran sat down, he had a mysterious feeling. At this moment, he is Beethoven. Having mastered Beethoven's playing skills, Han Haoran's current piano skills are at the level of Beethoven at his peak. When Beethoven played his own music, did he need music scores? Han Haoran struck the first note. Because Su Siyu has practiced countless times, she naturally does not need to read music. When Su Siyu discovered that Han Haoran had not opened the music score, she was slightly shocked. At least, Su Siyu already has a high opinion of Han Haoran in her heart. Maybe he really has the level of a professional pianist? Su Siyu thought. Han Haoran tapped the keys with his fingers and hit the first note. Su Siyu's pupils suddenly dilated. How can it be? How can this be? But just after listening to the previous short paragraph, for about 10 seconds, Su Siyu's face was filled with horror. 353. If ordinary piano lovers or ordinary pianists are asked to distinguish the quality of a piano work, they will need a certain amount of time. But at Su Siyu's level, by listening to the first few notes, Su Siyu can tell the quality of the player's performance. This is the basic quality of a pianist and a piano master. After listening to the short piece played by Han Haoren, Su Siyu felt as if he saw a bright moon rising slowly into the sky, spreading its silver light over the forests, mountains, and rivers. She quickly felt that Han Haoren's level was very, very high. Han Haoren said before that his level is higher than 90% of pianists, which is still modest. Su Siyu believes that Han Haoren's level is almost at his own level. The top level of all piano masters. Even infinitely close to the palace level. But how is it possible? How can such a pianist who is infinitely close to the level of the palace be just a piano lover? Although Su Siyu is young, she started learning piano at the age of 3. In the past 20 years, Su Siyu has practiced for more than 12 hours every day. Yes, 12 plus hours of practice. Not a single day off. Even if he goes abroad to participate in competitions, Su Siyu spends the time on the plane sleeping. When I get off the plane, I don't want to rest, eat, or play, but find a place with a piano to practice. It is also because of such hard training day and night that Su Siyu has reached a state close to the palace level at his current age. Chapter 69, touched the whole audience. This is the level of the palace. 14/15. Su Siyu read Han Haoren's resume and knew that Han Haoren could not spend so much time practicing piano playing. However, piano is such an art that requires time to practice, emotional accumulation, and hard work to get rewarded. Talent? Every piano master has one. And hard work determine every achievement these days. Moreover, Su Siyu's own talent has made countless masters, even piano masters who have reached the palace level, praise her and make her feel inferior. Therefore, Su Siyu couldn't understand why Han Haoren in front of him could show such superb memory. If she blindfolded her eyes and didn't look at the person next to the piano, Su Siyu would even think that it was a top-notch pianist playing this classic piano piece. The second theme of the first movement enters in the key of B major, as if trying to dispel the gloomy haze of the triplet background. The middle triplet sings on its own. Time and time again, I sang clear and transparent high notes, but had to return to low gloominess. Han Haoren's performance entered the second movement. The second movement is allegro, with a very brisk rhythm. The music style suddenly became light and lively. The beating notes include gentle soothing, playful smiles, and constantly changing expressions. Su Siyu seemed to see naughty elves playing in the moonlight. Su Siyu has been completely immersed in the music. She seems to feel the silence of meditation, the sadness that cannot be spoken, the sweet memories and dreamlike fantasies. Su Siyu felt as if she had entered a situation, as if she had traveled back to Beethoven's era 200 years ago. She seemed to see an old piano in front of the window under the weak candlelight, and sitting next to it was a 16 or 17-year-old girl with a pretty face, but she was blind. The moonlight fell quietly on this small house, covering it with a layer of silver gauze, making it look particularly quiet. And Beethoven, sitting in front of the piano, pressed the keys under the quiet moonlight and played the song Moonlight. Su Siyu opened her mouth in surprise again. She discovered that maybe her previous judgment was wrong. Han Haoren's playing level is not at the same level as hers. Han Haoren's level is higher than mine. If I say that my previous performance was just that I was immersed in the atmosphere of Beethoven's creation of this piano music, to express all the emotions Beethoven wanted to express through this piano music heartily and vividly. What Han Haoren expressed is more delicate, deeper, and more accurate than his own. Su Siyu found that although in terms of piano playing skills, Han Haoren was as good as him, they were both equally perfect. But the emotions expressed by Han Haoren can bring people more empathy than myself. At Su Siyu's level, his piano playing skills have reached perfection and reached the top level. There is no room for improvement. The only criterion for judging whether a person's piano skills can reach the palace level is whether he can express his inner emotions vividly when his skills are absolutely perfect. The works of palace-level pianists can allow an ordinary person to be immersed in the scene and experience the artistic conception the pianist wants to express. It can make all the audience smile, cry together, cheer together, and feel together. There was once a grand pianist who made more than half of the audience cry as the emotion of the performance progressed during a piano concert. This is the division represented by the three words palace level. Su Siyu knew that she was far from the palace level. There is no room for improvement in her playing skills. The only difference is the emotion. But this year, she has been stuck at this threshold without making any progress. However, looking at Ri Xiaodi who was crying again. Tang Yaya was already looking for a tissue to wipe her eyes. Qi Yuhan was crying with her head covered. Even Li Feng, who was usually silent, had red eyes. Su Siyu knew that she was just holding back the tears that burst out of her eyes. Maybe the next moment, I won't be able to hold on any longer. Su Siyu knew that the Moonlight Sonata she just played could only make the sentimental Ri Xiaodi cry. However, Han Haoren's playing was not even halfway through, and most of the people present, including himself, got into the situation and cried. Doesn't this just illustrate the gap between Han Haoren and himself? An idea came to Su Siyu's mind. Could it be that Han Haoren is a world-class pianist? But is this so possible? Inside the studio, Luijia couldn't help but take out a tissue and wipe his tears. And the emotional Ouyang Mi and Zhang Man even cried with their makeup. Zhang Hanshao also wiped away tears. Song Shanshan's eyes were also red. Ouyangni couldn't help looking at Song Shanshan with a tearful voice and asked, Shanshan, why do I think Han Haoren's piano music touches me more? I really just couldn't help but want to cry. I just feel so depressed. Luo Zhenhao was the only observer who looked normal. Although I didn't cry, I was moved by the emotion of Han Haoren's piano music. Song Shanshan, although the performance has not been finished yet, can you evaluate the quality of this piano piece played by Han Haoren? Song Shanshan is listening to Han Haoren's performance attentively. She has been completely immersed in the mood created by Han Haoren. Even though I have countless achievements and honors in the classical music world, I have also come into contact with all kinds of masters, even palace-level figures. Song Shanshan doesn't often hear such superb performances. This made Song Shanshan hold her breath and concentrate, not wanting to be distracted. However, other observers did not allow Song Shanshan to quietly listen to the entire piano music played by Han Haoren. Although Song Shanshan was very unhappy, her immersed emotions were interrupted by other observers. It was like falling into a dream and suddenly being awakened, which made it difficult for Song Shanshan to return to her previous emotions. But Song Shanshan can also understand that she is not a member of their circle and indeed does not know that it is impolite to talk to her when others are listening carefully to the performance. Song Shanshan quickly sorted out her emotions and decided to ask the director for a video or audio source of Han Haoren's performance and go back and listen to it slowly. Han Haoren's level? Because Han Haoren's level is beyond my level, so I can't judge Haoren very well. But one thing I can confirm is that Han Haoren's level is a level higher than Su Siyu's. Chapter 70, this is not palace level. This is Beethoven. 1515. Although I have already expected Song Shanshan's evaluation. Because, even though he has a different temperament, he feels that Han Haoren's performance is more touching than Su Siyu's. But when he heard Song Shanshan say this, Luo Zhenhao was still surprised and couldn't control his expression. Luo Zhenhao continued to ask, so you said before that Su Siyu's piano playing level is infinitely close to the palace level. Then you said that Han Haoren's level is a level higher than Su Siyu's. Then wouldn't it be? Song Shanshan nodded, you are right. Although I am still far from the threshold of the palace level. But at least I can hear what kind of performance is of a palace level standard. Han Haoren's performance is of a palace level. In other words, if Han Haoren is willing to accept the assessment of the World Classical Music Association, does not refuse to fulfill the obligations of the World Classical Music Association to promote classical music, and then holds 100 qualified piano concerts. Yes, Han Haoren is a king. Zhang Hanchao said loudly in surprise, no way? Didn't you say that we don't have a palace-level musician in China yet? Don't everyone say that you, Song Shanshan, are the most likely to become the #1 musician in China? Why did I come to this show and meet Su Siyu, whose level is extremely close to the palace level? I also saw 650 Korean, whose level has already reached the palace level. Why do I feel like it's like a dream? Song Shanshan looked at Zhang Hanchao and said, don't doubt it. In fact, now I am the most doubtful about life and feel that everything is unreal. It's me. By the way, there is also Su Siyu who is by Han Haoren's side now. Because only the two of us with our current musical attainments can tell that Han Haoren's playing level is absolutely palace level. Sigh. When Han Haoren said that his hobby was music and that he could play the piano, I still wanted to watch the excitement and wanted to see Han Haoren's piano skills. My highest expectation just now was that Han Haoren was at the level of a master. And I thought 90% of it was impossible. The level of an amateur piano enthusiast. How is it possible to reach the level of a heavenly master? But now, I'm going crazy. I actually heard the performance of a top-notch pianist. This is not a New Year's Eve ceremony at the Golden Concert Hall, nor is it an exchange event held by the World Classical Music Association. But it's a real-life love observation program called Meet the Really Rich and the Pauper. And the person who plays the piano music at the palace level is not a legendary pianist who has been famous for a long time, but a 24-year-old man who is not a pianist by profession. I'm sorry. But I still want to say, who can punch me? Wake me up. Louis Jia murmured, no wonder Han Haoren had that confident smile after listening to Su Siyu's performance before, feeling that he was sure of victory. Because his own level is higher than Su Siyu. Han Haoren's playing has reached the third movement. This movement is a late arrival in sonata form. The main theme composed of a series of arpeggios is like waves in a storm, one wave higher than the other. At the highest point of the wave, there is a powerful accent, boiling passion, and detached anger. 16th notes are like thunder in a storm, rolling in the distance. In the restless background, Han Haoren's right hand plays a strong and powerful melody. The music roars towards the vast and turbulent ocean. Ri Xiaodi does not have the same level of appreciation as Su Siyu. She just noticed that this soft and lyrical piano music turned to relaxed and cheerful, and finally turned to anger. Although she has played this famous piano piece herself, she has just heard Su Siyu perform it at a very high level. But every time Han Haoren hits the keys, the sound makes Ri Xiaodi's heart tremble. The original Ri Xiaodi was still immersed in the sad atmosphere and cried silently. Today's Ri Xiaodi was very excited for a moment. Everyone's blood boiled. Han Haoran's piano music comes to an end. When the boiling enthusiasm reached its peak, it suddenly fell silent. A short section ascends like a cadenza, ending with a heavy bass octave. Su Siu, Ri Xiaodi, Tang Ya, Bai, Song Xinran, Qi Yuan, Li Feng, Wang Song. Even all the staff present. A picture seemed to appear in their eyes. They saw the rough sea illuminated by the moonlight. And Su Siu's pupils, which had already accepted that Han Haoran was at the palace level, once again dilated. Her heart was shaking. That's not right. Wrong. This is not the palace level. This is no longer the palace level. This is Beethoven. This is obviously Beethoven. Although I have never heard Beethoven playing Moonlight in person, this is Beethoven. This is exactly the same as I imagined Beethoven's Moonlight. This is Beethoven. Han Haoran finished playing, but did not win the thunderous applause that Su Siu got when he finished playing. Because everyone was stunned. First, they were not mentally prepared at all for Han Haoran to be at such a level. It seemed that he was more perfect and more impressive than Su Siu. Mainly, everyone was recalling the 14-minute Moonlight Sonata that Han Haoran had just played. They have not yet come out of the artistic conception they have just entered. Wang Song was the first to react. At this time, Wang Song had put aside his prejudice against Han Haoran and applauded desperately. Li Feng is the second one. Generally speaking, men are more rational than women. What's more, Li Feng is a young. After hearing the applause of Li Feng and Wang Song, others finally reacted. Everyone clapped their hands together desperately. Han Haoran's performance just now really gave them countless surprises. Han Haoran expected that when these people reacted, they would definitely ask themselves why they had such a high level of piano playing. Especially Su Siu, she will definitely pester him. But Han Haoran himself really has plans today. So, Han Haoran said to everyone first, okay, I'm done playing the piano. I really have something very important to do. So good night everyone. See you tomorrow. Without waiting for anyone to reply, Han Haoran quickly ran upstairs. Chapter 71, Weibo wins. Traffic is king, 16. Went upstairs. Since the recording of the male guest today has ended, Han Haoran decisively turned off the camera. Han Haoran's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Although there is a tenfold luck bonus. However, can this lucky person who was chosen by millions of people really be himself? Sina really doesn't have any shady secret stash? Han Haoran turned on the computer and logged into Weibo. In an instant, Han Haoran's pupils suddenly dilated. I originally didn't add many people to Weibo, but the number of likes, comments and reposts has increased to 999 plus. This made Han Haoran anticipate everything. On the official Weibo interface, Han Haoran saw the latest Weibo post sent by the Weibo official. Congratulations to a user of it, Familiar World, Stranger Self, for winning a super grand prize worth tens of millions. The familiar world and the unfamiliar self is Han Haoran's Weibo ID. Almost at the same time, Han Haoran received a private message from the official Weibo. It took Han Haoran a few seconds to browse the entire content. Sina officials asked Han Haoran to reply to his mobile phone number via private message. Sina staff will communicate on the phone regarding specific matters regarding awarding the award. Han Haoran did not hesitate to send a private message to Guanbo with his mobile phone number. Han Haoran confirmed again that the camera had been turned off. Although the room is equipped with cameras, under special circumstances, guests can choose to turn off the cameras if they need privacy. Within a few minutes, Han Haoran received a call alert from an unknown number. Weibo staff first verified Han Haoran's information and confirmed that the lottery was valid, then they officially talked to Han Haoran about the rules for receiving the prize. Han Haoran only needs to provide his specific address, contact information, bank card number, and ID number to the Weibo official. All physical rewards from this event, except cars and villas, will be shipped to the address provided by Han Haoran for free. Weibo's official reward of 99,999 yuan will be deposited into the bank card provided by Han Haoran. After confirming that Han Haoran is currently located in Daidu and that Han Haoran has a driver's license, Sina staff said that Han Haoran can use his ID card to pick up the car at any Geely sales store in Daidu. Of course, although he would pick up the car, Han Haoran would not be able to use it for the time being. As for the most valuable villa in Wanjing Mansion in the imperial capital, Vank will work with Sina to complete the transfer of property rights. Han Haoran only needs to provide personal information and wait for more than 10 days before he can move into this villa in the imperial capital. After talking about the transfer of the villa, the Sina staff member with a nice voice said in a sweet voice. Mr. Han Haoran, finally, as the lucky winner of this super lottery, we invite you to attend Weibo's first celebrity charity gala. The party will be held on the 12th of next month at the Peninsula Hotel in the imperial capital. At that time, many popular celebrities who have been invited to Weibo, such as Zheng Hanxiao, Lu Weifei, Ouyangmi, Lu Shishir, Han Han, Zhang Man, Song Shanshan and others will attend. May I ask if you have time to attend this charity gala? Han Haoran knows that for Sina itself, inviting the super lucky person who won the tens of millions of grand prizes to participate in the charity party is also a way of marketing. Letting the winners be exposed to the public can also prove that there is no shady secret in the lottery. But for Han Haoren, participating in this charity gala can also bring him a lot of benefits. Okay, thank you for your invitation. I will definitely attend on time. Han Haoren replied cheerfully. Han Haoren promised to attend the charity gala, but it was not to meet the big stars mentioned by Weibo officials. At this time, the fairy sister Louis Fei was at the peak of her popularity. She was at the peak of her popularity and appearance, and was the goddess in the eyes of countless boys. And Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 has just started airing, and Ouyangmi is still a rising star at this time. These stars are people that Han Haoren could not have come into contact with in his previous life. However, Han Haoren knew in his heart that everything was different in this life. Ri Xiaodi and Tan Yaya both have a good impression of themselves. Han Haoren accepted the invitation to attend the charity gala not to meet the big-name celebrities, but for other purposes. In the few days after his rebirth, Han Haoren thought about many things clearly. Please give me flowers, 0. In this Weibo Super Lottery, are the winners really just the prizes provided by these sponsors? To be honest, without the bonus of the last villa, these prizes look very generous, but in fact most of the prizes are useless. For example, furniture, kitchenware, messy courses, and free hotel suites may seem very valuable, but do most people really need these things? Even if it was the British TX4 classic business car, even if Han Haoren didn't have the Lamborghini he has now, he wouldn't really drive such a car out. Although Han Haoren has a strong national complex. But Bugatti is Han Haoren's ultimate dream. Han Haoren will not choose products with significantly inferior performance and quality just to support products made by the Chinese themselves. In his previous life, Longting and Jianjia developed by Han Haoren were both better than Microsoft's Windows operating system, as well as Google and Xiaodu search engines, according to Han Haoren's expectations. Therefore, until Han Haoren develops a luxury car with better performance and quality than Bugatti, and better than Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini, Bentley, and Ferrari, he will still choose Bugatti. Of course, the free Lamborghini can be driven for a while. Han Haoren refreshed the Weibo page. He found that in just a few minutes, the number of fans of his Weibo account increased from less than 100 to 100,000. And my Weibo post about forwarding the lottery also had tens of thousands of comments, forwards and likes. Sure enough, everything was as Han Haoren expected. For Han Haoren today, the prize worth tens of millions is the second best thing. What he values most now is not prizes, but traffic. Why can't the obviously better Jianjia compete with Xiaodu search? Because everyone knows Xiaodu but not Jianjia. In an era when traffic is king, traffic represents everything. Han Haoren knew that this Weibo Super Lottery, if operated properly, would undoubtedly bring him the traffic he needs. Although Han Haoren's traffic will definitely explode when the program Meet the Real Rich and the Pauper is aired, Han Haoren knows that it will take a long time until the program is officially aired. But now, if you want to quickly accumulate capital within 10 days, you still have to rely on this wave of talented stars on Weibo. Chapter 72, Forward this Koi, 17. Han Haoren has already thought about what he should do if he is really the lucky one. This is also why Han Haoren is so anxious to go upstairs. Seeing the number of his fans increasing by tens of thousands every minute, Han Haoren quickly started editing Weibo. Whether it is Weibo pictures or Weibo content, Han Haoren has prepared them in advance. So it didn't take long for this Weibo to be edited, and Han Haoren chose send. As a result, many onlookers who saw the lottery results on Weibo, clicked to enter Han Haoren's Weibo and were envious and jealous of Han Haoren saw the latest Weibo posted by Han Haoren. Repost this koi and you will be as lucky as me. In my life, there have been countless times when I was favored by the goddess of luck, 153. And these days, when I am at the lowest point in my life, I have once again been favored by the goddess of luck. I want to share my good luck with everyone. As long as you repost this Weibo of mine, maybe you will be as lucky as me. I am the koi of the year in this Weibo lottery. Repost this koi, maybe you can publish SCI without doing experiments. Repost this koi, maybe your boss will give you a bonus without having to work. Repost this koi, maybe the stock you buy will rise to the limit. Repost this koi, maybe you will be the lucky winner of the next super lottery on Weibo. Next time. The female dormitory of Shanghai University. Wei Kaiwei, a junior student, said to her roommates in the dormitory, "Sisters, I found the winner of the super lottery on Weibo quite interesting. Koi, he described himself as a koi, and said that retweeting him would bring us good luck. The final exam is coming soon, let's all repost it to try our luck." In a residential building in Lingnan City, at the dinner table, the newlywed wife said to her husband, "Have you heard about Weibo's annual koi? Don't you want a professional title evaluation? Go forward and forward it, maybe it will bring good luck." In the CBD office of Shenzhen City, a department manager said at a staff meeting, "This year is a critical year for our company's life and death. We all have to go all out." After the meeting, everyone went to Weibo to repost a Weibo post called Koi of the Year posted by the stranger in the familiar world. We don't ask for anything, we just want a good psychological hint. Han Haoren went offline after posting the repost of Koi on Weibo. Han Haoren believes that whether it is 2009 or 2019, the hearts of Huazhong netizens are the same. Even if you know about the lottery and koi, you can't take it seriously, but everyone is willing to spend a few seconds to repost koi. As for lottery betting, as long as the rewards are considerable, there will be hundreds of thousands or even millions of reposts. This number of reposts is often higher than the number of reposts on Weibo of the most popular celebrities. After Han Haoren goes offline, there are still things that need to be prepared. Han Haoren was about to start busy when he suddenly received a text message from He Ziyuan. Is my figure good? Han Haoren knew that He Ziyuan finally woke up at this time when everyone else was sleeping. Han Haoren quickly replied, not bad, I can score 90 points. He Ziyuan, what 90 points? Can you speak? It's obviously 100 points. In order to apologize, you invite me to watch a movie tomorrow night. Han Haoren replied, it depends, I'm very busy. He Ziyuan? You are busy. I asked you to watch a movie, how dare you refuse? Han Haoren, don't dare, don't dare. Let's make an appointment then. All Han Haoren has to prepare after going offline is a lottery. In addition to the villa and cash, Han Haoren plans to raffle off all the other prizes he draws. Han Haoren knows that in later generations of Weibo, there are many marketing accounts that rely on lottery draws to accumulate popularity. Why are so many people working tirelessly to post draws? Is there really so much money that there is nowhere to spend it? The reason is, of course, that the benefits that the lottery can bring to them far exceed the prize itself. But Han Haoren is even different this time. First of all, the prize was originally drawn by Han Haoren, and he did not need to incur any cost or expense. Another point is that before people have discovered the mystery behind the Weibo lottery, Han Haoren will become the first person other than the official to use Weibo to draw a lottery. While Han Haoren was thinking about the specific copy and details, Han Haoren's phone rang. The caller was Feng Yimin. If Chen Yuzhou was Han Haoren's enemy in school, Feng Yimin was Han Haoren's best friend and partner at Shuimu University. In his previous life, Han Haoren turned to the IT industry to start a business after being blacklisted in the financial industry. Feng Yimin, a fat man, has always been by Han Haoren's side. He taught himself programming and joined Han Haoren's entrepreneurial team. Even after experiencing setbacks and failures several times, Feng Yimin always chose to follow Han Haoren. The 500,000 yuan starting capital used by Han Haoren's team to start the business was also borrowed from Feng Yimin's family. Han Haoren also found out very later that Feng Yimin's family background was not much worse than Chen Yuzhou's. Feng Yimin, who looks ordinary in clothes, is actually a top second-generation official. Just to start a business with Han Haoren, Feng Yimin's relationship with his family has not been very good. Without Feng Yimin in the previous life, Han Haoren's team would not even have been able to launch the Jianzhou search engine. Han Haoren immediately guessed the reason for Feng Yimin's call. Feng Yimin, Han Haoren's close friend at university, was one of the few people who knew Han Haoren's Weibo ID. Han Haoren quickly answered the phone. On the other end of the phone was Feng Yimin's startled voice. Brother Han. That koi on Weibo is you, right? I was so shocked when I saw this winning ID. 10 million. You drew a prize and won 10 million? Han Haoren heard Feng Yimin's whirring voice and replied with a smile, it's me. Chapter 73, next is the moment to witness the miracle. 18. Feng Yimin was stunned for a moment, and then immediately said happily, that's great. Brother Han, I never believed that you would leak customer secrets. I believe in your character, and I believe in your wisdom even more. The first class in our university is about the professional standards of the financial industry. How could you do something so stupid? Brother Han, congratulations to you. This time it really counts as whether you are here. With these 10 million, what if McKinsey fires you? What if you can no longer enter the financial industry? With this startup capital, we can start our own business. Han Haoren naturally knew that Feng Yimin didn't propose to start a business with him just because he won this prize worth tens of millions. After he was fired from McKinsey, Feng Yimin came up with the idea of starting a business together when he went to have a drink with him. Feng Yimin is the kind of brother who was willing to share hardships with Han Haoren. Han Haoren smiled and asked, Fat man, have you really thought about starting a business with me? You just got an offer from Deloitte Consulting. Although Deloitte is not as good as McKinsey, it is one of the 4 largest accounting firms in the world. And Deloitte's consulting business ranks first among the big 4 accounting firms, even better than PricewaterhouseCoopers, which ranks first among the big 4. And the direction of my business is not necessarily related to finance. Feng Yimin on the other end of the phone quickly replied, Brother Han, what are you talking about? Didn't I tell you before? I want to start a business with you. That offer from Deloitte, I went to Deloitte for an internship when I had nothing to do, so they gave me the offer. But I know my own qualifications. They are far worse than you. Even at Deloitte, it takes 3 years at the earliest to be promoted to manager level, 5 years to be promoted to senior manager, and it takes 5 years to be promoted to partner level, less required. I don't like the consulting industry. I think it's just deceiving people. I think I would be happier if I started a business with you. You can't abandon me just because you won a big villa and so many prizes. Han Haoren himself felt guilty for the 10 years of hard life Feng Yamin had followed him in his previous life. This time, Feng Yamin wanted to defect to him, and Han Haoren naturally would not refuse. After all, even people like Ma Yun, Bill Gates, and Steve Jobs all need help. Han Haoren said to Feng Yamin on the phone, "Fat man, if you really want to start a business with me, then, we'll get down to business in the next few days. I need to make our first pot of gold quickly." Feng Yamin asked, "The first pot of gold?" "I have inquired about the Wanjing Haoyuan villa in the imperial capital, even the smallest one among them, can be sold for about 10 million. Even if you can't sell it at the market price because you are in a hurry to sell it. But if you sell all the other prizes, together we can have the starting capital of 10 squares. 10 million in startup capital is enough to maintain a small-scale team for a long time. Once we have developed a product, we can raise funds and attract investors, from angel investment to Series A and Series B, and then attract investments from P and VC, and finally find brokers and investment banks to launch an IPO. The finance we study is not like this. Make a beautiful PPT, and then look for investors everywhere. You and I are both good at these things. With a startup capital of 10 million, we can rely on financing to grow the company to a scale of more than 1 billion, and then successfully go public." Han Haoren knew that Feng Yamin was right. Han Haoren in his previous life planned to follow this path. It is a pity that neither the Jianjia engine nor the Longting operating system is favored by investors. After all, even if Han Haoren's products are impeccable, their opponents are too powerful. Whether it is Xiaodu or Microsoft, they are giants that cannot be shaken. Therefore, for so many years in his previous life, Han Haoren could not even find an angel investor, let alone subsequent Series A and Series B financing. But this time, Han Haoren does not plan to raise funds. Although external funds can allow the company to develop rapidly. But financing also means the dilution of the original founder's equity. For example, Boss Ma Yun's Ali, after several rounds of financing from SoftBank and Yahoo, Boss Ma's own equity in Ali was diluted to less than 10%. Although Boss Ma is still the nominal boss of Ari, most of Ari's annual profits are distributed to foreign investors. Han Haoren said to Feng Yamin, "Fat man, I don't plan to sell the villa. I estimate that the price of villas in this location in the imperial capital will increase several times or even 10 times in a few years. You can only get 10 million in cash if you sell it now, which is such a loss. Even those refrigerators, washing machines and even that car, I won't sell them for discount. My idea is to give away these prizes in a lottery." Feng Yamin's honest face on the other end of the phone had a look of surprise. "Send out?" As Han Haoren's best friend, Feng Yamin certainly knows the situation of Han Haoren's family. For Han Haoren, who relies on a scholarship from Shuimu University to survive, let alone the British TX4 classic business car worth about 300,000 yuan. Even a recent ThinkPad laptop is enough for Han Haoren's living expenses for half a year. After all, the laptop that Han Haoren has in hand was bought by Han Haoren in the second-hand market for 2,000 yuan, and it only takes a few minutes to boot up. Therefore, Han Haoren rarely turns on and off his computer. Keep the computer in standby mode for 16 seconds. Cars, computers, gold jewelry, diamond rings, refrigerators, air conditioners, color TVs. Han Haoren actually wants to take out these prizes worth more than 1 million in a lottery? Not to mention Han Haoren, for Feng Yamin's family, 1 million yuan is a huge sum of money. 1 million in 2009 could buy a house in the largest city in the country. This is money that ordinary families cannot earn in a lifetime of hard work. Han Haoren's words made Feng Yamin very puzzled. Feng Yamin and Han Haoren always spoke directly. "Brother Han, you want to take out all the prizes? Why? Do you really want to share your luck? If the villa is not going to be sold, then how will we get the startup capital? The most I can ask my family for is 500,000 yuan. But the startup capital of 500,000 yuan is not at the same level as the projects that can be done with 10 million startup capital." If it were anyone else, they might have cursed after hearing Han Haoren's decision, but Feng Yamin still proposed that he could provide 50 cities funds. Han Haoren replied, "Fat man, don't worry, I have full confidence and we don't need to sell the villa. My goal is to raise 100 million in funds within 10 days. You just need to wait patiently, the next step is to witness the miracle." Chapter 74, Hot Discussion Among Guests, How High is Han Haoren? 19. Although Feng Yamin has always trusted Han Haoren, he is still a little confused about what Han Haoren just said. Feng Yamin asked curiously, "How can we accumulate 100 million startup capital without selling the villa? Or within 10 days? How is this possible?" Han Haoren smiled and replied, "In fact, it's less than 9 days. I have a plan in my mind on how to do it. I can only tell you that it depends on the lottery. To earn 100 million, counting on rewards from the program team is undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. Before the last issue, even if 5 female guests voted for each issue, they could only get 1 million. Han Haoren naturally did not pay attention to the fruit stand when he set a goal of 100 million in 10 days. If Feng Yamin was able to get into Shuimu University, he must be a top academic figure, but at this time, Feng Yamin was confused. Lottery? Doesn't the lottery give away money? Can you still make money? Is there really a connection between the two? Feng Yimin continued to ask. Han Haoren vowed, we will give prizes to lucky users, and the specific process will naturally not change. But we can still make money through this. Feng Yimin scratched his head on the other end of the phone. I just don't understand this. Obviously the lottery is for giving away money and gifts, how can you make money? Regarding Feng Yimin's question, Han Haoren patiently explained, Fat man, your thinking has entered a dead end. You have to jump out and think about the problem from another angle. Have you ever thought about why Weibo does a lottery? And offers such big prizes all at once? They really want to give back to users? There are almost all leading companies in China's manufacturing industry. Why do they sponsor Weibo products? Feng Yimin quickly answered, I can answer this question. Of course they are not doing it to give back, but to promote it. It is said that in just 1 month after Weibo started the lottery, the number of registered users on Weibo doubled. After Weibo announced the lottery of villas, the number of registered users increased linearly. As for Vank, presumably due to these factors, their real estate transaction volume has also increased significantly. Sina and Vank spend this money on lottery draws. In our opinion, they are throwing away money, but in fact, the publicity effect they achieve is 10 times and 100 times greater than the effect of spending the same amount of money on TV or media advertising. Han Haoren was not surprised that Feng Yimin could see this layer. DB, Han Haoren is very familiar with Feng Yimin's logical thinking ability, overall view, and outstanding analytical ability. He has worked with Feng Yimin for so many years. Feng Yimin doesn't understand why lottery draws can actually make money, but Feng Yimin lacks Han Haoren's unique precognitive ability to foresee the future. Han Haoren continued to answer Feng Yimin's question, I want to draw a lottery, which is essentially the same reason why Sina wants to draw a lottery. We give gifts to lucky winners, which is literally money. But, we can make money from sponsors. Fat man, think about it carefully. When Vank raised a bet on a villa, everyone mentioned that Weibo was betting on Vank's villa. Originally other sponsors, such as Geely, which gave away a business car, and the brand that gave away the most valuable diamond ring in previous events. Their limelight was suddenly snatched away by Vank. Their sponsorship of this super draw is for publicity, right? So, if we can help them promote it, they won't mind paying us some advertising fees, right? Nowadays, a few seconds of advertising during prime time on a TV station costs millions or even thousands of square meters. If we can help these sponsors achieve better publicity effects than TV advertising, do you think they will allocate part of their marketing expenses to us? Feng Yimin seemed to have a rough idea. You mean, we make money from sponsors? But, how do you help them achieve the publicity effect they want? Han Haoren smiled and replied, Fat man, what do you think about me doing a review while drawing the lottery? Feng Yimin was very smart. He immediately understood what Han Haoren meant, you are so darn smart. Sometimes I really don't know what the structure of your brain is. Are you still a human being? If a normal person wins this lottery, the most he can do is accept the prizes given to you by the sponsors. You still have to make money from these sponsors. Feng Yimin and Han Haoren talked on the phone for more than half an hour. Han Haoren hung up the phone call from Feng Yimin and concentrated on writing the copy. The staff of the program team came over midway and asked Han Haoren to take away the 2-cent gift he planned to give to the female guest. But at this time, downstairs, even though the main host Han Haoren had left in advance, the other guests still had a falling out. Everyone is talking about Han Haoren's shocking move just now. Ri Xiaodi finally pulled away from the emotions he had been immersed in before. Due to his original affection for Han Haoren, Ri Xiaodi was listening to Han Haoren's performance with all his attention. Therefore, Ri Xiaodi was also the first person to be infected by the emotions expressed by Han Haoren. I was moved to tears by Su Siyu, and even before I wiped away my tears, Ri Xiaodi started crying again. Ri Xiaodi suddenly felt that the piano music Moonlight Sonata was poisonous. I listened to this piano music twice today and cried twice. But when Ri Xiaodi was learning piano, she listened to Moonlight Sonata countless times. But she never cried. Ri Xiaodi didn't know what happened to him today. Han Haoren had run away now, so Ri Xiaodi could only ask Su Siyu the questions in his heart. Ri Xiaodi looked at Su Siyu and asked, Sister Siyu, is Han Haoren's piano level quite high? I can only know that Han Haoren's level is much higher than mine. Because of this, I can't tell how high his level is. Has he reached the level of a professional pianist? Sister Siyu, you won the first prize in the Chopin International Piano Competition. I think you should be able to judge Han Haoren's level. Su Siyu smiled helplessly, actually, I don't know either. I don't know yet how high Han Haoren's level is. Ri Xiaodi raised his eyebrows slightly, how is that possible? You are the first prize winner of the Chopin International Piano Competition. There are not many people in the world who can receive such an honor. Chapter 75, The Level Above the Palace Level, 20. Su Siyu frowned and said, I really can't judge Han Haoren's level. Because my current situation is actually similar to yours, and Han Haoren's level is far beyond mine. I can evaluate the level of people who are close to or even slightly higher than me. But Han Haoren, he has reached the level where I admire him. Tell me, if you stand at the foot of the mountain and look at the mountain that is shrouded in clouds and cannot see the top, can you tell how high the mountain is? Ri Xiaodi suddenly opened his mouth in surprise, and couldn't hold back what he originally planned to say. Ri Xiaodi originally thought that even if Han Haoren performed the piano piece just now perfectly, even if it moved her to tears, and even if he showed super skillful skills, compared to Su Xiu, the first prize winner of the Chopin International Piano Competition, he would definitely it is weaker. But now, Su Xiu frankly admitted that Han Haoren's level was higher than hers. And it was still so high that it made her look up. How can this be? Before Su Xiu, no one from China had won the first prize in the Chopin International Piano Competition. And due to Su Xiu's low profile, everyone only knows that there is a person named Xiaxu who won the first prize in the 2005 Chopin International Piano Competition. No one has seen the true face of Su Xiu, and everyone speculates that Xiaxu is a Chinese genius. It was also today that Ri Xiaodi truly knew that the sexy beauty Su Xiu in front of her was the Xiaxu she had admired for a long time. Therefore, Ri Xiaodi knows very well that Su Xiu's strength, even if it is not palace leveled now, can definitely enter the palace level one day in the future. However, such a world-class pianist actually said that her level is far inferior to Han Haoren? Ri Xiaodi, who knew Su Xiu's personality, knew that Su Xiu was not joking. So, doesn't this mean that Han Haoren, who is higher than Su Xiu, has already entered the palace level? Not only Ri Xiaodi, everyone was stunned. Song Xinran said in surprise, Su Xiu, I just read the introduction and said that you were the first prize winner in the Chopin International Piano Competition. Although I don't know much about piano, I have heard about this competition and this award. I have read a report that basically, the person who can win this award must be a master in the piano world and will become a hall-level figure in the future. But you said that you can only look up to Han Haoren for your level? Li Feng also said, Su Xiu, you don't need to be too humble, right? Su Xiu said with a very serious look, I am not modest. When I was listening to Han Haoren's performance of the first movement, when I heard the first few syllables, I knew that Han Haoren's level was very high and on par with mine. However, when the first movement reached its emotional climax, I discovered that I had underestimated Han Haoren at first. His level was above mine. At that time, I decided that Han Haoren's level had definitely reached the palace level standards. However, when I listened to Han Haoren's performance completely, I realized that I still underestimated Han Haoren. I suddenly felt that maybe his level was not at the palace level, but... Su Xiu did not continue and said, however, this is just my feeling. My level is not enough to judge. Studio. Zhang Hanshao looked at Song Shanshan and asked, what does Su Xiu mean? I don't seem to understand. Han Haoren's level has reached a level that makes Su Xiu stand tall? Did Su Xiu say the opposite? Isn't Su Xiu himself the #1 pianist in China? How can a person of this level still look up to others? Song Shanshan looked serious. Su Xiu did not say anything against it. When Han Haoren played, I judged that Han Haoren's piano playing level might be higher than Su Xiu's. My original expectation was that Han Haoren would be at the top level. Although my attainments in piano are pretty good, I'm still not as good as Su Xiu. So, like everyone, I am waiting for Su Xiu to comment on Han Haoren's level. W. When Su Xiu said this, I had the same feeling as Su Xiu. Han Haoren's level may not be palace level. Please give me flowers. Oh, Yang Mi was very confused. Not palace level? Why do you two say that? But if Han Haoren's level has not reached the palace level, how can Su Xiu, who is already infinitely close to the palace level, say that she is far inferior to Han Haoren? I'm a little confused now. I don't know what happened. I realized that I couldn't understand this program anymore. Song Shanshan explained, I didn't say that Han Haoren's level has not reached the palace level. Just from the performance just now, I can 100% conclude that Han Haoren's level must be above the hall level. I mean, Han Haoren may be more than just hall level. Have you ever heard that in the classical music industry, there are other ratings above palace level in the commonly used ratings? In the past 200 years, classical music has indeed been in decline. No more talented musicians have appeared. So, 200 years later, palace level is the highest rating for musicians in the classical music industry as everyone knows it today. Piano, violin, cello, saxophone, clarinet. In different fields, there are now a total of 28 palace level masters in the world. But we in China don't have a palace level master. Palace level is my goal. But in fact, palace level is not actually the highest rating. Perhaps most ordinary people don't know it, but in fact, there is another rating above the palace level. That is unparalleled legend. For example, Beethoven, Mozart, and Tchaikovsky. Their excellence far exceeds the realm of palaces. Later generations evaluated their musical attainments as unparalleled legendary pianists. The guess in Su Xiu's heart, and my current guess Han Haoren's level may have reached the level of an unparalleled legend. Chapter 76, The Legendary Pianist Who Was Delayed by Making Money, 21. Zhang Man opened his mouth in surprise, a legend? Can I understand that this is equivalent to Stan Lee in the comics world? Jin Yong in the martial arts novel world? Song Shanshan said seriously, however, this is actually just my personal inference. How can I, a violinist who has not even reached the palace level, casually judge the legendary level? But Su Siyu's vision and understanding are higher than mine. She thinks that Han Haoren may reach the level of an unparalleled legend. Maybe Han Haoren will really reach the level of an unparalleled legend. Luigia interrupted, wait. I want to confirm again, what did I hear? Han Haoren, an hour and a half ago, we thought he was just a pianist who loved 130 and would be seriously embarrassed if he competed with Su Siyu, the best pianist in China. His level has reached a level of unparalleled legend that I have never heard of before? Because there are no legendary musicians and pianists in this world. So, Han Haoren's piano attainments surpass all pianists in the world. In other words, he is the best pianist in the world? But, looking at Han Haoren's many titles and other achievements, I can confirm that Han Haoren is not a pianist. As he said, piano is just his hobby. And such a person, who is not even a professional pianist, is actually the best pianist in the world. And one level higher than the second best pianist? Luo Zhenhao also asked the question he was most concerned about, Song Shanshan, if we say that the best pianists today are only at the palace level. In this case, who will judge whether Han Haoren has reached the level of a masterpiece? Just like if one day, the highest rank in the Go Academy is 8th Dan, then who will judge whether a talented player has entered the 9th Dan rank? Song Shanshan explained patiently, as for whether to award an outstanding musician the title of unparalleled legend, in fact, the World Classical Music Association has long-standing evaluation criteria. To enter the unparalleled legend level, you must hold an unparalleled legend level advanced concert. 20 palace level musicians. 200 professional musicians. And 1,000 randomly invited listeners. They will make a choice based on their own inner judgment as to whether this performer has reached the level of a legend. Only 20 hall-level musicians have unanimously approved it, while 200 professional musicians have a support rate of over 99%, and 1,000 randomly invited listeners have a support rate of over 95%. Only by meeting such harsh conditions can you advance to the unparalleled legend level. In the past 50 years of recorded history, a total of 6 outstanding palace-level musicians who were absolutely the most outstanding and outstanding at the time have applied for the unparalleled legend level advanced concert. Without exception, they all failed. Yang Mi's eyes widened, so difficult? Song Shanshan replied, yes. And everyone has only one chance to apply for advancement to the unparalleled legend level in their lifetime. So, after the failure of these 6 outstanding palace masters, they have completely lost the hope of advancing to the unparalleled legend level throughout their lives. However, I think the focus of our discussion now should not be on whether Han Haoren can advance to the unparalleled legend. Because it is obvious that even if he reaches the level of unparalleled legend, he will not be able to become a legendary pianist. I have already said before, the criteria for advancing to the palace level. Han Haoren can't even reach the standard for advancing to the palace level, let alone the unparalleled legend. Luigia nodded and said, that's true. I don't think Han Haoren has ever thought about becoming a pianist. Even the performance just now, when he was sitting in front of the piano, his expression and mentality were very perfunctory. I think his idea at that time was to fool him, and he quickly went upstairs too. However, what I didn't expect was that Han Haoren just perfunctory it and turned it into an unparalleled legend. Zhang Hanqiao said with a smile, in that case, Han Haoren will be used for cooking, psychology, philosophy, poetry writing, lyric writing, production, consulting, defense, design, and finance, making money and filming variety shows. The legendary pianist who was delayed on the show? It's better not to mention it. After talking about this whole series, I realized that Han Haoren is really versatile. Zhang Hanqiao looked at Yang Mi. Now, do you still doubt that Han Haoren is the actor found by the program team? Can the Fruit Channel program team find a piano amateur who has a piano level that far exceeds the #1 piano player in China and exceeds the palace level to be an actor? Furthermore, this piano lover has excellent cooking skills and also knows psychology? Yang Mi said to the camera, but, is there really such a perfect man in this world? Okay, let me say something to the camera. Han Haoren, I wonder if you will watch the show. If in the end, you are not an actor and all of your identities are true, I would like to say sorry to you in advance. I sincerely apologize. I have always misunderstood. I was too ignorant to think that there would be no one as perfect as you 2.6 in the world. Sorry. Finally, I want to say something very, very sincere and very, very important to you. I love you so much. I want to marry you. Zhang Hanqiao? 3. Song Shanshan? Luigia? Luo Zhenhao? What the hell is this sudden confession? Chapter 77, Song Shinran's Dilemma in Gift Selection, 22. Su Siyu faced the chattering inquiries from the guests and was unwilling to say any more. If Han Haoren is only palace level, Su Siyu feels that with his current piano attainments, he can comment and praise a few words. But Su Siyu's current level is not qualified to talk about unparalleled legends. Even Su Siyu is not sure whether Han Haoren's performance has truly reached the level of unparalleled legend. However, Su Siyu listened to the performance of the world's best palace-level pianist at the Golden Hall in Vienna and at the headquarters of the World Classical Music Association. In Su Siyu's heart, the performance level of these palace-level masters is far inferior to Han Haoren. Not worse. But far worse. Even if they are really great masters, their performances only express the original author's state of mind through their own understanding. Listening to Han Haoran's playing just now, Su Siyu had a feeling that Han Haoran was Beethoven. Han Haoran played, just like Beethoven playing Moonlight Sonata. Although it is certainly impossible for Su Siyu 31 to have heard Beethoven's performance 200 years ago, as a leader in this field, Su Siyu has such an intuition. The male and female guests all knew Su Siyu's character, so they didn't ask any more questions. During this period, the staff of the program team led each female guest to a private room alone. Wang Songsong and Li Feng knew that tonight's message of love and gift selection sessions for the female guests had begun. After giving away the gifts, the two people who had nothing to do with them went back to their rooms to rest. After all, the 5 beauties all talked about just now were about Han Haoran, Han Haoran, Han Haoran. They themselves didn't have much interest in continuing the conversation. Finally, the 5 female guests were led to the entertainment room by the director team. They saw 5 gifts placed on a round table. The on-site PD looked at the 5 female guests and began to announce, 5 guests. There are 5 gifts placed in front of you now. 4 of them are from male guests, and 1 is personally selected by our chief director. So, if you are a female guest who has drawn a gift from our chief director and wants to complain, please know who you are complaining about. Now, today's most stressful part of selecting gifts is about to begin. 5 guests, now we will draw lots. PD has a box in his hand, and there are 5 small balls in the box. Soon, all 5 female guests picked a small ball. PD smiled and said, 5 of you, break the balls in your hands and you can see the order of your choices. Ri Xiaodi couldn't wait any longer and violently opened the ball in his hand. Wow. I'm number 2. Song Shinran's face instantly lost the smile, I am 5. And Tong Yaya smiled like a flower, I am 1. Su Siyu and Shi Yuhan opened the ball in their hands at the same time. In fact, after both 1 and 2 were selected, neither of them had any expectations for the numbers they drew. Combining their own votes and the information revealed by other female guests, they can all judge that the male guest with the most votes last night must be Han Haoran. However, even the male guest with the most votes only gave away 2 gifts. Su Siyu is 3 and Shi Yuhan is 4. PD saw that the female guests all opened the balls in their hands, and said, okay. The drawing is completed. Now we ask the female guests to draw gifts in order. You start to choose according to the numbers from largest to smallest. First, please invite the female guest who drew number 5 to come forward. Tong Yaya? What the hell? Wasn't 1 chosen first? Why is this reversal so unexpected? Tong Yaya kicked PD fiercely, PD, you are a shady person. Hot Xiaodi? So number 2 is the penultimate choice? Ri Xiaodi also joined the crusade, PD, believe it or not, I will beat you. Even Song Shinran, who drew the number 5 ball, felt that everything happened so suddenly and unexpectedly that she didn't know what to say. PD said with an innocent face, I never said that the selection starts with the female guest who draws the number 1 ball. Why am I in the dark? Tong Yaya and Ri Xiaodi's objections ultimately had no effect. Song Shinran was the first to step forward and looked at the 5 gifts placed on the round table. A beautifully packaged box of preserved flowers. A Cartier necklace. A pair of Tiffany earrings. A handmade, seemingly carved bauble from wood. And a book. Song Shinran pointed to the book and said, this book must have been chosen by the director. Song Shinran frowned and thought carefully. The first choice naturally has the greatest advantage. However, if you can't choose a gift from the person you like. So the luck of being the first to pick the number 5 ball does not make any sense. Song Shinran naturally wanted to choose a gift from Han Haoran. Therefore, Song Shinran was thinking about which of these 5 gifts or which 2 were sent by Han Haoran. Song Shinran, who graduated from Shuimu University and entered Harvard University for further study, is certainly an academic master. Song Shinran, who has passed so many certificates that others would never be able to pass in their lifetime, is naturally very good at taking exams and solving problems. However, at this time, Song Shinran felt that she was really nervous when solving the problem of picking out the gift from Han Haoran. Song Shinran felt that the speed of her heartbeat and the level of nervousness in her heart at this time were more nervous than when she took the college entrance examination, when she took the GMAT 630 exam, and when she took various certificate exams with the lowest passing rate in the world. Song Shinran walked around the round table again and again. The other female guests also know Song Shinran's dilemma. If they were the first choice, they would also be very confused. So, no one urged. Song Shinran began to reason in her heart, 1 gift is chosen by the director team. The rest are male guests. And the male guest who received the most votes yesterday can choose 2 gifts. Yesterday's vote, I voted for Han Haoran. Xiaodi must also have voted for Han Haoran. As long as 1 person among Tong Yaya, Shi Yuhan and Su Siyu votes for Han Haoran, then Han Haoran will definitely be the one who gets the most votes. This probability is more than 95%. So Han Haoran should be the one who gave 2 gifts. Yesterday, the director team notified the male guests to buy gifts. Han Haoran left early in the morning and arrived home late. He also hurried upstairs after dinner. He must be very busy today and has urgent work to deal with. This shows that Han Haoren will not have much time to prepare gifts unless he prepares them in advance. It is also impossible to prepare 2 gifts in advance. So, I'll choose this one. Song Shinran picked up the Tiffany earrings on the table. I like the color Tiffany blue. So I chose this earring. Chapter 78, a very easy choice, in this kind of operation? 23. Chi Yuhan's second choice. While Song Shinran was struggling, Chi Yuhan had actually decided on his choice. Song Shinran did not choose the gift Chi Yuhan planned to choose. So, Chi Yuhan quickly walked to the round table and picked up the book. I don't believe that the chief director would choose a book. So I chose this book. The title of the book, I Like the Way You Look, is great. Su Siyu chose Cartier's necklace without any hesitation. And Ri Xiaodi struggled for a long time between the eternal flower box and the wood carving. In the end, Ri Xiaodi chose wood carving. But Tong Yaya was helpless. She had no choice but to pick up the eternal flower box. Facing the camera, Tu Yaya comforted herself and said, "Eternal life flowers? This is the first time I heard that flowers can last forever. I like this gift very much." Of course, there was one sentence that Tong Yaya didn't say. As for the person who gave the gift, she didn't know whether she liked it or not. Tong Yaya just held out hope that she, a person who had no choice, would have a big turn in the end and choose the person she wanted to be her lover, which was Han Haoren's gift. The PD saw Tong Yaya finishing selecting the last gift and said, "Please enter the room where the female guests number 1 to number 5 were invited to enter the room where you chose the first and second picks. We will announce the results of the matching." Tong Yaya was once again annoyed by the PD. "PD, you did it on purpose. I drew number 1. You didn't let me choose first when choosing a gift." They announced the matching results. "What's the use of letting me know the results first?" Ri Xiaodi expressed that she and Tong Yaya share the same hatred. "Sister Yaya, I have long been unhappy with this PD. How about we beat him up?" Naturally, Tong Yaya and Ri Xiaodi would not behave like beating PD to pieces in front of the cameras. When the female guests were selecting gifts, the 6 observers also started the final connection of love pairing session in the second issue. Zhang Hanshao said with a smile, "In this issue, our task is relatively simple. Team battle, and you only need to complete the connection between the 5 female guests and make the correct judgment. I feel like the crest of glory is waving to me." Luigi echoed, "I also think this is indeed a good choice. First of all, nothing important happened today. And the only highlight moment was the moment when Su Siyu and Han Haoren played the piano. First of all, I think the connection between Tong Yaya, Ri Xiaodi, and Song Shinran will not change. What girl doesn't like a man who can play a musical instrument? Han Haoren's skills today are more than just playing a musical instrument. Han Haoren's performance made these female guests cry." Oh Yang Mi also agreed, "Yes. Han Haoren's performance today is really a plus. It's hard to talk about the female guest. Such a handsome male guest sat in front of the piano and played such poignant and beautiful piano music. I'm so excited. So, Tong Yaya, Ri Xiaodi and Song Shinran will not choose anyone else. It must still be Han Haoren." Luo Zhenhao said, "I have no objection, and I think Su Siyu will also vote for Han Haoren." Then Luo Zhenhao looked at Song Shanchan, as Su Siyu's friend, "What do you think?" Song Shanchan replied firmly, "Of course I vote for Han Haoren. Do I still need to ask? We artists are more likely to be attracted to talented men. Besides, Han Haoren, this is beyond words of talent." Luigi also explained, "And after Su Siyu shows his piano skills in Han Haoren, he will find that he has misunderstood Han Haoren all along. Han Haoren said yesterday that his piano skills are higher than 99% of pianists. This is not an exaggeration or bragging, but a fact." Han Haoren also said it very modestly. "According to what we saw today, Han Haoren's piano skills are higher than all the pianists in the world. Not 99%, but 100%. So, with the guilt of misunderstanding Han Haoren, Su Siyu will naturally choose Han Haoren. And, there's one more thing. Even we are curious about why Han Haoren has such a high level of piano skills. Su Siyu herself is definitely more curious than us. She is very much looking forward to dating Han Haoren, and she can also have more communication with Han Haoren during the date. So, Su Siyu's first choice must be Han Haoren." Zhang Hanshao looked at everyone and asked, then the last female guest, Chi Yuhan. "What choice will she make? Is this a little more difficult than the previous connection?" Oh Yang Mi replied affirmatively, "I think it's not difficult at all. It must still be Han Haoren. You are Chi Yuhan. Among the 3 male guests Han Haoren, Wang Songsong, and Li Feng, who do you most want to date? Do you have even 1% chance of choosing Wang Songsong and Li Feng?" Zhang Man raised his hand, "I agree with Mimi." Luo Zhenhao, "I agree too." Lu Ejia, "Agree." Song Shanchan, "Agree." Zhang Hanshao smiled and connected Chi Yuhan's line to Han Haoren. The connection of love board prepared by the program team. The 5 connections of the female guest are all connected to Han Haoren's avatar at the same time. Zhang Hanshao smiled and said to everyone, "This time the choice is very simple. There is almost no controversy. So the first choice for female guests to date is Han Haoren. I think if there were viewers who hadn't watched the previous show and just turned on the TV, they would think we were crazy. But, in fact, I am now confident that we will get our first guaranteed article on the show. Oh Yang Mi also smiled and said, "Come on Han Haoren." Tong Yaha followed the PD and entered the secret room just now. PD smiled and looked at Tong Yaya and comforted, "Don't be too angry first. Wang Dejiao. Maybe this gift of yours is the one you choose for the first male guest you want to date?" Tong Yaya looked at PD coldly, "Don't you already know the result? Announce it quickly." PD was so scolded by Tong Yaya that he didn't know what to say for a moment, so he tore off the question board in front of Tong Yaya. Let's take a look at Tong Yaya's previous selection of male guests for dates. First pick, Han Haoren. Tong Yaya, why didn't you fill the second pick? Tong Yaya replied calmly, "Because I only have one person I want to date." Your program team didn't say you have to fill in both of them correctly, right? PD's face is full of black lines. Is there still such an operation? He realized that it seemed to be because he had just said, "I never said that I would start with the female Garbo who drew the number 1 ball." So Tong Yaya quickly came back again. Chapter 79, A Romantic Scene, 24. PD looked at Tong Yaya who was a little nervous. Although Tong Yaya scolded him twice, PD still couldn't bear to speak. However, it is the job of the on-site PD to announce the matching results. Although he couldn't bear it, he finally said with regret from the bottom of his heart, "I'm sorry Tong Yaya, your match was not successful." This time, Tong Yaya didn't criticize PD again. She suppressed all the negative emotions and walked out of the room lonely. Zhang Hanshao saw the camera tracking Tong Yaya's facial expressions closely, and sighed, "It's so cruel. This program team is really annoying. Why can't every guest date the person they like? You must play this set." Luijia joked, "That's not what you said. If, as you say, all the female guests are allowed to date the person they like, then Han Haoren will be busy to death. Where did he find the time to date 5 female guests?" Ri Xiaodi entered the room second. PD quickly solved the question board that Ri Xiaodi had just written. First pick, Han Haoren. Second pick, Han Haoren. PD? 790. Each of your female guests is better at playing than the other? It seems that the rules need to be written clearly and in detail in the future. With Tong Yaya's lessons learned, PD did not ask Ri Xiaodi why he made such a choice. PD couldn't help but begin to sympathize with the other 2 male guests. Not only did they not become the first choice for the 2 female guests, they were not even qualified to be chosen as the second overall pick. The female guest would rather leave it blank and write Han Haoren's name twice instead of choosing them. What did Wang Songsong and Li Feng do wrong? PD looked at Ri Xiaodi and said, "Sorry. Your match was unsuccessful." Ri Xiaodi left in despair. The 6 observers also shouted, "Oh my god. Han Haoren's first date was not with Ri Xiaodi. Isn't this too unexpected?" Luijia began to become a magician and analyzed, "I think the date this time will be a major turning point for the show." Originally, in Han Haoren's heart, Ri Xiaodi's position ranked first among the 5 female guests. This can be seen from the first connection between Ri Xiaodi and Han Haoren. But, this time, Ri Xiaodi couldn't go on a date with Han Haoren. Can other female guests seize the opportunity and overtake in corners to win Han Haoren's favor? This show has become more interesting. Luo Zhenhao smiled and said, "I am quite worried about the other 2 male guests. The 2 people in front, Tong Yaya and Ri Xiaodi, only chose Han Haoren, but they were not matched successfully. This also means that they lost the opportunity to date the male guest on the weekend. But this also means that the other 2 male guests also lost the opportunity to date them. Isn't it possible that at the end, the other 2 male guests gave gifts, but no one went on a date with them?" Luijia analyzed, "I think it is very possible. Even assuming that one of Ri Xiaodi and Tong Yaya draws a gift prepared by the director team. But the other one must be a gift from one of Li Feng and Wang Songsong, but it is obvious that one of them has failed to match. If the gift from the chief director has not been taken away, then both Wang Songsong and Li Feng have failed to pair up." Zhang Hanshao immediately turned his attention to the chief director. "Chief director, tell me, which gift are you preparing? You wouldn't really be so cheesy about giving a book, would you?" Of course the chief director had a poker face and didn't answer. Regarding betraying himself and telling everyone that the gift from the directing team was the live, PD prepared by himself, the chief director decided to fire him after recording the show. Su Siyu's title board was unveiled. PD discovered that this question board was exactly the same as Tong Yaya's previous one. If the handwriting hadn't been different, the PD would have suspected that the staff had brought the wrong question board and brought up Tong Yaya's question board. First pick, Han Haoren. Second pick, blank. PD got to the point where when the female guest did not choose her second choice, it became very clear who she would be paired with. But at this time, the program team can no longer change the rules. PD could only say helplessly, "Su Siyu, congratulations on your successful pairing. Based on the fact that you only wrote one option, so you already know your date. But according to the rules of our program, you are still not allowed to disclose any information about the pairing to anyone. At that time, our festival team will tell you the date, time and meeting place chosen by the male guest who has successfully matched with you. You will be on time for your appointment. The shy Su Siyu showed a happy smile on her face. Thank you. Song Shanshan was also very happy for Su Siyu. Great. I'm so happy. 2 out of 5 chances. Su Siyu did it. Yang Mi's concern seems to be different from others. Cartier's necklace. Han Haoran's gift is actually this. Chi Yuhan's title board. First pick, Han Haoran. Second pick, Wang Songsong. PD was moved to tears. I'm so touched. You are the only female guest who has followed the normal routine so far. Chi Yuhan was a little confused. PD, what are you talking about? PD could not reveal the choices of other female guests, so he quickly changed the subject. Sorry Chi Yuhan, your matching was unsuccessful. Chi Yuhan's face was full of surprise. It didn't work? So is this book a gift from Li Feng? Did Li Feng do such a romantic thing? Still the chief director? Chi Yuhan chose this book called I Like Your Look without hesitation, certainly not because she likes reading. This is because Chi Yuhan felt that the male guest who gave this book must be very romantic. And the only one among the 3 male guests who knows how to be romantic is obviously Han Haoran. In Chi Yuhan's mind, this book was most likely given by Han Haoran. Chi Yuhan even had a picture in his mind. Candlelight dinner, Han Haoran handed him this book. When Chi Yuhan picked up the book, Han Haoran read out the title of the book, I Like Your Look. Isn't this romantic? But now, Chi Yuhan feels that she has been hit by the ruthless facts. Chapter 80, Song Shanshan talks to Su Siyu and starts life again, 25. Finally, Song Shinran walked into the secret room. She only has the number 1 pick on her list, Han Haoran. PD smiled and announced, Song Shinran, congratulations on your successful pairing. Please be on time for your appointment. I was happy and secretly happy when PD explained the process. I guessed it right again. From the college entrance examination, to the GRE and GMAT exams for studying in the United States, to various certificate exams, the goddess of luck has always been on Song Shinran's side. And this time, it's no exception. Of course, just like Song Shinran's ability to pass so many exams, this cannot be explained by luck. Song Shinran started analyzing the 5 gifts on the table. She speculated that Han Haoran, who was very busy but wanted to buy 2 gifts, could only rush to a place to buy gifts. It's probably a shopping mall with a concentration of luxury stores. And Cartier necklace and Tiffany earrings. These 2 specialty stores are almost always open together. After all, these 2 brands are high-end brands among jewelry. Therefore, these 2 gifts are most likely 2 gifts that Han Haoran bought at the same time. Studio. All the guests applauded. Zhang Hanxiao said, congratulations on our successful connection, everyone will get a glory emblem. Zhang Hanxiao looked at the matching results again and sighed. Alas, as we expected, the other 2 male guests were not successfully matched. Even in the 2 programs, they have no sense of existence. I really sympathize with you too. Actually, it's not that Li Feng and Wang Songsong are not outstanding. Looking at their background information, they will be very popular among women. It's just that they met Han Haoran. Yang Mi said, we found that except for Chi Yuhan, the other female guests all wrote down only one option. I think the original show team wanted to keep the dating couple a secret and wait until the date to reveal it. However, they did not expect this from the female guests. I think next time, the program team must be more strict in setting rules. Okay, now we all know who the 2 teams are dating this weekend. Han Haoran and Song Shinran, and Han Haoran and Su Yu. It feels like Han Haoran will be very busy. Luo Zhenhao added, I would like to add that although we know the situation of the 2 dating pairs, but Han Haoran himself doesn't know the person he is going to date. He only knows that he is very busy and has to prepare for 2 dates. Where would Han Haoran choose to go on a date? How will Han Haoran react when he sees his date? Are Song Shinran and Su Siyu the 2 female guests Han Haoran most wants to date? All this will be revealed in the next issue. Zhang Hanxiao looked at Luo Zhenhao and said, Teacher Luo, I feel like you stole my job as the host to record the ending of the show. However, although the results of the connection have been announced, our program has not officially ended yet. Shanshan, we are all waiting for you to call Su Siyu. The chief director warned again, Song Shanshan, you can talk to Su Siyu. But it must be done in a private manner, and you must not reveal anything about your identity as an observer or anything related to the program. Song Shanshan nodded, I know, chief director. You are so long-winded. Song Shanshan found Su Siyu's phone number on her mobile phone and turned on the speakerphone. All the observers consciously held their breath and concentrated. At this time, the studio was completely silent. Beep, 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 beep. Sounded several times, and finally Su Siyu answered the phone. Su Siyu's voice on the other end of the phone was slightly different from Su Siyu's usual voice. At this time, Su Siyu was obviously more lively. Shanshan, you haven't called me for a long time. Song Shanshan smiled and said, yes. I just finished 2 touring violin concerts recently, and I just returned to China yesterday. What Song Shanshan said is absolutely correct. She just returned to China yesterday and immediately joined the recording of the program Meet the Really Rich and the Pauper. Since the female guests have returned to the room, there is no picture on the screen in the observation room at this time. All the observers did not dare to say a word and listen to the conversation between Su Siyu and Song Shanshan. Naturally, Su Siyu would not doubt what Song Shanshan said. Then why did you call me? Ask me to dinner? But I've been in the imperial capital recently. Maybe you have to come to the imperial capital to find me. Song Shanshan replied, okay. I will come to the imperial capital soon, and we will make an appointment then. But, Siyu, why did you suddenly settle in the imperial capital? Su Siyu did not hide anything about her best friend. I am recording a program. Recording program? TV program? Song Shanshan's surprised tone was not disguised, but the truest expression of her heart. Until now, Song Shanshan still doesn't know why Su Siyu participated in the recording of the program Meet the Really Rich and the Pauper. Su Siyu also knew why Song Shanshan had such a reaction. It's a TV show. But this show has nothing to do with piano. Song Shanshan raised her voice. Whether it has anything to do with the piano or not, I don't think you are a public person. After you won the first prize in the Chopin International Piano Competition, you didn't even accept an interview from the official media of the competition. A TV show. Once it is on TV, it will be seen by countless people. Are you ready to step into the public eye? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Then Su Siyu replied, yes. Shanshan. I learned piano, of course, as a hobby. But, actually, I also have goals. Just like you, I also hope to win glory for the country, and I also want to become a palace-level existence. I didn't accept any interviews before because I was afraid that outside interference would affect my piano practice. In the past 23 years, I have been playing the piano every time I had the opportunity except when I was eating and sleeping. But now, I can no longer improve my skills. So I decided to start my life again. Chapter 81, This must be someone who can shock the world. Song Shanshan couldn't help but ask, start your life again? Su Siyu said, yes. Actually, Shanshan, you must know. A musician. It's the same whether it's a pianist or a violinist. In terms of skills, in fact, when we reach the top, everyone's level is about the same. And the remaining, the most critical point that distinguishes whether it reaches the palace level is the expression of emotion. Is your performance dynamic and beautiful? And I have recently discovered that I have been practicing like an ascetic for the past 23 years, and I have no personality at all to communicate with the outside world. Even though my skills have reached the highest level, I am now at a bottleneck. If I practice for 3 more years, 5 years, or 10 years, I will be stuck in this bottleneck of 067 and cannot break through. I can't fully express the emotions in the piano music. Many piano songs tell the story of the creator. There are pure love, happy life, sadness of lovelorn, as well as accusations of life and struggle against fate. And I have never experienced these emotions, so how can I play piano music that touches people? Song Shanshan smiled and said, I understand, so you decided to participate in the recording of a program to experience life. You don't shy away from it, your identity has been exposed. Because, when you are moving towards the goal of palace level, being exposed to the public is an inevitable process. Su Siyu said with a smile in her voice, yes, you are right. But Shanshan, you can't guess what kind of program I'm recording. Song Shanshan was thinking, how could I not know? I know clearly. Because I am also on this show. However, on the phone, Song Shanshan could only say, Siyu, I can't guess. Just tell me. Su Siyu smiled and said, yeah. Don't laugh at me if I say it. 1. I am participating in the recording of a love-based reality show. However, I have signed a confidentiality agreement with the program team and cannot tell you the specific name and content of the show. When the show airs, you will be able to see it. Song Shanshan pretended to be surprised, oh my god. Reality show about love? Su Siyu. You have really grown up. What you want to experience is not only life, but also love. Su Siyu said without hesitation, of course. There are too many piano songs about love in this world. Only after experiencing various processes of love can I express my emotions better. And in 23 years, let alone falling in love, I haven't said a few words to the opposite sex. But in my heart, I still yearn for love. Song Shanshan didn't expect Su Siyu to express her inner thoughts so directly. In her mind, she was still thinking of several plans on how to match Su Siyu's words. However, the innocent Su Siyu didn't wait for Song Shanshan to say anything, and said everything. Now, Song Shanshan also completely understands the reason why Su Siyu participated in this show. Song Shanshan understood why Su Siyu wanted to participate in the recording of this show. But now there is another question in her mind that she really wants to know. So, Song Shanshan asked decisively, so Siyu, judging from your tone, you are already recording. So, for love programs, you should have seen the male guests. Among the male guests, is there anyone who makes your heart beat? Song Shanshan originally thought that Su Siyu would hesitate for a while and would not even give the answer. Unexpectedly, Su Siyu said without thinking, of course. The shadow of Han Haoran immediately appeared in Song Shanshan's mind. Song Shanshan discovered that her good friend was also deeply captured by Han Haoran. However, the competitive pressure that Su Siyu also faces is also very high. Song Shanshan continued to talk, so Siyu, the person you like must be very powerful. What does he do? Su Siyu replied, I don't know if I can answer this question. But Shanshan, do you know? I just heard someone play Moonlight Sonata. I know you won't believe it, but I still have to say it. I think his level far exceeds mine, far beyond the palace level, and may reach the level of an unparalleled legend. When I heard him play Moonlight Sonata, I had a strong feeling that it was Beethoven who sat in front of me repeatedly and played this piano piece. So I firmly believe in my heart that only the performance of a legendary pianist can achieve this meaning. But this person is not the palace-level piano master we know, or even a professional pianist. Can you understand how I feel now? I know I still feel like I'm dreaming. Oh, forget it, you can't understand what I say. People who haven't heard this performance in person can't know the shock in my heart at that time. Song Shanshan wanted to say that she actually understood it very well. Although she was not present at the scene, even the sound recorded in the live broadcast was enough to shock her. It made me, who was not at the scene, just watching the live broadcast, resonate so much that I even shed tears. At this level, what is it if it's not an unparalleled legend? Siyu, is this person playing Moonlight Sonata for you the same person as the person you like? Song Shanshan asked. Although she already knew the result in her heart. Su Siyu quickly replied, yes. Shanshan. I really have a lot to say to you right now. But I'm still at the recording place of the show and there are other girls next to me. It's inconvenient to say a lot. Come to the imperial capital quickly. We will talk in person then. I have a hunch that after this program is broadcast, it may shock the entire classical music world. Song Shanshan and Su Siyu chatted for a few words and then hung up the phone. Although I hung up the phone. But the hearts of the 6 observers could not be calm for a long time. Because they realized that what Su Siyu said was right. Once the show is aired, Han Haoran will surely shock the world. Chapter 82, Epic Level Traffic. Han Haoran doesn't know who chose his gift. He didn't know that he was now the subject of heated discussion among all the guests, observers, and all the staff of the program team. Han Haoran had no idea that Su Siyu would consider him a legendary pianist after he played a piano piece. Han Haoran, who has acquired Beethoven's playing skills in terms of level, should indeed reach the level of unparalleled legend. But only when he plays Beethoven's piano music. This is also easy to understand. If Beethoven were asked to play Mozart's piano music, I believe Beethoven would be able to perform it very well. But Beethoven can't play Mozart. Han Haoran typed on his laptop for a long time and finally closed it. The next day, Han Haoran got up early. Although he got up an hour earlier than the day before, Han Haoran met Xiao in the living room. At the same time, Han Haoran also saw Song Shinran, who was already wearing an OL uniform and had almost finished breakfast and was getting ready to go to work. Song Shinran happily greeted Han Haoran 31, good morning. Han Haoran felt that Song Shinran seemed to be more enthusiastic about him than yesterday. Tong Yada thoughtfully served Han Haoran the rice. Han Haoran complimented casually, yeah, you think she is the type of a good wife and mother. Whoever marries you will definitely be lucky. Tong Yaya smiled shyly. Song Shinran suddenly realized, I understand. Sister Yaya, did you make this breakfast specially for Han Haoran? Am I lucky enough to have a meal? Tong Yaya quickly retorted, how can there be? It's just that I haven't received any roles these days. In fact, compared to busy people like you, it's relatively free. So I wanted to make breakfast for everyone so that you can have breakfast and go to work. Song Shinran said quickly, Sister Ya, you are so beautiful, you will definitely get the role immediately. Still the number 1 female. Tong Yaya's eyes darkened. In fact, she entered the entertainment industry a long time ago. She participated in countless competitions just to get more opportunities. The purpose of getting admitted to the Imperial Academy of Drama is for better development as an actor. It is a pity that Tong Yaya has not received any good jobs so far, and her reputation is also unknown and not many people have heard of it. But for Song Shinran's best wishes, Tong Yaya naturally wanted to express her gratitude, thank you. I'm lending you some good words. Song Shinran finished her breakfast quickly and looked at the time. It was time to set off. Song Shinran looked at Han Haoran and asked, Han Haoran, which direction are you going to go later? Let's see if we go the same way. Can we go together? Although she knew that she had a chance to date Han Haoran, Song Shinran still hoped to have more time to communicate with Han Haoran alone. Han Haoran smiled and looked at Song Shinran, I know where Goldman Sachs is. Your workplace is in the direction of Financial Street, right? It's south of me and north of me, which is not convenient. Song Shinran nodded, then I'm going to work. Bye Han Haoran. Bye Ya Ya. See you tonight. During the meal, Han Haoren saw Li Feng coming downstairs. As for Wang Songsong and the other female guests, I don't know if they have already gone out or if they haven't woken up yet. Han Haoren finished breakfast quickly, said goodbye to Tan Yaya, and went out immediately. The place Han Haoren wants to go to is Shuimu University. Although there are no class activities today, Han Haoren feels that he can't stay at the fruit counter in Du Zhenyang, right? Shuimu University has many small classrooms that students can borrow. Han Haoren happens to be a student at Shuimu University now. Shuimu University. Han Haoren opened his laptop. At this time, 12 hours have passed since Han Haoren posted the forwarded Koi Weibo post. Han Haoren opened Weibo and found that his number of fans had reached 470,000. Although he doesn't know the historical data of Weibo, Han Haoren feels that even if big-name celebrities join Weibo on the first day, their fan growth should not be more than this, right? Han Haoren once again browsed his Weibo where he forwarded Koi. The number of retweets on this Weibo exceeded 100,000 within half a day. And Han Haoren took a look at the big-name celebrities he followed. Even though Zhang Hanxiao, who is now known as the queen of Weibo topics and one of China's most famous actresses, her latest Weibo posts only have more than 10,000 retweets. For many big-name celebrities, their Weibo posts only have 2 or 3,000 retweets. Seeing such data, Han Haoren is full of confidence in his next plan. Today's Weibo, which has just started, does not have a marketing account or a big V. The ones with the most fans and the most traffic are the celebrities who bring their own fans to the site. The traffic of Han Haoren's simple Koi Weibo has exploded with countless popular artists. 100,000 retweets in half a day, this is simply an epic level of traffic. Sitting in Shuimu University, Han Haoren received a text message from He Ziyuan. We made an appointment yesterday to have dinner and watch a movie together in the evening. Han Haoren thought for a while, although the program team did not strictly stipulate that the male guests must go to the villa every night. But when he thought about the 5 beauties waiting for him at home, Han Haoren felt that it was not good to abandon the 5 beauties and go on a date with He Ziyuan. So Han Haoren replied, I've been busy at night these days. If Miss He definitely wants to have dinner and watch a movie with me, how about? Bank of China International is in the building next door to Goldman Sachs. At this time, Song Xinran had just arrived at the office on the 17th floor of Goldman Sachs. And He Ziyuan also happens to be on the 17th floor of Bank of China International, where she can see Song Xinran from a distance when she opens the window. 183 She is texting with Han Haoren. He Ziyuan sent a message, okay. You are a busy person, I will adapt to your time. I will take half a day off this afternoon, we will have lunch at noon, and then go to the movies in the afternoon. 1. After sending the text message, He Ziyuan held her chin, still thinking deeply. She didn't know why she became so proactive yesterday and dared to confess to Han Haoren. Maybe it's because Han Haoren gave me a different feeling yesterday than before? He seems more handsome. Or maybe He Ziyuan knows that if she doesn't confess her love, then with graduation, she will really miss Han Haoren. Yesterday, drinking and chatting with Han Haoren at his home was also the happiest moment for He Ziyuan. She suddenly realized that even though he was underestimated in life, even though he was banned from working in the entire financial industry, Han Haoren was still so confident. This is the person she likes. He Ziyuan expressed dissatisfaction with Han Haoren for taking off his coat, looking at his figure, and then leaving. He Ziyuan was dissatisfied because why didn't Han Haoren have anything to do with him? Don't you want to? Even if it's because I'm drunk. At least take off all your underwear. With such a perfect body, isn't it even remotely attractive to Han Haoren? So He Ziyuan planned to use the excuse of watching movies to further get closer to Han Haoren. Chapter 83, The Genius in the Marketing World. While Han Haoren and He Ziyuan were sending messages. The Guomao building not far from Financial Street. Sina Head Office. The Vice President, Marketing Director of Sina Group, the Director in charge of Weibo, and the staff of Weibo's marketing team gathered in the same conference room. They held this emergency meeting because of Han Haoren. The Vice President of Sina Group sat in the middle of the conference room and asked the marketing director next to him, so, a Weibo post has 100,000 retweets in less than 12 hours. Isn't it a fake? The 30-year-old marketing director, who is still as handsome as ever, replied, yes, our technical team has verified it. There are 100,000 forwarding volumes, and there are no repeated forwardings with the same ID, nor are there any forwardings from the same IP. It can be said that this data is real. Also, it is worth noting that among the 100,000 Weibo accounts that forwarded Koi, only 55% participated in our Super Lucky Draw event. The remaining 45% did not participate in our lottery. However, they forwarded this Koi Weibo. Most accounts have passed real name authentication, so the 100,000 retweets in 12 hours are real and effective. The vice president still couldn't believe it, however, since the launch of our Weibo, no matter how popular the celebrities are, their Weibo posts have not been posted for 12 hours. Even based on the accumulated data, a single Weibo post has had such a large number of retweets. An employee who specializes in Weibo data statistics quickly replied, no. A single Weibo post has been retweeted 100,000 times. In fact, it has broken the retweeting record of other accounts except the official blog since the launch of Weibo. Because of this super lottery, the number of retweets on the official blog exceeded 5 million. However, this is the number of retweets accumulated in more than 30 days. If converted into 12 hours, it can be said that most of the time, even for the official blog's lottery, the retweet stars in 12 hours do not reach 10 million. The previous Weibo retweet record was held by Zhang Hanxiao, who currently has the highest number of Weibo fans. Her most popular Weibo post had 53,000 retweets. Compared with 100,000 retweets, only half of the number of retweets. And it is worth mentioning that the self who is unfamiliar in the familiar world is the lucky koi named Han Haorun that our staff contacted yesterday. The growth rate of retweeting of his koi Weibo did not slow down, but increased rapidly at an exponential level. It took 8 hours for this Weibo to reach 50,000 retweets, and then it took just over 3 hours to reach 100,000. Of course, this is also the reason why this hour is the time for everyone to get up in the morning. According to our real-time detection, the number of retweets per minute of this Weibo is around 500, which means that in 1 hour, this Weibo will receive an additional 30,000 retweets. Now is the time period with the largest number of online users on Weibo. So, we estimate that the number of retweets on this Weibo will exceed 200,000 before 12 noon today. The vice president couldn't help but exclaimed, 200,000. This popularity is even higher because of celebrities. It seems that the lucky user we drew is not only lucky, but also has a good mind. The Weibo staff member who was responsible for contacting Han Haorun took over the topic. Vice President, this is indeed the case. We previously verified the profile of this lucky user. He is still a student, but he is studying at Xuemu University, the best top school in China, and his major is the best finance major at Xuemu University. Similarly, I checked Han Haorun's previous information and found that he was the top scorer in the Science College entrance examination in Jiangnan province. And his college entrance examination score is very high, with a full score of 750, he scored 733 points, which is a full 30 points higher than the second place in their class. It can be said that Han Haorun is a genius. Sina's marketing director also said, I won't mention academic performance for now. I have to say that Han Haorun is a self-taught genius in marketing. Koi, I don't know how he came up with this word. But I think the word koi may become a popular word this year. Han Haorun took advantage of the human subconscious desire for good luck and packaged himself into a koi. In fact, we all know that you cannot become lucky just because you forward a Weibo post. Just like many people go to temples to petition and fulfill their wishes, many people are superstitious that doing so will bring them good luck. Retweeting a Weibo does not cost anything and only takes a few seconds. Most people will repost this Weibo with the mentality of trying to repost without losing anything. Other people, seeing friends on the homepage reposting this Weibo post, also joined the reposting team with the mentality that reposting would bring good luck. This is also the reason why so many users who did not participate in our Weibo's super lucky draw forwarded Han Haorun's koi Weibo. Using our most advanced marketing theory, Han Haorun's koi Weibo corresponds to the most popular viral marketing in Europe and the United States today. Use your identity as a lucky person with a 1 in a million chance of being drawn to carry out subsequent packaging and marketing of yourself. It can be said that although Han Haorun is a top student majoring in finance, his self-marketing this time can be selected as a case of genius marketing in the marketing course. The most unexpected thing is that from the time Han Haorun won the lottery to the time he sent this koi Weibo, it was less than half an hour. He is truly a genius to be able to come up with such a brilliant idea in half an hour. If I have the chance, I would like to talk to Han Haorun in person. And I think this koi Weibo is just the beginning. Han Haorun has packaged his own account into an account with higher traffic than big-name celebrities. There will definitely be follow-up actions. As soon as Sina's marketing director finished speaking, an operator from the Weibo team next to him said, Director, your prediction is absolutely correct. This Han Haorun posted another Weibo post. Chapter 84, Vice President's Appreciation, Traffic Represents Money. The Vice President quickly ordered, quick. Project Han Haorun's new Weibo onto the conference room screen. A few seconds later, Han Haorun's Weibo page was projected onto the LED screen in the conference room. The character limit of this Weibo exceeds the character limit of Weibo. However, Han Haorun very cleverly chose to write the text on the memo on his mobile phone and then upload the screenshot. This uniqueness and novelty alone, which can be said to be the first of its kind for Weibo to publish beyond the text limit of Weibo, made everyone in the Weibo team praise it. Posting on Weibo as a blog, there is such an operation. Everyone in the conference room began to read the latest Weibo posted by Han Haorun. I just logged into Weibo and saw the number of reposts on the last koi Weibo post and the number of new fans I gained. I was really flattered. As I said, I am a lucky person, and I hope to share my luck with everyone. I also feel that enjoying happiness alone is not as fun as sharing it. When I was very young, I learned a saying that happiness alone is not as good as happiness among others. So, in order to give back to everyone who pays attention to me, 793 decided to share my luck with everyone. I announced that I will give back all the prizes I have received to everyone through draws. Except for the villa, of course. Of course, I know that so many sponsors have sent me prizes, and I just forward them out again, which seems a bit disrespectful to them. So before giving away, I will try out these prizes myself, write a detailed review and post it on my Weibo. At the same time, my first review article will also be the lottery itself. I will select one lucky person from all the fans who forwarded the review and share the luck with everyone. I spent a few hours making a table counting all the prizes I drew and will share with everyone. Including the Geely British TX4 Classic commercial vehicle, there are a total of 61 prizes sponsored by 44 sponsors. I will give these gifts back to those who follow me through draws in the next 2 months. Finally, I would like to tell everyone who sees this Weibo, my philosophy of life. It is happier to give than to take. For anyone who reposts this Weibo post, I will draw one lucky person to receive an exclusive cash of 99,999 yuan. This prize was originally provided by the Weibo official. The lottery will be drawn in 10 days. Sina's conference room was silent for a minute. Finally, the marketing director could not help but praise again, genius. This Han Haoren is definitely a genius in the marketing world. Weibo's operations director was a little confused. Mr. Su, this Han Haoren drew the 100,000 yuan in cash we gave him, but why do you say he is a marketing genius? There are also incentives from other sponsors. Even if Han Haoren has no intention of giving away the villa. But including business cars, diamond rings, gold jewelry, furniture, and electrical appliances, the total value exceeds 1 million. Even if Han Haoren chooses to sell these things at a discount, he will make at least 1 million in profit. But if you give them all away in a lottery, the 1 million will belong to others. Use this million to get at most some fans' attention and some retweets. Is it worth it? Our Sina official does not have any rewards for the number of retweets on Weibo. No matter how many fans Han Haoren has, no matter how many people repost his Weibo, he will not get any benefits. The vice president looked at the Weibo operations director and said, "What you think is still one-sided." Han Haoren dared to draw away this $1 million prize, naturally because he could get more benefits by doing so. Now, I agree with what Director Su said. This Han Haoren is really an out-and-out genius. It's hard to imagine that he is just a student. The operations director of Weibo looked at the vice president with a smile on his face and said, "President, please forgive me for my dull qualifications. Can you explain to me why Han Haoren can get more profits by giving away the prizes?" The deputy director did not answer the question. Instead, he looked at the marketing director and said, "Director Su, answer this question for me." The marketing director said to everyone in the conference room, "The reason is very simple. Forwarding Koi is Han Haoren's first genius marketing for himself. Yes, some people market products, some people market brands, some people market works, but Han Haoren markets himself. However, no matter how brilliant this marketing plan is, it will not last long. Maybe the popularity of this Koi will fade away in a month, or even less. And this lottery is Han Haoren's second marketing. If we look carefully at his Weibo, there are 2 key points. The first key word is to draw 61 prizes within 2 months. There are 61 prizes, which means that Han Haoren will draw prizes 61 times in 2 months. After a little calculation, we will find that this frequency is maintained at just once a day. In my opinion, Han Haoren will definitely save the most valuable business car worth 300,000 yuan for the last day. This means that through the lottery, Han Haoren can maintain his popularity for at least 2 months. In the past 2 months, his Weibo visits, as well as the number of forwarded comments and likes for each Weibo post, may be higher than those of the most popular celebrities. Weibo's operations director nodded and then asked, "Yes, that's right. But why does a student like Han Haoren need such a large amount of traffic?" Only celebrities need traffic. Does he want to develop into the entertainment industry? The marketing director shook his head, "No. That's not the case." Everyone, please pay attention to the second keyword in Han Haoren's Weibo post, which is review. For Han Haoren, traffic represents money. Far more than several times, or even thousands of times more than 1 million. And reviews are how he makes money. He's trying to get the attention of our sponsors. Chapter 85, he is the vital key. Anyone who can be promoted to the director level of a top domestic internet company like Sina is no fool. Weibo's operations director immediately reacted, "So, Han Haoren plans to make money from sponsors? Writing reviews for these sponsored products is just a name. In fact, reviews are just advertising in a different direction. Forwarding product reviews on Weibo for lottery. Isn't this equivalent to bringing a lot of traffic to the sponsor's products?" Of course, the sponsor hopes that Han Haoren can put in a good word in the review. And Han Haoren will also charge advertising fees for these sponsors? But, these are almost the top brands in China, will they just pay Han Haoren advertising fees? The vice president sighed, in 12 hours, it received more than 100,000 retweets. This is a size that no traffic star can achieve. This means that Han Haoren's Weibo can be seen by almost all active users on Weibo. And no one knows as well as we do that most of our registered users on Weibo are young users who have just graduated and have a certain amount of spending power. These consumer groups are exactly the target customers of the sponsors we selected. Which of these sponsors is not in traditional media and has hundreds of millions of advertising investments every year? As long as Han Haoren can ensure that his subsequent lottery Weibo can maintain the current number of retweets, I think I am a sponsor. Even if it costs millions, I will be happy to cooperate with Han Haoren. Alas, we Sina found these sponsors just to expand the prize pool and create gimmicks through prizes from so many top domestic manufacturers. We didn't even ask them for a penny of advertising fees. Unexpectedly, one of the lucky users we picked focused on earning advertising fees from sponsors like us. The next generation is to be feared. The second generation is really to be feared. The project manager of the Weibo team looked at the vice president and asked, "Vice President, Han Haoren's practice of using our platform to benefit himself seems to be against the rules, right? Do we need to take any action? For example, deprive him of the qualifications of a lottery winner? Or ban his account?" Before the vice president could speak, the operations director of the Weibo team glared at the project manager and cursed, "Deprived of the qualification to win the prize? Why should we deprive him of the qualification to win? He did not cheat in the lottery, we drew him among millions of users. Depriving him of his qualifications will only lead to public suspicion and criticism of our Weibo. It will damage the reputation of our Sina brand. Block the account? Just because he wants to take away the prizes he has drawn? Just because he wants to write a review on Weibo, we have to ban him? What is the reason for this? On the first day we established Weibo, we announced to the public that Weibo is an open platform where everyone has the right to share any of their opinions, moods, and attitudes. Han Haoren has not violated any regulations, so why should we ban him? The project manager lowered his head and did not dare to speak. He suggested banning the account because he felt a bit bitter. How could Han Haoren, a student, not only win a grand prize worth tens of millions, but also earn additional advertising fees through Weibo? Unexpectedly, he was scolded by the director. The vice president of Sina also said, Weibo was the first to introduce China's products after seeing the success of Twitter abroad. As far as I know, not only us, but also Tencent, NetEye163, and Sohu are all paying attention to the popularity of Twitter. They will not miss such a huge business opportunity. They have all started Weibo projects, but the progress is just behind ours. Han Haoren's ability to profit from our Weibo is his own fault. Besides, this just proves that our Sina Weibo platform has a lot of traffic, so Han Haoren has room to make a profit. Asking for flowers. In my opinion, Weibo's traffic users should not be limited to celebrities. Anyone, an ordinary person like Han Haoren, can become a traffic body on Weibo. Everyone can become a big V on Weibo. This is the future development direction of Weibo. If our Weibo platform is limited to inviting some celebrities to post selfies and share their moods on our platform, and then fans only follow their idols, like them, repost and comment, then we are developing. It's not as big as Twitter. Our goal is for every Chinese netizen to register on Weibo and share their feelings through Weibo, so that all ordinary netizens can interact through Weibo. Weibo should not be just the Weibo of popular celebrities, nor should it be just a platform between celebrities and fans. Weibo should be everyone's Weibo. Everyone can stand on the stage of Weibo. If ordinary people have good ideas and write good original content, they can also become stars. This is the discovery of our development. And I think Han Haoren's approach has given us new ideas. Before Han Haoren, in all our Weibo lists, whether it was the number of followers, or the list of retweets, comments, and likes, all the top 100 people were celebrities. But Han Haoren, a student at Xuemu University, has set a precedent. We should not crack down on Han Haoren's behavior, but encourage it. Let's use the official Weibo to repost Han Haoren's lottery blog to show our support for Han Haoren. Also, please try to contact Han Haoren. I want to chat with this genius who has so many wonderful ideas in his mind. I have a hunch that Han Haoren is the key to our Sina Weibo to kill the upcoming competitors like Tencent, NetEye163, and Sohu. Chapter 86, Zhang Taigong Fishes, and Those Who Wish to Take the Bait. During a meeting between most of Sina's executives and all the leaders of the Weibo team, Han Haoren finished posting his first lottery blog and started planning a date for the weekend. Although I don't know who the female guest is, among the 5 female guests, there is no one Han Haoren doesn't want to date. After all, the appearance of the 5 people is first class. And there are plum blossoms, orchids, bamboos, and chrysanthemums, each with its own characteristics. Han Haoren's vision for Weibo marketing is indeed similar to the analysis of Sina's executives. However, there are still some differences. Han Haoren does not intend to take the initiative to ask for advertising fees from sponsors. Han Haoren left his contact information with the Weibo official. He just wanted to wait for sponsors to come to him. As the saying goes, when Zhang Taigong fishes, he hopes that 8 or 0 people will take the bait. In Han Haoren's view, although he has a plan of 100 million in 10 days. But if he seeks sponsors one by one to promote marketing plans, he will be at a disadvantage. Han Haoren is confident that as long as he sends out the first evaluation Weibo, every remaining sponsor will contact him. Han Haoren didn't wait long before the first fish took the bait. And this fish is really a big fish in terms of size. Lenovo. Since 1996, Lenovo computer sales have ranked first in China's domestic market. In 2005, Lenovo Group acquired IBM's personal computer division. Today, Lenovo Group is already the fourth largest computer manufacturer in the world and has begun to enter the smartphone mobile business industry. Lu Chuanji, the chairman of Lenovo, is also a well-known figure. Of course, the person who contacted Han Haoren was not Lu Chuanji, or even the top-level president or vice president of Lenovo Group. After all, this is just an ordinary marketing contact. Lu Zizi is the manager of Lenovo's advertising business department. Lu Zizi followed Han Haoren's Weibo account after he posted the koi repost on Weibo. She thinks that the lucky person who won the lottery on Weibo is very interesting. Lu Zizi also immediately saw Han Haoren's latest Weibo. Lottery? Evaluation? Lu Zizi took a look at the number of retweets of Han Haoren's recent Weibo posts. As a professional in marketing, she realized that this was a good opportunity for cooperation. Lenovo Group's annual advertising expenditures are hundreds of millions. However, through recent research, their advertising business department found that Lenovo Group's advertising investment in traditional media such as TV stations or newspapers is difficult to achieve the expected results. Lenovo Computer's sales growth this fiscal year has shown a trend of slowing down. The entire group also came to a conclusion through the analysis report. Whether it is TV advertisements or advertisements in newspapers, magazines and other print media, the effect is indeed not good. The reason is also very simple. Unlike some fast-selling daily products or food and beverages, Lenovo sells computers. Generally speaking, Lenovo's potential customers today are basically internet users who own a home computer or laptop. Even if they don't have computers, they definitely love surfing the internet or playing games, and will go to internet cafes and other places to surf the internet. Such consumer groups rarely watch TV or newspapers anymore. They hope to log into major online portals, such as Sina or Tencent and Sowo, to view news and consultation. With the launch of video websites such as Oil Depot and Todo, there are also resource websites for major drama series. Netizens are also accustomed to watching TV series online instead of watching TV series every day. Therefore, excessive investment in advertising in newspapers or TV stations is no longer in line with Lenovo's market positioning. Therefore, Lu Zizi actively contacted Sina Weibo and asked Lenovo Group to participate in the Super Lottery event as a sponsor. Although today's Weibo has a web client, mobile app, and multiple login channels, since smartphones are not popular nowadays, most people still log into Weibo through computers. Whether it's a computer or a smartphone. These are Lenovo's current main products and upcoming products. Obviously, every user of Weibo is a potential consumer of Lenovo. It is a pity that since Vank added a villa, all the traffic has been snatched away by Vank. When people talk about Sina's lottery on Weibo, they all talk about Weibo's lottery of villas and villas. We will not mention prizes from other sponsors. But this time, the draw of the lucky koi, the familiar world and the unfamiliar self, is different. His lottery method is not like Sina's, where everything is drawn out at once. Instead, he writes reviews and draws each prize separately. Familiar world, unfamiliar self. This Weibo account is not a celebrity account. But judging from the growth rate of fans and the number of reposts and comments on Weibo, the traffic is much higher than those of first-line celebrities. Of course, Lu Zizi knew that whether it was koi or forwarding the lottery, these were all tricks. Most of the people who retweeted the Weibo post of Familiar World, Stranger Self were not doing so because they were fans of this person. But for Lenovo, their purpose is simply to make their products visible to more people. Suppose that the Familiar World and Unfamiliar Self posts Lenovo's review blog. Each additional retweet means that Lenovo's product has been seen by all friends on this person's homepage. Lu Zizi believed that he only needed to provide the blogger with a certain marketing fee and replace the evaluation with a soft article from Lenovo Group's advertising department. For Lenovo, this will be an extremely cost-effective promotion, even more effective than advertising on CCTV for a month. Therefore, after figuring out the key, Lu Zizi reported it to his immediate superior and took the initiative to asking to contact Han Haoren. In Lu Zizi's mind, the cooperation between Lenovo and Han Haoren will be a win-win situation. Chapter 87, Asking Price of 8 million. So just like that, Han Haoren received a call from Lu Zizi. Although Lu Zizi felt that it was too proactive to contact Han Haoren in such a hurry. But she keenly judged that this time the Familiar World and the stranger herself were involved in the lottery, and it was obvious that the prize for the first sponsor to participate in the lottery would receive the most attention. Who knows how long koi's popularity will last? Who knows if there will be people who, because they have not been drawn in several draws, realize that the probability of such draws is too low and inherently unreliable, so they will no longer participate in reposting? Lu Zizi felt that she must be the first. Han Haoren picked up the phone. Lu Zizi first said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Han, for disturbing you. I am the director of the advertising department of Lenovo Group. I got your contact information from Sina. I wonder if it's convenient for you to talk." Han Haoren heard that the fish took the bait so quickly, so naturally he would not put the fish in the water, and quickly replied, "Of course it is convenient." Lu Zizi said straight to the point, "Mr. Han, this time I am here to discuss business cooperation with you. We have a collaborative plan. As soon as Lu Zizi opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Han Haoren, Lenovo Group. Congratulations on becoming the first sponsor to contact me. You guys called me just a few hours after I posted on Weibo. It seems that your marketing department has a good sense of business. But in order to get to know each other's time, let me explain to you some of my packages. Lu Zizi? At this time, Lu Zizi was a little confused. Before she could get to the point, she was interrupted. Then Han Haoren said a lot. And from Han Haoren's tone, Han Haoren had already expected that there would be sponsors talking to him about cooperation. In fact, Han Haoren himself had already thought up the cooperation plan. Combo? What the hell is this? Why does it feel the same as a telecommunications business hall? Lu Zizi had a hunch that the plan he had discussed with his superiors and the quotation he had made to Han Haoren seemed to be in vain. Lu Zizi originally wanted to try to interrupt Han Haoren and regain the initiative in the conversation. After all, Lu Zizi is a professional marketing talent, and the Oral Group is also at the top level in the industry. And Han Haoren is just a student at Shuimu University. But Lu Zizi found that Han Haoren, the koi, was really eloquent, which made Lu Zizi completely unable to get a word in. Moreover, every sentence Han Haoren talked about was logically clear and very organized, which gradually made Lu Zizi listen attentively. 10 minutes later, Lu Zizi hung up the phone. Except for the last words to Han Haoren, okay, thank you. Goodbye. Lu Zizi never said a word from beginning to end. However, Lu Zizi did not feel that Han Haoren was overbearing or arbitrary at all. At this moment, she was still thinking about the plan Han Haoren told her. It has to be said that according to the most expensive package plan mentioned by Ran, the publicity effect that Lenovo can achieve will be explosive. The most high-end package not only includes the review Weibo post that forwards the lottery, but also includes subsequent continuous publicity. Han Haoren even said that for his most high-end package, in addition to the evaluation, he will tailor an advertising plan for a Lenovo product. However, Han Haoren's requirements are also very demanding. The first is the so-called sponsorship fee. The cost of Han Haoren's highest-end package is 8 million soft girl coins. And according to Han Haoren, because he was the first customer to contact him, he got a 20% discount. The original price of this top-end package is 10 million. Then, Han Haoren said that his review would not publish soft articles provided by Lenovo but would be written by Han Haoren himself. But Han Haoren guarantees that the copywriting he provides is definitely more appropriate than the copywriting from Lenovo's public relations department and can achieve better publicity effects. Han Haoren's eloquent talk made Lu Zizi feel that Han Haoren was the top talent in the marketing and advertising industry. And she herself, the senior manager who had just taught marketing and advertising knowledge in front of new Lenovo employees, was a recent graduate. In front of Han Haoren, he had no room to interrupt. Lu Zizi has no doubt that Han Haoren's plan will definitely bring more publicity effects to Lenovo than expected. She even felt that Han Haoren's copywriting might indeed be better than the copywriting prepared by her team. Lu Zizi was even looking forward to seeing the tailor-made advertising plan for Lenovo products that Han Haoren had promised. However, what Lu Zizi hesitates now is that Han Haoren's price is really too high. 8 million soft girl coins. This marketing expense can be used to publish an entire page of advertisements in the largest newspapers and periodicals distributed in the country. You can also cooperate with major department stores or Suningdome to hold 10 promotional activities in several cities. Even if an advertisement is placed on the TV, 8 million soft girl coins can be used to run a short advertisement for half a month during non-prime time. Just on the platform of Weibo, with an account that is not a celebrity, it will cost 8 million to post a soft advertisement for evaluation? You know, before Lu Zizi called Han Haoren, he asked his superiors for instructions. The upper limit of the sponsorship fee for this cooperation was 500,000. Lu Zizi originally thought that for 500,000 soft sister coins, the other party would send a soft article provided by his company. Basically, it would be impossible for the other party to take a perfect shot. But now, Lu Zizi didn't even have a chance to propose his original plan, and was fooled by Han Haoren into losing his way. The difference between 500,000 and 8 million is a full 16 times. Lu Zizi felt that even if he believed that the 8 million would be well spent, would his superior, the director of Lenovo's marketing department, agree to spend 8 million to advertise on a platform like Weibo? Lu Zizi thought about it again and again, finally gritted his teeth, found his superior's number in his cell phone address book, and dialed it. Chapter 88, the signing is completed, your mouth is sweeter. There is still an hour and a half before the lunchtime agreed with He Ziyuan. Han Haoren found that he received a text message from Lu Zizi on his mobile phone. The content of the text message was very simple, asking Han Haoren to go to Lenovo's headquarters in Imperial City to sign a contract. After the contract is signed, as long as Han Haoren publishes a review of the Lenovo ThinkPad T400 on Weibo as scheduled, Lenovo will fully pay Han Haoren's advertising fee of 3 million soft sister coins. As for the advertising plan for one of Lenovo's latest products that Han Haoren mentioned as a bonus, Lenovo didn't take it seriously. They only asked whether Han Haoren could provide an advertising solution for their upcoming iPhone. They did not specify the progress of Han Haoren's solution. Even before Han Haoren provides advertising solutions, as long as Han Haoren completes the evaluation and promotion of ThinkPad T400, he can receive promotion fees. Han Haoren is more anxious than anyone else when it comes to his desire for money. The headquarters of Lenovo Imperial City is not far from Shuemu University. It is also not far from the place where Han Haoren and He Ziyuan agreed to have lunch. Han Haoren calculated the time and signed the contract as soon as possible, so that he could still make it in time for lunch with He Ziling. If I go on a date with He Ziyuan to watch a movie first, I don't know when it will end. For Han Haoren, the most important thing now is to issue the first lottery ticket and build his reputation. Therefore, Han Haoren immediately sent a message back to Lu Zizi saying that he could go to Lenovo to sign the contract now. Before evening, he could post a review of the ThinkPad T400 on Weibo. Han Haoren's only request is that Lenovo can give him a ThinkPad T400 to try out when signing the contract. Because the prizes for the Weibo lottery have not yet been sent to Han Haoren's rented house. Although I haven't returned to the rental house in the urban village for a few days, the address Han Haoren left is still there. After all, he can't let others send the prize to the villa on the fruit stand, right? Before going out, Han Haoren also logged into Weibo and looked at his own data. First of all, the number of followers of the account has exceeded 1 million, which is comparable to the number of followers of 10 first-line celebrities. After all, the celebrities with the most followers on Weibo today do not have tens of millions of followers. As for Han Haoren's Koi blog, the number of retweets has exceeded 250,000, approaching 300,000. The latest Weibo post about withdrawing 99,999 cash has been retweeted 150,000 times within 12 hours. Weibo officials also added the Golden V certification to Han Haoren's account. The certified title is 2009 Weibo Koi of the Year. Han Haoren knew that Lenovo's ability to accept his offer without any hesitation was related to the rapidly growing popularity of his Weibo. The fact that Sina officials can complete the certification for themselves so quickly also means that Sina mainly encourages their behavior. This official reaction from Sina was exactly what Han Haoren expected. Later generations of Sina have always had a tacit attitude towards advertising accounts, marketing versus, and internet celebrity accounts. As long as you don't post links to Sina's competitors' websites on Weibo, you'll be fine. Lenovo Imperial Capital Headquarters. It didn't take long to sign the contract. Originally, a public relations promotion agreement was much simpler than a sales or other service contract. Han Haoren spent 15 minutes quickly browsing the contract and found that there was no problem, so he signed both contracts in duplicate. Taking a ThinkPad T400 presented to him by Lenovo, Han Haoren went to the restaurant agreed with He Ziyuan. Han Haoren has already conceived the general review content of ThinkPad T400. All he needs to do is give this laptop a final try, and Han Haoren can post a review blog as promised. Han Haoren arrived at the restaurant on time, and He Ziyuan was already sitting in the restaurant. Today, He Ziyuan is wearing a white dress. She does not look cold, but very cute and charming. Ziyuan, you are as beautiful as ever today, Han Haoren praised. He Ziyuan smiled happily. Han Haoren, I haven't noticed in all these years that your mouth is so sweet. Han Haoren looked at He Ziyuan with a smile. Oh? You haven't tried it, how do you know my mouth is sweet? He Ziyuan immediately understood what Han Haoren meant, you idiot. I obviously tried it yesterday. But it wouldn't be bad to try again. He Ziyuan took the initiative and quickly approached Han Haoren's pink lips and kissed Han Haoren's mouth. Their lips and teeth met. Half a minute later. Han Haoren smiled and said, Ziyuan, I think your mouth is sweeter. The waiter who was supposed to step forward to order food for the two of them was rather embarrassed. He didn't know if he should come back later. Fortunately, Han Haoren noticed the waiter in the corner who did not dare to disturb him in time, and the two of them ordered food. He Ziyuan chose a Hong Kong-style restaurant. The food came out quickly, and Han Haoren noticed it after taking a few bites. The taste of this Hong Kong-style restaurant with good reviews, good reputation and very expensive price is not as good as the one made by Zhao. Han Haoren has a new understanding of the master-level skills of the system. He Ziyuan felt that these dishes were very suitable to her taste. Looking at Han Haoren who didn't use chopsticks very much, He Ziyuan asked, Han Haoren, why don't you eat? Han Haoren smiled and replied, my mind is no longer on eating. I am already thinking about our subsequent date. He Ziyuan was a little strange, isn't it just going to the cinema to watch a movie? Han Haoren looked at He Ziyuan and said, going to the cinema to watch a movie? Ziyuan, I thought you were going to invite me to your home to watch a movie. By the way, let's make up for yesterday's regrets. He Ziyuan suddenly remembered what her regret was yesterday. Although a little shy, He Ziyuan still smiled and replied, it's not impossible. Chapter 89, when you invite your girlfriend to dinner, how can you make her pay for it? Just when Han Haoren was about to ask, what else are we going to eat? It's time for us to go home and do business. He Ziyuan smiled and said, unfortunately, my relatives are here today. Han Haoren was a little disappointed. The so-called relatives of He Ziyuan are naturally not relatives like the seventh aunt and the eighth aunt. It was a relative who hindered him from having deeper communication with He Ziyuan. After finishing lunch, Han Haoren bought the order first. This made He Ziyuan, who ran to buy some, frowned. Han Haoren, why are you competing with me to pay for it? I chose the restaurant, I made an appointment with you, so of course it's my treat. He Ziyuan naturally knows Han Haoren's family situation. From the beginning of her freshman year, He Ziyuan knew that Han Haoren was not rich. Later, a Zhirong even inquired about Han Haoren's family situation. For this Chinese meal, although He Ziyuan did not choose to go to a very expensive restaurant, this restaurant was not cheap either. The meal they ate cost at least more than 2,000 soft girl coins. For He Ziyuan, this little money is nothing. But for Han Haoren, He Ziyuan knew that this might be a month's living expenses. Moreover, He Ziyuan believed that Han Haoren, who had just been fired from McKinsey, would live in even greater straits without his income. Therefore, He Ziyuan secretly ran to pay the bill under the pretense of going to the bathroom before the two of them finished eating. However, the waiter told He Ziyuan that the order had been bought by the man who was with her in 773. He Ziyuan took out his wallet. Han Haoren, how much does this meal cost? I'll give you the money. Han Haoren looked at He Ziyuan with a smile. If you invite your girlfriend to dinner, how can there be any reason for her to pay the bill? He Ziyuan blushed a little when she called Han Haoren girlfriend. But as for Han Haoren having to foot the bill, Weiji felt that Han Haoren was trying to make a fool of himself. He Ziyuan looked at Han Haoren seriously and asked, Han Haoren, where did you get the money? Don't think you won't be able to eat well for the next month just because you want to treat me to this meal. Han Haoren looked at He Ziyuan and asked, Ziyuan, do you think that with my ability, I can't even afford a meal to my girlfriend? Do you think that, even if I work hard all my life, I will always be hopeless and unable to make much money? He Ziyuan said quickly, of course not. It's just that you haven't graduated yet, you are still a student. I have always believed that with your ability, you will be able to get ahead. It just takes a little time. Han Haoren said with a smile, Ziyuan, please remove that it still needs a little time, I am already outstanding now. He Ziyuan had an expression of surprise on her face, but she still hesitated. Didn't Han Haoren just get fired from McKinsey? How come he was already making a name for himself in just a few days, even though he couldn't even work in the financial industry? Han Haoren still didn't believe it when he saw He Ziyuan. In desperation, he felt that he could only use the props lent to him by the program team to show off. Ziyuan, you don't usually drive by yourself, right? Today I'll take you home and let's go to your house to watch a movie. Han Haoren took out the key to the Lamborghini. Although He Ziyuan doesn't know much about cars, He Ziyuan's net worth naturally recognizes the Lamborghini logo. There is also a Lamborghini in the parking garage of her villa. He Ziyuan, who knew the price of Lamborghini, widened her beautiful eyes. Han Haoren, this car is yours? Han Haoren smiled and nodded. Holding He Ziyuan's hand, he came to the parking lot and got into the stylish black Lamborghini Reventon. He Ziyuan finally reacted. Han Haoren. Are you really rich? How did you do it? He Ziyuan asked in surprise. Although, whether Han Haoren is a poor student or a young and promising rich man, He Ziyuan likes Han Haoren equally. However, He Ziyuan was still surprised that the person he liked could buy a sports car worth tens of millions of dollars. Han Haoren smiled and replied, it will be kept secret for the time being. But Ziyuan, what I want to tell you is that my goal is very ambitious. It may be so big that you think I am a fantasy. He Ziyuan quickly replied, no, even if your goal is to become the richest man in the world, I think you can do it. Han Haoren smiled and said, oh? My girlfriend really knows me well. He Ziyuan once opened her mouth in surprise. She just said it casually. So Han Haoren's goal is really to become the richest man in the world? He Ziyuan, whose family has a huge fortune and plans to take over the family within 5 years, knows how difficult it is to become the world's richest man. The world's richest man today is Bill Gates. But in fact, whether it is the Mitsui Consortium in Japan or the Rockefeller family and Locher family in the United States, the nobles of several European countries, or the Russian military-industrial consortium, the oil tycoons of the Arab Middle East, or the mine owners of South Africa, they all have much more wealth than Bill Gates. However, because their wealth is not in the hands of one person, and these families want to keep a low profile, they are not included in the rich list. He Ziyuan feels that now that he is starting out, after missing many great opportunities to make money, even if he wants to accumulate wealth than Bill Gates, it is something that cannot be completed in 10 years or even more. Not to mention becoming the real richest man in the world. After all, in today's world, both resources, such as oil and gold, and technology have been monopolized. This will only make the big families richer and richer, and there will be no hope for others to catch up with them. But at this time, He Ziyuan naturally would not pour cold water on Han Haoren. Well, I believe you can become the richest man in the world. And I am the richest man's wife. Han Haoren laughed again, the richest man's wife? Are you so eager to marry me? The two fastened their seatbelts and drove the Lamborghini Reventon towards He Ziyuan's villa. Since he had already been there once yesterday, Han Haoren naturally knew where to go because he had a photographic memory. In the car, Han Haoren said to He Ziyuan, let's not talk about the richest man for now. 8 days later, that is next Friday, I will invest a lot of money in the futures market and fight a fierce battle. Why? I need a most professional team of 5 to 6 people and the best traders. Ziyuan, you also know that my reputation in the financial industry is not very good now. Can you help me find a professional team? Ziyuan nodded. Bosai has a department responsible for futures, and we also have licenses issued by China's 4 major futures exchanges. We are their highest level members. We have a dedicated remote trading terminal that can be operated. As for the team, leave it to me. I can definitely help you find the best operator. Although at Bank of China International, Ziyuan is still in the internship stage. But Zinio's family has a good relationship with the top boss of Bank of China International. It is a piece of cake to call up some resources. Although I don't know what Han Haoren wants to do and how much funds can be mobilized. But Ziyuan must fully support what Han Haoren wants to do. Chapter 90, is there any movie as good as yours? Han Haoren smiled when he heard Ziyuan's definite answer. Although basic futures trading needs to be completed, it can be completed by opening a personal account. But what Han Haoren wants to do still requires a professional team. Only with good operators and traders who can complete the delivery and quickly withdraw the funds can we ensure that Han Haoren can obtain the maximum profit in the fleeting and ever-changing futures market. Of course, in addition to Ziyuan, Han Haoren knows many people who have similar channels, such as the Fat Man Fengming Dash. But it is obvious that in just a few years, Ziyuan became the queen of finance and the top beauty trader in China. Han Haoren realized that Ziyuan's family background was absolutely terrifying. And there is no doubt about Zinio's ability. Driving to Zinio's villa, Han Haoren and Ziyuan went upstairs. Ziyuan really took Han Haoren to the home theater in the villa. Seeing that the playback equipment was no worse than today's movie theaters, Han Haoren still couldn't help but want to complain. Could it be that Ziyuan felt that she really came to her house just to watch a movie? However, Ziyuan also said that her relatives were coming, so Han Haoren could watch the movie with Ziyuan with peace of mind. However, when choosing movies, Han Haoren rejected Ziyuan's request to watch romance movies and cartoons. Ziyuan also blushed and said that there was no action romance movie that Han Haoren wanted to watch at home. Why do you men think about all kinds of things all day long? Zhiron complained. Han Haoren smiled and replied, because men are all big pigs. Ziyuan was immediately attracted by Han Haoren's super novel vocabulary from 10 years later. She thought for a moment, and then said harshly, that's right. Han Haoren, you are a big pig's hooves. Finally, Han Haoren made a compromise suggestion, let's watch ghost movies. In less than half an hour, Ziyuan's whole body was in Han Haoren's arms. It's so scary. Han Haoren, let's watch another movie. Han Haoren felt Ziyuan's perfect 36D, smelled the good smell coming from Ziyuan's body, touched Ziyuan's hair and said, don't. This plot is very interesting. I want to watch it too. What's the ending? Ziyuan covered her ears like an ostrich and buried her whole body into Han Haoren's chest. Don't listen, don't look. This is the only way Ziyuan can think of. Han Haoren feels that it feels good to have a warm and fragrant nephrite in his arms. The two bodies were close to each other, and Han Haoren's hands became restless. Ziyuan didn't know how long she had been lying in Han Haoren's arms. Although he was a little shy after being touched all over his body by Han Haoren, Ziyuan felt more of a sense of happiness deep in his heart. Han Haoren patted Ziyuan's head, took Ziyuan's hand covering his ear, and said into Ziyuan's ear, coward, the movie is over. Ziyuan pricked up his ears. He really didn't hear the sound of the movie anymore, so he straightened up and opened his eyes. As a result, there happened to be a terrifying ghost on the screen with a big bloody mouth and it was about to pounce. Ah! Ziyuan shouted and threw herself into Han Haoren's arms. Ziyuan knew why she didn't hear the sound just now. Because in ghost movies, before the most terrifying scenes appear, there is a foreshadowing of complete silence. And just now, it was that moment. Han Haoren felt like his ears were going deaf. Ziyuan's scream is simply scarier than a ghost. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have deliberately teased him. Ziyuan threw herself into Han Haoren's arms, and it took a long time to calm down. However, Ziyuan was still angry and bit Han Haoren's arm hard. However, although he was angry, Ziyuan still controlled himself and did not mean to let Han Haoren get hurt. Just when Ziyuan was about to speak, she found herself being picked up by Han Haoren. Han Haoren just hugged Ziyuan and walked out of the room. Ziyuan's heart was beating wildly. It turned out that this was how it felt to be hugged by the man she liked. Han Haoren, didn't you say that the plot is very interesting and you want to finish it? Ziyuan asked. Han Haoren carried Ziyuan downstairs and placed him on the sofa in the living room. Getting close to Ziyuan's face, Han Haoren said, how can the movie be as good as yours? Idiot. Seeing Han Haoren looking at her tenderly, Ziyuan couldn't help but said, Han Haoren, actually my relatives didn't come today? Han Haoren smiled. If this still doesn't show Ziyuan's hint, then he can really live alone. Han Haoren picked up Ziyuan again, this time the destination was Ziyuan's bedroom. Ziyuan's perfect figure was unreservedly revealed in front of Han Haoren. He Ziyuan said shyly, this is my first time, I'm a little scared. Han Haoren replied softly, Ziyuan, I will be very gentle. The temperature in the bedroom heats up quickly. After 1 hour. He Ziyuan and Han Haoren were lying on the bed cuddling together. He Ziyuan hit Han Haoren hard several times, you are so gentle. I will definitely not be able to get out of bed today. Han Haoren finally asked the question he had always wanted to ask, Ziyuan, when did you start liking me? Han Haoren knew that He Zinio's answer would most likely not be these 2 days. This also shows that Hangsu probably liked herself before she was reborn and changed. Sure enough, He Ziyuan leaned on Han Haoren's chest and replied, when? It must have been a long, long time. Maybe it was at the freshman party, when I, as the girl's representative, and you, as the boy's representative, we met for the first time. Or maybe it was when I went to the orphanage to volunteer and saw you taking those children and playing happily. Maybe it was when everyone went on a date at Christmas and I saw you studying in the library. Perhaps, time and time again, I see your ranking stably appearing at the top of the grade. Maybe it was when you rejected the girls who confessed their love to you one after another, and said that you had more important things to do in college than falling in love. Maybe it was when I saw that you got an internship offer from McKinsey through your own efforts. Perhaps it's when I look at you and tell the eyes of all the freshmen in the school that your goal is to change the world. Maybe it was the first time you held my hand and said, hello, my name is Han Haoren. Actually, I don't know exactly when. But what I know very, very clearly is that I like you very much, and I have liked you for a long time. Chapter 91, This Time Changes Everything. Han Haoren looked into Yi Ziyuan's eyes, Ziyuan, do you know? We are really just a little bit different and we missed each other. In the previous life, I had indeed missed He Ziyuan. Even Han Haoren in the previous life didn't know that He Ziyuan liked him. But fortunately, I won't miss it in this life. After chatting with Han Haoren for a long time, He Ziyuan suddenly saw the time on the clock on the wall. He Ziyuan exclaimed, it turns out it's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Han Haoren, don't you have something to do tonight? Don't be late. In He Ziyuan's view, Han Haoren can own a Lamborghini in a short period of time. It must also mean that Han Hao put in energy that she might not even imagine. As the person in the world who most hopes to see Han Haoren succeed and realize his wish, He Ziyuan naturally does not want to delay Han Haoren's career because of herself. Han Haoren hesitated slightly. He did have things to do. He and Lu Zizi agreed that they would publish the review on Weibo before tonight. Besides, he couldn't be absent from the recording of Meet the True Rich and the Pauper without any reason. Although I have known He Ziyuan for 4 years, my relationship has grown by leaps and bounds in the past 2 days. But Han Haoren knew very well that after his rebirth, the first girl who touched his heartstrings and made him feel excited was not He Ziyuan. Man, he really is a big pig's hooves. Han Haoren thought to himself. I'll stay with you until 6 o'clock. Then I'll get down to business. Han Haoren replied. He Ziyuan suddenly hugged Han Haoren, then let's seize the time and do it again. When Han Haoren returned to the villa at Fruit Terrace, it was almost 7 o'clock. Han Haoren opened the door, and Ri Xiaodi, who was still washing dishes in the living room, laughed. Han Haoren said happily, you are back. We just finished eating. I left dinner for you, you can eat it while it's hot. Han Haoren nodded. Although there are still serious things to do, we still need to eat. After Ri Xiaodi finished washing the dishes, he sat next to Han Haoren and chatted about what happened today. Han Haoren, I noticed that you have been very busy these days. I haven't spoken to you much. Ri Xiaodi finally said. Han Haoren looked at Ri Xiaodi apologetically, Xiaodi, I'm sorry, I'm really busy these days. Fill my stomach a little, and I'm going upstairs. Ri Xiaodi said sensibly, yeah, work is important. You can go upstairs after eating. I will help you wash the dishes. Han Haoren went upstairs and turned off the camera again. Opened the laptop. The director team of Fruit Channel is very depressed. Han Haoren didn't get home until dinner time in the past few days, and turned off the camera when he returned to the room, leaving them with no material at all. However, the guests do have the right to turn off the camera at night when they need privacy, so the director team has nothing to do with Han Haoren's approach. Han Haoren had carefully browsed the contract signed with Lenovo before. The payment terms in the contract clearly stated that as long as Han Haoren posts a review Weibo, Lenovo will immediately pay 50% of the advertising fee. The remaining 50% will be paid after it is confirmed that there are no accidents, such as Han Haoren deleting Weibo, 14 days after the evaluation Weibo is issued. When Han Haoren signed the contract, he emphasized that he would get the 50% down payment immediately. The legal director and marketing director of the Imperial City branch who were responsible for signing the contract with Han Haoren also swore to Han Haoren that once Han Haoren fulfilled the contract and posted the evaluation Weibo, they would expedite the financial processing. So, Han Haoren quickly sat in front of the computer and started typing on the keyboard. Soon, more than half of the ThinkPad T400 review Weibo has been edited. Although he has never done reviews in this industry, Han Haoren is no stranger to those review articles. Especially for Weibo reviews, there is no need for professional data or long text. In fact, as long as the advantages of the product are described in the simplest and most understandable words, it will be okay. Regarding these, Han Haoran's writing skills are quite familiar. And Han Haoran also knows that Lenovo's ThinkPad is positioned for business people. For example, the computers at McKinsey where he interned before were ThinkPads. Therefore, in the evaluation, just highlight the advantages of ThinkPad, portability, practicality, and stability. Quickly, Han Haoran finished editing the last paragraph, checked it, and confirmed that there were no problems. After writing the review on Weibo, Han Haoran quickly started writing iPhone's advertising copy. For the accompanying advertising copy, Han Haoran naturally didn't spend much time and quickly typed a few lines. Finally, Han Haoran posted the review of ThinkPad T400 on Weibo. Then I also sent the iPhone's advertising copy to Lu Zizi. By the way, Han Haoran also urged Lu Zizi pay the money quickly. From turning on the computer to finishing, it takes no more than half an hour. If Lu Zizi knew that Han Haoran had accomplished everything so quickly, he would definitely sigh from the bottom of his heart. 8 million is really easy to earn. However, in Lu Zizi's mind, who had just received Han Haoran's email, it had been 8 hours since the contract was signed. Although Han Haoran accomplished all this very efficiently, at least she could accept it. The advertising copy for iPhone sent by Han Haoran is very simple. The core content is one sentence of the slogan. This time changes everything. It sounds very simple, but the more Lu Zizi thought about it, the more he felt that this slogan was very subtle. Although in Lu Zizi's view, this advertising copy was originally just a bonus from Han Haoran. But now, Lu Zizi feels that Han Haoran's slogan can definitely become iPhone's slogan. 0.9 Even if they spent 50 million to find a customized slogan from a 4A-level advertising creative company, it would not be as good as the one sent by Han Haoran. As soon as Han Haoran heard the name of iPhone, he knew that it was a smartphone product launched by Lenovo because of the popularity of iPhones in the market. The strongest slogan of the iPhone, Apple redefines the mobile phone, has long been used by the original iPhone. Therefore, Han Haoran changed the slogan Change Everything again when the iPhone 4 was launched a year later and sent it to Lu Zizi. I don't know if Apple's marketing team, which just released the iPhone 3GS, has already thought of the slogan for the iPhone 4. No matter what, Han Haoran doesn't feel guilty about jobs at all. It's more important to make money yourself. Chapter 92, Gifts Worth Over 100 Million. Although it was already night, Lu Zizi still convened a meeting of all departments. Everyone in the department unanimously believes that the slogan This Time Changes Everything provided by Han Haoran is the most suitable slogan for iPhone. It's really much better than the original slogan that cost 50 million. At this time, Lu Zizi couldn't help but complain about the top 2 4A advertising creative company in the industry. It turns out that crappy slogan is some kind of stupid thing. After the meeting, Lu Zizi decided to immediately contact his immediate boss's boss, the vice president of the marketing department. Even though he had previously agreed to Han Haoran's quotation and granted Han Haoran 8 million in advertising fees, Lu Zizi did not report it to the level of vice president. Her department has the authority to pass advertising expenditures less than 20 million. However, it involves a product that Lenovo wants to spend the most energy promoting this year. It is even related to the company's first step from the computer market to the smartphone market. Lu Zizi didn't dare to neglect, she even couldn't wait until tomorrow, but was anxious to report to the vice president. Half an hour later, Lu Zizi hung up the phone with a solemn expression. Although the vice president said that the matter of changing the slogan still needs to be reported to the board of directors and Lenovo's president Lu Chuanji. But listening to the vice president's tone, Lu Zizi knew that Han Haoran's slogan would 90% replace the slogan that Lenovo spent 50 million to customize by a professional media and advertising company. This still makes Lu Zizi feel incredible. You know, this advertising copy by Han Haoran is just a review to win the bonus. Originally, Lu Zizi was interested in the traffic of Han Haoran's Weibo and the follow-up publicity planned by Han Haoran's unconstrained ideas. However, Lu Zizi discovered that Han Haoran's accompanying slogan was worth far more than 50 million to the company. At least Lu Zizi believes that even if he spends 100 million to get such a slogan, it is worth it. After all, a good advertisement and a good slogan are crucial to the promotion of a product. At this time, nearly 2 hours had passed since Han Haoran sent the copy to Lu Zizi. Only then did Lu Zizi realize that he had not yet been able to log on to Weibo and read the lucky draw message sent by Han Haoran. Just because the slogan sent by Han Haoran really shocked her. Lu Zizi quickly opened Weibo and found that Han Haoran's latest review about ThinkPad T400 had already received 30,000 retweets. In just 2 hours, 30,000 retweets. The traffic on Han Haoran's Weibo is really terrifying. Lu Zizi contacted the company's finance department again and confirmed that the finance department had remitted 50% of the down payment. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zizi asked the finance department to remit the remaining balance of 4 million to Han Haoran. Even if Han Haoran really deletes the review blog now, the advertising copy Han Haoran provided to Lenovo is worth far more than 8 million. I checked the time and it was already past 10 p.m. Lu Zizi thought about it and dialed Han Haoran's phone number. At this point, Han Haoran is probably still asleep. Although it was a bit uncomfortable to call others late at night, Lu Zizi couldn't care less about it now. Because Lu Zizi realized that Han Haorun was a treasure of very high value. Digging this treasure into Lenovo is what Lu Zizi thinks is the most important thing at the moment. Han Haorun got through quickly. Lu Zizi first smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Han Haorun, for disturbing me so late. First of all, what I want to inform you is that the 8 million cash agreed in the contract has been remitted by our finances in 2 tranches. Because it is a real-time remittance, after the bank processes it, it will arrive in your account today." Han Haorun smiled and said, "Thank you then." Han Haorun originally expected to get 4 million, but he didn't expect that Lenovo was quite smart and paid the full amount at once. Lu Zizi quickly got to the point. "Mr. Han, did you come up with the slogan for iPhone that you sent me by yourself?" Han Haorun said without changing his expression, "Of course. I also went to find out more about the iPhone product. I designed the slogan especially for you based on the positioning of your product. How about this gift? Isn't it a good gift? Jet? This gift is worth over 100 million. Lu Zizi immediately sent an invitation to Han Haorun. "Mr. Han Haorun, I wonder if you are interested in joining the marketing department? Aren't you a fresh graduate of this class? If you come to our company, I can directly give you the position of marketing manager. This is a position 3 levels higher than the average fresh graduate. The monthly salary starts at 50,000 yuan, and there are also performance bonuses and year-end bonuses. For general fresh graduates, even Shuimu University graduates. The positions they join should basically be staff, and the monthly salary can be considered high if it can exceed 10,000 yuan. As for the monthly salary of 50,000 yuan, basically very few people in Shuimu University get this annual salary. Even if Chen Yuzhou got an offer from Morgan Stanley. However, the annual salary of new analysts at Morgan Stanley is only more than 300,000, and the salary is less than 30,000. However, Han Haorun never wanted to work for others. "Sorry, Manager Lu. 343 I will not join Lenovo. Of course, I will not join any company. Because I have a complete plan for my life." Han Haorun replied. Hearing Han Haorun's reply, Lu Zizi felt a little pity. However, it is fully understandable that Han Haorun, a capable person like him, is unwilling to work for others. Lu Zizi replied, "In that case, I won't force it. Can I just take the liberty to ask again, is there any opportunity for Lenovo to further cooperate with you in the future? For example, the promotion of our new products and the promotion of the entire brand?" Han Haorun knows that he copied the slogan of the future Apple iPhone 4, and Lenovo must be very satisfied. Opportunity to cooperate? Of course there is. Han Haorun, who has a photographic memory, not only remembers the slogan from iPhone 4 to iPhone XS. There are also marketing plans for Xiaomi, Huawei, and Oppo Vivo. You know, in the era of Han Haorun's rebirth, a giant company like Lenovo was dominated by these domestic brands in the field of smartphones. Han Haorun smiled and replied, "Follow-up cooperation? Of course. But now, can Manager Lu do me a favor?" Chapter 93, the deposit is approaching the 10 million mark. Lu Zizi knew that this time she spent 8 million to buy a soft advertisement for Han Haorun and obtained such a high-value slogan. She made a huge profit. If it weren't for the fact that the contract had already been signed, Lu Zizi felt that he should have paid Han Haorun twice as much. After listening to Han Haorun's words, Lu Zizi knew that he could not refuse whether it was to build a good relationship with Han Haorun and seek follow-up cooperation, or to return Han Haorun's favor today. So Lu Zizi quickly said, "Mr. Han, what do you want me to do for you? As long as I can do it, I am absolutely obliged." Han Haorun said with a smile, "It's actually very simple. I want Manager Lu to help me create a small advertisement in the industry, especially the companies participating in the Weibo lottery. After signing this deal with you, I haven't had any customers come to my door yet." Although Han Haorun knows that with the release of Lenovo's review Weibo, it has received such a high number of reposts in a short period of time. Other companies will eventually come to us if they find a way to do it. But for Han Haorun at this moment, the most precious thing is time. Han Haorun would definitely not do it by going door to door to sell products by himself. It would be too cheap. Therefore, the task of advertising for himself fell to Lu Zizi, who he had just had sex with. In Han Haorun's view, Lu Zizi's promotion to a senior manager position at Lenovo means that she has accumulated rich connections in the advertising and marketing industry. Lenovo's senior managers, in other companies, must be at the level of director or above. Other companies, especially those in the Weibo lottery, are top Chinese family companies, and there is still a certain degree of cooperation and exchanges between these companies. So, if you let Lu Zizi help you promote it, advertise it, and use the word-of-mouth effect, won't customers come to your door in a steady stream? Moreover, since Sina itself has screen sponsors, these sponsors are basically in different industries and produce different products. This means that there are no Lenovo competitors. Lu Zizi helped him advertise and introduce customers, and he didn't need to be afraid of introducing himself to Lenovo's competitors. Sure enough, just as Han Haorun expected. Lu Zizi quickly replied, "Okay, I will help you with this. Of the 44 sponsors who participated in the Weibo lottery, I have been in contact with the heads of marketing departments of 2/3 of them. I can help you advertise. But Mr. Han, most of these manufacturers are different from us at Lenovo. They are traditional manufacturing industries, so they prefer to advertise in traditional paper media or TV. So, your Weibo comments will not be very attractive to them. Unless you can provide these manufacturers with similar, very high-level advertising copy. This will be very attractive to them. In Lu Zizi's opinion, the value of the advertising copy presented by Han Haoren is much higher than the Weibo promotion itself. But Lu Zizi believes that even if Han Haoren is talented, he can write such a perfect slogan for Lenovo's iPhone. But these sponsors span different fields, each product has different characteristics, and involves many professional things. Even the world's top advertising copywriting team cannot design perfect marketing copywriting for all brands, right? What's more, Han Haoren is just a person. Han Haoren was not worried at all about Lu Zizi's questions. In his brain, he has all the excellent advertising and consumption plans in the next 10 years. Besides, even if the slogan that these companies will use in a few years is sold to them in advance. This is also a win-win situation. Han Haoren smiled and replied, Manager Lu, I want you to help me advertise. Naturally I want to sell the most expensive package. As long as the money is available, there will be advertising copywriting. Manager Lu, please help me inform these companies again. For the first 10 companies that sign contracts with me, I can still package the highest package at a price of 10 million. After that, I will increase the price. As soon as he said this, Han Haoren suddenly remembered the identity designed for him by the program team. One of these extremely false identities is Creative Director of 4A Advertising Company. And just now, when Lu Zizi was flattering him, he told him that he thought his slogan was better than the slogan designed for them by the Creative Director of 4A Advertising Company. So, in a sense, he has realized the title that the program crew made up for him? Lu Zizi thought for a moment and immediately replied, Since you are so confident, I will send a message to my friends in the industry tomorrow morning. After hanging up Lu Zizi's call, Han Haoren found that he had also received several text messages on his mobile phone. In addition to Lenovo's transfer, the second phase of the Fruit platform's 1 million bonus has also arrived. Being selected by the 5 female guests as the male guest they most wanted to date was completely within Han Haoren's expectations. Users whose number ends in 3512, your Huaxiao Bank savings card will receive funds of 1 million Wanmei currency. The current balance is 1,987,456.73 soft sister coins. Users whose number ends in 3512, your Huaxiao Bank savings card will receive 4 million soft sister coins. The current balance is 5,987,456.73 soft sister coins. Users whose number ends in 3512, your Huaxiao Bank savings card will receive 4 million soft sister coins. The current balance is 9,987,456.73 soft sister coins. Suddenly, Han Haoren felt happy when he realized that his deposit was about to reach the tens of millions mark. Han Haoren couldn't wait to open the system, and sure enough, he found that his system personal panel had 9 more bronze-level draws. Han Haoren had seen the system before after becoming the winner of the Weibo lottery. However, what surprised him was that the number of draws in the system was still 0 and had not increased even once. Even though Han Haoren's rental house has received lottery prizes one after another, the number of lottery draws has not increased. Han Haoren realized at that time that he might need Li Zhao to actually realize these prizes in order to increase the number of draws. However, Han Haoren analyzed it carefully and found that this is reasonable. For example, the villa you won is worth 10 million now. In 5 or 6 years, it may be worth 100 million or even more. However, as long as he doesn't actually sell the villa, he won't get the money. So the actual value of the villa has nothing to do with Han Haoren itself. No matter how much it is worth, for Han Haoren, it is just a residence. We will not book Han Haoren just because of its value, so that we can have a better living experience. Another example is stocks. Their value may double in 1 week. But maybe in another month, it may fall below the issue price. But when Han Haoren does not actually sell the stock, the system will naturally not calculate his income based on the current value of the stock and increase the number of draws for himself. The 9 million in revenue and the rapidly increasing number of draws also allowed Han Haoren to verify that his previous analysis was correct. Chapter 94, The identity of the creative director of 4A Advertising Company is confirmed. With 9 bronze-level lottery opportunities, Han Haoren will naturally not skimp. Han Haoren realized that those skills were no longer mentioned. Even last time, the buff that triggered the hidden ability, a 10-fold attribute bonus, brought him too much benefit. Without the 10x lucky buff, Han Haoren would not have become a koi fish on Weibo, nor would he have become a big V, nor would he be able to package and sell his creative advertising copywriting and Weibo review articles so easily. The master chooses to draw the bronze-level lottery 9 times in a row. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for getting the lucky attribute value +1. Han Haoren? Can the attribute of luck be increased? So, this means that all self-attribute values can be increased? Soon, Han Haoren's guess was verified. Ding! Congratulations to the master for getting the leadership attribute value +1. Ding! Congratulations to the master for getting the collaboration attribute value +1. 3 draws, 3 attributes plus 1. Although Han Haoren knows that this is also an increase in his own strength. But what Han Haoren hopes to see most is to draw useful skills for himself. Maybe it's Han Haoren's newly added lucky attribute that plays a role. Han Haoren's inner hope was heard. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for acquiring master-level language skills, direction, French, German, and Spanish. Han Haoren thinks the skill is okay. 103. The original Han Haoren only knew one foreign language, which was English. In this way, he can be regarded as a person proficient in 5 languages. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for acquiring master photography skills, direction, portrait. Ding! Congratulations to the master for acquiring master-level magic skills, direction, close-up magic, psychological magic, and supersensory magic. Ding! Congratulations to the master for acquiring master-level lyrics and composition skills, direction, pop music, hip-hop. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for getting the lucky attribute value plus 1. Ding! Congratulations to the master for acquiring master-level tracking and anti-tracking skills. Although he still has some unfinished ideas, Han Haoren knows that all 8 bronze-level draws have been drawn. Open the personal panel again. Name, Han Haoren. Sex, male. Age, 21. Level, LV.1. Attributes. Strength, 5. Speed, 6. Stamina, I6. 10. Charisma, a 9. Talent, 7. Leadership, 7. Creativity, a 9. Collaboration, 7. Business sense, 5. Stress resistance, 7. Retrograde power, 7. Lucky, 5. The average level for normal adults is 5. Skill. Painting skills, directions, sketching, oil painting, special painting. Beb, singing skills, direction, pop, hip-hop. Cooking skills, direction, Cantonese, Sichuan and French cuisine. Master-level language proficiency, directions, French, German, and Spanish. Master-level lyrics and composition skills, direction, pop music, hip-hop. Master photography skills, direction, portraits. Master magic skills, directions, close-up magic, psychological magic, extrasensory magic. Master tracking and anti-tracking techniques. Skill. Hidden ability, 10 times attribute bonus. It was an unexpected surprise to gain 5 master-level skills. However, there is other good news for Han Haoren. The first good news is that his luck attribute has reached the standard for normal people, 5. Another good break is that Han Haoren discovered that his personal attributes can be improved through lottery draws. Although the improvement of 8 consecutive draws this time is not huge. But Han Haoren knew that with constant improvement over time, he would transform from an ordinary genius to a Superman. Just imagine when your various attribute values reach 99. Even more powerful than Superman? After drawing the prize, Han Haoren and He Ziyuan talked on the phone and went to bed. Early the next morning, Han Haoren chatted with several guests he met. Although 2 days have passed, everyone's topic is still the amazing piano music Han Haoren played before. After breakfast, Han Haoren came to the study room of Shuemu University early. Since Lu Zizi agreed to advertise for him, Han Haoren also believed in Lu Zizi's connections, and he just had to wait for the customers to come to his door. Similarly, since today is already Friday, Han Haoren must plan 2 dates for the weekend. The director team asked Han Haoren to send them the date and location before tonight. Because what happened in the villa these 2 days was relatively dull. Therefore, the director team specifically told Han Haoren that they hoped he could carefully design the date ring. In this way, there will be enough material for the 3rd episode of the program. Originally, Fruit Channel wanted to create a love variety show where every guest scenes would be similar. It would be a love variety show with overt and covert fights, and preferably a lot of bloody love triangles. But from the moment Han Haoren stepped into the villa, this show became Han Haoren's one-man show. As for the dating session featured in the 3rd episode, most of the female guests were not successfully matched because they were only willing to date Han Haoren. The only successful pairing was Han Haoren's 2 dates. Therefore, the program team has changed its strategy. In this case, don't deliberately arrange everyone's shots in this show. Just focus on Han Haoren and that's it. Anyway, the experienced directing team also knows that Han Haoren is the highlight of this show. How popular this program was when it was finally aired, and how high the ratings were, all depended on Han Haoren. Han Haoren planned one date on Saturday and another on Sunday, so that it would not be too rushed and he might be able to take time to spend with He Ziyuan after the date. The day passed quickly. Lu Zizi's connections are indeed very powerful. In the afternoon, Han Haoren has already visited 3 companies to complete the signing. All are the highest level packages worth 10 million renminbi. Due to the review lottery Weibo, Han Haoren can only post 1 review blog a day, so tonight, Han Haoren can post a 2nd review blog. However, the terms signed by Han Haoren and these companies only require Han Haoren's advertising copy to satisfy the other party. Even if Han Haoren has not yet reviewed Weibo, he can still get the full payment of the contract in advance. This made Han Haoren completely realize that his position as the creative director of a 4A advertising company was about to be confirmed. Han Haoren is thinking, how about registering an advertising company now? Don't sign contracts with those companies personally. In the future, if you sign the contract directly in the name of the company, you will get a preferential tax rate. When he returned to Love's Hut at night, it was rare that Han Haoren did not shut himself in the room immediately. As a result, Han Haoren was quickly surrounded by 5 female guests. Han Haoren, it's my turn to prepare dinner soon. Can you help me? This is Tong Yaya. Han Haoren, can you play some more piano music for me? This is Su Siyu. At the same time, Su Siyu's proposal attracted the support of countless people. Han Haoren, do you want to eat the dessert I specially prepared for you? This is Chi Yuhan. Han Haoren, the price of US crude oil has been fluctuating recently. Can you give me some advice? Is it controlled by giants like Soros again? This is Song Shinran. Han Haoren, would you like to go for a walk with me? This is Ri Xiaodi. The 6 observers are very free these days. They only need to take some time to watch the highlights and then record the oral broadcast. Although he felt that the past few days were a bit dull, after recording today's program, Zhang Hanxiao still said to the camera in a professional manner. Time flies so fast, and the day in the love cabin passed like this again. And tomorrow is finally the day for our long-awaited secret date. Who will Han Haoren date? Will there be a spark of love between the two? We stay tuned. Chapter 95, First Date. Early the next morning. Han Haoren arrived at the appointment place early. In the past few days, every female guest has been tight-lipped, leaving Han Haoren unclear about the person who got his gift and who was going to date him. The fruit station's camera team was all out. This made passers-by near Han Haoren stare at Han Haoren. Seeing Han Haoren's handsome appearance, they decided that Han Haoren was a big star. But they couldn't remember who this star was. There were some girls who looked like students who were standing around watching, whispering to each other. It's impossible for me to be unimpressed by such a handsome star. Is it a newcomer who hasn't debuted yet? I don't know, what are they filming now, a TV series? This is my first time seeing someone filming a TV series. How about we watch it here for a while? But I feel like this handsome guy is still waiting for someone, maybe the heroine hasn't arrived yet. The heroine? I'm looking forward to who the heroine is. Zhang Hanxiao? Lu Yi? Louis Fei? You should know after a while. Han Haoren also noticed that there seemed to be more people watching around him. He complained a little about the program team. Having such a battle will make people feel like they are making a movie. But I am obviously on a date. The date was not only filmed by so many cameras, but also watched by so many passers-by. Han Haoren regretted the location he chose. Before long, Han Haoren heard footsteps coming from behind him. Looking back, Han Haoren saw Song Shinran with a bright smile and a strapless blue dress. Han Haoren has very good observation skills. He discovered that Song Shinran wore Tiffany earrings on his ears. I have to say, it really goes well with it. Song Shinran is very cute when she smiles, and her dress today can be seen to be specially prepared. It perfectly matches her temperament, making Han Haoren feel quite amazing. Song Shinran originally wanted to scare Han Haoren behind him, but Han Haoren suddenly turned around, which shocked Song Shinran instead. Han Haoren looked at Song Shinran with a smile and said, "Shinran, you are more beautiful today than usual. And these earrings are perfect for you." Song Shinran quickly calmed down. Looking at Han Haoren, Song Shinran's eyes were filled with joy. Although she knew her date, when she saw Han Haoren, Song Shinran still felt like a deer, and her heart skipped a beat. Song Shinran adjusted her mood, smiled and said to Han Haoren, thank you for the earrings you gave me. I didn't expect you to be quite good at choosing gifts. Han Haoren, I didn't expect you to choose an amusement park as our first date place. Han Haoren looked at the passers-by nearby who were excitedly eating melons and scratched his head. If I had known that I would be surrounded by so many people, I definitely wouldn't have chosen to be in an amusement park. Passers-by also became excited after seeing Song Xin. Here comes the heroine. She looks so beautiful and elegant. But I still don't recognize who this heroine is? It's probably a new couple filming, right? But the battle looks pretty big. So many cameras and so many people. Are they going to film in the amusement park? We happen to be going to the amusement park today, so let's follow them and take a look. Han Haoren and Song Shinran walked into the amusement park side by side. Han Haoren has a tall and perfect figure and wears black clothes. Song Shinran was also wearing a cute blue dress, showing a bright angelic smile, and a pair of black high heels, making the two of them walk side by side, looking very well matched. Xin, you look great in your clothes today. You are really beautiful. I dressed it for you on purpose. Ah. So you know the person you're dating is me? Yes, because when the director asked me to choose a male guest for a date, I only wrote your name. The two walked side by side and chatted, but the crew who were filming the show all ate mouthfuls of dog food. Han Haoren suddenly asked, Shinran, are you afraid of heights? Do you want to ride a roller coaster? Song Shinran actually doesn't like too exciting sports. But she thought about it and realized that it would be a rare experience to be able to ride a roller coaster with Han Haoran, so she said to Han Haoran, if you like riding roller coasters, I will accompany you. Han Haoran nodded, then let's just go for a more exciting one, the longest and most exciting vertical roller coaster. Song Shinran was a little scared when she heard the longest and most exciting thing, but she had already said she wanted to play with Han Haoran, so she couldn't back down. The program team bought a pass that allowed them to jump in line, so Han Haoran and Song Shinran also saved time in line. Please give me flowers. What makes Han Haoran happiest is that the onlookers who are following them are getting more and more obviously, because they don't have passes and they are blocked behind. But they didn't leave. They chose the best viewing position far below the roller coaster. Han Haoran and Song Shinran were sitting side by side. Han Haoran, who thought he would finally have a chance to be alone with Song Shinran, discovered something that stunned him. The two cameramen from the program team sat directly opposite them. After tying up the safety measures, they directly took the camera to shoot them. One camera was facing Han Haoran, and the other was filming Song Shinran. The program team also specially took two GoPros and adjusted their positions so that they could take close-ups of the two of them. Even the seats next to and next door were reserved by the cameraman with the camera. Han Haoran was a little confused. He looked at the cameraman opposite him and said, "We are riding a roller coaster. Do you need to work so hard? Aren't you afraid of risking your life?" The cameraman smiled, "This is our job." Han Haoran knew that even if he objected, it would have no effect. Han Haoran looked at the cameraman fiercely and said, "Next time I have a date, I will go bungee jumping. Go skydiving. Let's see how you shoot." The roller coaster was soon in motion. The speed of the roller coaster was not very fast at the beginning, but Han Haoran could still feel the stinging sensation of the wind on his face. The roller coaster climbed to mid-air. Han Haoran looked down and saw that it was really a bit high. At this time, Song Shinran had closed her eyes, but she had not screamed yet. After all, Song Shinran also knew that there was more than one camera filming her. So don't do anything too embarrassing. However, Song Shinran has secretly made up her mind that if Han Haoran invites her to do other roller coasters in the future, she will definitely refuse decisively. Han Haoran likes exciting sports, so he feels very high. Han Haoran couldn't help but feel a little funny when he saw the photographer opposite him shaking his legs in fear, but still holding the camera very dedicatedly. The roller coaster climbed to the highest point, and Han Haoran knew that it was about to reach the most exciting stage. Sure enough, Han Haoran felt like he was falling rapidly, and his whole body felt weightless. Ah! Song Shinran next to her began to scream wildly. And Han Haoran's hand was also pinched by Song Shinran instantly. Chapter 96, The Feeling of Heartbeat. As her body fell rapidly downwards, although she knew that nothing would happen if she had safety measures on her body, Song Shinran still couldn't restrain her inner emotions. Song Shinran wanted to find a sense of security, so Song Shinran held Han Haoran's hand beside her without thinking. The two of them clasped their hands, and Song Shinran seemed to have gained strength. Although she still couldn't help screaming, her heart gradually became calmer. Perhaps, even if something unexpected happens, Han Haoran will be by my side, holding my hand and protecting me, right? Song Shinran thought this way. Finally, the 90-degree plunge reached the bottom, and then the roller coaster climbed up again. Although she had stopped screaming, Song Shinran held Han Haoran's hand tightly but never let go. Holding his hand, it really feels like a heartbeat. Song Shinran thought like 550, and instead of letting go, she held Han Haoran's hand even tighter. Studio. Zhang Hanchao smiled brightly, "Do you know? I'm really bored these days. Because nothing exciting happened to me. But it's okay now. First date. I didn't sleep well last night, wondering which date location Han Haoran would choose. What kind of story would happen between Han Haoran and the female guest? But the amusement park is really old-fashioned. Did Han Haoran think that the female guest who chose his gift was Ri Xiaodi? I think among the 5 female guests, only Ri Xiaodi likes to play in places like amusement parks." Oh, Yang Mi also echoed, "I didn't sleep well yesterday either. By the way, do you know that Weibo Koi is very popular on Weibo recently? I just forwarded it yesterday, so I will have good luck today. I will win today's personal battle. I will win the glorious article." Zhang Man raised a key question. This seems to be the first physical contact between Han Haoran and Song Shinran after shaking hands when they first met, right? This is the first time they hold hands. Luo Zhenhao said, "Yes, that's it." Except for Ri Xiaodi, Han Haoran has not had very close physical contact with other female guests. Whether it was Song Shinran or Tang Yaya, who obviously liked him from the beginning, Han Haoran had a happy chat with them and had good interactions, but there was no physical contact. This is understandable. After all, several people have just met, and in a house with cameras everywhere, it is difficult for male and female guests to have close contact. Song Shanchan smiled and said, but this time, it was normal for Song Shinran to hold Han Haoran's hand on the roller coaster. There is no sense of violation at all, but it makes me feel very sweet. Very beautiful. Two people who have a crush on each other hold hands for the first time, and it's very romantic to imagine. And everyone noticed that Song Shinran held Han Haoran's hand and never let go. Luigi said with a smile, how many of you think that coming to the amusement park for a date is because Han Haoran thought that the female guest was hot shouty, so he chose this place specially? Oh, Yang Mi was the first to raise her hand. Zhang Hanxiao was the first person to express this view, and naturally she raised her hand without hesitation. Others did not respond. Zhang Hanxiao asked with some confusion, isn't it like this? Luo Zhenhao answered first, of course not. Han Haoran has already understood the rules before. The female guests randomly select gifts from the male guests and then complete the matching. And Han Haoran didn't have any chance to inquire about the female guest before the date. So, Han Haoran has no idea who was going to date him. Although Han Haoran knew the two female guests chose their gifts to be matched successfully, he did not know who they were. According to probability theory, the probability that any female guest will get the gift that matches the playground date is 1/5. Even I know this simple probability, let alone Han Haoran, who is very sensitive to numbers. Of course he didn't choose the playground because of Ri Xiodi, who only has a 1/5 chance of going to the appointment. Lu Yijiao's result topic, Teacher Luo is right. Here, I want to popularize a psychological term for everyone, called the suspension bridge effect. The suspension bridge effect means that when a person is nervously crossing a suspension bridge, his or her heartbeat will speed up involuntarily. If he happens to meet a person of the opposite sex at this time, he will misunderstand the accelerated heartbeat caused by this situation as the physiological reaction of the other person to make his heartbeat, so he will develop feelings of love for the other person. In fact, biologically and psychologically, we fall in love because the brain secretes phenylethylamine and dopamine. This will cause people to have the reaction of a deer bumping around and the heart beating wildly. Similarly, walking on a suspension bridge or riding something shaky like a roller coaster will produce the same reaction. This can give people the illusion that they react like this because they like the person next to them. Many scientists have done experiments to prove the suspension bridge effect. As for the physiological response of this increased heart rate, the experimenters will want to explain it. They will think that this accelerated heartbeat is not because they feel nervous or afraid. Then the only possibility that makes sense is that they are aware of the people around them. The experimenter of the opposite sex is attracted, so his heartbeat speeds up. So, I think Han Haoran decided to have their first date at an amusement park, and he was the first to propose riding the most exciting roller coaster in this amusement park, because of this consideration. Han Haoran is a master of psychology. He doesn't even understand the suspension bridge effect. Oh, Yang Mi suddenly understood and nodded, that's it. It seems that Han Haoran is really good at flirting with girls. But in my opinion, Song Shinran originally had a very good impression of Han Haoran. So, even if Han Haoran doesn't use this trick, he can quickly capture Song Shinran's heart. Luo Zhenhao nodded and said, it's like this, my own goodwill, coupled with the suspension bridge effect. I think Song Shinran's liking for Han Haoran has increased a lot now. Look, the roller coaster has been slowly gliding to its initial position and is about to stop. Song Shinran still hasn't let go of Han Haoran's hand. This action is too obvious. It can't be because she's still scared. She just wants to hold Han Haoran's hand. Chapter 97, Hold Your Hand Tightly and Never Let Go. Luigi watched Han Haoran holding Song Shinran's hand and pulling her out of the roller coaster, and sighed, Han Haoran's action of holding Song Shinran's hand and pulling her out is a bonus. This is very gentlemanly behavior. Okay, now I'm looking forward to the second entertainment project chosen by Han Haoran. I think if you follow the suspension bridge effect, Han Haoran's next choice should be a haunted house. Or a pirate ship or a jumping machine that is more exciting than a roller coaster. Finally, I want to say something to the viewers who are watching our show. If you are single now, if you have a girl you like but don't know how to get her favor, Han Haoran is your role model. Many of his behaviors and actions in the show can provide everyone with good reference. Zhang Hanxiao said with a smile, it turns out that our show is not just a love show, it can also teach people to fall in love. Just change the name of this show to Han Haoran Teaches You About Love. Oh, Yang Mi expressed a different opinion, but to be honest, I think Han Haoran can make such a perfect goddess-level female guest's heartbeat, not because he can wipe. Han Haoran is the most impressive person in 31 regardless of appearance or temperament. Song Shinran likes Han Haoran, and it's not because of the suspension bridge effect that she has already liked Han Haoran. Besides, I think that if another person, such as Mr. Lo, goes up and uses the same moves as Han Haoran, it may not have the same effect as Han Haoran. Luigi said humbly, of course I can't. If I were to be a male guest now, I would probably get the same treatment as Wang Songsong. But what I just said is that you can see how Han Haoran gets along with girls, but it doesn't mean that you should copy Han Haoran's way exactly. If you didn't have Han Haoran's looks and abilities, you would most likely be annoying. After getting off the roller coaster, Song Shinran finally reluctantly let go of Han Haoran's hand. After all, there were so many cameras recording her, and Song Shinran didn't want Han Haoran to feel that she was casual. Han Haoran looked at Song Shinran with a smile and asked, Shinran, where should we go next? Are you still riding a roller coaster? Although after holding Han Haoran's hand, Song Shinran felt that she was not so scared anymore. But the weightless feeling of rapid falling still made Song Shinran very uncomfortable. Song Shinran then replied, let's change a project first. Han Haoran saw the director team following him closely and the crowd of onlookers who had gathered around him, and thought about how to get rid of them. Finally, Han Haoran had an idea. Shinran, are you afraid of ghosts? Song Shinran immediately thought of where Han Haoran wanted to propose. Haunted house. Although Song Shinran has never been to a haunted house before, and she feels scared when watching ghost movies, she has never finished watching them. However, Song Shinran also knew intellectually that there were no ghosts in this world, and the ghosts in the haunted house were also pretended to be humans. Besides, after entering the haunted house, Song Shinran also had the opportunity to hold Han Haoran's hand and not let go. So Song Shinran smiled and said, I'm a little scared. But going to the haunted house is quite exciting. Han Haoran, you have to protect me. Han Haoran promised without hesitation, no problem. When the time comes, I will hold your hand tightly and never let go. Song Shinran continued to ask, then what will you do when a ghost comes to scare me? Han Haoran smiled and said, that's the staff. I'll scare you back. Even if there are really ghosts in this world, I will protect you and won't let Y hurt you. Song Shinran happily held Han Haoran's hand. Han Haoran, I believe in you. Let's hold hands now and rehearse it. Look, if the cameraman in front of us is a ghost, what would you do? Han Haoran suddenly took Song Shinran's hand, rushed to the cameraman, and made a scary face to the cameraman. The two of them were recently filming a close-up of Song Shinran and Han Haoran while recording the sound, and they couldn't stand it anymore. His name is Lu Dun, and he is still single. He could clearly hear all the dog food that Song Shinran and Han Haoran were spreading, and he couldn't bear it. He just spreads dog food and says he is a ghost. Han Haoran even came over and startled me. You must know that Han Haoran's expression just now was very ferocious. Lu Dun was originally taking a close-up of Han Haoran, but Han Haoran suddenly stepped forward and made a face. He was really shocked by Han Haoran. It was as if there was really a ferocious evil spirit rushing towards him. Lu Dun's hands almost shook and he couldn't even catch the camera. Originally, Lu Dun thought it would be very easy to take on the job of filming a love reality show. As the director team has introduced, most of the shots for this variety show will be completed indoors. There are also dozens of fixed camera auxiliaries. Therefore, Lu Dun thought that he would spend 2 months relaxedly and happily, almost like a vacation. Even with the exterior scenes, in Lu Dun's opinion, the amusement park is a good place. However, Lu Dun could not have imagined that today he would not only ride on a roller coaster that he originally did not dare to ride alone, but also wear a seatbelt and tremble while working with a camera to shoot close-ups. After finally getting off the roller coaster, I walked on the ground and took a close-up of the male guest. He was also shocked when Han Haoran made a funny face. The conversation that followed Han Haoran and Song Shinran made Lu Dun even more sad. Song Shinran patted Han Haoran's hand and said, Han Haoran, you are so childish. You made funny faces to scare the cameraman. Han Haoran replied calmly, who made them follow us so closely even when we were dating? Especially the guy in front. He sat opposite me on the roller coaster. He probably wanted to record my fear. Lu Dun was speechless. His mission was literally to capture close-ups of the guests' faces and expressions. If there is an exaggerated and scared expression, it may be cut into the main film to create a program effect. But when Han Haoran was on the roller coaster, he pushed forward calmly without any panic. Especially the rapid right-angle fall, Han Haoran still poses with a smile. He wanted to record Han Haoran's scared look, but he couldn't take it. Just when Lu Dun was sad, Han Haoran and Song Shinran held hands and finally arrived in front of the haunted house. Han Haoran looked at the group of program staff and said, it's so dark inside this haunted house, so your camera can't capture anything, right? Song Shinran and I went in to play. Just wait outside for us to come out. Wanting to get rid of the show crew is the reason why Han Haoran chose the haunted house. According to Han Haoran, filming in most haunted houses is prohibited, and the program crew cannot follow them. Chapter 98, a good place to get closer, more intimate contact. However, the program team quickly disappointed Han Haoran. The person in charge of the camera team said with a smile, it is true that most of our equipment does not have the function of taking pictures in extremely dark environments with no light at all. But we have just purchased new camera equipment from the United States that they have just developed. Photography can be done without any light at all. Of course, the picture quality is definitely not as clear as where there is light. But it can barely be seen. Besides, even just recording your screams would be very interesting. Song Shinran was a little angry. Seeing Han Haoran's calm performance on the roller coaster, Song Shinran naturally knew that the screams made by the camera person in charge were specifically referring to herself. Song Shinran pouted, that's why I screamed in fear. Han Haoran protects me. Under the witness of Han Haoran and Song Shinran, the person in charge of the amusement park and the staff of the program team communicated for a while and agreed to their request to enter the haunted house for filming. Sure enough, the energy of the fruit table is still very high. Fortunately, the fruit station camera team only has 2 pieces of equipment that can take pictures in the dark. Therefore, the only ones following this time were Lu Dun and another most professional cameraman. The other staff are waiting outside. Han Haoren had no choice but to hold Song Shinran's hand and enter the haunted house. Not long after walking inside, Han Haoren discovered that Song Shinran was more timid than he thought. The two of them were not walking hand in hand at this time. Song Shinran's voice was hoarse due to screaming. And she was curled up, nestled in Han Haoren's arms. In this scene, Song Shinran looked like a person who was seriously injured and could not walk. Han Haoren almost half supported and half carried Song Shinran forward. In many unintentional contacts, Han Haoren felt that he had met Song Shinran several times. The good smell of Song Shinran also made Han Haoren feel a little relaxed and happy. A white shadow floated by, and Song Shinran was so frightened that she buried herself in Han Haoren's arms. Han Haoren suddenly realized that this time, Song Shinran's face was very close to his own. As long as Han Haoren lowered his head slightly, he could kiss Song Shinran's mouth. Thinking that at this time, there were still 2 cameras filming him, Han Haoren became very angry. If it were a normal time, he would have kissed him if he had such an opportunity. Moreover, the ghosts in the haunted house have also reached a tacit understanding with the program team. They never came out to scare the 2 photographers. All of them are for Han Haoren and Song Shinran. Due to the recording of the program, the haunted house is temporarily closed to tourists during this period. Therefore, the targets of all ghost attacks are Han Haoren and Song Shinran. Song Shinran has endured several times more surprises and scares than ordinary people, that's why she became like this. Han Haoren had an idea, saw a corner, took Song Shinran's hand and hid in the corner. The 2 cameramen were immediately confused. They lost Han Haoren and Song Shinran in the shot. But this is not the way to go. So the confused Lu Dan walked in the direction of Han Haoren, wanting to see what Han Haoren was doing. Unexpectedly, Han Haoren was no longer at the corner at this time, but crouched down in ambush on the road he must pass. Ah! Ghost! There was a tragic man scream in the haunted house. The decibel level was even higher than the previous screams. Lu Dan sat down on the ground. Fortunately, the camera was specially fixed on him and did not fall to the ground. Song Shinran and Han Haoren high-fived in celebration. Song Shinran looked at the frightened Lu Dan and said, "Ha ha ha. So you are also afraid of ghosts?" Han Haoren said to another cameraman, "This clip must not be edited, it must be shown in the main film." "Ha ha ha. I'm just creating effects for your show. I don't mean to trick you. After all, it's not interesting to just shoot the 2 of us." Luijia couldn't help but sigh. "I feel sorry for the cameraman of the program team. Is this the cameraman that Han Haoren used to make funny faces to scare? I think if the show airs, he might become famous too." Luo Jinhao also said, "In fact, Han Haoren's unexpected actions did provide a lot of material for the show." Han Haoren is right, he does it for the effect of the show. Of course, the most important thing is that Han Haoren's move also relieved Song Shinran's nervousness. Moreover, his behavior of scaring the cameraman with Song Shinran also heightened the relationship between him and Song Shinran to a certain extent. Ouyangmi said with a smile, "You 2 boys' observation points are really different from us girls. I have just been counting the close contacts between Han Haoren and Song Shinran. Holding hands is never separated." Song Shinran hugged Han Haoren 13 times, Han Haoren took the initiative to hug Song Shinran 4 times, and their heads were pressed together twice. Another time, Song Shinran curled up in Han Haoren's arms and separated after more than a minute. 1 inch. It's a pity that I opened my eyes wide but didn't see the kiss. It can be said that this is the intimacy that only lovers can have. Song Shanshan also smiled and said, "Yes. Did the boy in front of the TV see it? Qian Naheo. The haunted house is really a good place. It can quickly bring 2 people closer together." The physical contact between Han Haoren and Song Shinran made me blush. If you have a girl you like, asking her to go to a haunted house is a very good choice. Of course, remember to go with 2 of you, no extra people. And the premise is that you must not be afraid of ghosts. Ouyangmi added, "Of course, if there are girls watching the show, they want to make further progress in their relationship with the boy they like. But you're shy and don't know how to take the initiative. You could also ask him to go to a haunted house." Zhang Hanxiao smiled and said, "Okay. I think our show can officially change its name. The 3rd issue of Han Haoren teaches you about dating. Teacher Han Haoren teaches you how to have a first date with a girl you've just met." Chapter 99, 3, 2, 1, Run. Han Haoren walked for a long time holding Song Shinran who was leaning in his arms. Finally, Han Haoren found the light ahead and knew that they had reached the end. Song Shinran, who had been in a state of shock and fear, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 photographers also put down their usual fear. From the second half of the journey, they were afraid that Han Haoren, who did not play according to the routine, would do some inexplicable behavior and scare them all the way. Fortunately, when we got to the end, nothing happened. After walking outside the haunted house, Song Shinran, whose face was red, finally reluctantly left Han Haoren's arms. Although she knew that she had been embarrassed along the way, recalling her recent experience, Song Shinran still felt that she felt very safe hiding in Han Haoren's generous chest. Han Haoren looked at Song Shinran and couldn't help but laugh. "Shinran, I thought that a goddess with such a high IQ like you rarely shows such a little girly side. Song Shinran smiled brightly. All girls are like children in front of the people they want to rely on. Oh Yang couldn't help but stood up. It's so sweet. Why are Han Haoren and Song Shinran so fond of telling 907 love stories to each other? I want to stand still. Lui Jia was very confused by Oh Yang professional terminology. Lui Jia understands psychological terminology very well. But Lui Jia has no idea what the hell RAN-CP is. Lui Jia looked at Oh Yang and asked, what is RAN-CP? Why are there letters and words? Oh Yang realized that she could finally be a teacher and give lectures to Lui Jia. This made Oh Yang feel very accomplished. CP is a buzzword that has just become popular in the rice circle recently, especially in South Korea and Japan. Teacher Lu doesn't care about the entertainment industry and doesn't understand normal things. CP is the abbreviation of coupling in English. Its original meaning is the pairing of fans who are in a romantic relationship. To put it into common terms, I think the two of them look very much like a couple. But the CP in the fandom is very complicated and weird. There are CPs between men and women, and there are also CPs between men and women. RAN-CPEW is the abbreviation of double in English. RAN, the last names of Song Shinran and Han Haoren are both RAN. So to put it simply, RAN-CP refers to the combination of Han Haoren and Song Shinran. What I want to stand for RAN-CP is that I am very optimistic that Han Haoren and Song Shinran can be paired together. Lui Jia seemed to have opened the door to a new world. The term CP is quite interesting. It's like we are imagining a match and pairing people together who are not actually a couple. Oh Yang replied with a smile, that's roughly what it means. But Teacher Lu, don't you think Han Haoren and Song Shinran really match each other? Both of them are alumni of Shuemui University and have passed the college entrance examination. Both of them studied in the United States, one at Harvard and the other at MIT. These two highly intelligent couples really match up well. And everyone has discovered that Song Shinran only looks like a little girl when she is with Han Haoren. Luo Xinhao supported Oh Yang point of view this time. Indeed, Song Shinran just showed the characteristics of a little girl on the roller coaster, especially in the haunted house, which we have never seen before. In fact, everyone has a side that is only shown in front of certain people. And Song Shinran showed a completely different side to her original appearance in front of Han Haoren. Obviously, Song Shinran has been deeply involved in the relationship between the two. But one thing I don't know is Han Haoren's mentality and thoughts today. Has the balance in his heart tilted towards Song Shinran, who had such close contact with him and whose relationship has grown by leaps and bounds? Or, Han Haoren's balance is still on Ri Xiaoti's side? Although Zhang Man rarely talks, he still has a sense of humor. At this time, she interrupted, I don't think Han Haoren is thinking about the balance anymore. There are only two ends of the scale. But Han Haoren has 5 girls who like him, and they are all number 1. At the same time, Han Haoren himself has no particular girls he likes. He is obviously hesitant. Everyone wants to get in touch. I think Han Haoren's heart is an electric fan or a propeller, which is more appropriate. Zhang Hanxiao was laughed at, propeller? There are too many blades, right? Song Shinran also found that it was a little weird that she and Han Haoren were holding hands all the time. Obviously the relationship between the two is not a couple. So, Song Shinran let go of Han Haoren's hand and asked, Han Haoren, where should we go next? Lui Jia listened intently, hoping that Han Haoren would say jumping machine or pirate ship so that Lui Jia could prove that his previous guess was completely correct. However, Han Haoren said to Song Shinran, this is a secret. However, Shinran, let me ask you a question, how is your physical strength? Song Shinran was stunned for a moment, and then replied, it's okay. I still prefer exercise. I usually also run to lose weight. Han Haoren took the initiative to tighten Song Shinran's hand. Shinran, in the next time, you have to hold my hand and don't let go. Song Shinran didn't know why Han Haoren took the initiative to hold her hand. Her face was flushed, but she still felt sweet and happy inside. Okay, I won't let go. Song Shinran replied. Han Haoren squeezed Song Shinran's hand tightly, and then said, Shinran, listen to my command. 3, 2, 2. Chapter 100, The Shocked Program Team. Astonished Observer. Unexpected situation. In front of the camera, a beautiful girl and a handsome boy were holding hands and running happily. Lu Dun quickly captured this shot without missing a single frame. Wow. This shot is really beautiful. If it were evening, it would be better with a little sunset. But actually it doesn't matter, this can all be done later. Just when Lu Dun was sighing, the director with the fastest response in the program team realized the problem. Stop being stunned. Hurry up and chase. I saw Han Haoren and Song Shinran running faster and faster. Song Shinran is a sportsperson. Although she was wearing high heels, she was held by Han Haoren, which also showed the strength of an athlete. Not to mention Han Haoren, Sayatsi was running very fast at this time. The poor program team was originally confused by Han Haoren's unexpected acceleration of running. By the time he reacted and chased after him, he had already been left far behind. What's even more annoying is that although Song Shinran was wearing high heels, Han Haoren and Song Shinran were actually traveling lightly, and even Song Shinran's satchel was given to the program crew. But the program team is different. Not to mention the photographers who carry very heavy camera equipment. Even the other staff members were carrying radios, reflectors, lights, props, and a bunch of things, and there were also large and small bags behind them. Soon, Han Haoren and Song Shinran left all the staff of the program team far away. The staff at the fruit counter chased for a while and found that Han Haoren and Song Shinran had disappeared. So they finally stopped helplessly, and everyone looked at each other. What's the situation? What are Han Haoren running for? They ran away, how can we survive? You are stupid. He just wants to get rid of us. No way? Then what should we do now? What can I do? Call Han Haoren. Call Song Shinran. And search separately. To be honest, I have been coming to Fruit Channel for so many years and have recorded many programs. This is the first time I have seen such a difficult guest as Han Haoren. But I have to say that guests like Han Haoren can really create a lot of effects on the show. Actually, the few clips we just recorded are enough material to edit into an episode. Even if it's enough, we still have to find Han Haoren. We still have to continue filming. Maybe there are more and better materials? Director, we called Han Haoren and he turned off his phone. Song Shinran's phone number is in her bag. As for her bag, our assistant is holding it for her. So, we can't contact these two people? That's what it looks like. Then let's look for them separately. I don't believe it. You can't find two such conspicuous people in such a playground. In the studio, the 6 observers were the most confused. Zhang Hanchao said nonchalantly, so, in our program, the male and female Jiabai ran away? Oh, Yang Mi nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Wow. This situation is really unexpected. In front of so many cameras. He directly held the hand of the female guest and ran away. So romantic. Luo Zhenhao analyzed, actually, during the dating process, I noticed a lot of Han Haoren's micro-expressions. Han Haoren is dissatisfied with the fact that the program crew keeps filming them. He felt that these personal cameras were disturbing his date.